Chapter 1. This system is a bit unorthodox. Master Chen, we've done our best regarding your situation. All organs have suffered irreversible failure. To put it bluntly, you should start preparing for the worst. At the current rate of failure, you have at most 24 hours left. The cold diagnosis struck Chen Mo's aging chest like a hammer blow. He sat in the dormitory building of the Red Star Machinery Factory, the gray sky outside the window mirroring his lifeless existence. He had lived in this building for 60 years, from a spirited young man to a decrepit old man on the verge of death. The air was thick with the smell of rust and dust. The sounds of the neighbor's wife scolding her child, the cooking fumes from someone's house in the hallway all seemed like the hustle and bustle of another world, irrelevant to him. His life had been like that of an old, worn-out lathe, diligent and conscientious, only to end up with a body of unwanted parts and a heart full of regrets. An 8th-grade fitter, the factory's only technical expert, his hands could create threads more precise than any machine. Yet, those hands, which had spent their entire lives working with iron, had never held a woman's hand. It wasn't that he hadn't had opportunities when he was younger. He remembered when he first joined the factory, Lou, the clerk in the propaganda department, was quite interested in him, often coming to the workshop under the guise of writing articles. But he was tongue-tied. Besides discussing part tolerances and material heat treatment, he couldn't muster a single romantic phrase. Before long, the girl ended up with that smooth-talking young man from the supply and marketing department. Later, some people introduced him to potential partners, but he was so focused on his technical work that he felt women weren't as interesting as blueprints. By the time he realized he wanted a companion, he was too old and his circumstances weren't good enough. Who would want an old fitter like him living in a dilapidated tenement building? He shakily reached into the deepest part of his bedside table and pulled out a worn-out brown paper bag. Inside was a yellowed black and white photograph. The girl in the photo had 2 long braids, and her smile was brighter than the sunlight streaming through the skylight in the workshop. She was the factory beauty from back then, the one he had secretly loved his whole life, but who never dared to say more than a few words to. He heard that she was now a great-grandmother with a house full of children and grandchildren. Chen Mo grinned, trying to laugh, but his gaunt face managed to contort into an expression more painful than crying. Life is so damn boring. He couldn't catch his breath and began to cough violently, feeling as if his lungs were a broken bellows, each breath accompanied by a tearing pain. He knew his time was up. His consciousness gradually blurred, the strength in his body seemed to be drained away bit by bit, and the scene before his eyes began to distort and black out. Just when he thought he was going to die a pathetic death on this hard bed, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his head. Host's vital signs are about to disappear. The host has been detected to be an 80-year-old virgin, with an unusually strong obsession energy. Activation requirements met, the fortune plunder system is officially activated. Hallucination? A final burst of energy before death? The thought flashed through Chen Mo's muddled mind. But the next second, a semi-transparent blue panel appeared clearly in front of him, the writing on it even more distinct than the markings on a fitter's caliper. Host, Chen Mo. Age, 80. Constitution, like a lamp running out of oil. Lifespan, 23 hours and 59 minutes remaining. Skills, none. System core task, engage in sexual intercourse with the chosen one's confidant or benefactor to plunder their fortune, gaining lifespan and rewards. Chen Mo's eyes widened instantly, like saucers. A system? I'm practically kicking the bucket, and you give me a system? And this is the kind of task it is? In-depth communication? I'm an 80-year-old geezer, almost toothless, who am I supposed to communicate with? Mengpai in the underworld? He wanted to curse, but he didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. As if sensing his despair and anger, that cold voice rang out again. New player gift pack has been sent, please check it. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Dragon Spirit and Tiger Might passive. Effect, the host's physical functions will be restored to the level of a peak 25-year-old athlete, and will remain so permanently. As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable warm current, like molten iron, surged from his heart to his limbs and bones. His previously withered and cold organs seemed to be injected with the most powerful fuel, frantically beginning to repair and roar. His shriveled muscles became plump again at a visible speed, his cloudy eyes became clear, his blocked blood vessels instantly became unblocked, and even the roots of his gray hair seemed to turn black. Ugh! Chen Mo couldn't help but let out a low, satisfying roar. He felt his body brimming with explosive power, every muscle like a tightly wound steel plate. A thought flashed through his mind, and his body reacted instantly. With a sudden burst of strength from his waist, he executed a classic fitter's move, dragon probing the sea, twisting his body into an incredible arc in mid-air. Then, he pushed off the edge of the bed with both legs and performed a clean and crisp carp jump, standing steadily in the center of the small room. He struggled to do these movements when he was 20, but now they flow smoothly and effortlessly to him. He looked down at his hands, now strong and powerful with prominent veins, and felt the strong heart pounding in his chest. He could hardly believe it. He rushed to the cracked mirror on the wall. The person in the mirror still had white hair, but most of the wrinkles on his face had been smoothed out, his eyes were sharp, and he was full of energy, a sprightly old man. No, that's not enough. The most crucial part needs to be verified personally. He rushed out of his room and ran towards the public restroom at the end of the corridor. The restroom reeked of a pungent, foul odor, but he didn't care. A few minutes later, Chen Mo emerged from the restroom, humming an off-key tune and beaming. His old face was as wide as a blooming chrysanthemum, and he kept muttering, "Still able to fight, still able to fight." After the initial joy, the cold reality struck again. He brought up the system panel, and the lifespan section clearly showed 23 hours and 48 minutes remaining. No matter how healthy you are, you'll have to finish playing when your time is up. We must act now. Where can you find a soulmate of the chosen one? They don't have any markings on their faces. Chen Mo paced anxiously around the room, his gaze sweeping across the table before suddenly landing on a small card slipped under the door. The card featured a scantily clad woman, with an alluring line of text below, "High-end housekeeping, on call, solving all your troubles," followed by a phone number. Damn it! Chen Mo slapped his thigh. Who cares if she's the chosen one or not? I've kept my chastity for 80 years, and I'm going to have some meat before I die. Even if I die, I'll be a romantic ghost. He picked up the old-fashioned mobile phone with its buttons almost worn down, then thought for a moment and rummaged through the drawer for the old, terribly slow smartphone his son had passed down to him. He fiddled with it for a while, then, in an inconspicuous corner near the front door, he turned on the video recording function. An honest man his whole life, but he's going all out before he dies. Anyone who dares to try and set me up, I'll just lie down on the ground and see who can outlast whom. After doing all this, he took a deep breath and dialed the number on the card using his old-fashioned mobile phone. A woman's languid voice came from the other end of the line. Hello? Chen Mo cleared his throat, lowered his voice, and said in a mature tone, "Hello, I need, special housekeeping services." Chapter 2's domestic service is really going too far. Special housekeeping services? The woman on the other end of the phone chuckled, her voice carrying a hint of understanding and a barely perceptible disdain. Give me the address, I'll see how far it is. If it's close, I'll be there right away. Chen Mo vaguely gave the address of the dormitory building at Hongqing Machinery Factory. A tenement building? The woman's voice hesitated slightly, as if she was somewhat resistant to the place. All right, wait. After saying that, the phone call ended. Chen Mo put down his old-fashioned mobile phone, pondering the situation. These days, there are many scammers, especially in this line of work. Honey traps are commonplace. Although he had obtained the system and his health had improved, he was penniless, with only a few hundred yuan of his retirement pension left, money he had saved for medicine. If 3 or 5 strong men showed up, he wouldn't be able to fight them off, and he'd be in deep trouble. He glanced at the old cell phone hidden by the door, the camera pointed directly at the door, and felt a sense of relief. I've never done anything wrong in my life, he thought. Today I'll consider it doing a public service. If I run into a scammer, this video will be irrefutable evidence. When the time comes, I'll just hand it over to the police station, and I'll have contributed to purifying the social atmosphere. He sat on the hard bed, feeling both nervous and strangely expectant. 80 years. He hadn't even properly held a woman's hand. Today was the day he would finally break his fast. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. He even started wondering whether he should act a little awkward or pretend to be an experienced pro. Just as he was lost in thought, less than 5 minutes later, there was a sudden sound of rapid high heels outside the door, followed by 2 loud bangs, not knocking, but someone banging on the door with their body. Chen Mo was startled. They arrived so quickly? And their entrance was so unusual, crashing into the door right away. What kind of new approach was this? He tiptoed to the door and peered out through the blurry peephole. In the dim light of the hallway, a figure swayed and leaned against the wall, crashing into his door again. It was a woman, an unbelievably beautiful woman. She wore a well-tailored, high-end black business suit that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. Her long, jet black hair was loosely draped, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful oval face. However, at this moment, her face was flushed with an unusual flush, her eyes were unfocused, as if she had lost her senses, and she was muttering something unconsciously. Help, help me. Chen Mo was stunned. Wow, are special domestic services this dedicated now? Even with a storyline? That acting, that figure, that face, it's a waste of their talent not to be in movies. This money was well spent. He was secretly pleased with himself and quickly opened the door a crack. As soon as the door opened, the woman collapsed into Chen Mo's arms as if she had found a lifeline. A refreshing fragrance instantly filled Chen Mo's nostrils. It wasn't the smell of cheap perfume, but a cool and elegant natural scent, mixed with a faint hint of alcohol. The delicate body in his arms was frighteningly hot even through the thin shirt. Chen Mo could feel its astonishing heat. Holding the woman's soft, warm body in his arms, Chen Mo, an 80-year-old bachelor, could hardly withstand such a test. He felt a surge of heat rush to his head. He subconsciously wrapped his arms around the woman's slender waist, his hands finding it incredibly soft and supple. Girl, don't rush, don't rush. As he spoke, he dragged and carried the woman to his creaky, hard bed. The bed was hard, covered with faded old sheets that still smelled faintly of soap. The woman lay on the bed, writhing incoherently, fine beads of sweat forming on her pale neck. She seemed to be in extreme pain, her hands unconsciously tearing at the neckline of her suit, revealing a dazzling expanse of white skin. Chen Mo's mouth went dry as he rubbed his hands together, preparing to proceed to the next step of the inspection process. I've waited 80 years, and now it's finally here. Just as his hand was about to touch that snow-white expanse, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out in his mind again without warning. Warning! High-energy gaseous transport vehicle detected. Character scanning in progress. Scan complete. Target, Su Wanqing. Identity, President of Yuanqing Group, one of the 3 confidants of Xiao Fan, the Chosen One. Status, under the influence of the potent sedative red beauty intoxication, the effects are at their peak. If not treated promptly, it will cause permanent damage to the nervous system. Chen Mo's outstretched hand froze in midair, and he was completely petrified as if struck by lightning. Su Wanqing? The president of Yuanqing Group? He knew that name like the back of his hand. Yuanqing Group, a business giant with a market value of hundreds of billions. He occasionally saw that name in the financial section of the news. It was said that this female CEO was young and beautiful, with extraordinary skills, and was a well-known ice queen in the business world. How could a female CEO of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate end up in my dilapidated tenement building where even the toilets are shared? And she was drugged? Chen Mo looked down at Su Wanqing, who was lying on the bed with dazed eyes and rapid breathing, and then looked at his own dilapidated room, which was less than 10 square meters and had bare walls. His mind was completely in turmoil. This isn't some kind of special domestic service, it's clearly a bolt from the blue. No, it's a stroke of good fortune. The system made it very clear that as long as you have an in-depth conversation with her, you can steal the destiny of the Chosen One. On one hand, there's the readily available lifespan and rewards. On the other, there are the potential consequences of getting into huge trouble. To save or not to save? No, that's not right. Chen Mo's mind raced. The question now wasn't whether to save her or not, but to go in or not? Seeing Su Wanqing's pretty face contorted in pain from the drug, and her constant tearing at her clothes, Chen Mo's Adam's apple bobbed. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Young lady, I'm doing this to save you, he muttered to himself, finding a plausible reason for his next actions. Chapter 3 Girl, please have some self-respect. Su Wanqing felt as if she had fallen into a scorching furnace, every inch of her skin and every cell screaming wildly, yearning for a cathartic release. Her remaining rationality told her that she had to call for help and escape this state, but her body's instincts, like a wild horse, were pulling her toward the abyss of desire. In her blurred vision, she could only see a blurry figure. She didn't know who this person was, whether he was good or bad, but he was the only physical being she could touch at that moment. Like a drowning person, they will cling desperately to any floating piece of wood. With her last ounce of strength, she reached out and wrapped her arms around Chen Mo's neck, her warm lips hastily pressing against his. This sudden embrace caught Chen Mo, who had just mentally prepared himself, off guard. He felt like a gourmand who hadn't eaten for 80 years, suddenly presented with a Manchu Han imperial feast. Reason told him that he should righteously push her away, then call 120 emergency services, and be a good citizen of the new era. But his body's reaction, along with the temptation of the system and his mind to plunder his luck, led him to make the most honest choice. He responded awkwardly while muttering incantations as if performing a sacred ritual. "Oh, girl, why are you doing this to yourself? You can't force a relationship to be happy. I have guarded my chastity for 80 years, pure and immaculate, and today I am going to ruin it in your hands? What a tragedy. Don't do that, it's broad daylight, under the clear sky." "Oh, it's dark now, then it's all right." He said no, but his body half-heartedly resisted, and he pressed Su Wanqing down onto the creaking hard bed. Su Wanqing was now completely under the influence of the drug, clinging to him like an octopus, cooperating actively, even more eager than he was. An in-depth exchange led by drug and system tasks inevitably took place in this old, dilapidated apartment building. After an unknown amount of time, the moonlight from outside the window shone through the dusty glass and onto the bedside. Chen Mo sat up, lit a cheap cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, his expression was a mixture of emotions. He looked down at the stunningly beautiful woman sleeping soundly beside him, her face still flushed, and then at the glaring crimson stain on the sheets. He couldn't quite describe the feeling in his heart. There was satisfaction, a secret joy, and a hint of panic, like a thief caught in the act. He was an 80-year-old bachelor who had never even touched a woman's hand in his entire life. Before he died, he not only experienced the relationship between a man and a woman, but the woman was also the female CEO of a multi-billion-dollar corporation, and she was still a virgin. If this gets out, who would believe it? Just then, the system notification sounded in my mind like heavenly music. "Congratulations, host, on successfully intercepting the opportunity of the chosen one Xiao Fan and engaging in your first in-depth interaction with the vessel of destiny, Su Wanqing. Successfully plundered 100 points of the chosen one's luck. Rewards being processed. Reward 1, lifespan increased by 5 days. Reward 2, skill mastery of Bajiquan master level. It's done." Chen Mo was overjoyed. Their lifespan, which was less than a day, suddenly increased to more than 5 days. Although it's still not much, at least for now we don't have to worry about kicking a hole. What excited him even more was the reward, mastery of Bajiquan. Almost the instant the reward was distributed, countless moves, mental techniques, power generation skills, and combat experience of Bajiquan flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. From the Vajra 8 forms to the 6 grade openings, from the power-generating techniques of hum and ha 2 breaths to approach, side, squeeze, and lean, everything seemed to have been practiced diligently for decades, deeply ingrained in his bones and transformed into his body's instinct. Quietly get out of bed and set up a stance in the cramped space. A simple heart-piercing elbow strike, the arm swung out, creating a whistling wind, the air itself making a muffled thud. Good heavens! Chen Mo himself was startled. He could feel that the force of his elbow strike was enough to easily break a small tree. This is much more powerful than the wild punches I used to throw when I was fighting in the factory when I was young. Now, not only is there hope for a longer life, but there's also the means to save it. He was immersed in the joy of gaining power when Su Wanqing on the bed let out a soft moan, her long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Confusion, bewilderment, and then excruciating pain. When she saw the unfamiliar surroundings, her disheveled clothes, and the glaring red stain on the bedsheet, her mind went blank. Then she saw the old man standing by the bed, wearing only a pair of shorts, with bulging muscles all over his body, but with a head of white hair and an old face. Memories flooded back, being tricked by my cousin, drinking that contaminated tea, desperately escaping the hotel, and bursting into an unfamiliar room. Then came endless depravity and madness. Ah! A scream loud enough to pierce eardrums was about to burst from Su Wanqing's throat. However, Chen Mo reacted even faster than her. Instead of covering her mouth like most people would, he preemptively pointed at her nose and, with a tone more grief-stricken and desperate than hers, accused her with heartbreaking indignation before she could scream. You woman, how can your thoughts be so impure? You've gone too far. You may have my body, but you'll never have my heart. Let me tell you, I, Chen Mo, am not a casual person. Chapter 4, You Forced Me. There's video evidence. Su Wanqing's scream, which was about to erupt, was abruptly cut off, as she was completely bewildered by Chen Mo's blatant distortion of the truth. Who is she? She is the president of Yuanqing Group, a woman at the top of the pyramid, and she is the only one who can overwhelm others with her aura. But now, she is clearly the biggest victim, drugged and defiled, so how come in this old man's mouth she has become the perpetrator who forced others to be abused? Her brain went blank for a full 3 seconds because of this absurd accusation. You're talking nonsense. Su Wanqing snapped out of her daze, her shame and anger instantly overwhelming her reason. She grabbed a pillow from the bed and threw it at Chen Mo with all her might. You shameless old scoundrel. It was clearly you took advantage of someone in distress. Chen Mo deftly turned to the side, easily dodging the pillow, his face still bearing that indignant expression of "I have been defiled." I took advantage of someone in distress? Young lady, you can't just say things like that. You have to have evidence for everything. As he spoke, he slowly walked to the door, picked up the old smartphone that had been recording video, took it back to Su Wanqing, and started playing it. On the screen, the image was somewhat dim and shaky, but the content was crystal clear. The video shows Su Wanqing herself, seemingly disoriented, wandering the hallway before frantically ramming into Chen Mo's door. Once the door opens, she throws herself into the arms of the old man who opened it, coiling around him like a beautiful snake. The video also clearly records Chen Mo's classic line, a mix of resistance and acceptance: "Girl, please have some self-respect. I'm not a casual person." Although the footage inside the house wasn't recorded, this segment alone, combined with Chen Mo's current explanation, is practically flawless. Anyone who reads this would think that Su Wanqing took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, while Chen Mo was a victim who was half-hearted and ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. As Su Wanqing watched the video of herself completely losing her mind and being so proactive that it made her blush, her pretty face instantly lost all color and turned deathly pale. She remembered. This afternoon, her cousin Su Wenba arranged to meet her at a private club under the pretext of introducing her to an important client. The so-called client spoke frivolously and had an unfriendly look in his eyes. She only drank a cup of tea that Su Wenba personally handed her, and then she felt dizzy and hot all over. Realizing something was wrong, she mustered her last bit of strength and escaped from the clubhouse, running haphazardly into the dilapidated tenement building. It's Su Wenba. He resorted to such despicable means to destroy himself in order to seize the inheritance of the group. If she hadn't escaped today, if she had fallen into the hands of that client, then tomorrow, the entire Jiangcheng business community would be rife with her explicit photos and scandals. At that time, she will be disgraced, dismissed by the board of directors, and completely lose all the capital to compete with Su Wenba. Thinking of this, Su Wanqing broke out in a cold sweat, feeling extremely frightened. The look in her eyes as she looked at Chen Mo became complicated. Although the old man was utterly shameless and took away his most precious possession, in the end, he did, by a twist of fate, pull himself out of an even more terrible abyss. Chen Mo observed her expression and saw that her emotions had shifted from anger and shame to lingering fear and calmness, knowing that the time was right. He cleared his throat and continued with his twisted logic, feigning helplessness. "Young lady, look at me, an 80-year-old man, childless and all alone. I was counting on this pure yang body to ascend to immortality and join the ranks of the immortals." As he spoke, he pounded his chest. "Now look what has happened, you've ruined it all. My 80 years of cultivation, destroyed in an instant. I have no hope of cultivating immortality anymore. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Puff. Su Wanqing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Cultivating immortality? Even ascending to immortality? Which mental hospital did this old man escape from? I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone spout such utter nonsense with such a straight face. She was trembling with anger and was about to retort when suddenly there was a loud banging on the door, accompanied by several men shouting maliciously. "Open the door! Open the door! We know you're in here." Su Wanqing's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Those are the people. It was Su Wenba's thugs who caught up with them. She panicked and instinctively gripped the blanket tightly. Chen Mo reacted swiftly. He stepped forward and, before Su Wanqing could react, covered her mouth with his hand. At the same time, he brought the phone screen close to her face, lowered his voice, and said in an unquestionable tone, "If you want to live, keep quiet." A sly glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as he continued his threat. "I've already uploaded this video to my cloud drive and set it up for one-click sharing. If you don't cooperate, believe me, I'll make sure the headline "Iceberg Female CEO, Desperate, Forces Himself on an 80-year-old Lonely Man" goes viral across the entire internet right now." Su Wanqing's eyes widened instantly, filled with anger and fear, tears welling up in her eyes. That old scoundrel. He's so wicked. He's wicked to the core. However, the banging on the door grew louder and louder, and the situation was beyond their control. She had no doubt that if she didn't cooperate, this shameless old man would definitely do such a thing. Finally, under Chen Mo's gaze, she nodded slowly, humiliated and with tears in her eyes. Chapter 5 Double Blow? This old man is really fierce. The knocking on the door grew more urgent, accompanied by profanities. Clearly, those people had lost their patience. "Old man, open the door. If you don't open it, we're kicking it down. Chen Mo gestured for Su Wanqing in his arms to be quiet, then slowly walked to the door and unlatched it. As soon as the door opened, a cheap, pungent perfume smell wafted out. The person standing at the door wasn't a burly thug with a menacing face, but a woman with heavy makeup and revealing clothing. When he saw that the person who opened the door was a gray-haired old man, the smile on his face instantly froze, replaced by undisguised disgust and contempt. This was the special housekeeping service that Chen Mo had called earlier. You are the one who made the phone call? The woman looked Chen Mo up and down, as well as at the dilapidated little house behind him, her brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a fly. Chen Mo was also looking for a way to get rid of her, so seeing this, he went along with it, deliberately acting bored and waving his hand. Oh, it's you. Sorry, I've suddenly lost interest, you can go now. Not interested? Are you kidding me? The woman immediately became furious, put her hands on her hips, and was about to argue. In their line of work, what they hate most is people who call someone and then back out. Chen Mo's eyes widened, and a fierce aura, honed from years of dealing with cold steel, emanated from him. What? You think I should just leave when I tell you to? Why all the nonsense? Do you want me to call the police and accuse you of prostitution? The woman was startled by his imposing manner, sensing that the old man in front of her was not as simple as he appeared. She muttered crazy in frustration and turned to leave. Just as she turned around, her sharp eyes caught a glimpse through the crack in the door of a woman's high heels and a black business suit scattered on the floor. She clicked her tongue in amazement, a meaningful smile appearing on her face, and muttered to herself. TCH, I thought he was impotent, turns out he just finished. This old man, I didn't realize he was a double killer, he's really something. The woman swayed her hips and walked away with the clack 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 of her high heels. Chen Mo closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally solved the problem. He returned to the house, where Su Wanqing had already hurriedly dressed. However, her skirt was torn in several places during the struggle, and her hair was a mess, making her look disheveled. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she glared resentfully at Chen Mo, like a kitten that had been bullied terribly. Chen Mo completely ignored her accusing gaze, plopped down on the edge of the bed, and began his long-winded speech. Girl, look, this has already happened. In essence, it's the first time for everyone, so you're not really at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing gritted her teeth in anger, her chest heaving violently. What did she mean by not suffering too much of a loss? Chen Mo seemed oblivious to her anger, continuing to calculate on his fingers. To be honest, you're the one who took advantage of me this time. Think about it, I, Chen Mo, have remained chaste for 80 years. 80 years. Do you know what that means? I've cultivated a pure young body for 80 years. And you? You're only in your 20s, right? At most, only 20-odd years. Trading your 20-odd years for mine 80, no matter how you look at it, I'm the one who lost out. I'll kill you. Su Wanqing could no longer hold back, and was so angry at these shameless and distorted remarks that she trembled all over. She never imagined that after more than 20 years of pure and innocent life, she would be taken away in such an absurd way by a lousy old man who spouts nonsense, and afterwards she would be told that she had gotten a huge advantage. With a scream, she lunged forward, ready to fight Chen Mo to the death. Just then, bang! 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 The door was pounded on again with a deafening roar, more violently than ever before, as if it were about to be kicked open at any moment. Several men's rough shouts came from outside. Third brother, are you sure that woman ran into this building? No mistake, brother. I saw it with my own eyes, it's definitely not out of the question. It's in one of these houses. Su Wanqing froze, her anger instantly extinguished by a chilling fear. For a moment, she even had suicidal thoughts. Rather than be humiliated by those people, it would be better to die in front of this shameless old man who at least saved her once. Just as despair filled her eyes and her gaze fell upon the rusty scissors on the table, a rough but powerful hand grabbed her. What's the panic? Even if the sky falls, there's always someone tall enough to hold it up. Chen Mo's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an inexplicable calmness. He pointed to the inner room where a pile of old newspapers and various odds and ends lay. Hide inside. Don't make a sound or move unless I tell you. Su Wanqing was completely at a loss and could only subconsciously follow his instructions, curling up in that musty corner, her heart pounding in her throat. Chen Mo straightened his clothes, and after confirming that there were no flaws, he slowly went to answer the door. As soon as he opened the door, a strong smell of smoke, alcohol, and sweat rushed in. 3 or 4 burly men with fierce faces and unfriendly eyes stood at the door. They were all wearing tight black t-shirts and had dragon and tiger patterns tattooed on their arms. They were obviously not good people. The leader was a bald man with a scar on his face that ran from his eyebrow to the corner of his mouth, making him look particularly ferocious. That was Brother Ma. Brother Ma sized Chen Mo up and down, his eyes filled with disdain, and asked in a gruff voice. "Old man, let me ask you something. Did you see a pretty woman in black run in just now?" Su Wanqing hid behind a pile of junk, her heart sinking instantly. Could this old man have sold himself out so easily? He just extorted me, and now he's using me to exchange for benefits with these people. He's perfectly capable of doing it. However, Chen Mo's next words stunned everyone. He nodded and answered earnestly, "Yes, I saw it." Brother Ma and the others were overjoyed, their chubby faces contorted with laughter. "Where is she? Tell us. Where is she?" Fearing Chen Mo wouldn't cooperate, Brother Ma rolled his eyes and told a lie. "To tell you the truth, sir, that's my wife. She has a bad temper, and she ran away from home after a fight with me. We're in a hurry to bring her home." Chen Mo, however, seemed not to understand. He frowned, looked at Brother Ma with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot, and began to spout nonsense in a serious tone. "Your wife? Wait a minute, young man." He gestured with his finger. "The one you're talking about looks quite old to me. Her hair is all white, her face is full of wrinkles, and she has to walk with a cane. She's almost 90, and you're not even 40 yet, are you? You have some rather unusual tastes, like an old cow eating young grass?" Brother Ma and his men were completely dumbfounded by Chen Mo's words. 90 years old? Using a cane? What the hell? Chen Mo completely ignored their stunned expressions and continued in his sincere tone, "Aren't you sure you've got the right person? Are you looking for Widow Wan who lives near the vegetable market in the south of the city? Oh dear, what a coincidence. She just passed by my door, trembling. I was thinking that since it's getting cold, I'd ask her if she wanted to live with me. But you pretty boy, beat me to it. What a pity." The words pretty boy were like a needle, piercing deep into the heart of Scarface Ma. He's a tough guy in the underworld, and everyone calls him Brother Ma wherever he goes. But today, he was called pretty boy by some old geezer. His scarred face instantly turned a deep liver color, with veins bulging. Hiding in the inner room, Su Wanqing's tense mood was greatly relieved after hearing this outrageous nonsense, and she almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. This old man's ability to make up lies is simply unparalleled. Even Widow Wang has come out, so why would she want to live together? Ma Ge finally realized he'd been tricked by this old man. He roared, spitting all over Chen Mo's face. "Fuck you! You old bastard, are you fucking kidding me? I'm asking about a young, beautiful woman in her 20s. Have you even seen her yet? Chapter 6, Looking for my wife? She's almost 90. Faced with Brother Ma's furious rage, Chen Mo seemed terrified, waving his hands tremblingly, and insisted. "No. I've never seen one. Young and pretty? I've never seen one. There aren't any like that in my run-down building. You must have the wrong person." His cowardly and fearful appearance completely enraged Brother Ma. In the eyes of these thugs, this old geezer was the lowest of the low, the easiest ant to bully. "You old codger, still dare to talk back?" Ma Ge lost all patience. He grabbed Chen Mo by the collar, lifted his thin body off the ground, and threatened him with a ferocious expression. "I'm asking you one last time, is the person inside or not? If you dare say no again, believe me, I'll send you to the hospital right now and you'll spend the rest of your life in bed." Su Wanqing, who was in the inner room, felt her heart leap into her throat. She covered her mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound. Although this old man was despicable and shameless, in the end, he was the one who got into this trouble out of nowhere. He's 80 years old, how could his body withstand a beating from these strong men? He'd probably lose half his life with just one punch. Moreover, once Chen Mo falls, he himself will be the next to suffer. There was no way she could escape from those ravenous men. What to do? What to do? Su Wanqing was so anxious that her palms were sweaty and her mind went blank. Just as she was extremely anxious and even prepared to rush out and fight them, Chen Mo, who was being held in mid-air by Brother Ma, suddenly staged a stunning reversal. His face suddenly flushed red, then quickly turned ashen. His eyes rolled back, his mouth opened wide, and he made a strange ho-ho sound. Immediately afterwards, a wisp of white foam appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his whole body convulsed violently as if he had been electrocuted, looking like he was about to die. I had a heart attack. He uttered a few words intermittently, then his head lolled to the side and he completely passed out, his entire weight pressing down on Brother Ma's hand. This staged accident acting is simply superb and incredibly lifelike. This is the essence of what he learned from an old fitter who always pretended to be sick and didn't work when he was young. Today, he is putting it to good use. Brother Ma and his men were completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. They're here to arrest people, not to kill them. Especially in these old tenement buildings, where all the neighbors know each other. If this old man really dies at their hands, things will really get out of hand. The little money Su Wenba gave them wasn't even enough for them to spend several years in jail. Brother Ma, this old man isn't really dead, is he? One of the henchmen asked, his voice trembling. Damn it, what bad luck. As if he had thrown away a hot potato, Brother Ma quickly let go. Chen Mo's body went limp and he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Brother Ma squatted down and, with trembling hands, reached out a finger to check under Chen Mo's nose, as if he had stopped breathing. Holy shit! Something really happened. Brother Ma was terrified and, forgetting all about finding anyone else, quickly called to his men. Get out of here! Get out of here! Avoid the security cameras downstairs, get out of here quickly! The group dared not linger any longer, scrambling down the stairs and cursing as they fled, afraid of getting involved in anything. Only after confirming that there was absolutely no more noise outside did Su Wanqing dare to crawl out from the pile of debris. When she saw Chen Mo lying motionless on the ground, she panicked. Could it be he wasn't faking it? Was he really so frightened that he developed a heart attack? She quickly ran over, squatted down, and helped Chen Mo up, her hands finding him ice cold. She patted Chen Mo's face and called out anxiously, Grandpa? Grandpa, wake up. Don't scare me. Chen Mo did not react. Su Wanqing panicked completely and frantically pulled out her phone to dial 120 for emergency medical assistance. Just as she was about to press the dial button, Chen Mo, who was dead on the ground, twitched his eyelids and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Su Wanqing in an extremely weak tone, as if he might die at any moment, and said in a barely audible voice. Girl, I'm dying. Before I die, I apologize for what I did to you before. Can you forgive me? A person's words are good when they are about to die. Seeing his deceased appearance and hearing his sincere apology, Su Wanqing's heart was touched to the deepest part. All the resentment and shame transformed into pity and compassion at that moment. After all, she was not a heartless person. She grasped Chen Mo's hand, tears streaming down her face, and choked out, I forgive you, old man, you can rest in peace. No sooner had he finished speaking than a miracle occurred. Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up, and his previously weak body suddenly burst forth with astonishing power. With a perfect somersault, he leaped to his feet and burst into loud laughter. Ha! You said it yourself. A gentleman's word is his bond. You can't go back on your word. Chapter 7, The Old Man is Putting on an Act Again. Su Wanqing held her phone, poised to dial 120, completely stunned. She watched as Chen Mo, who had just moments before looked like he was about to pass away, now stood before her, full of energy and grinning like a weasel that had stolen a chicken. That loud laughter showed no trace of the weakness of a dying person. It took a full 5 seconds for her brain to start working again. I've been scammed. I've been fooled by that wicked old man again. An indescribable sense of humiliation and anger erupted from the depths of her heart, shooting straight to the top of her head. Her kindness and compassion had been toyed with like a monkey by this old swindler. You shameless old liar. Su Wanqing trembled with rage, her beautiful face flushed crimson. She wanted to curse, to use every vile word in the world to condemn this old rogue, but her excellent upbringing left her momentarily speechless. However, Chen Mo didn't give her a chance to organize her thoughts and spoke first, with a righteous and awe-inspiring expression. Hey, you can't say that. If you forgive me, it means all our previous unpleasantness is wiped clean and we're even. He waved his hand righteously, then changed the subject, his expression becoming serious. Now that we've settled our score, it's time to talk about what you owe me. I owe you something? Su Wanqing almost laughed out of anger. She pointed at herself and said, What do I owe you? You owe me so much. Chen Mo counted on his fingers, listing each item for her. First, you forced yourself on me, ruining my 80 years of chastity. This caused enormous and irreversible trauma to my pure heart. You have to pay for this emotional distress, right? Secondly, to protect you, I outwitted and outmaneuvered those vicious thugs, faking illness and putting on an act, which exhausted a lot of my brain cells and physical strength, and I almost really died. You have to give me some compensation for nutrition and lost wages, right? Third, and most importantly, my door. Chen Mo pointed to the wooden door that had been smashed and dented. Look at how badly they've damaged this door, can you even use it? Do you think repairing a door is free? Su Wanqing was so angry that she couldn't even speak after hearing this outrageous and shameless demand for compensation. She had met all sorts of people in her life, from shrewd businessmen to adversaries at the negotiating table, but she had never seen anyone who so shattered the limits of her worldview. Consumed by rage, she no longer cared about her image as a CEO. With a scream, she stretched out her slender fingers and pinched hard at the soft flesh of Chen Mo's waist. Ouch! A gentleman uses words, not fists. Chen Mo dodged nimbly while yelling, "If you hit me again, I'll use words." His meaningful look instantly reminded Su Wanqing of the scene in bed earlier, and her face flushed red, her hands momentarily stopping. Just as the two were chasing and dodging each other, flirting in the cramped room, a loud bang was heard, and the already rickety wooden door was kicked open from the outside. Brother Ma and his men returned, their faces ashen and their eyes fierce. "Damn it, you old bastard, you dare to play dead and fool us." Brother Ma pointed at the lively Chen Mo and roared through gritted teeth, "We figured it out as soon as we went downstairs, there are security cameras in this building. We even went to the security room to take a look, that little wench never left this building from beginning to end. She's in your room. If you dare to play any more tricks, I'll cripple you today." When Su Wanqing saw the thugs return, she was immediately horrified, and the little bit of color that had just risen in her eyes vanished completely. "It's over. There's really no way to escape this time." Chen Mo pulled her behind him, patted his chest, and said calmly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. A few petty thieves are nothing to worry about." He turned around, facing Brother Ma and the others, adopting a mysterious and inscrutable posture, and slowly said, "I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary old man, but all I got in return was deception. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm laying my cards on the table. I am the contemporary grandmaster of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji School." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing felt dizzy and almost fainted on the spot in despair. Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji men? Isn't that the charlatan master who was knocked out by an amateur boxer online a while ago, and who claimed to know the lightning five-fold whip technique? This old man, could his surname be Ma? She glanced desperately at the scissors on the table, clenched her fists, and prepared to fight to the death at the last moment. Chen Mo, with a righteous air, walked out of the room to greet Brother Ma and the others. Chapter 8 Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji School? This old man's surname is Ma? The doorframe was kicked open and cracked, sending splinters flying. After kicking the door open, Brother Ma saw Chen Mo jumping around and was furious. "You old bastard, not bad acting. Heart disease? I think you're tired of living." Brother Ma pointed at Chen Mo's nose and cursed. Chen Mo wasn't angry at all. Instead, he patted his chest with a grin and continued to make up stories. "Oh, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. My heart disease is hereditary, it comes and goes. I just took some quick-acting heart medicine that my granddaughter gave me, and that's how I felt. See, I'm fine now. I don't care if you took some kind of miracle drug or poison." Brother Ma was too lazy to waste words with him. He gestured menacingly into the house and bluntly stated, "Hand over that little wench, and we'll call it even today. Otherwise, neither of you will get away with this." The smile on Chen Mo's face slowly faded, and he let out a long sigh, as if carrying a sense of sorrowful helplessness. He slowly adopted a stance, left foot forward, right foot back, hands in front of his chest, one in front of the other, the very same starting stance of that infamous online con artist. "Young people, don't be so hot-blooded." His voice wasn't too loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. "As I just said, I am Chen Mo, the Grandmaster of Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi. I advise you young people to behave yourselves, value harmony, and avoid infighting." Brother Ma and his men were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Grandmaster? I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be Master Ma's fellow disciple who got knocked out with a single punch? Old man, do you still know the lightning five-strike whip? Come on, show us. Rat tail juice. Ha, Brother Ma, this old man is a real character." Brother Ma was laughing so hard he almost cried. He boasted that he was a formidable fighter in the western part of the city back in the day, having killed people and spent time in jail, and that he had real skills. In his eyes, this old geezer was nothing more than a fart. Alright, stop fucking acting. Brother Ma wiped away the tears of laughter, his face instantly turning ferocious. Since you won't listen to reason, I'll break your old bones first, then go in and arrest people. After saying that, he took the lead and swung his fist, which was as big as a casserole dish, at Chen Mo's face. This punch was powerful and heavy, accompanied by a whooshing sound. If it landed, it would cause a concussion, not to mention an 80-year-old man. Even a young man would suffer a concussion on the spot. Hiding in the house, Su Wanqing's heart sank to the bottom. It's over. That old swindler, his boasting has been exposed. Did he really think he was a martial arts master? He's doomed now. She stared intently at the doorway, then closed her eyes in despair, unable to bear witnessing the bloody scene that was about to unfold. However, the expected sounds of bones cracking and screams did not occur. Instead, there was a crisp, chilling cracking sound of bones dislocating, followed by a heart-wrenching, inhuman scream. Ah! Su Wanqing suddenly opened her eyes. She thought Chen Mo's arm had been broken, and a feeling of inexplicable guilt and reluctance welled up in her heart. But then, there was another crisp crack sound, accompanied by a second-person scream. It sounds like there are two people. She couldn't resist any longer and quietly peeked out from under the door, trying to see what was happening outside. She was completely stunned by what she saw after just one glance. The scream coming from the narrow stairwell was not from Chen Mo at all. Instead, it was Brother Ma, who had been so aggressive just moments before, and one of his men who had rushed up first. Brother Ma's right arm was twisted backward at an extremely bizarre angle, hanging limply, clearly indicating that the entire joint had been dislocated. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, his face was deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with terror and disbelief as he looked at Chen Mo. The other thug was in a similar situation, rolling on the ground and wailing while clutching his arm. Chen Mo, who called himself the Grandmaster of Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji, maintained his comical starting stance, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression calm and serene, as if he had just casually swatted away 2 flies. Chapter 9 I am a Grandmaster of Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji. In the stairwell, only the painful groans of the 2 thugs and a deathly silence remained. The remaining 2 henchmen, who had originally wanted to rush up as well, were now rooted to the spot, their legs weak, and they looked at Chen Mo as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't even see what happened. Just as Brother Ma's fist was about to smash into Chen Mo's face, they only saw the old man's body sway slightly, and one hand reached out like a ghost. It seemed slow, but it arrived first after being hit by a punch, with a light touch, a turn, and a flick. Then, Brother Ma was sent flying, and his arm broke. The other thug who rushed up met the same fate. Chen Mo didn't even change his posture much, he just leaned his shoulder slightly, and the burly man weighing over 180 pounds screamed and flew backward, his arm twisted in an unnatural position. What kind of kung fu is this? Is this the kind of power and speed that a human can have? Brother Ma clutched his dislocated arm, wincing in pain, but the fear in his heart had already overwhelmed the physical pain. He'd been around for so many years, been in countless fights, and seen plenty of skilled fighters, but he'd never seen anything this bizarre. One move. With just one move, he crippled him and one of his most capable brothers. And the other party didn't even breathe loudly. This is no old geezer at all, this is clearly a monster in human skin. Chen Mo stopped his stance, slowly walked up to Brother Ma, and, mimicking the tone from the online video, said earnestly, "Young man, I've tried to persuade you, but you wouldn't listen. I told you to value peace and to practice martial ethics, but you insisted on launching a sneak attack." He shook his head, looking heartbroken. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Traditional kung fu emphasizes stopping when the point is reached. I only dislocated your arms. If I had used more force, your cervical vertebrae would be broken by now. Yes. Master. Grandmaster. We were wrong. We didn't recognize your greatness. Ma Ge no longer dared to be arrogant in the slightest. He was so frightened that he nodded repeatedly, almost kneeling down before Chen Mo. All he wants now is to get away from this scoundrel and get his arm back on. We'll never dare to do it again. Please, have mercy on us, one of the henchmen pleaded, his voice trembling. Leave? Chen Mo stopped them with a smile. You can leave, but aren't there some things we haven't settled yet? Brother Ma's heart skipped a beat, and he forced out a smile that looked worse than a grimace. Master, please tell me, please tell me. Chen Mo pointed to his broken door, then to his chest. You've come to provoke me time and time again, smashed my door, and even gave me a heart attack. You should at least pay for the emotional distress, medical expenses, and the repair costs, right? Give it to us. We'll give it to you. We definitely will. Ma Gu dared not say no. He quickly ordered his 2 remaining uninjured men to empty their pockets of all the money. After much effort, they managed to scrape together a little over 1,300 yuan, crumpled and smelling of sweat. Master, that's all, what do you think? Chen Mo didn't seem to mind, grabbing the money and stuffing it into his pocket. Then, he waved it away like he was shooing away a fly. Alright, get lost. Remember, you'll be a rat's tail juice from now on. Yes. We'll definitely get the rat tail juice. Ma and his companions felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They helped the 2 wounded men and scrambled away from the tenement building that they would never forget. Watching the thugs flee in disarray, Chen Mo patted his bulging pockets with satisfaction, feeling quite pleased with himself. Not only did it solve the problem, it also generated some extra income. He had just turned around, his smile fading, when he met a pair of eyes filled with shock, inquiry, and extreme complexity. Su Wanqing had come out of the house at some point and stood behind Chen Mo, watching him without moving. She scrutinized the old man before her from head to toe, as if trying to see right through him. His bulging muscles, his sharp eyes, his unfathomable skill, and that aged face that seemed so out of place with all of that. All of this is full of contradictions and mystery. He is definitely not an ordinary retired fitter. A reclusive martial arts master? Or is he a retired bigwig from a special department with exceptional skills? After a long while, Su Wanqing finally found her voice. She took a step forward, moved closer to Chen Mo, and asked with a slight, almost imperceptible tremor in her voice. Who exactly are you? Chapter 10. Is this guy an 80-year-old man? Chen Mo was taken aback by Su Wanqing's sudden question, and then a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Who am I? He stroked his chin, feigning profundity, and said, I'm just an ordinary retired fitter. Su Wanqing clearly didn't believe it. She stared intently into Chen Mo's eyes, trying to find a flaw in his gaze. An ordinary old fitter? Can an ordinary old fitter have your skills? To beat a few strong thugs to a pulp? Chen Mo shrugged, looking completely innocent. You don't know this, do you? Back in the day, at the Red Star Machinery Factory, I was a real expert at fighting. Everyone in the factory knew how formidable Chen Mo, was. It's just that I've gotten older and toned it down. Su Wanqing still didn't believe it, and she continued to press. Then what kind of kung fu did you use just now? Why have I never seen it before? And what exactly is this Han Yuan Xing Yi Tai Chi Men you're talking about? Chen Mo laughed and patted Su Wanqing on the shoulder. Little girl, knowing too much about some things won't do you any good. You just need to know that I'm not a bad person, and that I can protect you, that's enough. Su Wanqing froze, a blush rising to her cheeks, when he slapped her. She quickly took a step back, creating some distance, and looked at Chen Mo warily. What do you want to do? Chen Mo's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. President Su, I know you're in danger right now. Su Wenba has gone after you with deadly intent. You failed this time, but he'll definitely try again. You're just a weak woman, you're no match for him. Su Wanqing's expression instantly turned serious. She knew Chen Mo was telling the truth. Su Wenba had resorted to any means necessary to seize control of the group. So what do you want? Su Wanqing asked. Chen Mo smiled slightly. It's simple, hire me as your bodyguard. I can guarantee your safety and help you deal with Su Wenba's threat. Su Wanqing frowned. Hire you? How much do you want? Chen Mo shook his head. Money? What would an old man like me, who's about to die, need so much money for? Su Wanqing was taken aback. Then what do you want? Chen Mo's gaze swept over Su Wanqing, and he revealed a meaningful smile. What I want is very simple. I need you to be with me, to harmonize yin and yang. Harmony of yin and yang? Su Wanqing didn't react for a moment. When she understood Chen Mo's meaning, she turned pale with anger. You old scoundrel. I'd rather die than agree to this. Chen Mo remained calm. President Su, please don't get agitated. I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it, although I've temporarily suppressed the effects of Red Beauty's intoxication on you, it hasn't been completely eradicated. If you don't restore your yin and yang balance in time, your body will suffer long-term consequences. Besides, I'm doing this to complete the system's mission and extend my lifespan. A system task? Su Wanqing asked in confusion. Chen Mo realized he had let something slip and quickly covered it up, saying, It's nothing, I was just saying it offhand. Su Wanqing clearly didn't believe her, but she didn't press the matter. Her primary concern right now was her own safety. I will not agree to your shameless request, Su Wanqing said firmly. If you dare to bother me again, I will call the police. Chen Mo sighed. President Su, why are you doing this? We've already been intimate, what's wrong with taking it a step further? Besides, I'm doing this to save you. Shut up. Su Wanqing angrily interrupted Chen Mo. I don't want to hear you say such disgusting things again. Get out. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly. Alright, since you insist, I won't force you. However, I still have to remind you that Su Wenbo won't let this go. You'd better watch yourself. After saying that, Chen Mo turned to leave. Wait. Su Wanqing suddenly called out to him. Chen Mo stopped and turned to look at Su Wanqing. What? Changed your mind? Su Wanqing gritted her teeth, seemingly making a difficult decision. Can we discuss what you just said? Chen Mo smiled slightly. Of course. We can talk slowly until we reach an agreement. Looking at Chen Mo's calculating face, Su Wanqing felt helpless. She knew she had no other choice now. Okay, let's talk. Su Wanqing finally gave in. Chen Mo smiled victoriously. That's more like it. Let's talk inside, it's not safe outside. After saying that, Chen Mo went into the house first. Su Wanqing hesitated for a moment, then followed her inside. Chapter 11. Once every 5 days, no less. Is there any way to discuss this further? When Su Wanqing asked that question, she herself found it unbelievable. Her voice was very soft, with a tremor and a hint of compromise that she herself was unaware of. Who is she? The president of Yuanqing Group, a well-known high and mighty beauty in Jiangqing's business circles. When did she need to use such a pleading tone to bargain with a shameless old man? But reality is just that cruel. The figures of the thugs fleeing outside the door had not yet gone far, and the air seemed to still carry the scent of their fear. All of this stems from the old man before us, with a head of white hair, a face marked by the passage of time, but eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Su Wanqing was absolutely certain that he was not an ordinary retired fitter. An ordinary old fitter could not possibly possess such ghostly skill, could not possibly dislocate the arms of two strong men while chatting and laughing, and could not possibly maintain such a comical yet unfathomable stance when facing threats from thugs. A reclusive martial arts master? Or is he some mysterious big shot who retired from a special position? Countless guesses swirled in her mind, but all of them pointed to one fact: this old man was her only lifeline at the moment. She had truly experienced Su Wenba's ruthlessness today. If we fail this time, we'll only go even crazier and have no bottom line next time. Chen Mo looked at her pretty face, which was filled with entanglement, humiliation, and struggle, and felt a surge of joy in his heart. The fish have taken the bait. He coughed twice on purpose, adopting a mysterious air, and said slowly, of course we can discuss it. I'm always very easy to talk to. A glimmer of hope ignited in Su Wanqing's heart. She gathered her thoughts and tried to make her voice sound steady and authoritative, regaining some of her CEO demeanor. Okay? I need a bodyguard. I can offer you the highest salary in the industry, 3 million a year, plus a separate residence and a private car. Your task is to ensure my personal safety until I completely eliminate the threat from Su Wenba. She believed the offer was generous enough to tempt any top bodyguard. However, after listening, Chen Mo just pursed his lips, as if he had heard something insignificant. He walked over to the creaky hardboard bed, sat down, took out a cheap cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and the smoke he exhaled made his old face even more blurry. Money? He scoffed, flicking cigarette ash onto the dusty cement floor. Little girl, do you think I look like someone who's short of money? Su Wanqing was speechless at his attitude of regarding money as dirt. This dilapidated tenement building, this bare-walled home of less than 10 square meters, this old, faded undershirt, how could anyone not look poor? What I pursue is something on a higher level. Chen Mo's gaze became distant, as if he was reminiscing about something. It is the true meaning of life, the harmony of the universe, and the great principle of yin and yang. Su Wanqing was confused, but she keenly grasped the key point. So what kind of reward do you want? Chen Mo stubbed out his cigarette, stood up, and walked step by step to Su Wanqing. He was half a head shorter than Su Wanqing, but at this moment, Su Wanqing felt as if she were enveloped by an invisible aura, making it difficult for her to breathe. He didn't speak, but leaned close to Su Wanqing's ear and whispered in a slightly hoarse and warm tone that only the two of them could hear, my reward is simple, food and lodging included. However, the martial art I practice is rather special, emphasizing the balance of yin and yang to strengthen the foundation and cultivate vitality. In order to maintain my power and not falter at crucial moments, I need to periodically perform yin-yang balance with you. Boom! Su Wanqing's mind went completely blank, as if struck by lightning. Yin and yang in harmony? She wasn't an innocent little girl. She instantly understood the naked, utterly shameless meaning behind those 4 words. An uncontrollable surge of humiliation and anger shot from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, causing her blood to boil in an instant. Her cheeks flushed red, not from embarrassment, but from extreme anger. What? You shameless old scoundrel. You actually want me to do that kind of thing with you every day. She was so angry that she couldn't even say the word making love and could only use that kind of thing instead. Chen Mo looked at her, who was about to explode with anger, but her face showed an extremely pure and innocent expression, as if she were discussing some academic issue. Hey, don't get agitated. What do you mean by that kind of thing? You're making it sound so awful. We're doing this for cultivation, to pursue the ultimate state of harmony between humanity and nature. Chen Mo spoke nonsense with a straight face, and then, as if he had made a great concession, he began his bargaining. Of course, considering you've just lost your virginity and your body might be a bit weak, once a day is indeed a bit too frequent. He stroked his chin seriously, counting on his fingers. How about this, once every 2 days, is that alright? You're dreaming. Su Wanqing's chest heaved violently with anger. 2 days isn't enough? Chen Mo frowned, looking troubled. Then 3 days. Once every 3 days, this is to ensure my combat effectiveness, and it's also for your own good. Think about it, what if Su Wenba sends someone again, and I get beaten down because of my lack of skill? Wouldn't you be the one who suffers then? Su Wanqing was speechless, stumped by his twisted logic. Seeing that she was still hesitating, Chen Mo gritted his teeth and, as if he were going all out, held up 4 fingers. 4 days? Once every 4 days? This is truly my bottom line. I can't go any less. If it goes any less, my divine skill will deteriorate, and then I won't even be able to protect myself, let alone protect you. Ah! Su Wanqing could no longer tolerate this absurd negotiation. She felt her reason and dignity being repeatedly rubbed into the ground by this old rogue. Get out of here! You wicked old liar! You old rogue! With all her might, she pushed Chen Mo away and turned to rush towards the door. She would rather face the assassin sent by Su Wenba than spend another second with this shameless old man. Bang! She slammed the already rickety wooden door shut with all her might, letting out a painful groan. Chen Mo stumbled from her push, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he chased after her to the door and shouted at her retreating figure with all his might. Hey! Don't go! Girl! The price is negotiable. 5 times a week isn't out of the question. Hey! Chapter 12. The high heel broke, and the old man arrived. Bad guy. Thug. Liar. Su Wanqing stormed out of the musty and rusty tenement building. The evening breeze blew on her burning cheeks, but it did nothing to dispel the anger and humiliation in her heart. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more wrong she felt. Having lived for over 20 years, she was pure and virtuous, and followed the rules and regulations. In everyone's eyes, she was a favored daughter of heaven. But just today, within a few short hours, she was first drugged by her cousin, then lost her virginity to a complete stranger, then was chased by thugs, and finally, the culprit who took everything from her even had the audacity to bargain with her, demanding that she pay for her bodyguard fees with her body. Is there anything more absurd or outrageous than this in the world? Ah! She went downstairs and looked at the Maserati GT parked by the roadside, so out of place with its dilapidated surroundings, and her anger was reignited. She raised her high-heeled foot and kicked it hard at the curb with all her might. Snap! A crisp snapping sound rang out. However, it wasn't the curb that broke, but the heel of her 5-figure designer high heels. The enormous reaction force caused her to twist her ankle, lose her balance, and stumble forward awkwardly. The expensive Chanel suit rubbed against the rough cement floor, causing a burning pain in my knees, and even the expensive stockings I had just put on were torn with a long gash. Embarrassment, humiliation, pain. All the negative emotions reached their peak at this moment. Su Wanqing could no longer hold back. She squatted down, hugged her knees, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She wasn't a crybaby, but after going through all of this, she felt her hard shell had been completely shattered. She cried for an unknown amount of time before she slowly stopped sobbing, wiped away her tears, and limped towards her car. All she wants now is to get home, take a hot shower, and forget everything that happened today. She opened the car door and struggled to sit in the driver's seat. The familiar leather and perfume scent inside gave her a slight sense of security. Just as she settled into her seat and was about to start the car, the back door suddenly clicked open. A figure nimbly slipped in and plopped down behind her. Su Wanqing was startled and turned around abruptly, only to see an old face that made her grit her teeth in hatred. It was Chen Mo. He had that smirking, unserious smile on his face, and was carrying a worn-out canvas bag, as if he had been ready to go with her all along. "Don't rush off yet," Chen Mo leaned over, a strong smell of cheap tobacco hitting him. "I was just thinking about it, and once every 5 days is a bit much. How about this, once a week? That should be more sincere, right? Roll." Su Wanqing's anger was reignited, and she felt her blood pressure soaring. That old scoundrel actually dared to follow us. How did he know his car wasn't locked? Without a second thought, she pushed open the car door, jumped out, and pointed at Chen Mo's nose, yelling, "Get out of the car! Now! Right now! Or I'll call the police!" Seeing her furious state, Chen Mo not only didn't leave, but slowly moved from the back seat to the passenger seat, looking like he was determined to stay. "Hey, why are you so angry? Let's talk this out. Look at you, your heel is broken, your stockings are torn, you look so pathetic. I was just worried about you. I don't need your concern. Get out of here." Su Wanqing went around to the passenger side, opened the car door, and was about to pull him out. The moment she got out of the car and her body was completely exposed outside. Buzz! A piercing roar of an engine came from around the corner of the street. A black minivan, like a wild beast out of control, ignored the red light at the intersection and drifted at a crazy angle, heading straight for Su Wanqing and her white Maserati. It all happened so fast. So fast that Su Wanqing didn't even have time to react. In her pupils, all that remained were the two increasingly blinding headlights and the roaring engine that seemed to devour everything. Her mind went blank, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped her. Bang! A deafening roar. However, the expected excruciating pain of being thrown into the air did not come. Su Wanqing felt herself being pulled backward by a tremendous force, falling backward and landing in an old but exceptionally firm embrace. Her multi-million-dollar Maserati took the brunt of the fatal blow. The front of the car was severely dented by the violent impact, the windows shattered with a crash, and all the airbags deployed. If she had been in the car or standing by the door just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Wanqing was still in shock, her heart pounding, her face pale as she stared at the horrific scene before her. The van that caused the accident stopped, the door opened, and a middle-aged man dressed simply and looking honest hurriedly ran out. Upon seeing Su Wanqing, his face immediately showed anxiety and guilt, and he apologized repeatedly. "Oh dear. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The brakes failed. Miss, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Su Wanqing was still in shock and just stared at him blankly. She recognized this middle-aged man. He is Uncle Zhang, her father's former driver, who later resigned due to family matters. When she was little, Uncle Zhang held her in his arms. "Uncle Zhang." Su Wanqing called out uncertainly. "Oh my. It's Wanqing." Uncle Zhang's face showed a mixture of surprise and joy as he quickly walked over. "What a coincidence. I'm so glad you're all right. I'm so glad you're all right. If you had been hurt, how could I explain it to your parents?" As he spoke, he extended his hand warmly, as if he wanted to help Su Wanqing up. Seeing that it was someone she knew, Su Wanqing relaxed her guard. However, just as Uncle Zhang's hand was about to touch her, something unexpected happened. His honest and simple face instantly transformed from a smile into a hideous grin. The other hand, which had been hidden behind her back, was pulled out with lightning speed. A flash of cold light appeared, and a sharp folding knife was plunged fiercely into Su Wanqing's heart. The distance was too close. The change was too sudden. Su Wanqing's pupils contracted sharply. She could even see her own terrified and desperate face reflected on the blade. "It's over. I'm really doomed this time." In the blink of an eye. Just a moment before the knife tip pierced her chest. An old but incredibly strong hand, covered in calluses and scars, struck first and then grabbed the gleaming blade. Laugh. The sharp blade instantly cut through his palm, and bright red blood gushed out from between his fingers, dripping onto the cold ground. However, the knife could no longer advance even an inch. The person who intervened was none other than Chen Mo, who had just saved her life. He had somehow appeared in front of Su Wancheng and, with his own hand, forcefully grasped the deadly knife. Chapter 13: The Old Rogue's Three Conditions. Fresh blood dripped from between Chen Mo's fingers, splashing onto the ground and forming tiny blood flowers. Under the cover of night, the red color appeared particularly glaring. Su Wancheng stared blankly at the shocking scene before her, at the old figure who had forcefully blocked the sharp blade with his bare hands, her mind once again going blank. He saved himself again. And this time, it happened in such a brutal and direct way. The middle-aged man, who was called Uncle Zhang, had his ferocity and madness completely replaced by horror and disbelief. He was instructed by Su Wenbo with a large sum of money to plan this perfect assassination, which involved an accidental car accident and a finishing blow from an acquaintance. Everything was going according to plan, and he was about to succeed. He even started to fantasize about getting the final payment, which would be enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life. But he never dreamed that such a reckless Chang Yaojin would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Catching a blade bare-handed? Isn't this something you only see in movies? Is this old man crazy? Isn't he afraid of losing his hand? Uncle Zhang's mind raced. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to try to pull the knife out of Chen Mo's hand, or even push it forward an inch. However, the bleeding hand remained motionless, like a red-hot iron clamp. The blade was firmly held in place by muscles and bones, as if it had been fused to that hand. Who are you? Uncle Zhang's voice trembled with fear. Chen Mo did not answer him. His face showed no sign of pain, but his eyes, which shone brightly under the dim streetlights, held a chilling aura that sent shivers down Uncle Zhang's spine. That wasn't anger, but indifference, a cold indifference towards inanimate objects. Too weak. Chen Mo's hoarse voice rang out, and then he moved. There are no fancy moves, no unnecessary actions. He simply raised his right leg and delivered a clean and precise front kick, striking Uncle Zhang squarely in the chest. Bang! A muffled thud, like a sledgehammer striking a cowhide drum. Uncle Zhang's body, weighing over 160 pounds, was as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. His feet left the ground, and he flew backward for more than 3 meters before crashing heavily to the ground with a painful groan. He felt as if his sternum was broken and his internal organs were out of place. He couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up, but found that all the strength in his body had been drained. He watched in horror as the old man walked towards him step by step, his fear reaching its peak. This is no old man at all, this is clearly a demon that crawled out of hell. I've met my match today. If we don't leave now, we're going to lose our lives here. Uncle Zhang dared not linger any longer. He used both hands and feet, scrambling and crawling towards the van that had caused the accident. He didn't even care about the knife that had fallen to the ground. He started the car and fled the scene in a panic. Chen Mo watched the direction he fled in but did not chase after him. He looked down at his pierced palm. The wound was deep, almost piercing through the entire hand, and blood was still gushing out. His brow furrowed slightly, not because of pain. This injury was no different to him than when he was young and got a cut on his hand from iron filings in the workshop. I just feel a bit unlucky. I just changed into a new set of clothes and they got dirty. Your hand is bleeding so much. Su Wancheng finally snapped out of her shock. When she saw Chen Mo's blood-soaked hand, a complex mix of emotions welled up inside her. There was lingering fear, gratitude, guilt, and a touch of heartache that she couldn't quite explain. She no longer cared about the boundaries between men and women, and forgot that she was just angry with this old rogue. She frantically rummaged through the wrecked car for the first aid kit. Don't move. Let me bandage you. Su Wancheng had Chen Mo sit on the flower bed by the roadside, while she squatted down and opened the first aid kit. Her hands were trembling, and she almost dropped the disinfectant swabs several times when she took them out. She carefully cleaned the bloodstains and dirt from Chen Mo's palm with cotton swabs. When the disinfectant alcohol came into contact with the wound, she saw Chen Mo's body tremble slightly. Does it hurt a lot? She subconsciously softened her movements, her voice carrying a gentleness she herself was unaware of. Chen Mo felt a surge of pride seeing her tense yet focused expression, but he couldn't help but tease her. Ouch. It doesn't hurt, just a little numb. He grimaced, pretending to be serious. This little injury is nothing. Back in the day, when I was doing technical innovation in the factory, a drill bit pierced my hand, but I just wrapped it in some rags and went to work the next day. Compared to the injury you suffered in bed before, this little pain of mine is nothing. You. The slight feeling of gratitude and guilt that Su Wanqing had just felt was instantly wiped away by his inappropriate remark. Her face flushed red instantly, filled with shame and anger, and she wished she could shove the gauze in her hand into his mouth. That old scoundrel never misses an opportunity to gain an advantage verbally. She glared at him irritably, but her movements became even gentler, as if afraid of hurting him. Round and round, the white gauze was quickly stained red with blood. After bandaging the hand, Su Wanqing tied a knot and looked at Chen Mo's hand, which was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, feeling a mix of emotions. Silence spread between the two. A night breeze blew by, bringing a touch of coolness. After a long silence, Chen Mo finally spoke first. He shook his bandaged hand and said matter-of-factly, "Look, the situation is obvious now. Su Wenba is no longer satisfied with ruining your reputation with underhanded means. He's starting to go all out. Today it's Uncle Zhang, tomorrow it might be Uncle Li or Uncle Wang. How many times can you dodge that?" Su Wanqing's expression turned serious. She couldn't refute it. 2 consecutive life or death crises made her realize that her situation was far more dangerous than she had imagined. Those so-called bodyguards around her probably wouldn't last even a minute against a real assassin. The old man in front of me, though foul-mouthed, shameless, and lecherous, is undeniably powerful. Moreover, his purpose was very simple. He just wanted his body. Compared to those who wanted his life, this old rogue who only wanted his body was actually the only person he could trust and the only one who could protect him. How ironic. So, Chen Mo looked at her and made the suggestion again, "What do you think of my proposal now? I'll be your bodyguard, and you'll be responsible for my yin-yang balance. A fair deal, isn't it?" Su Wanqing bit her lower lip so hard it almost drew blood. She was torn between her inner conflict and her own conscience. Reason told her that agreeing to his request was the only way out at the moment. But her emotions and sense of dignity made her unable to accept such humiliating conditions. Chen Mo didn't urge her, but just watched her quietly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Time passed by, second by second. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, Su Wanqing raised her head, her beautiful eyes flashing with humiliation and resentment, but even more so with a resolute determination to burn her bridges. "Okay, I promise you." She squeezed out those 4 words through gritted teeth. Before Chen Mo could even smile, Su Wanqing continued, "However, I have 3 conditions." "Oh?" Chen Mo became interested. "Tell me about it." "First, our relationship must never be known to a third person. Outside, you are just my bodyguard, driver, or butler, anything is fine, but you must never reveal our true relationship." "Okay." Chen Mo nodded. "Secondly, you can't touch me without my permission. Especially in public." "Sure," Chen Mo readily agreed. "Third," Su Wanqing said, a blush rising to her cheeks and her voice lowering, "when it comes to fulfilling that agreement, if I am not able to, or am not mentally prepared, you cannot force me." Chen Mo chuckled inwardly as he watched her expression, a mixture of shame and indignation, yet one of forced compromise. Make a deal. Chapter 14 Ding. New target detected, gentle older sister. As night deepened, a taxi smoothly drove into Yunding Villa, the most upscale villa area in Zhangcheng. Su Wanqing's Maserati was completely totaled and could only be parked on the side of the road temporarily, waiting for the insurance company and a tow truck to handle it. Sitting in the car, Su Wanqing watched the luxurious scenery rushing past the window, but her heart was heavy. Glancing at Chen Mo, who was sitting next to him, curiously looking out the window like a country bumpkin visiting the Grand View Garden, Chen Mo felt a surge of annoyance. Starting today, this shameless old rogue will officially move into my home and interfere in my life. The feeling is like finding a fly crawling on your pristine white silk sheets, disgusting, unpleasant, yet you have to endure it for the time being. The taxi stopped in front of one of the largest villas. "We've arrived," Su Wanqing said coldly, getting out of the car first. Chen Mo followed and looked at the brightly lit, palace-like 3-story villa in front of him, as well as the neatly manicured lawn in front of the door, and couldn't help but click his tongue. Goodness gracious, how many toilets would that be? Chen Mo muttered to himself. He had lived in a tenement building his whole life, and even going to the toilet required running to the end of the corridor. The difference between people was greater than the distance between him and the factory's most beautiful girl. Su Wanqing used her fingerprint to open the heavy, carved gate of the villa. "You're back, Wanqing." As soon as the door opened, a voice so gentle it seemed to melt your heart came through. A woman dressed in beige loungewear, who looked 7 or 8 parts like Su Wanqing but had a completely different temperament, quickly came to greet her. She didn't have Su Wanqing's icy aloofness and detachment. Instead, she was like a piece of warm, smooth jade, her eyes and brows full of the gentleness and tenderness unique to women from Jiangnan. Her long hair was casually tied back with a hairpin, and she wore a cute cartoon apron. A faint aroma of food filled the air. She is Su Wanqing's older sister, Su Yunru. Sister, why aren't you asleep yet? Su Wanqing's icy expression softened slightly when she saw her sister. I made some soup, waiting for you to come back and drink it. Su Yunru's gaze fell on Su Wanqing's torn stockings and the scrapes on her knees, her face immediately filled with heartache and worry. Oh dear, what happened to you? How could you be so careless? Did you fall? Does it hurt? Su Yunru held Su Wanqing's hand and checked her over from head to toe. Her heartfelt concern moved Chen Mo, who was standing to the side. It's nothing, sis, I just twisted my ankle by accident. Su Wanqing didn't want her sister to worry, so she made up a reason on the spot. Only then did Su Yunru notice Chen Mo standing behind Su Wanqing. Looking at Chen Mo's full head of white hair and his hand wrapped up like a rice dumpling, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Wanqing, who is this? Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. She quickly followed her prepared explanation and introduced, Oh, sister, this is Uncle Yi. He's my new housekeeper and driver. I ran into him on the road today and saw that he looked quite pitiful, with an injured hand, so I brought him back to give him a job. Yi Bo was the pseudonym Chen Mo had casually chosen for himself in the car. He said his name was too ordinary and didn't match the class of this grand villa, so he needed to choose one that sounded more cultured. Uncle Yi? Su Yunru blinked her gentle eyes, believing it to be true. She walked up to Chen Mo with a kind smile on her face and extended her hand. Uncle Yi, hello. My name is Su Yunru, and I am Wanqing's older sister. I will be troubling you to take care of Wanqing from now on. Su Yunru's voice was soft and pleasant, like a clear mountain spring, making people feel comfortable. Looking at the gentle and beautiful face in front of him, Chen Mo couldn't help but admire her. These two sisters, one like ice and the other like water, are truly unique in their own way. Chen Mo extended his uninjured left hand and politely shook hands with Su Yunru's soft, boneless hand. The moment I held her hand, in my mind, the long-lost system notification sound suddenly rang out without warning. Ding! High-value gas carrier detected. Character scanning in progress. Scan complete. Target, Su Yunru. Identity, eldest daughter of the Su family, one of the potential confidants of the chosen one Xiao Fan, and a food vlogger with millions of followers. Status, abundant energy, pure mind and body. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Good heavens! Buy one get one free. Before he could process the information, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Contact detected between the host and a new target. Long-term mission issued. Mission name, Gentle Fall. Mission objective, within 3 months, conduct in-depth communication with the target Su Yunru and successfully seize her core fortune. Mission reward, a sea view villa at Cloud Peak Manor worth 500 million, and an additional 30 days of lifespan. Ocean View Villa. 30 days lifespan. Chen Mo's breathing became somewhat rapid. He only has a few days left to live, so this 30-day reward is like a life-saving rain for him. Looking at Su Yunru's unguarded, kind, and gentle face, he instantly made up his mind. However, he remained outwardly calm, still appearing honest and even somewhat flattered. He bowed slightly and said in a respectful tone, Miss Su, you are too kind. It is my honor to serve President Su. His humble and respectful demeanor greatly increased Su Yunru's goodwill towards him, and also temporarily put Su Wanqing's mind at ease. It seems this old rogue is sensible enough to pretend in front of his sister. However, Su Wanqing had no idea that the honest and law-abiding sheep in her eyes was plotting how to snatch her and her beautiful sister back to its own wolf den. Winning over this gentle older sister can't be as simple and crude as dealing with Su Wanqing. Alright, let's discuss this further. Chapter 15. You, come in. Uncle Yi, your room is the guest room at the very back on the first floor. I've already had the cleaning lady clean it. You must be tired from your journey, so please get some rest. Su Yunru gently arranged accommodations for Chen Mo and poured him a cup of hot tea, her every move revealing the good upbringing of a well-bred lady. Chen Mo thanked him repeatedly, playing the role of a loyal and honest butler without making a single mistake. Su Wanqing, with a cold expression, led Chen Mo to the guest room on the first floor. The room was huge, bigger than his entire apartment in the tenement building. It had a private bathroom, luxurious decor, and an imported mattress that was so soft you could sink into it. This is your room. Remember our agreement, don't appear where you shouldn't be, and don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Su Wanqing warned coldly, like a lioness guarding her food. Understood, President Su, Chen Mo replied honestly. After settling Chen Mo in, Su Wanqing dragged her tired body back to her master bedroom on the second floor. She needed a hot bath to wash away the day's bad luck and fatigue. In the bathroom, hot water gushed from the showerhead, washing over her fair and flawless skin. Looking at the lingering, ambiguous marks on her body in the mirror, the crazy scene that happened in that dilapidated hut and the shameless face of that old man involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Her cheeks flushed again. After taking a shower, she instinctively wrapped herself in a bathrobe and came out. As soon as she pushed open the bathroom door, she saw Chen Mo standing at the door of her bedroom, peeking inside. The two locked eyes, and the air seemed to freeze instantly. Su Wanqing's bathrobe wasn't long, only reaching mid-thigh, leaving her two straight and slender legs completely exposed to the air. Her skin, fresh from the bath, glowed with an alluring pink hue, and her wet hair was still dripping with water. She looked like a rose glistening with morning dew, breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Mo stared wide-eyed, and subconsciously whistled. Ah! Su Wanqing screamed, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and shrank back into the bathroom, slamming the door shut. Leaning against the door, my heart pounded, filled with both shame and anger. That old scoundrel! What's he doing here? Chen Mo's irritating voice came from outside the door. President Su, you have a nice figure. It's just that this bathrobe is too long. You can wear a shorter one next time. Get out of here! Su Wanqing roared in the bathroom. A few minutes later, she changed into the most conservative long-sleeved and long-legged pajamas, covering herself up completely, before opening the door with a dark expression. What are you doing here? I've come to ask President Su what she'd like for dinner so I can prepare it, Chen Mo said innocently. At dinner time, Su Yunru personally cooked, showcasing her superb culinary skills, comparable to those of a 5-star chef. 4 dishes and a soup, all with excellent color, aroma, and taste, are presented on an elegant dining table. Chen Mo didn't care about table manners. He had never eaten anything so delicious in his life. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and ate heartily, his mouth greasy with oil. During the meal, he took the opportunity of asking Su Yunru for cooking advice to have a pleasant conversation. We talked about everything from the cooking time of braised pork to the thickening of Westlake fish in vinegar sauce, from ingredients from all over the country to local customs and traditions. His decades of life experience, coupled with his deliberate flattery, made the naive Su Yunru giggle, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Uncle Yi, you know so much? Su Yunru's gentle eyes were filled with admiration. Su Wanqing, sitting to the side, could barely eat her meal after witnessing this scene. They frequently cast wary glances at Chen Mo, like knives scraping against him. That old scoundrel was definitely up to no good. It's only the first day, and he's already starting to fawn over my sister. After dinner, Su Wanqing found an opportunity to pull Chen Mo aside to a corner, lowered her voice, and warned him through gritted teeth. I'm warning you, stay away from my sister. Don't you dare make a move on her. Otherwise, our agreement is null and void. Chen Mo, however, remained serious and shrugged. President Su, you've misunderstood me. My relationship with Yunro is a friendship that transcends age. We're just having a pure cultural exchange. How can your thoughts be so impure? You. Su Wanqing was so angry that she couldn't speak. The night was deep and quiet, and the villa was completely silent. Su Wanqing lay on her 2-meter-wide bed, tossing and turning, but couldn't fall asleep. When she closes her eyes, all she sees are those harrowing scenes from today. Just as she was tossing and turning, there was a knock on her door. Who? She asked warily. I am Yibo, came Chen Mo's confident voice from outside the door. Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, a bad feeling creeping over her. It's so late, is something the matter? President Su, have you forgotten? We have an agreement. Chen Mo's voice came through the door. Now, it's time to fulfill the yin-yang harmony part of the bodyguard agreement. I'm not available today. Su Wanqing immediately used her most common excuse, her cheeks burning hot. There was silence for a few seconds outside the door, then Chen Mo let out a sigh of feigned disappointment. Sigh, well then. They don't even repay a life-saving debt. People's hearts have changed, and the world is going to the dogs. His footsteps sounded, as if he was about to turn and leave. Su Wanqing had just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard what he said next. All right, since it's inconvenient for President Su, I won't force her. I'll go find Yunru and chat about life ideals and poetry. She has a lovely voice and is very gentle. I love talking to her. Su Wanqing's nerves tensed up instantly. Let's talk about life ideals? Or discuss poetry and literature? You're kidding me. That old scoundrel. This isn't a chat, he's clearly trying to prey on his innocent and kind sister. My sister is so naive, she'll be fooled by him in just a few words. No. Absolutely not. The thought that her sister might suffer the same fate as her made Su Wanqing's heart clench. Without even thinking, she leaped out of bed, rushed to the door, and flung it open. Chen Mo was pretending to walk towards Su Yunru's room when she stopped him. Su Wanqing's pretty face was so red in the moonlight that it looked like it could bleed. She bit her lip tightly, and a mix of emotions, including shame, humiliation, and resentment, swirled in her eyes. Finally, as if giving up all resistance, she closed her eyes and whispered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet incredibly clear. You, come in. Chapter 16. Sister, let me explain. In the quiet of the villa late at night, you could hear your own heartbeat. Su Yunru lay in bed, but she felt restless. She was worried that her younger sister had been frightened today. Although Wanqing said she was fine, her pale face and tattered clothes made it seem like she had accidentally fallen. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became, so he put on a coat and quietly went to Su Wanqing's door. She wanted to knock on the door, but was afraid of disturbing her sister's rest. Just as she hesitated, her keen ears caught some strange noises coming from the crack in the door. It was a very suppressed, intermittent sound, like a younger sister crying, or like she was enduring some great pain. The sound was very soft, mixed with the rhythmic, slight shaking of the bed frame. Su Yunru's heart clenched instantly. Is your sister badly injured and crying alone in her room? She couldn't hold back any longer and gently knocked on the door. Wanqing? Are you asleep? The commotion inside abruptly ceased. Several seconds later, Su Wanqing's somewhat flustered and intermittent voice came through. Her voice had a strange nasal tone and trembled, and she sounded breathless. Sister, I'm fine, I'm already asleep. You should get some rest too. Are you really okay? I think I heard you crying just now, Su Yunru asked worriedly. No. You misheard. I just had a nightmare, and I was a little breathless. I'm fine now, you should go back to sleep, sis. Su Wanqing's voice still sounded a bit strange, but since she had said that, Su Yunru didn't press further. Perhaps she was just overthinking it. Alright then, you get some rest. Be sure to call me if you need anything. Although Su Yunru still had doubts, she considerately refrained from disturbing her further, turned around, tiptoed, and quietly returned to her room. After some time, the moonlight outside the window became even brighter. The storm in the room finally subsided. Su Wanqing was like a dehydrated fish, limp and powerless among the messy bedding, not wanting to move a single finger. She stared blankly at the magnificent crystal chandelier on the ceiling, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes, her heart filled with regret and humiliation. How can this old man, this old rogue, have such good stamina? He doesn't look like an 80-year-old at all. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, the instigator, was in high spirits and full of energy, sitting on the edge of the bed, savoring the intoxicating deep exchange he had just experienced. Just then, a cold system notification sounded in his mind, like heavenly music. Congratulations, host, on your successful and in-depth interaction with the Destiny carrier Su Wanqing, and your plunder of 100 points of the Chosen One's Destiny value. Rewards being processed. Reward 1, lifespan increased by 5 days. Current remaining lifespan, 11 days. Reward 2, unlock new skill Divine Healing Mastery Master level. Reward 3, unlock the auxiliary function affection level viewing system. It's done. Chen Mo was overjoyed. His lifespan increased again, and he also gained a god-level medical skill that sounded incredibly powerful. Almost the instant the reward was distributed, a vast ocean of medical knowledge from the 4 diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine: inspection, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, and acupuncture and massage, to Western medicine's anatomy and pharmacology, along with countless diagnostic and treatment methods for intractable diseases, rushed into his mind and became one with him. He now felt that with just a single silver needle in hand, he could make a paralyzed patient stand up. With just a prescription, he could prolong the life of a dying person. This is even more amazing than his level 8 fitter skills. What interested him even more was the favorability rating system. He had a sudden thought and tried using it on Su Wanqing, who was still in a state of postcoital bliss beside him. A semi-transparent panel immediately appeared above Su Wanqing's head, visible only to him. Target, Su Wanqing. Affection level, 10 dislike mixed with a hint of dependence. Note, affection level 50 is dislike, 0-30 is neutral, 30-60 is friendly, 60-90 is like, and 90-100 is love. It's only 10 o'clock? Or is it a mixture of disgust and dependence? Chen Mo curled his lip, somewhat dissatisfied. I saved you twice and even helped you detoxify, and this is all the points I get? What a heartless little girl. However, he keenly noticed that a line of small print on the panel was flashing. Affection changelog, 5 humiliation from being forced, plus 10 submission from being conquered, plus 5 sense of security from being protected. He looked at the conquered submission plus 10 line and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He couldn't help but recall a profound saying he had seen online in his previous life, the path to a woman's heart is wide. It seems the ancients were right. He glanced at Su Wanqing's ashamed and angry expression, her desire to kill yet her helplessness, and chuckled inwardly. It seems I'll have to walk this road more often in the future. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the restaurant through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Su Yunru had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Chen Mo sat at the dining table, looking very energetic, and ate with great relish. Su Wanqing, however, arrived late, sporting 2 heavy dark circles under her eyes. Her gait was somewhat unnatural, and her complexion was terrible. When she saw Chen Mo, she glared at him fiercely, her eyes seeming to want to slowly torture him to death with her gaze. Wanqing, did you not sleep well last night? Why are your dark circles so heavy? Su Yunru asked with concern. And nothing, it's nothing, Su Wanqing mumbled, pulled out a chair and sat down, picked up a piece of bread, but tore it apart as if she had a grudge against it. Chen Mo sipped his milk while smiling at her, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear. Mr. Su, young people shouldn't stay up so late all the time. You need to take care of your health. How about I give you some treatment tonight? Puff. Su Wanqing almost spat out the mouthful of milk she had just taken a sip of. Chapter 17 How dare you make a move on my woman? The atmosphere in the luxurious office of the villainous cousin, Su Wenba, was oppressive. The Uncle Zhang who had been kicked away by Chen Mo was now standing in front of the desk with a bruised and swollen face, trembling as he recounted the failed assassination attempt the previous night. Boss, I really did my best. The car accident, the finishing blow, every step was flawless, and we were about to succeed when an old man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Su Wenba was sitting in a leather executive chair, toying with the cigar in his hand. Hearing this, he paused for a moment. Old man? Yes. An old man with white hair. Very strange. He actually grabbed my knife with his hand. He kicked me and sent me flying. I felt my sternum break. He was definitely not an ordinary person. He must have been a master that Su Wanqing hired. Uncle Zhang described with lingering fear. Su Wenba frowned. He had investigated Su Wanqing. Her bodyguards were all showy but useless. When did she find such a skilled fighter? And an old man at that? Waste. Su Wenba didn't take the old man seriously, thinking he was just making excuses for his own failures because his subordinate was incompetent. He slammed his cigar into the ashtray, a ruthless glint in his eyes. If once isn't enough, then twice. I want to see how many experts she can have to protect her. Get out. Meanwhile, at Su Wanqing's villa. After breakfast, Su Wanqing changed into a smart business suit and prepared to go to the company. She must now maintain firm control of the company in order to deal with any potential power grab by Su Wenba. President Su, going to work? I'll give you a ride. Chen Mo followed her around like a little shadow. Su Wanqing's first thought was to refuse. She really didn't want the company's employees to see such a rustic old man by her side. But before she could speak, Chen Mo casually asked, "Are you really comfortable leaving your beautiful older sister alone in the house with a virile old man like me?" Su Wanqing instantly lost her temper. She had no doubt that the moment she left, that old rogue would start harassing her sister again. You! She was so angry she gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. If you want to go, change your clothes first. Dressed like that, people will think I'm some kind of migrant worker I brought from a construction site. She took Chen Mo to the most upscale luxury shopping mall in the city center. In a top menswear brand store, the sales assistant looked at Chen Mo with disdain in her eyes as he wore a faded old t-shirt and a pair of canvas shoes. But when he saw Su Wanqing beside him, he immediately put on a professional smile. Su Wanqing was too lazy to waste words and directly pointed to several of the latest suits, saying coldly, "Let him try on these." A few minutes later, when Chen Mo came out of the fitting room, everyone in the store fell silent. He was wearing a well-tailored dark gray handmade suit. Although his hair was completely white, his body, which had been systematically modified, was as upright as a pine tree, and his muscles made the suit fit perfectly. On that aged face, a pair of sharp and deep eyes, years of working with steel had instilled in him a unique craftsman's temperament, which, combined with this expensive suit, created a wonderful chemical reaction. He didn't seem like a bodyguard, rather, he resembled a mafia godfather who had retired from the underworld for many years and was now making a comeback. Even Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment when she saw him like this. She had to admit that this old rogue, if dealt with properly, actually had some merit. Chen Mo noticed her absent-mindedness, walked up to her, deliberately puffed out his chest, lowered his voice, and teased her in a magnetic tone. "So, Mr. Su? Are you captivated by my charm? How about we find a place right now and discuss this further?" Su Wanqing snapped back to her senses, her cheeks flushed, and she cursed him in her heart for being disrespectful to his elders. Then, with a cold face, she swiped her card and bought all the clothes. As the two stepped out of the clothing store, a young man with an extraordinary air walked towards them. He was about 25 or 26 years old, tall and upright, with a handsome face and a resolute and confident air unique to soldiers. He was dressed in simple casual clothes, but that couldn't hide his extraordinary temperament. The young man's eyes lit up when he saw Su Wanqing, and a concerned smile immediately appeared on his face as he quickly walked over. "Wanqing, are you all right? I called you all night but you didn't answer. I was so worried." The moment this young man appeared, the system's cold notification sound rang out in Chen Mo's mind once again. "Warning! High-intensity aura reaction. The chosen one has appeared. Name, Xiao Fan. Identity, Lord of the Dragon King Palace, returning King of Soldiers, Divine Healer, Su Wanqing's destined one. Current mission, rescue the damsel in distress and win Su Wanqing's heart." Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Good heavens, the main character has finally arrived. Chapter 18. Your goddess was tutored all night by me last night. "Xiao Fan? What are you doing here?" When Su Wanqing saw the person who came, the coldness on her face softened a little, but she still maintained a hint of aloofness. Xiao Fan was the son of her father's comrade in arms. The two had known each other since childhood, but were not close. "I went abroad a few years ago and only recently returned. As soon as I got back, I started pursuing myself intensely." Su Wanqing wasn't fond of him, but out of consideration for her parents, she didn't want to make things too awkward. "I heard you had an accident last night, and I was worried, so I came to check on you." Xiao Fan's eyes were filled with undisguised concern and affection. He continued, "I actually saw you being chased by those thugs last night. I was going to intervene, but I lost them in the blink of an eye. Later, I found their hideout and gave them a good beating. They'll never dare to bother you again." He spoke these words casually, yet they were full of self-aggrandizement, as if to say, "Look, although I couldn't save you immediately, I've taken care of all the trouble that followed." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously glanced at Chen Mo beside her and mumbled a reply, "Oh, thank you." Chen Mo heard everything clearly and had already figured out the whole script in his mind. Goodness, so last night's standard plot was supposed to go like this: the aloof CEO gets drugged, flees in a panic, and is chased by thugs. In the nick of time, the chosen one Xiao Fan descends like a god, easily defeating the thugs with a few punches and kicks, then takes the beauty to a hotel, oh no, to a hospital for detoxification. Their relationship blossoms, and they embark on a shameless and blissful life together. And what was the result? But then Chen Mo, an unexpected stuntman, appeared out of nowhere, not only curing the beauty but also scaring away the thugs. Even the heroic rescue aftermath, prepared by the chosen one teaching the thugs a lesson, became a mere afterthought. This hijacking was incredibly clean and efficient, a complete and swift strike. Chen Mo was overjoyed inside, but on his face he maintained the appearance of an honest and unassuming butler. At this moment, Xiao Fan finally noticed Chen Mo standing next to Su Wanqing. He noticed Chen Mo's expensive attire and his unique demeanor, and a hint of inquiry appeared in his eyes. "Wanqing, who is this?" "He is my butler, Uncle E," Su Wanqing introduced, forcing herself to speak. "Uncle E?" Xiao Fan looked Chen Mo up and down, especially noticing Chen Mo's calloused hands that clearly belonged to a martial artist, as well as his upright posture, and immediately made a judgment in his mind. When did Su Wanqing acquire such a skilled person by her side? Judging from her age and demeanor, she was probably sent by a reclusive master whom the Su family patriarch had invited from somewhere to secretly protect his granddaughter. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan's attitude towards Chen Mo immediately became respectful. He extended his hand to Chen Mo with a warm smile. "Hello, Uncle Li, my name is Xiao Fan, and I'm Wan Qing's friend. I'll be relying on you to ensure Wan Qing's safety from now on." Chen Mo extended his hand and shook hands with him, looking extremely humble and respectful. "Mr. Xiao, you're too kind. This is just my job." Seeing his humble attitude, Xiao Fan became even more certain of his guess. Without making a sound, he pulled Xiao Fan aside, lowered his voice, and said in a pleading tone, "Uncle Li, Wan Cheng is a rather cold person, but she is actually very kind at heart. I can tell that you are a senior and highly respected person, and I hope that you can put in a good word for me with Wan Cheng. Xiao Fan would be extremely grateful." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket for a check. Chen Mo saw through Xiao Fan's little scheme, but on the surface, he immediately put on a righteous and awe-inspiring appearance and quickly declined. "Oh, Mr. Xiao, that's not right. How can we servants interfere in our master's private affairs? But don't worry, I've seen your sincerity towards President Su. When I have the chance, I will definitely mention it to President Su." He spoke eloquently, but inside he was laughing his head off. "Kid, you want to pick up my girl? If you knew that the ice queen you've been longing for but never dared to touch was thoroughly tutored by me, this senior expert, from the inside out and from top to bottom, without you being able to see her, you'd probably be so angry that you'd go crazy and vomit blood." Just thinking about Xiao Fan's interesting face after he learned the truth made Chen Mo feel completely at ease. "This feeling is even more fulfilling than when I was young, machining parts with tolerances within 0.001 millimeters on a lathe." Chapter 19 Ding. New feature unlocked, luxury car reward doubled. "Xiao Fan, we have something to attend to, so we'll be leaving now." Su Wanqing couldn't stand Xiao Fan's burning gaze, nor could she bear to see Chen Mo and him flirting there. With a cold face, she interrupted their friendly conversation. "Oh, okay, Wanqing, then be careful on your journey," Xiao Fan said reluctantly. "Uncle Li, get in the car." Su Wanqing urged impatiently, then turned and walked towards the car parked by the roadside. Chen Mo clasped his hands in a fist salute to Xiao Fan, giving him a "don't worry, leave it to me" look, before slowly following after him. Just before he opened the car door and was about to get in, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Fan standing there, gazing intently at Su Wanqing's back. A bold and exciting idea suddenly popped into his mind. "We need to add some more substance to this chosen one." Taking advantage of the moment when Su Wanqing bent down to get into the car and hadn't fully settled in, he calculated the angle, used the car door as a shield, and suddenly leaned forward. His movements were lightning fast, making almost no sound. Chirp! A soft sound. In that fraction of a second, his wrinkled old face was precisely imprinted on Su Wanqing's smooth, jade-like cheek, which was still slightly cool. Soft, moist, and fragrant. This was Chen Mo's only feeling. Su Wanqing froze completely. She never expected that this old rogue would dare to be so bold. "In broad daylight, with Xiao Fan watching, he made such a frivolous move on me." A jolt of electricity shot through her face and her whole body, her cheeks instantly turning bright red as if they were about to bleed, and her mind went completely blank. And all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fan, standing outside the car, couldn't see everything clearly due to the angle. He only vaguely saw that when Uncle Li got into the car, his head seemed to be close to Su Wanqing's, and their figures overlapped for a moment. He even seemed to hear a strange sound. What is that? Is that the sound of a kiss? Impossible. Xiao Fan's first thought was to deny it. He stood there, stunned, thinking he was seeing things. I rubbed my eyes hard and looked again. Inside the car, Chen Mo was already sitting upright, his face serious and respectful, as if nothing had just happened. Although Su Wanqing's cheeks were flushed, she had her back to him, so it looked like she was just tidying up. The two sat upright, at least half a meter apart, without any sign of anything amiss. Did I see it wrong? Xiao Fan was filled with doubts. But what just happened felt so real. He tried hard to recall, but the more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. That old man, though he seemed honest and kind, always gave me an inexplicable sense of strangeness. But reason told him that this was absolutely impossible. Who is Su Wanqing? She is known for being aloof and chaste. How could she possibly have an affair with an old, ugly, and decrepit man? Or is it right under my nose? It must be because I've been worrying too much about Wanqing lately that I'm hallucinating. Yes, that must be it. Xiao Fan ultimately concluded that he had misread the situation. He shook his head and watched the car merge into the traffic and disappear at the end of the street. Inside the car, the atmosphere had plummeted to freezing point. Su Wanqing sat in the driver's seat, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. She felt as if the cheek she had been kissed was on fire, burning hot. I was both ashamed and angry. That old scoundrel. He's got some nerve. How dare he? She really wanted to kick him out of the car, then step on the gas and run him over. But she can't. She still needs him to protect her, and she still needs him to deal with Su Wenbo. She could only suppress all her anger and squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. If you dare to do it again, our agreement is null and void. Chen Mo felt incredibly pleased to see her angry but unable to express it. This is exactly the effect he wanted. I not only want to possess your body, but also to completely conquer you spiritually, making you both love and hate me, unable to resist me. Just as he was feeling smug, the system notification sounded in his mind again, but it was something he had never heard before. Ding! Detected that the host has engaged in intimate interaction with the Chosen One's destiny vessel in front of them, successfully triggering the Chosen One's jealousy and suspicion, causing a strong impact on the Chosen One's destiny. Congratulations, host! You have triggered a hidden feature, a special scene reward. Function description: engaging in deep communication with air transport vehicles in specific or high-risk scenarios can grant double lifespan or special skill rewards. A special scenario matching the current criteria has been detected: a luxury car in motion. Completing an in-depth exchange in this scenario will grant you double the lifespan bonus. Double rewards? Shen Mo's eyes lit up instantly. His gaze involuntarily fell on the spacious and luxurious back seat of the Bentley. Leather seats, privacy partitions, premium sound system. Chapter 20: Saying no with your mouth, but your body says yes? Back in her top floor office at Yuanqing Group, Su Wanqing immediately threw herself into her intense and demanding work. In a few days, the group will have an extremely important senior management inspection, which will determine the ownership of several major projects and directly affect her position on the board of directors. Su Wenbo will definitely make a fuss about this, so she has to make sure everything goes perfectly. She had to review numerous documents and chair countless meetings. She was like a tightly wound, high-speed machine, not even having time to drink water. Chen Mo was placed on the sofa in the outer room of the office, ostensibly for close protection, but in reality, she just didn't want him to get in the way of her in the inner room. Chen Mo was happy to have some free time. He crossed his legs and leaned back on the soft leather sofa, sometimes looking at the city's scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, sometimes closing his eyes to rest and feel the newly acquired divine medical knowledge within his body. Time quickly passed and it was lunchtime. After finishing the last document, Su Wanqing let out a long breath. She felt completely drained and leaned back in her office chair, too exhausted to move. The high-intensity work left her physically and mentally exhausted, with no appetite and no desire to eat anything. Mr. Su, it's lunchtime. What would you like to eat? I'll have my secretary order it. Chen Mo pushed the door open and came in. Seeing her looking like she was about to fall apart, he asked her a question. I'm not eating anymore, I have no appetite. Su Wanqing waved her hand weakly. That won't do. People need food to survive. You'll get hungry if you skip a meal. Chen Mo shook his head, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. You wait, this old man will show you a special skill. I'll cook you a pot of our family's secret health-preserving soup. I guarantee that after you drink it, you'll be full of energy and all your fatigue will be gone. A health-preserving soup? Su Wanqing looked at him suspiciously. You can make soup? You didn't put any weird stuff in it, did you? She had experienced this old rogue's shamelessness firsthand and was wary of him. Hey, Mr. Su, you're thinking too badly of me. Chen Mo looked hurt. I'm a proper chef, no, a fitter. This soup of mine is a secret recipe passed down from the palace back in the day. I don't just give it to ordinary people. Su Wanqing scoffed, saying, I'd rather starve to death or jump off this cliff than drink anything you've cooked. Gurgle. No sooner had she finished speaking than her stomach started growling. Su Wanqing's face instantly turned bright red. Chen Mo suppressed a laugh, not revealing anything, and turned to walk towards the company's tea room and small kitchen, which were specially designed for senior executives. What he was brewing was certainly not some family secret recipe. Rather, it was just one of the countless dietary supplement recipes in his mind, which he considered to be masters of divine medical skills. Using his newly acquired divine medical knowledge, he casually selected a few ingredients from the kitchen's available stock: angelica to nourish blood, astragalus to replenish chi, goji berries to improve eyesight, and red dates to nourish the skin. He then added some mushrooms to enhance the flavor and a piece of fine chicken. His method of handling ingredients is just as precise and efficient as when he was working on a lathe. The control over the heat is exquisite. In less than half an hour, an indescribable, rich yet elegant aroma wafted from the kitchen, instantly filling the entire top-floor office area. The aroma was incredibly strong, as if it had hooks, constantly burrowing into people's noses and making their stomachs rumble with hunger. In the office, Su Wanqing smelled the aroma, and her stomach growled even louder. She kept swallowing, still stubbornly insisting, "No, I won't eat it. This is the old robe's sugar-coated bullet." Soon, Chen Mo walked in carrying an exquisite casserole. Place the casserole on the coffee table, and as soon as you lift the lid, the aroma bursts forth, becoming even more intense. The soup in the pot was golden in color, thick but not greasy, and the chicken was stewed until tender. Red dates and goji berries were sprinkled on top, making it very appetizing. "President Su, would you like to try some? This is very nourishing." Chen Mo ladled out a small bowl and handed it to her. Su Wanqing's willpower crumbled instantly in the face of the absolute temptation of delicious food. She looked at the fragrant soup, hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. I'll just try a small sip. If it doesn't taste good, I won't drink it." She made up an excuse for her compromise. She took the bowl, carefully blew on it, and then took a small sip. The broth burst with an indescribable deliciousness upon entering her mouth. The taste was mellow and sweet, with a unique fragrance of medicinal herbs. It slid down the throat into the stomach, and a warm current instantly spread throughout the body. She felt all her fatigue wash away in that instant by the warm current. It's delicious. She no longer cared about maintaining her composure as a CEO, nor did she remember the vow she had just made. She picked up a spoon, blew on it to cool it down, and wolfed it down. After finishing the bowl, she felt refreshed and invigorated, as if she had just had a good night's sleep. One more bowl. She handed the empty bowl to Chen Mo, a slight blush on her face. Chen Mo smiled and served her another bowl. And so it went, bowl after bowl. Su Wanqing devoured the entire pot of nourishing soup in no time, finishing it all by herself. She let out a satisfied burp, leaned back on the sofa, and felt alive again. "It smells so good," she exclaimed sincerely. "Uncle E, I never knew you had this skill." Unconsciously, her way of addressing Chen Mo changed from the cold you to the slightly more intimate Uncle E. Just then, the system notification sounded in Chen Mo's mind again. Ding! Successfully pleased the host's vessel with delicious food. The host's charm is on full display. Su Wanqing's favorability +5. Current favorability, 15 from dislike to neutral. Congratulations, host. Your favorability rating has reached 30, unlocking the system shop where you can exchange for more amazing items. Chapter 21. This royal secret recipe is incredibly potent. Uncle E, your soup, it's truly amazing. Su Wanqing leaned back contentedly on the soft sofa, as languid as a Persian cat that had eaten and drunk its fill. She felt as if every cell in her body was soaking in warm spring water. The exhaustion from being drained by work had vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented surge of energy. Her pretty face, which had been slightly pale from exhaustion, now had a healthy blush, and her beautiful eyes, watery and curious, looked at Chen Mo, who was clearing away the dishes. "How did you do that? How could you make such a delicious soup using just ordinary ingredients from the kitchen?" Chen Mo finished stacking the last empty bowl, and upon hearing this, he stopped what he was doing, turned around, and put on a profound and inscrutable expression. He deliberately lowered his voice and said in a mysterious, old-fashioned tone, "President Su, you don't know this. My skills are not as simple as just making soup." He walked over to the sofa opposite Su Wanqing, sat down, crossed his legs, and began his boasting. "Back in the day, one of my ancestors was a royal chef. This soup is called Dragon and Phoenix Auspicious Rejuvenating Soup, a royal secret recipe from the palace, specially made for busy emperors and generals to strengthen their constitution, replenish their energy, and nourish their spirit. The combination of the main ingredients in this recipe is crucial, and the cooking time must be precisely controlled. Even the slightest error can lead to disastrous results. Don't be fooled by the fact that it uses ordinary ingredients after being cooked using my unique method. Its medicinal effects are incredibly potent." Su Wanqing listened, stunned. Although she thought he was bragging, the tangible comfort she felt made her believe him to some extent. This old man exuded a mysterious and eerie aura, as if he knew a little bit about everything. Is it really that amazing? She pressed. Of course. Chen Mo patted his chest and continued his charade. The medicinal effects of this soup are gradual. For an ordinary person, one bowl will refresh the mind and eliminate fatigue. If they drink 2 bowls, their blood circulation will accelerate, and they will feel hot all over and have nowhere to release their energy. But if they drink more than 3 bowls? At this point, Chen Mo deliberately drew out his words, shook his head, and showed a solemn expression on his face. What happens if I eat more than 3 bowls? Su Wanqing's heart jumped, and she had a bad feeling. Chen Mo sighed deeply and said in a compassionate tone, more than 3 bowls, and the medicine is too strong. As the saying goes, the weak cannot tolerate strong tonics. The excessive medicine will run rampant in the body. If it is not channeled in time, at best, the blood and qi will flow backward, and at worst, even a god cannot cure it. The only solution is to find a person of the opposite sex to perform the yin-yang balancing method to transfer the excess yang fire or yin energy out, so as to save your life. Upon hearing the words yin and yang harmony, Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed instantly. She cursed inwardly, you old scoundrel, you can't stop talking about your stuff, but she still asked nervously, then, what happens if a woman drinks too much? A woman? Chen Mo stroked his chin with an air of seriousness. A woman's body is yin, and this soup is a great tonic for yang. Drinking too much, the effect is about the same, only the reaction will be stronger. That yang fire has nowhere to go, it will run rampant in the body, and in the end, I'm afraid she'll bleed from all 7 orifices and die from being burned alive. He described it vividly, as if he had witnessed the tragedy firsthand. Su Wanqing was shocked and her face paled. She patted her chest and said thankfully, thank goodness, although I thought it tasted good, I only drank 2 bowls. Before she could finish speaking, her voice caught in her throat. Her gaze fell on the coffee table. There, besides the casserole that had been emptied, were 3 soup bowls that she had just used, neatly stacked. She remembered finishing 1 bowl and feeling unsatisfied, so she ordered another. Later, feeling increasingly refreshed, and finding the taste so tempting, she drank another bowl. Finally, seeing that there was still a little bit left at the bottom of the pot, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, she seems to have finished the last bit as well. By that calculation, she didn't just drink 3 bowls, she drank the entire pot, at least 5 or 6 bowls. Gulp! Su Wanqing swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in her throat. Chen Mo followed her gaze and saw the stack of small bowls and the empty casserole. The expression on his face instantly changed from inscrutable to extreme shock and exaggerated disbelief. Miss, you didn't drink the whole pot, did you? He pointed at the empty pot, his voice trembling. Su Wanqing's mind went blank with a buzz. At that very moment, she suddenly felt as if a fire had been ignited deep within her body. An indescribable heat rose from her lower abdomen, like molten iron, instantly spreading to every part of her body. Her skin visibly flushed an alluring pink, her breathing became rapid, and her heart pounded like a drum. It felt as if countless ants were crawling inside her, both numb and itchy, and a strong sense of emptiness and longing surged from the depths of her soul. This feeling is 7 or 8 parts similar to my reaction after being drugged by Su Wenba that night. I'm so hot. Su Wanqing unconsciously tugged at her collar, feeling like she was about to be burned. She looked at Chen Mo, her once clear and cold eyes now misty with tears, her gaze alluring and filled with longing and pleading. She remembered what Chen Mo had just said. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices. He died from being burned alive. Fear instantly overwhelmed shame and reason. She didn't want to die. Chen Mo was secretly delighted to see her like this. The prescription from this divine medical technique was indeed powerful. He wasn't lying, of course. For an ordinary person, 1 bowl of this soup would be nourishing, and drinking too much would indeed cause discomfort and heat due to excessive blood and qi, but it certainly wouldn't be as exaggerated as bleeding from all 7 orifices. He was merely using exaggeration to achieve his goal. He stood up, walked up to Su Wanqing, looked down at her with an expression that said, "See? I didn't lie to you," but his eyes were full of aggression and amusement. "President Su, now you believe what I said, right?" Su Wanqing was speechless. She could only bite her lip tightly, using her last shred of reason to fight against the surging tide within her. But the tide rose higher and higher, quickly breaching the dam of her reason. She felt like a block of ice thrown into the Sahara Desert, desperately needing a refreshing rain to save her. And this old rogue in front of her was her only lifeline. Finally, she gave up all resistance. She raised her eyes, which had become watery and shimmering, and looked at Chen Mo. Her voice was hoarse and trembling with desire, carrying a fatal allure. You, come here. Chapter 22. This is probably what they call love that grows over time. In the CEO's office, huge floor-to-ceiling windows let in the lazy afternoon sunlight, giving the luxurious furnishings a warm golden edge. However, the atmosphere inside the office at this moment was completely opposite to this tranquility. A fierce storm, triggered by a pot of health-preserving soup, is unfolding. All her pride, all her coldness, all her rationality, were rendered utterly vulnerable in the face of the overwhelmingly powerful drug within her. Chen Mo hadn't expected that the medicinal diet recipes in this divine medical technique would be so potent. Looking at the usually aloof and icy female CEO beneath him, now with seductive eyes and fiery passion, completely letting down her guard and revealing her most primal and alluring side, his sense of conquest was satisfied like never before. He was like a seasoned hunter, patiently guiding the beautiful female leopard who had strayed into the trap, leading her to completely forget how to resist in her ultimate descent into depravity. Just as the two were locked in a fierce battle, at the most crucial moment, knock knock knock, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Mr. Su, I've brought your lunch. It was Xiaoya's voice. Su Wanqing froze, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head, instantly sobering her up. She stared wide-eyed in terror, tightly covering her mouth, afraid to utter a sound. Chen Mo frowned. At this crucial moment, who the hell is so blind? Outside the door, Secretary Xiaoya waited for a moment, but received no response. She assumed that President Su was resting inside because he was too tired from work. She tried turning the doorknob, and with a click, she found that the door was not locked from the inside. President Su, she called softly again, then carefully pushed open the door and peeked in. The office was empty except for a few soup bowls stacked on the table, which proved that someone had just eaten there. Huh? Where did everyone go? Xiaoya asked, puzzled. She placed the deluxe business set meal on the coffee table and was about to leave when she suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the CEO's lounge inside. Splash, splash. The sound, like rhythmic splashing of water, came from the bathroom attached to the lounge. Xiaoya paused for a moment, then a look of sudden realization crossed her face. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, so, Mr. Su is taking a bath in there. Wait, why would he take a bath in broad daylight? And that sound, it sounds like he's playing in the bathtub? An image immediately flashed into her mind. Her usually stern and stressed out CEO was now soaking in the bathtub, splashing the water like a child to relieve work stress. Sigh, being a CEO is really tough, it's driving me crazy. A wave of sympathy washed over Xiaoya. Not daring to disturb him any further, she tiptoed out, gently closing the office door behind her. She resolved to take on more of Mr. Su's workload in the future. Inside the office, Su Wanqing and Chen Mo both breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the door close. That was even more thrilling than riding a roller coaster. Su Wanqing was both ashamed and frightened, wishing she could disappear into the ground. She had actually done this kind of thing with this old lecher in the office, and almost got caught red-handed by her subordinate. If word got out, how could she ever hold her position in the company again? She glared at Chen Mo fiercely, her eyes seeming to say, "It's all your fault." Chen Mo, however, didn't seem to mind. Instead, he found the sneaky feeling quite intriguing. He grinned and breathed warm air into Su Wanqing's ear. "What are you afraid of?" She didn't see anything. Besides, we're healing and saving lives, it's a sacred act of yin and yang harmony. After a long time, the storm finally subsided completely. Chen Mo walked out of the lounge with satisfaction. Although his lower back was a little sore after all, age catches up with everyone, and even with his body back to its peak, it couldn't withstand such exertion. The thought of the enchanting scenery he had just experienced and the system rewards he was about to receive filled him with joy. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, lay limply on the large bed in the lounge, too weak to move a single finger, her face still flushed with shame and indignation. Just then, the system notification sounded in Chen Mo's mind as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing deep sexual intercourse at a special location CEO's office, triggering double rewards. Successfully plundered 200 points of the chosen one's luck value. Rewards being processed. Reward 1, lifespan increased by 10 days. Current remaining lifespan, 21 days. Reward 2, target Su Wanqing favorability plus 5. Current favorability, 20 from normal to slightly favorable. Note, amidst humiliation and dependence, she developed a possessiveness towards you that she herself was unaware of. 21 days lifespan. Chen Mo was in a great mood. Moreover, his favorability rating had risen to 20, bringing him one step closer to unlocking the system shop at 30 points. Looking at the note on the system panel that read a hint of possessiveness arose, and recalling Su Wanqing's complex expression of feigned reluctance, shyness, and anger just now, he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. It seems a woman's heart is truly unfathomable. She may say no, but her actions betray her words. With repeated interactions, this iceberg might just melt away. This must be the legendary love that grows over time, right? Just as he was feeling smug, Su Wanqing, having changed her clothes, came out of the lounge. Her gait was still a little unnatural, and seeing Chen Mo's refreshed appearance, she became even more furious. You old liar. You must have done it on purpose. You definitely tampered with the soup. She rushed up and pounded Chen Mo's chest with her fists, but the force was like tickling. Heaven and earth bear witness. Chen Mo grabbed her hand, crying out innocently, I followed the imperial secret recipe strictly. It was your own greed that made you unable to control yourself and drink the whole pot. I sacrificed my precious yang energy to pull you back from the brink of bleeding from all 7 orifices. Instead of thanking me, why are you turning around and blaming me? You're talking nonsense. Su Wanqing was speechless after hearing his twisted logic, and stomped her feet in anger. The two were arguing when there was another loud knocking on the office door. This time, the knocking sounded very urgent and impatient. Immediately afterwards, a magnetic male voice, yet tinged with frivolity and arrogance, rang out. Wanqing, it's me, Wang Tianyu. What are you doing in the office all by yourself? Why are you locking the door in broad daylight? Wang Tianyu? Su Wanqing's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Why is he here? Chapter 23 I've stolen your house. Wang Tianyu? Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat when he heard the name. He remembered that in the information the system had given him, Wang Tianyu was Su Wanqing's business marriage partner, a typical spoiled rich second generation, and also a minor villain who needed to be humiliated. I didn't expect it to come to me so quickly. Su Wanqing was now in a panic. Although Wang Tianyu was a good-for-nothing, he was the only son of the Wang family and her nominal fiancé. If he found her disheveled and alone with another man in his locked office, the consequences would be unimaginable. She would be utterly unable to explain herself to her family. Quick! Hide, she whispered, frantically pushing Chen Mo. Chen Mo, however, had a look of anticipation on his face and said slowly, Why are you hiding? I'm your personal butler, protecting your safety is my job. You! Su Wanqing was almost in tears. I'm begging you, please? Go hide in the lounge for a bit, and whatever you do, don't make a sound. Seeing her pitiful, panicked appearance, Chen Mo chuckled inwardly before reluctantly entering the lounge, but deliberately leaving the door ajar, ready to watch the show. Su Wanqing took a deep breath, quickly tidied her somewhat disheveled clothes and hair, and after confirming that there were no flaws, she went over and opened the office door. Standing outside the door was a young man dressed in a flashy pink suit, his hair slicked back, and a self-satisfied smile on his face. That was Wang Tianyu. He was holding an exquisite velvet box in his hands, and as soon as he saw Su Wanqing, he immediately handed it over like a treasure. Wanqing, look, this is the Heart of the Ocean diamond necklace that I specially bought for you from Paris. It's a limited edition worldwide and worth 5 million. Only it is worthy of your noble temperament. Su Wanqing looked at the necklace without a flicker of emotion in her eyes, and said coldly, Thank you, I appreciate your gesture, but you can take it back. I've told you many times that we only have a business relationship, so don't give me something so expensive. Hey, Wanqing, you're being too polite. Wang Tianyu wasn't angry at being rejected, and still tried to walk in with a grin. I've come all this way, and I'm parched. Can't I at least come in for a glass of water? I have no water here, and I have a lot of things to do at the company. Please leave. Su Wanqing blocked the doorway, showing no intention of letting him in. Wang Tianyu's face fell. He had been pursuing Su Wanqing for so long, yet he couldn't even get into her office. It was embarrassing to admit. Just then, he noticed a detail. The high-end custom-made white shirt Su Wanqing was wearing had one button fastened incorrectly at the chest, causing the collar to be slightly crooked and revealing a small patch of her snow-white collarbone, on which there seemed to be a suspicious red mark. Wang Tianyu's eyes narrowed instantly, and a sense of suspicion rose from the bottom of his heart. Who is Su Wanqing? A woman who was abnormally strict with herself. How could she possibly make such a basic mistake as buttoning her clothes wrong? Unless, she just went through some intense activity in the office that left her disheveled. He remained impassive, his gaze rapidly scanning the office. The office was spotless and seemed perfectly normal. But there lingered a strange smell in the air, a mixture of male and female odors. His gaze finally settled on the half-open door to the lounge. "Wanqing, is someone hiding in your office?" he suddenly demanded, pointing to the door of the break room. Su Wanqing was startled, but her face remained unchanged. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm talking nonsense?" Wang Tianyu sneered, shoving Su Wanqing aside and striding towards the lounge. "I want to see which blind bastard dares to touch my fiancée." Hiding behind the door, Chen Amo watched the sycophant who was completely under Su Wanqing's control and chuckled inwardly. This kid actually has a talent for being a detective. Just as Wang Tianyu was about to rush to the door, Chen Amo calmly walked out of the lounge. He deliberately acted as if he had just woken up, still sleepy-eyed, and even yawned. His expensive suit was also worn crookedly. Wang Tianyu was stunned when he saw an old man with a full head of white hair and a face full of wrinkles walk out of the lounge. He had considered all sorts of possibilities. It could be a handsome male celebrity, or a young and strong pretty boy, but he never dreamed it would be an old man who looked over 80 years old, rustic and unsophisticated. Who is he?" Wang Tianyu pointed at Chen Mo and asked Su Wanqing warily. Su Wanqing had regained her composure. She walked to Chen Mo's side, took his arm, and said in a tone of just the right amount of helplessness and concern, like an elder speaking to a younger person, "Tianyu, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Yi, the housekeeper my grandfather specially invited from our hometown to take care of me. Uncle Yi is getting old and a bit sleepy. I just told him to take a nap in the lounge, but you woke him up." Her performance was flawless. It explained Shin Mo's appearance, clarified his butler identity, and also subtly hinted at Wang Tianyu's unreasonable behavior. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianyu immediately realized what was going on. It turned out to be the old steward sent by the Su family. Looking at Chen Mo's over 80 years old and his wrinkled face, his suspicions instantly vanished. What a joke! Even if Su Wanqing were desperate, she wouldn't lay a hand on an old man nearing his grave, would she? The thought that he had just suspected Su Wanqing of having an affair with an old man in the office made Wang Tianyu's face burn with embarrassment. In order to salvage his image and to please Su Wanqing, he immediately put on a humble expression, walked up to Chen Mo, and respectfully greeted him, "Uncle Yi." Then, taking advantage of Su Wanqing's inattention, he secretly took off a valuable imperial jade ring from his wrist, stuffed it into Chen Mo's hand, lowered his voice, and said with a smile, "Uncle Yi, it's our first meeting. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you can put in a good word for me with Wanqing in the future." Chen Mo calmly accepted the smooth, warm jade thumb ring, inwardly overjoyed. "Good lad, you're really getting the hang of it. Your house was robbed by me, your old housekeeper, and you're still giving me gifts?" On the surface, he appeared flattered and trembling with fear, waving his hands repeatedly. "Oh dear, young Master Wang, this is unacceptable, this is unacceptable." He said no, but his hand gripped the jade thumb ring tightly. Chapter 24, The Simp Wants to Hire Special Forces? The little girl wants to seize power? Wang Tianyu felt a surge of smugness as he watched Chen Mo accept the benefits with such a fearful demeanor. Sure enough, there's no one money can't buy. Just an old butler from the countryside, bribed with a jade thumb ring. With him whispering in Su Wanqing's ear, no, in her ear, "Isn't it just a matter of time before I conquer this iceberg?" He felt he had regained some of the face he had lost in front of Su Wanqing. In order to further divert attention from the awkwardness and to better demonstrate his abilities and connections in front of his sweetheart, he changed the subject and brought up another matter. "By the way, Wanqing, I heard that some thugs harassed you a couple of days ago? Don't worry about it, I've already found out. It was those small-time thugs from the west side of the city called the Green Dragon Gang. I've already had my dad talk to his friends in the underworld, and I guarantee they won't dare show their faces in Jiangcheng again." Wang Tianyu spoke with great enthusiasm, his expression conveying, "Look how amazing I am, I solved your big problem in the blink of an eye." Hiding in the shadows, Chen Mo curled his lip in disbelief. "The Green Dragon Gang? Isn't that Brother Ma's group? I chased them away, okay? Your hindsight is truly impressive." Su Wanqing had no interest in these matters of the martial arts world, and simply gave a faint. Seeing her calm reaction, Wang Tianyu was not discouraged at all and continued, "However, even if we deal with those thugs, there's no guarantee that no one else will have ulterior motives. I've seen your bodyguards, they're all just for show, all looks and no substance. How about this, I'll find you a few real bodyguards to ensure everything is foolproof." He patted his chest, looking mysterious and smug. I know a veteran soldier named War Wolf who retired from the Falcon Special Forces Brigade in the Southwest Theater Command. He's incredibly skilled, he could take on 10 men at once. I'll have him bring 2 of his brothers over to provide you with 24-hour protection. What do you think? Upon hearing the words Special Forces and King of Soldiers, Su Wanqing's eyes lit up. She subconsciously glanced at the old man next to her who was putting on airs with a jade thumb ring in his pocket. Although Chen Mo's skills were indeed unfathomable, she also felt increasingly controlled by him. This old rogue constantly used yin-yang harmony to blackmail her, leaving her completely passive and at his mercy. This feeling greatly displeased this strong-willed woman with a strong desire for control. If there were another powerful force to counterbalance him, wouldn't the situation be different? The Special Forces soldiers that Wang Tianyu hired might not be able to defeat Chen Mo, this monster, but at least they could cause him some trouble and dampen his arrogance. Ideally, we should find an opportunity to let them compete. If Chen Mo loses, then I can regain the initiative, seize this old rogue's weakness, and make him dare not be so arrogant again. Thinking about this, Su Wanqing's mind started to work. She abandoned her previous coldness and revealed a rare smile, saying to Wang Tianyu, "Okay, then I'll trouble you, Tianyu." Safety is indeed something we can't take lightly. That single Tianyu made Wang Tianyu's bones melt. He felt like he was floating on air, as excited as if he had won the lottery. The goddess actually asked him for help. And she called him so affectionately. Does this mean she's starting to accept me? No trouble at all. No trouble at all. Wanqing, your problem is my problem. Leave it to me. Wang Tianyu was so excited that his face turned red. He patted his chest and made a big promise. I'll call Zhanlong right away and have him bring his men over to report for duty tomorrow. He was completely unaware that he was gleefully digging a huge pit for his rival, and even personally handing him the shovel. Chen Mo took in all their subtle movements and eye contact, understanding everything perfectly. You little brat, you think you can find someone to keep me in check? You want to mess with me? He saw through Su Wanqing's little scheme, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing. Special Forces? Elite soldier? Compared to this cheater who was proficient in Bajiquan and can exchange for even stronger skills from the system at any time, they are just ordinary people with stronger bodies. He had even started planning what kind of outrageous and exciting reward he should ask Su Wanqing for after he defeated that wolf warrior tomorrow. Or, how about letting her wear the black stockings uniform that Secretary Shoya sent today, which I described as a bit conservative, and give me a lightning 5-whip dance? That's a good option. A subtle, mischievous smile crept across Chen Mo's lips. Chapter 25 should be kept simple. After seeing off Wang Tianyu, who left in high spirits as if he had been injected with chicken blood, the atmosphere in the office became subtle again. Su Wanqing resumed her cold demeanor, tidied her desk, and seemed to be preparing to continue working, but her eyes kept glancing at Chen Mo out of the corner of her eye, her gaze carrying a hint of provocation and defiance. The meaning was clear, you old rogue, see? I don't need you, I have my own trump cards. Tomorrow I'll show you what a true king of soldiers is. Chen Mo didn't take her provocation to heart at all. He walked to Su Wanqing's luxurious executive chair, plopped down, leaned back comfortably, and casually propped his feet up on the expensive mahogany desk. What are you doing? Get down. That's my spot. Su Wanqing immediately bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Your seat? Chen Mo swung his leg, took out the imperial green ring Wang Tianyu had given him from his pocket, and played with it in front of his eyes. He said slowly, every inch of air in this office today is tainted with the old man's scent. Strictly speaking, this is our seat now. Why be so particular? You, shameless. Su Wanqing's face instantly turned red to her ears. She recalled the absurd things that had happened here that afternoon, feeling both ashamed and angry, but she was powerless against this shameless old rogue. The two faced off like this, one glaring angrily and the other grinning, until they left work. Back at the villa in Yunding Mountain Resort, the moment I entered, I was greeted by the aroma of food. The gentle and graceful Su Yunru, wearing an apron, walked out of the kitchen carrying a pot of steaming soup. Wanqing, Uncle Yi, you're back. Go wash your hands, I made your favorite black chicken soup today. Su Yunru smiled gently when she saw the two of them. However, when her gaze fell on Chen Mo, it carried a hint of worry. She noticed that Chen Mo had been holding his waist with his hand ever since he entered the room, his gait was somewhat stiff, and there was a hint of pain on his face. Uncle Yi, what's wrong? Is your back hurting? Su Yunru asked with concern. Before Chen Mo could answer, Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. That old scoundrel. He was making such a ruckus in the office this afternoon, he must have hurt his back. Serves him right. He's 80 years old, and still so reckless. She felt a surge of schadenfreude, but fearing her sister might notice something amiss, she was about to speak up to help cover it up. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo spoke first. He sighed deeply, a complex expression on his face showing both satisfaction and a hint of lingering fear. He then glanced meaningfully at Su Wanqing and said in a weathered, experienced tone, "Sigh, it's nothing serious. It's just, young people, you know, hot-tempered and demanding. My old bones can't take it anymore. In the future, just be more restrained, just be more restrained." His words were ambiguous and full of implications. Su Yunru was naive and kind-hearted, and couldn't understand the underlying meaning. She thought Chen Mo was lamenting that young people nowadays work too hard and ruin their health, so she nodded in agreement. Yes, Wanqing is like that, she works like crazy. Uncle Yi, you should try to persuade her more. Su Yunru didn't understand, but Su Wanqing did. Her pretty face flushed red from her cheeks to the roots of her neck in an instant. What does it mean when someone says young people are hot-tempered and have insatiable demands? What does it mean to say my old bones can't take it anymore? What does just be more restrained in the future mean? That old lecher. He's wicked to the core. Is he tattling on something to his sister? Or is he showing off? She felt so ashamed and angry that her head was practically steaming, and she wished she could disappear into the ground. She glared at Chen Mo fiercely, her eyes filled with a look that seemed to want to tear him to pieces. Seeing that her sister wanted to continue the discussion on whether young people should exercise restraint, Su Wanqing quickly spoke up and made up a lie that she herself found clumsy. "Sister! Don't listen to his nonsense," she said quickly. "Uncle Yi, he had nothing to do this afternoon, so he followed Aunt Wang and the other women who do square dancing in the neighborhood. He was moving too vigorously and accidentally twisted his back." Square dancing? Su Yunru was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and chuckled, her gentle eyes curving into beautiful crescent moons. "Uncle Yi, you have such a youthful spirit. But you should also be careful when dancing. Next time, don't dance as intensely as Aunt Wang. Even young people have trouble with their most dazzling ethnic style." Su Yunru believed it to be true and even started to care about Chen Mo. Chen Mo, on the other hand, shook his head at Su Wanqing with an expression that said, "Look how wronged I am." Su Wanqing had already cursed Chen Mo 100 times in her mind. This old man is getting worse and worse. Just wait until tomorrow, I'll get those special forces soldiers to deal with you. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Su Wanqing deliberately slept in a little later to avoid running into that annoying old rogue at the dinner table. She drove her other Bentley, with Chen Mo in the car, silently arriving at the Yuanqing Group building. She had already made up her mind. The elite soldier that Wang Tianyu had invited would arrive today, and she was determined to make Chen Mo suffer a great humiliation. As soon as the car stopped in front of the company, she saw her secretary, Xiaoya, pacing anxiously back and forth at the entrance, looking flustered like an ant on a hot plate. Upon seeing her car, Xiaoya rushed over without hesitation, even losing one of her high heels in the process. "President Su! President Su, something terrible has happened." Xiaoya ran to the car window, her face pale with fright, her voice trembling with tears. "Something terrible has happened. Our company's cardiovascular and cerebrovascular disease treatment drug, which we've been secretly developing for 3 years, has just released its phase 3 clinical trial report, and it's failed." "What?" Su Wanqing's brain went blank for a moment, as if it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. Chapter 26. Don't panic, little girl, I have the prescription. What did you say? The clinical trials failed? Su Wanqing pushed open the car door, rushed to her secretary Xiaoya, grabbed her shoulders, and her voice became sharp with shock. "How is this possible? Last week's report said everything was going smoothly. All the clinical data was perfect. How could it suddenly fail?" Xiaoya was so frightened she almost cried, and answered in a trembling voice, I don't know either. This morning, the Drug Administration sent word that our new drug experienced serious side effects in the final testing, with 3 volunteers developing acute kidney failure. The project has been urgently halted. And what? Tell me quickly." Su Wanqing's heart sank to the bottom. Furthermore, Dr. Liu, the head of the project team, submitted his resignation this morning and we can't contact him now. The hard drive on the computer in his office containing the core formula and experimental data for the new drug has also been deliberately destroyed. It's over. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing swayed and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Chen Mo, who was nearby, reacted quickly and caught her. She understood instantly. All of this is a conspiracy. A vicious conspiracy targeting her and the Farstar Group. This cardiovascular and cerebrovascular disease treatment project was the first major project she spearheaded after taking office as president, overcoming numerous objections. The group invested nearly 2 billion yuan in research and development over 3 years, and it was on the verge of a successful IPO, bringing the group tens of billions of yuan in profits. This is the most important card she played to consolidate her position in the group and completely overwhelm her cousin Su Wenbo. But now, this card is useless. Clinical trial failed, the person in charge absconded, and core data was destroyed. This was no accident at all, it was clearly a coordinated business attack from within and without. And the mastermind behind it all, besides her cousin Su Wenbo, who was eyeing the CEO position, was someone else she couldn't think of. He bribed Dr. Liu to tamper with the data at the most critical moment, creating the illusion of clinical failure, and then destroyed all the evidence, leaving her with no way to prove anything. The 2 billion investment has gone down the drain, and the group's stock price will inevitably plummet as a result. She, the person in charge of this project, will have to take full responsibility. Even more devastating is that in a few days, the top executives of the Su Group will be coming down to inspect and audit this year's performance. With such a huge financial hole, how can she continue as president? Those old fogies on the board, who have long been dissatisfied with her, will definitely use this opportunity to oust her from the position and install Su Wenbo in her place. In an instant, Su Wanqing felt as if the sky had fallen. Supported by Chen Mo, her face was deathly pale, her eyes vacant and filled with despair. Was everything she had worked so hard for, all the effort she had made to protect her father's life's work, about to be destroyed today? Just when she was feeling utterly hopeless and at her wit's end, a lazy voice rang in her ear. "Girl, don't panic." Chen Mo supported her, while his other hand leisurely picked at his ear, showing no sign of tension. "The sky won't fall. It's just a prescription, no big deal. Stop crying, people will laugh at you." Su Wanqing slowly turned her head, staring blankly at him, as if she hadn't heard what he said. What did you say?" Looking at her pitiful, distraught appearance, Chen Mo curled his lip and raised his voice. "I said, don't panic. It's just a broken prescription. If he can ruin it, this old man can give you a new one. And it will be 100 times better than his." "A new prescription?" A glimmer of light finally appeared in Su Wanqing's eyes. She seemed to have grasped at the last straw. You really have a way?" She recalled the miraculous health-preserving soup from a couple of days ago. Its effects were far superior to any health supplement on the market. Could it be that this old rogue really possessed some astonishing medical skill? "When have I ever lied to you, old man?" Chen Mo patted his chest, his face full of confidence. In his knowledge base of God-level medical skill mastery, let alone a prescription for cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, he could find 17 or 18 prescriptions that could make the dead speak in exaggeration. However, Chen Mo changed the subject, revealing his signature wicked smile that made Su Wanqing both hate and fear him. "My family's secret remedy is priceless, passed down only to sons and only within the family. It's not impossible for me to give it to you. But you'll have to show some sincerity and offer some reward, right?" Su Wanqing couldn't care less about anything else at this moment. She said urgently, "How much money do you want? 1 million? 10 million? Or 100 million? As long as you can come up with the prescription and solve the company's crisis, no amount of money is a problem." She thought Chen Mo was trying to extort money from her. Although she found his attempt to take advantage of her distress despicable, she felt that as long as they could get through the crisis, it would be worth spending any amount of money. However, Chen Mo smiled and shook his head, then held up a finger and waved it in front of her. He leaned close to Su Wanqing's ear and whispered in an ambiguous yet aggressive tone. "Money? That's too vulgar. That's not what I want, you know. With such a huge advantage, how could we possibly lose?" Chapter 27. You bastard. Su Wanqing's body trembled violently, and the slight flush of color that had just risen because of seeing hope was instantly replaced by shame, anger, and fury. She pushed Chen Mo away violently, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and humiliation. "What kind of time is this? You're still thinking about this kind of thing? Don't you have any humanity left? At a critical juncture for the company's survival, everything she had hung by a thread. This old rogue, her only hope, was still thinking of taking advantage of her misfortune and using the most shameless methods to blackmail her. Hey, you can't say that. Chen Mo wasn't angry at being pushed away. Instead, he retorted with an air of righteous indignation, "How is this taking advantage of someone's misfortune? This is called offering help in a time of need, a fair trade. I'm offering my priceless treasure to save your company from dire straits, and you're giving back your sincerity. That's perfectly reasonable." He shrugged and continued, "Besides, think about it carefully, this isn't a bad deal for you. If we have a deeper discussion, we can get the prescription, and it will also help you consolidate your cultivation. No, I mean help you relieve stress and improve your appearance. It's a win-win situation, so why not?" You shut up." Su Wanqing was trembling with anger. She had never seen such a shameless person. But what could she do? Reject him? Then watch helplessly as the company goes bankrupt, as you are ousted from the group, and as your father's life's work falls into the hands of that despicable Su Wenba? She was not willing to accept it. Reason and emotion were locked in a fierce battle in her mind. On one side lay an abyss, on the other, a humiliating compromise. She had no choice. After a long while, Su Wanqing seemed to have all her strength drained away. She closed her eyes, with glistening tears hanging on her long eyelashes, and her voice was hoarse as she squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. "Okay. I promise you." Before Chen Mo's smile could even bloom, she suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze icy and resolute. "However, I must see the prescription work first. If your prescription doesn't work, or if you're lying to me, I'd rather die than let you succeed." "Deal." Chen Mo snapped his fingers readily. He knew that this girl was already at his mercy, and couldn't escape. He asked his secretary, Xiaoya, to bring him paper and pen, and then wrote down a prescription in a flamboyant manner. The prescription contained only extremely common Chinese herbs, such as danshan, sanqi, hawthorn, and kudzu root, which were ridiculously cheap. Su Wanqing took the seemingly unreliable folk remedy, her heart pounding with anxiety. But at this point, she had no choice but to believe it. She immediately handed the prescription to Xiaoya, instructing her to send it to the Research and Development Department at all costs, to prepare a sample in the shortest possible time for preliminary efficacy testing. Xiaoya grabbed the prescription and ran off like the wind. The office fell silent once more. Su Wanqing sat on the sofa, hugging her knees and burying her head in her arms, like a wounded little animal. Just then, the office door was slammed open from the outside. They didn't even knock. Su Wanqing looked up abruptly and saw her cousin, Su Wenba, walking in with a smug and triumphant expression. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a serious face and an imposing presence. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Su Wanqing's heart sank. "Uncle Zhao. He is the chairman of the board of supervisors of the group, and also one of my grandfather's most trusted confidants. He is specifically responsible for auditing the financial status of the group's various subsidiaries." How did he end up with Su Wenba? And so many days early at that. Seeing Su Wanqing's distraught and pale face, Su Wenba's smile widened. He walked up to Su Wanqing, looked down at her, and said in a teasing tone, like a cat playing with a mouse, "My dear sister, I heard your special medicine project has run into some problems? Oh dear, 2 billion in investment, just gone down the drain like that, what a pity." "Su Wenba. It was you who did this," Su Wanqing said through gritted teeth. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Su Wenba spread his hands, looking innocent. "I heard about this and was worried that you wouldn't be able to handle it on your own, so I specially invited Uncle Zhao over to help you with some advice. Uncle Zhao is a favorite of Grandpa, so with him around, he can definitely help you minimize the losses." He said he would help, but his eyes were full of schadenfreude. Uncle Zhao frowned, glanced at the mess of reports and documents in the office, and said in a deep voice, "Wanqing, what exactly happened? The group's senior management is about to inspect, why did such a big mistake occur?" Su Wenba sneered inwardly. He had already bribed people around Su Wanqing and was fully aware of every step of the new drug project's progress. He timed it perfectly, tampering with the clinical trials at the last minute, then immediately reported it to the group headquarters. He then launched a surprise attack with the chairman of the supervisory board, Uncle Zhao, aiming to catch Su Wanqing completely off guard. Even a god couldn't fill a hole of 2 billion in such a short time. "Su Wanqing, you're dead today." Looking at Su Wanqing's desperate face, he felt a perverse pleasure welling up inside him. "Trying to outmaneuver me? You're still too green." With such a huge advantage, how could I possibly lose? Today, I'm going to drag you down from your position as CEO. Chapter 28 New Prescription. Half an hour later, in the top floor conference room of Yuanqing Group. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost suffocating. Around the long conference table sat a group of senior executives from Yuanqing Group, each sitting upright and silent. At the head of the table, Supervisor Zhao Shu's face was ashen as he flipped through the loss report urgently submitted by the finance department, his expression growing increasingly grim. Su Wenba, like a victor, leaned back leisurely in his chair, a faint sneer on his lips, his eyes occasionally glancing at Su Wanqing, who sat opposite him with a pale face. According to the audit report, the new drug development project has already caused a direct economic loss of 1.97 billion yuan. Mr. Su, do you have any explanation for this figure? Uncle Zhao slammed the report heavily on the table with a loud bang, his gaze piercing Su Wanqing like a knife. All eyes in the conference room were fixed on Su Wanqing. Some felt sympathy, some schadenfreude, but most were waiting to see the show unfold. Su Wenba's smugness deepened. He cleared his throat, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Su Wanqing. Just then, Su Wanqing, who had been silent all along, slowly raised her head. The panic and despair that had been on her face were gone, replaced by an astonishing calm, a composure born of desperation. She met Uncle Zhao's questioning gaze, her voice not loud, but clearly carried to every corner of the conference room. Uncle Zhao, fellow directors, I admit that I bear leadership responsibility for the losses incurred by the old projects. As soon as she opened her mouth, she admitted her mistake, which surprised Su Wenba, who was about to launch an attack. However, Su Wanqing's tone shifted, her eyes becoming firm and sharp. The reason for the losses and the temporary shelving of the old project is not because of research failure, but because we have found a new prescription that is more effective, lower in cost, and has a broader prospect. What? A new prescription? These words shocked everyone present. Everyone stared at Su Wanqing as if she were crazy. What kind of time is this to be stubborn and spouting such outrageous lies? Su Wenba almost burst out laughing on the spot. He pointed at Su Wanqing as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and exaggeratedly said to Uncle Zhao, Uncle Zhao, listen to this. Listen to what she's saying. A new prescription? Does she think prescriptions are like cabbages, something you can just come up with whenever you want? She's clearly stalling for time, deceiving the board of directors, and trying to cover up this huge deficit. He stood up abruptly, his voice righteous and stern as he accused, I suspect that Su Wanqing is utterly incompetent as president. Her poor decisions and stubbornness have caused the group a loss of nearly 2 billion. Now she is trying to deceive us with lies. I propose that she be immediately removed from her position as president and that a special investigation team be established to thoroughly investigate this matter. Su Wenba's speech was like a bombshell, exploding in the conference room. In an instant, all the pressure surged towards Su Wanqing like a tidal wave. Uncle Zhao's expression also turned extremely solemn. He stared at Su Wanqing and asked, word by word, Wanqing, is what Wenba said true? Do you really have a new prescription? Despite the questioning gazes, Su Wanqing felt utterly cold inside. She knew she was like a gambler standing on the edge of a cliff, and her only bet was the seemingly absurd folk remedy that the old rogue had casually scribbled down. She had no way out. She took the prescription paper from her folder and placed it on the table. It was a piece of paper torn from a notebook, the edges of which were even a little rough. On it, written in a very ordinary ballpoint pen, were the names of more than a dozen kinds of Chinese herbal medicines in a flamboyant style. This is the new prescription. Su Wanqing's voice was a little dry. Su Wenba was the first to rush over, snatch the paper, glance at it, and then burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. What kind of miracle cure did I have back then? Salvia miltiariza, Panax noto ginseng, kudzu root? Su Wanqing, were you fooled by some quack? You dare to claim that this kind of folk remedy, which you can find in any pharmacy, can replace a 2 billion yuan project? Do you think we're all idiots? His laughter echoed in the conference room, sounding extremely jarring. Uncle Zhao also took the paper, looked at it, and frowned even more. Although he didn't understand medicine, he knew that it listed the most common Chinese medicinal herbs, and it didn't look like a miracle drug that could create miracles at all. His eyes were filled with disappointment as he looked at Su Wanqing. Wanqing, you're being too hasty. The other executives in the conference room also began to whisper among themselves, their gazes toward Su Wanqing filled with pity and disdain. It's over, it's really over this time. Su Wanqing's confidence began to crumble little by little amidst everyone's doubts and ridicule. Could it be that I was really fooled by that old geezer? Did he just write down a prescription to fool me so he could get me? She felt as if she had been stripped naked and thrown into the freezing cold, her whole body cold, filled with helplessness and despair. She's now in a difficult situation. She can only bite her lip tightly, using the last of her strength to force herself to say, the prescription is undergoing emergency testing, and the results will be available soon. Time passed, second by second. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Each tick of the clock on the wall felt like a heavy hammer blow to Su Wanqing's heart. There has been no news from the RD department for a long time. Su Wenba's smile grew increasingly smug. He was confident of victory. Uncle Zhao's patience seemed to have run out. He picked up the phone on the table, seemingly preparing to report everything to the head of the old house. Su Wanqing's heart sank to the bottom little by little. Chapter 29. Was I scammed? Enough! Uncle Zhao finally lost all patience. He put down the phone, stood up, and looked down at Su Wanqing with disappointment and determination in his eyes. Wanqing, I've always had high hopes for you. I thought that although you're young, you have the courage and ability to lead Yuanqing Group to new heights. But today, you've disappointed me greatly. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was like a cold awl, piercing Su Wanqing's heart. A project with an investment of nearly 2 billion yuan has failed just like that. After such a huge incident, instead of thinking about how to remedy the situation, how to be honest with the board of directors, and how to gain their support, you're trying to get away with a dubious and ridiculous folk remedy. What do you take the future of the group for? A child's game? Uncle Zhao's voice grew increasingly stern, and the temperature in the conference room seemed to drop to freezing point. I have decided to immediately suspend you from all your duties as president, and Su Wenba will temporarily assume them. At the same time, I will report everything here truthfully to the old patriarch, and he will make the final decision. Upon hearing this, Su Wenba's face instantly lit up with ecstatic joy. It's done. It's finally done. He has been waiting for this day for far too long. He almost couldn't resist opening a bottle of champagne to celebrate. He glanced contemptuously at Su Wanqing, whose face was ashen, with the eyes of a victor, his heart filled with smug satisfaction. Su Wanqing, you arrogant woman, you can't beat me after all. From today onwards, Yuanqing Group is mine. And you will become the laughingstock of the entire Su family. The other executives in the conference room also began to whisper among themselves, their gazes toward Su Wenba now tinged with a mixture of obsequiousness and awe. The opportunists were already preparing to switch sides. Su Wanqing swayed, feeling as if the whole world was spinning. She lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. She not only lost her position as CEO and her father's hard work, but also her dignity and future. And all of this stemmed from the fact that she was foolish enough to believe that old rogue. She actually believed that a liar and opportunistic pervert would come up with some kind of magic cure to save her. He was just playing with himself from beginning to end. When he wrote that prescription, he must have been inwardly laughing at his own naivety and stupidity. A tremendous surge of regret and resentment welled up from the bottom of my heart. Chan Mo. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Her nails dug deep into the flesh of her palms, yet she felt no pain. The pain in her heart had numbed her to everything else. Seeing her distraught state, Uncle Zhao felt a pang of pity, but he hardened his heart and said to his assistant, "Draft the removal document immediately and have the legal department." He hadn't finished speaking. Bang! The heavy solid wood door of the conference room was violently smashed open from the outside with an almost brutal force. Everyone was startled by the sudden loud noise and turned to look at the door. Dr. Liu, the head of the RD department, who was usually meticulous and composed and over 50 years old, rushed in like a madman. His hair was disheveled, his white coat was buttoned up wrong, and his face wore a frenzied expression that was a mixture of shock, ecstasy, and disbelief. He was clutching a document tightly in his hand and was still breathing heavily because he had run so fast. He completely ignored the strange atmosphere in the conference room and the group of bigwigs, his eyes frantically searching through the crowd, finally locking onto Su Wanqing. Mr. Su, Mr. Su. Dr. Liu rushed to Su Wanqing, his voice cracking with excitement. Great news. Incredible good news. Su Wanqing numbly raised her head and looked at him, her eyes empty and unresponsive. Good news? What good news is there now? Su Wenba frowned and impatiently scolded, Dr. Liu, what are you doing? Can't you see we're in a meeting? What kind of behavior is this? Dr. Liu ignored him completely. He handed the experimental report in his hand to Su Wanqing with trembling hands, as if presenting a royal decree. His voice became extremely sharp due to excitement. President Su. The new prescription you gave me. We've made it into pills. Furthermore, we selected 3 terminally ill patients who had suffered acute myocardial infarction, had been issued critical condition notices by the hospital, and were judged to have no more than 24 hours to live, and conducted an emergency clinical injection trial. The result. At this point, Dr. Liu was so excited that he could barely speak. His face turned red, he took a deep breath, and with all his might, he roared out. The results were incredibly remarkable. 5 minutes after the injection, the heartbeats of all 3 critically ill patients returned to normal. Their vital signs miraculously stabilized. According to our observations, they not only escaped the danger to their lives, but even their damaged myocardial cells were repairing themselves at a speed we cannot comprehend. President Su. This is no longer medicine. This is simply a miracle. Chapter 30 is simply a miracle drug. Miracle? Dr. Liu's roar was like a depth charge dropped on a calm lake, plunging the entire conference room into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by what he said, their minds buzzing, and they were unable to react for a moment. How can 3 terminally ill patients, whom the hospital had given up hope of, be brought back to normal within 5 minutes? Can damaged heart muscle cells repair themselves? How is this possible? Isn't this something out of a science fiction movie? Suddenly, an incredulous light burst forth from Su Wanqing's previously empty and lifeless eyes. She trembled as she reached out and took the experimental report, which still carried the warmth of Dr. Liu's body. She could see every word, every piece of data, and every graph in the report clearly. Blood pressure has returned to normal. Heart rate has stabilized. Blood oxygen saturation 100%. Myocardial enzyme levels plummeted. With everything clearly documented in black and white, detailed data, rigorous logic, and the joint signature of 3 attending physicians, Dr. Liu was not lying. The folk remedy given by that old rogue was actually real. And its effects were 100 times, 1,000 times more miraculous than she had imagined. Her mood instantly soared like a roller coaster, from the bottom of an abyss to the top of the clouds. Overwhelmed with joy, she trembled uncontrollably. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Wenbo was the first to react. Like an enraged bull, he snatched the report from Su Wanqing's hand, stared wide-eyed, and read it word by word. The more he looked, the uglier his face became, turning from flush to ashen, and finally as pale as paper, devoid of any color. Every piece of data in the report was like a resounding slap across his face. It's fake. This must be fake. Dr. Liu, have you been bribed by Su Wanqing? You've conspired to falsify data and deceive the board of directors. He roared like a madman, trying to make a last-ditch effort. Falsification? Dr. Liu seemed to have heard a tremendous insult. He snatched back the report, pointed at Su Wenbo's nose, and retorted excitedly, Su Wenbo. You can insult my character, but you can't insult my profession. These 3 patients are currently in the ICU of the First Municipal Hospital. If Uncle Zhao doesn't believe me, he can send someone to check right now. Can't the data lie? Can't the facts lie? Uncle Zhao, having recovered from his initial shock, grabbed the report, put on his reading glasses, and began to examine it carefully. Although he didn't understand the technology, he could comprehend the report's format and the logic of the data. His hands also began to tremble slightly. He knew very well what it meant if the report was true. This is not just about filling a 2 billion yuan deficit, it's about creating a revolutionary product that will revolutionize the entire cardiovascular drug market. The profits it generates will be astronomical. Dr. Liu seemed unsatisfied with the excitement, looking at Su Wanqing with fervent admiration, and added, President Su. According to our R&D department's preliminary estimates, the raw material cost of this drug is extremely low. Once it achieves mass production and market launch, its annual profit will be in the tens of billions. Boom! The word 10 billion exploded in everyone's mind like an atomic bomb. A collective gasp filled the conference room. The way all the executives looked at Su Wanqing changed. Their previous sympathy and disdain transformed into extreme shock, awe, and even fanaticism. Overcoming all opposition, abandoning a seemingly perfect old project, and instead adopting a low-cost yet incredibly effective miracle drug formula. What astonishing courage and vision! This isn't a decision-making mistake, it's a stroke of genius. Su Wenbo slumped into his chair, his face ashen, muttering to himself, "No, impossible, how could this be?" He lost miserably. Uncle Zhao put down the report and let out a long sigh. He walked up to Su Wanqing, his face no longer showing the sternness and disappointment he had displayed before, but instead filled with admiration and satisfaction. He patted Su Wanqing on the shoulder and said with deep emotion, "Wanqing, good. Good. Uncle Zhao was wrong about you. This time, you have made a tremendous contribution to the group." He paused, his voice tinged with excitement. "To be honest, just before I came here, the old patriarch spoke to me on the phone. He said that as long as you can pull through this time, he will officially announce you as the next heir of the Su group at his 70th birthday banquet next month, in front of all the members of the Su clan." Heir. These 3 words sealed Su Wenbo's fate. Su Wanqing's feelings were beyond words. She felt like she was dreaming, an incredibly real and thrilling dream. And all of this stems from that old rogue. That man who was foul-mouthed, shameless, and lecherous, yet always manages to display unpredictable abilities at the most crucial moments. She looked out of the conference room's glass wall at her own office. That old man is probably lounging in his office chair, legs crossed, taking a leisurely nap right now. An unprecedented and incredibly complex emotion welled up within her. Chapter 31. You're done on your end, now it's my turn, right? Alright. Wanqing, Uncle Zhao misunderstood you. Uncle Zhao's heartfelt praise was like a thunderclap, pulling everyone in the conference room back to reality. He walked up to Su Wanqing, his face no longer showing the sternness and disappointment of before, but instead filled with immense admiration and satisfaction. He patted Su Wanqing's shoulder heavily and said with deep emotion, "This time, you have made a tremendous contribution to the group. A profit of tens of billions. This is a momentous achievement in the history of the entire Su group." The executives in the conference room also came to their senses at this moment, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Su Wanqing had changed from disdain and sympathy to awe and fervor. A stroke of genius. This is absolutely a stroke of genius. Who would have thought that President Su would have such boldness, secretly preparing such a trump card? President Su is wise. I knew it. How could President Su make such a basic mistake? It turns out she had a backup plan all along. With President Su by our side, the future of our Yuanqing group is bright. The opportunist's ability to switch sides at the slightest provocation was on full display at this moment. The flattery was deafening. Su Wanqing listened to these compliments, but her heart remained unusually calm. She knew that all this glory did not belong to her. The one who truly created this miracle was that old rogue who was currently dozing off in her office with his legs crossed. Her gaze swept across the crowd and landed on her cousin, Su Wenbo, who was slumped in his chair, his face ashen. Su Wenbo's mind was still blank, and he kept muttering to himself, "Impossible. This is impossible. My plan was flawless, how could this happen?" He couldn't understand how he had spent a fortune and laid out a plan for nearly a year, and was about to completely crush Su Wanqing under his feet, only to have it all turned around in an instant because of a piece of paper. Uncle Zhao's eyes also turned cold. He looked at Su Wenbo, his voice filled with disgust. "Wenbo, as the vice president of the group, instead of thinking about how to create value for the group, you were scheming to fight among yourselves and plotting to frame your own sister. You have disappointed me greatly." He paused, his voice tinged with excitement and determination. "To be honest, just before I came here, the old patriarch spoke to me on the phone. He said that as long as Wanqing can pull through this time, he will officially announce her as the next heir of the Su group at his 70th birthday banquet next month, in front of all the members of the Su clan." The words heir were like 3 sharpest knives, piercing Su Wenbo's heart and crushing his last hope. He lost everything. He knew that from this day forward, he would never have another chance to turn things around in the Su group. He struggled to his feet, his face pale, like a defeated rooster, wanting nothing more than to slink away from this place that had brought him so much humiliation. "Stop!" Just as he reached the door, Su Wanqing's icy voice rang out from behind him. Su Wenbo froze, turned around, and asked with a fierce but weak voice, What else do you want?" Su Wanqing slowly stood up from her seat and walked step by step to him. In her beautiful eyes, there was no joy of victory, only cold indifference. "Su Wenbo, have you forgotten that we have a bet?" "A bet?" Su Wenbo remembered. He had been certain that Su Wanqing couldn't resolve the crisis, and had boasted in front of everyone in the conference room that if Su Wanqing could turn the tide, he would transfer all the business of his pharmaceutical company to Yuanqing Group free of charge. Although that company is not as good as Yuanqing Group, it is still Su Wenbo's lifeline, with an annual turnover of several hundred million. You're going too far." Su Wenba's face turned a deep shade of liver. This is outrageous. Su Wanqing sneered. When you plotted to ruin my reputation and seize my company, why didn't you say that was outrageous? Now you want to renege on your promise? Too bad, it's too late. She turned to Uncle Zhao and said respectfully, Uncle Zhao, you are the chairman of the board of supervisors of the group and an elder of our Su family. Today, we would like to ask you to be our witness. Uncle Zhao valued rules and promises above all else. He nodded and said in a deep voice to Su Wenba, Wenba, a bet is a bet. Sign it. Under the watchful eyes of Uncle Zhao and all the senior executives, Su Wenba's hands trembled like leaves, and he finally signed his name in humiliation on the equity transfer agreement that his assistant had prepared on the spot. The moment he finished signing, he seemed to have all his energy drained away, and he collapsed, only to be helped away from the conference room by his assistant in a disheveled state. A thrilling business war has finally come to an end. After seeing off Uncle Zhao and the group of executives, only Su Wanqing and Chen Mo remained in the huge president's office. The emotions that had been suppressed all day finally erupted at this moment. Su Wanqing could no longer maintain her icy CEO demeanor. Like a little girl, she excitedly spun around the office, her face beaming with a genuine and radiant smile. We won! Chen Mo, we won! She was as happy as a child, and even called out Chen Mo's full name for the first time. Chen Mo leaned back in her boss's chair, watching her unusually cheerful expression, and felt a sense of relief. He slowly stood up, rubbed his hands together, and with his signature malicious smile on his face, walked towards Su Wanqing step by step. Su Wanqing was still immersed in the joy of victory and did not realize the danger that was approaching. It wasn't until Chen Mo walked up to her and enveloped her with a masculine scent reminiscent of cheap tobacco that she realized what was happening. What are you doing? She instinctively took a step back, looking at him warily. Chen Mo rubbed his hands together with a grin, his calloused palms making a rustling sound, as if reminding her of something. Girl, he grinned, revealing a set of teeth that were yellowed from smoking. You finished your business, now isn't it my turn? Chapter 32. Why don't you have a go at them? Your turn? Your turn for what? Su Wanqing's smile froze instantly, replaced by a blush of shame and indignation. She knew, of course, what this old rogue was referring to. Chen Mo. Can't you think of anything else besides those filthy things? She was both ashamed and angry, feeling as if her joy, which had just risen, had been doused with a bucket of cold water and extinguished instantly. Filthy? Chen Mo was immediately displeased upon hearing this. He spread his hands innocently and began to spout his fallacious arguments. Girl, I swear to God. How can this be called sordid? I'm doing this to prolong my life. He pointed to his chest, his expression turning incredibly sorrowful. Do you think I wanted this? I'm an 80-year-old man, I've lived a life of simplicity and abstinence, all I want is to ascend to immortality someday. If it weren't for the system forcing me if it weren't for the fact that my skill requires the balance of yin and yang to maintain its power, I wouldn't bother arguing with you. He started bringing up that fictitious system and divine power again. Su Wanqing is now immune to his rhetoric and doesn't believe him at all, thinking he's just talking nonsense again. I don't care. I'm in a good mood today, so don't bother me. She turned her head away, not wanting to talk to him anymore. Hey, you little brat, trying to renege on your promise? Chen Mo pressed closer. We had a deal. I'd give you the prescription, and you'd pay me. Now the prescription's worked, your company's saved, and you're the undisputed heir. What, trying to turn your back on me? When did I say I was going to renege on my debt? Su Wanqing was cornered by him and could only argue with a flushed face. I just said, not now. I've dealt with so many things today, I'm exhausted, how can I have the energy to deal with you? There's no time like the present, Chen Mo said, rubbing his hands together and grinning like an old fox. The two were playfully pulling and tugging at each other in the office, one chasing and the other dodging, just like a young couple flirting. Just then, there was another knock on the office door. Wanqing. I'm here. The bodyguard I hired for you has arrived. Without even asking, just by listening to that arrogant and smug voice, you know it's Wang Tianyu, the sycophant, who's here. Su Wanqing was overjoyed her savior had arrived. She quickly straightened her clothes, glared at Chen Mo fiercely, her eyes seeming to say, you're lucky. Then she strode over and opened the door. Outside the door, Wang Tianyu stood in the center, surrounded by a radiant smile. Beside him stood three burly, imposing men. The three men were all wearing black, tight-fitting combat vests. Their bare arms showed muscles that bulged like blocks of iron, exuding explosive power. They stood upright like pine trees, their eyes sharp as eagles, radiating a strong aura of iron-blooded menace. They were clearly true soldiers who had fought their way through a hail of bullets. The leader had a square face, dark skin, prominent temples, and a sharp, piercing gaze. "Wan Qing, let me introduce you." Wang Tianyu pointed at the square-faced man like he was showing off a treasure, and said proudly, "This is Zhang Chong, the ace of the former Falcon Special Forces, codenamed Wolf Warrior. The two behind him are also his elites. With them around, let alone a few thugs, even a platoon of enemies wouldn't be able to hurt a hair on your head." The man named Zhang Chong gave Su Wanqing a crisp military salute, his voice booming like a bell. "Good day, Miss Su. From today onwards, the three of us will be responsible for your security." Looking at the three imposing Special Forces soldiers, Su Wanqing felt much more at ease. Her eyes lit up, and a brilliant plan to thwart Chen Mo's arrogance instantly came to mind. She glanced at Chen Mo, who was lounging lazily on the sofa looking half asleep, and deliberately said to Wang Tianyu in a troubled tone, "Tianyu, thank you for your kindness. However, I already have a bodyguard here." As she spoke, she pointed at Chen Mo. Wang Tianyu and the three Special Forces soldiers all turned their gazes to Chen Mo. When they saw that he was just a gray-haired old man who looked like he could be blown away by the wind at any moment, their faces showed undisguised contempt. "Him? A bodyguard?" Wang Tianyu laughed exaggeratedly. "Wan Qing, you must be joking. Uncle Yi is so old, he can barely carry a vegetable basket, how can he protect you?" "That's right, President Su. Security work is not child's play, it's not something just anyone can do." Zhang Chong, a veteran soldier, also frowned, his tone carrying the arrogance unique to soldiers and disdain for outsiders. This is exactly the effect Su Wanqing wanted. She sighed, feigning distress. "Oh dear, what should I do? Uncle Yi was sent by my grandfather, so I can't just fire him directly. How about, you two have a little contest?" She looked at Chen Mo, her eyes full of provocation. "Uncle Yi, how about this? You spar with Zhang Chong and the others. Whoever wins stays to be my bodyguard. The loser goes to be in charge of security at the villa, how about that?" This is clearly a scheme to use someone else to do the dirty work, letting Zhang Chong and his men teach Chen Mo a lesson. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianyu immediately clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That's a great idea. Let's stop short of a friendly exchange and make friends through martial arts." Zhang Chong and his two men were also eager to fight, looking at Chen Mo as if he were a fool who didn't know his own limitations. Su Wanqing felt smug. She could almost picture Chen Mo being beaten black and blue, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. She walked up to Chen Mo, looked down at him, and deliberately used reverse psychology to say, "What? You don't dare? If you don't dare, admit defeat now and behave as your housekeeper from now on. You're not allowed to make any excessive demands on me again." She thought Chen Mo would back down. To everyone's surprise, Chen Mo yawned, slowly stood up from the sofa, looked at her, and gave her a playful smile. "Let's bet, who's afraid of who?" He saw through her little scheme and agreed with a smile. "However, since it's a bet, there has to be a stake. If I lose, as you said, I'll pack my bags and leave, and I'll never bother you again." He paused, then changed the subject, his eyes becoming extremely aggressive as he turned the tables. "Then, what if I win?" "You can't win," Su Wanqing blurted out confidently. In her view, although Chen Mo was skilled, he was getting old and couldn't fight against so many opponents. His opponents were three battle-hardened Special Forces veterans. How could he possibly win? "What if?" Chen Mo persisted. "There's no what if," Su Wanqing blurted out, pushed to her limit. "If you can win, I'll agree to any condition you set." "Okay. You said it yourself." Chen Mo had been waiting for her to say those words. He leaned close to Su Wanqing's ear and whispered his reward conditions in a devilishly seductive tone that only the two of them could hear. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing froze completely. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly, and her cheeks turned from pink to deep red at a visible speed, until they were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. She pointed at Chen Mo, her voice trembling violently with shame and indignation, almost squeezed out from between her teeth. "What? You want me, in the company, restroom? Chapter 33. Is this an old man? You're shameless. Vulgar. Perverted." Su Wanqing felt her brain go blank with a buzz. She had considered that Chen Mo might make excessive demands, such as making her wear something shameful or pose in some strange way. But she never dreamed that this old rogue's bottom line could be so outrageous. "In the company restroom? What kind of place is that? People come and go, and someone could come in at any time. Just imagining the scene sent chills down her spine, a cold shiver running down her spine. This wasn't just thrills, it was playing with fire. It was dancing on the edge of a cliff. What? You're scared now? Chen Mo's smile deepened as he looked at her, who was both embarrassed and angry, on the verge of exploding. Didn't you just say you'd agree to any conditions? What, is our CEO Su's word just empty talk? Su Wanqing was speechless, utterly stumped by his words. She said it herself, in front of Wang Tianyu and the 3 bodyguards, and now she can't bring herself to go back on her word. She was torn between her inner conflict and her own conscience. On one side was a humiliating and shameful bet, and on the other was the only chance to completely break free from the control of this old rogue. She glanced at the 3 imposing special forces soldiers beside her, then at the seemingly frail and slovenly old man in front of her. 3 against 1, and 3 elite soldiers against an 80-year-old man. This advantage is simply enormous. By any measure, this was a one-sided victory with no suspense whatsoever. If he loses, I'll be free once and for all. I'll never have to be threatened or manipulated by him again. For the sake of future freedom and dignity, let's take a risk and gamble. Thinking of this, Su Wanqing gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and squeezed out a single word through her teeth. Good. All right. Chen Mo slapped his thigh, his smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Young Master Wang and these 3 soldiers are our witnesses. Wang Tianyu was still standing there, laughing like an idiot. He had no idea what earth-shattering bet the 2 of them had made in private. He just assumed that Su Wanqing had finally made up her mind to replace this troublesome old butler. Don't worry, Wanqing. Zhang Chong and the others are careful and won't hurt Yibo. They'll just teach him a lesson. Wang Tianyu assured him, patting his chest. Soldier King Zhang Chong also stepped forward, and with a hint of condescending arrogance, said to Chen Mo, "Old sir, we won't bully you. How about this, you make the first move. If you can last 3 moves against me, you win. How about it?" In his view, it was an insult to have an old man fight him. However, Chen Mo simply waved his hand lazily and looked at the 3 of them with the eyes of someone looking at children. Stop talking nonsense, it's a waste of time to come at us one by one. He beckoned with his finger, his tone extremely arrogant. You 3, come at me all at once. What? These words stunned not only Zhang Chong and his 2 companions, but also Wang Tianyu and Su Wanqing. That's insane. Absolutely insane. 1 against 3? Or 3 elite special forces soldiers? Is this old man insane? Or is he just an ignorant fool? Zhang Chang's face darkened instantly, feeling that he had been greatly insulted. Sir, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. We are soldiers, not street thugs. Since you look down on us so much, don't blame us for being ruthless. His 2 comrades next to him were also enraged. They clenched their fists, their knuckles cracking, and their eyes turned fierce. Since he's courting death, let's grant him his wish. Let's finish this quickly. Don't let President Su laugh at us. The 3 exchanged a glance and instantly reached a consensus. The next second, the 3 of them moved. They formed a standard triangular attack formation, simultaneously flanking Chen Mo from 3 directions. Zhang Chong launched a frontal attack, unleashing a powerful straight punch that whistled through the air, aimed directly at Chen Mo's face. His comrade on the left delivered a swift low sweep kick, aiming for Chen Mo's lower body and blocking his escape route. His comrade on the right approached like a cheetah, his hands forming claws as he grabbed at Chen Mo's shoulders, preparing to subdue him instantly with a grappling technique. The 3 worked together flawlessly, launching a relentless offensive that instantly blocked all of Chen Mo's escape routes. In their view, this combination of attacks would be enough to take down not only an old man, but even a cow on the spot. Wang Tianyu already had a smug smile on his face. Su Wanqing also clenched her fists nervously, feeling both hope that Chen Mo would be severely punished and a vague sense of worry. However, just when everyone thought Chen Mo was about to be instantly killed, Chen Mo, who was at the center of the attack, made a move that made everyone's eyes almost pop out. He neither dodged nor avoided the powerful punch from Zhang Chong, and calmly raised his hand. His movements looked very slow as an old man practicing Tai Chi in a park. However, the seemingly slow raising of the hand was actually faster than expected, landing precisely on Zhang Chang's wrist, which moved as fast as lightning. Stick, adhere, connect, follow. The essence of Bajiquan was fully displayed at this moment. Zhang Chong felt as if his fist had struck a ball of cotton. All his strength was neutralized by a supple and strange force. Immediately afterwards, he felt a numbness in his wrist, and a clever force came through, causing his heavy fist to change direction uncontrollably. Bang! A muffled thud. Zhang Chang's fist slammed solidly into the face of his comrade who was attacking from the right. The comrade screamed, blood streaming from his nose, and saw stars. He was completely stunned by the punch he received from his own comrade. At the same time, Chen Mo simply shifted his body slightly to the side, deftly dodging the low sweeping kick that came from the left. Then, he lightly touched the ground with his toes, and his whole body, like a weightless leaf, moved at an incredible angle, close to the stunned Special Forces soldier, and instantly closed in on him. Stand close to the mountain. Bang! Another muffled thud. Chen Mo's shoulder rested casually on the Special Forces soldier's chest. The burly man, weighing over 180 pounds, didn't even have time to utter a sound before he was struck as if by a high-speed bull. His feet left the ground, and he flew backward for 3 or 4 meters before crashing heavily against the wall with a painful groan. He slid to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle turned. One glance, just one glance. 3 formidable Special Forces elites, one was accidentally injured by his own men, and the other was killed in a single move. Only Zhang Chong, the leader, remained standing there, frozen in his punching stance, completely dumbfounded. He looked at his 2 comrades lying on the ground, then at the unharmed old man in front of him who hadn't even broken a sweat, and his mind went blank. This is an old man? This is clearly a monster in human skin. Chapter 34. This old man is too fierce. How is this possible? Wang Tianyu's smile froze completely. His mouth gaped open, his eyes wide like saucers, his expression as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He invited elites from the Falcon Special Forces. They're top soldiers. How could they be taken down by an old man in a single encounter? Is this a movie shoot? Or does this old man possess some kind of sorcery? Su Wanqing was equally stunned by the shocking scene before her. She knew Chen Mo was skilled, but she didn't expect him to be this skilled. Those were 3 battle-hardened Special Forces soldiers. Yet, in front of him, they were like 3 kindergarten children, utterly powerless. Looking at the old figure standing with his hands behind his back, his posture as upright as a pine tree, she felt an indescribable surge of emotions welling up inside her. How many secrets is this old man still hiding? I don't believe you. Let's try again. Soldier King Zhang Chong finally snapped out of his shock. He roared, his pride and dignity as a soldier making it impossible for him to accept such a defeat. He believed that he had underestimated his opponent. He had been ambushed by the old man using some strange and skillful technique. Show us your true skills. Come at me all at once, he roared at his comrade who had just gotten up from the ground. The Special Forces soldier, whose nose was still bleeding, wiped the blood from his face, his eyes becoming extremely serious and fierce. The 2 of them held nothing back and pushed themselves to their peak. Kill! Zhang Chong let out a loud shout and launched another attack. This time, he no longer used wide, sweeping straight punches, but instead used the simplest and most practical fighting techniques in the military. His punches and kicks were like a storm, each strike aimed at Chen Mo's vital points. Every blow was powerful and heavy, with a tricky angle, and filled with deadly killing intent. Another comrade also flanked from the flank. The 2 cooperated seamlessly, forming an impenetrable attack network that enveloped Chen Mo. Faced with the 2 men's fierce attacks, Chen Mo was like a small boat in a stormy sea, seemingly about to capsize, but always managing to avoid all attacks with the smallest possible angle and the most incredible movements at the most dangerous moments. His movements were unpredictable, and his footwork, though seemingly chaotic, subtly conformed to the Bagua 8 trigrams, with each step landing precisely on the most crucial point. With Tai Chi, the world is at peace. With Bajiquan, the universe is at peace. Chen Mo's figure moved like a ghost amidst the 2's attack. Sometimes he was like a nimble snake emerging from its hole, delivering a tricky heart-piercing elbow that forced Zhang Chong to retreat and block. Other times he was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, delivering a powerful door-welcoming lean that made another comrade's blood boil. He was like a highly experienced hunter, toying with 2 beasts that had fallen into a trap, completely controlling the rhythm of the entire battle. Zhang Chong grew increasingly alarmed and frustrated as the fight progressed. He felt as if all his attacks were hitting thin air, powerless to be used. Meanwhile, his opponent's seemingly casual palm strike and push contained a terrifying explosive force, each contact sending numbness through his arm and making his blood surge. This old man's body is as hard as an iron plate. Bang! Chen Mo seized an opening and used the embracing the moon move, his hands like iron clamps, instantly locking Zhang Chang's arms, followed by a lightning-fast upward thrust of his knee. Snap! A crisp sound. Zhang Chang felt a sharp pain in his arms, as if his joints had been broken, and he uncontrollably fell to his knees. It's over. Chen Mo's voice, like the pronouncement of death, rang in his ears. Zhang Chang looked up and saw a fist covered in calluses rapidly enlarging in his pupils. That fist looked ordinary, yet it carried a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. 1-inch punch. One of the most explosive killing moves in Bajikwan. Zhang Chang's pupils contracted sharply, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped him. He tried to dodge, but his body was locked in place by an invisible aura, making him completely unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the fist drew ever closer to his nose. However, just as the force of the punch was already making his cheeks sting and his nose was about to be smashed to pieces, the fist stopped steadily. The tip of his fist was less than a centimeter away from the tip of his nose. The fierce wind from the punch made it impossible for him to open his eyes. A stream of cold liquid flowed down his trouser leg. He was so scared he peed his pants. The office was deathly silent. Wang Tianyu was completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. The two Special Forces soldiers, one groaning on the ground with his arms crossed and the other slumped in the corner, looked at Chen Mo with eyes full of fear. Zhang Chong, the king of soldiers, knelt on both knees, trembling all over, his face as pale as paper. He knew he had lost. We lost completely and utterly, and we accepted wholeheartedly. If the other party had wanted to kill him, he would be a corpse by now. We admit defeat. Zhang Chong squeezed out these words through gritted teeth, using all his strength. Chen Mo withdrew his fist, stood with his hands behind his back, and maintained his calm and composed expression, as if he had just done a set of calisthenics. He turned his head and his gaze fell on the icy female CEO, whose face was also deathly pale and whose delicate body was trembling slightly. He looked at her, raised an eyebrow, and a smug, mischievous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. That look seemed to say, "Girl, you've lost." Su Wanqing's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. It's over. Looking at Chen Mo's smug expression, and then remembering the bet that had made her feel so ashamed and indignant, her pretty face instantly turned bright red, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. That shameful bet. I must fulfill it. Chapter 35 unlocks a new ability. Now we can communicate every day. Zhang Chong, are you alright? Wang Tianyu finally snapped out of his shock and rushed over to help Zhang Chong, who was kneeling on the ground. Zhang Chong shoved his hand away and struggled to his feet. He walked up to Chen Mo, all traces of his previous arrogance gone, replaced by heartfelt reverence and shame. He gave Chen Mo a solemn military salute and said in a deep voice, "Sir, we have lost. We are completely convinced. Your skills are the best I have ever seen in my life. May I ask your name, sir, and which school of martial arts you belong to?" "I'm just a retired fitter, I know a little about farming, nothing special." Chen Mo waved his hand, looking like a wise man who didn't want to talk much. The more he acted this way, the more unfathomable Zhang Chong and the others felt about him, and the more awe they felt towards him. "Since we've lost, then as agreed, you'll be responsible for the security around the villa from now on." Su Wanqing suppressed her shame, anger, and panic, and announced the result with a cold face. All she wants now is to end this farce as soon as possible. "Yes, President Su." Zhang Chong and the other two responded in unison, without the slightest complaint. To be able to work alongside such a peerless master was, in fact, an immense honor for them. "Well, Wanqing, Wang Tianyu wanted to say something more to salvage the situation. "You can leave now." Su Wanqing directly dismissed him without even glancing at him. Wang Tianyu was rebuffed and could only leave the office dejectedly with his 3 bodyguards. He walked behind, watching Chen Mo and Su Wanqing walk one after the other into the depths of the office. In a daze, he seemed to see Chen Mo's hand reach out in a very improper manner and grab Su Wanqing's slender waist. Su Wanqing's body only stiffened for a moment, and she did not resist. Wang Tianyu's eyes widened instantly. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. However, they found that the two were simply walking normally, one in front of the other, with at least half a meter between them, and there was no arm around the waist gesture. Strange, am I overthinking this? Wang Tianyu shook his head self-deprecatingly. What a joke! How could Su Wanqing let an old man put his arm around her waist? She must have been scared just now and her eyes were playing tricks on her. Little did he know that in the instant he rubbed his eyes, Chen Mo had already swiftly withdrawn his hand, and casually gave that firm, shapely curve a light pinch. Wang Tianyu then assigned new tasks to the 3 bodyguards, telling them not to be idle, but to investigate that kid named Xiao Fan who had been harassing his fiancée lately, and to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. He never dreamed that no sooner had he left than a thrilling bet fulfillment ceremony was about to unfold in the very company he had just departed. The men's restroom on the top floor of the company building. This place is reserved for senior executives and is rarely visited. It's completely empty right now. Su Wanqing leaned against the cold wall, her legs weak and her heart pounding as if it would jump out of her throat. She never dreamed that one day she would be doing this shameless thing with a man in the company restroom. The partition doors were completely ineffective at blocking out any outside noise. The occasional footsteps in the corridor, the distant office phone ringing, and even the sound of the wind outside the window were like heavy hammer blows, striking her tense nerves hard. The feeling that she might be discovered at any moment made her tremble all over and feel like she was suffocating. You old scoundrel, hurry up," she urged through gritted teeth, her voice trembling. Chen Mo, however, remained calm and enjoyed this unprecedented thrill. Just then, the bathroom door creaked open. A footstep sounded, followed by the sound of a zipper being pulled open and a rush of water. Su Wanqing's body stiffened instantly, her eyes widened, and she covered her mouth tightly, even stopping her breathing. It's Wang Tianyu. He was quite frightened earlier and had to pee, so he came back. After Wang Tianyu finished using the restroom, he was about to wash his hands and leave when suddenly, his ears twitched. He heard a strange, suppressed, and subtle noise coming from the last stall next to him. Wang Tianyu's gossip spirit instantly ignited. Holy crap! Someone actually did this in the company restroom in broad daylight? They're incredibly audacious. He immediately became interested and tiptoed closer, wanting to press his ear against the door to listen to the good show inside. Just a second before his ear was about to touch the door, his phone suddenly rang. Hey! Young Master Wang, something's wrong. We've lost him. That kid Xiao Fan is too good, he beat the 3 of us up. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Tianyu flew into a rage. Forget about eavesdropping, he lowered his voice and cursed as he rushed out. Inside the cubicle, Su Wanqing and Chen Mo both breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Tianyu, who narrowly missed a good show, will never know that he almost discovered a shocking secret that would shatter his worldview. After a long while, Su Wanqing finally emerged from the bathroom, her legs weak and trembling. Leaning against the wall, she glared fiercely at the smug and refreshed old rogue, complaining, "It's all your fault. We almost got caught." Chen Mo, however, was still savoring the excitement of the moment with a grin, completely ignoring her complaints. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Completed in-depth interaction at a special location company restroom, triggering double rewards. Successfully plundered 200 points of the chosen one's luck value. Reward 1, lifespan increased by 10 days. Current remaining lifespan, 29 days. Reward 2, target Su Wanqing's favorability plus 5. Current favorability, 25. Her feelings for you have become more complex amidst shame, anger, and despair. Reward 3, unlock new ability Pangzu's health preservation formula through the method of yin-yang balance, absorb some of the opponent's primordial yin-yang, enhance your own constitution, accelerate energy recovery, and slightly improve the opponent's constitution. Chen Mo's eyes lit up instantly. Pangzu's health preservation formula? Doesn't this mean that in the future, I will not only not feel tired from in-depth communication, but will become more and more courageous, and can also help the other party improve their physical condition? This is practically a divine skill tailor-made for me. His gaze towards Su Wanqing instantly became even more intense. Chapter 36. When the time comes, do as you please. With the miraculous skill of Pangzu's health preservation formula, Chen Mo felt that his overall condition had improved to a higher level. In the past, although it felt great after exchanging ideas, I would still feel a bit of back pain. After all, I'm getting old, and even if the parts are refurbished, I still need to take care of them. But things are different now. He felt not only no fatigue, but also more energetic than before, his whole body full of inexhaustible strength, as if he had returned to his peak state when he was in his early 20s and could work for 12 hours straight in the workshop without rest. This feeling intensified his need for yin-yang harmony. He looked at Su Wanqing, who was leaning against the wall, her pretty face flushed and her legs trembling slightly, and began to plan the time and place for their next exchange. In the evening, we returned to the villa at Yunding Mountain Resort. As soon as Su Wanqing entered the door, she threw herself heavily onto the living room sofa, not wanting to move a single finger. Today, her emotions had gone through too many ups and downs. From the despair of her company being on the verge of bankruptcy, to the ecstasy of the miracle drug being launched, to the humiliation and excitement of being defeated by Chen Mo and forced to fulfill a shameful bet, she felt that this day had been more tiring than the past year. You must be exhausted? Chen Mo looked at her lazy and tired appearance, and kindly came closer with a concerned smile on his face. Wait here, I'll go and make you a pot of our family's traditional health-preserving soup to help you recover. I won't drink it. Upon hearing the words health-preserving soup, Su Wanqing sprang up from the sofa like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, looking at him with a wary and terrified expression. Even if I die from exhaustion, I will never drink another drop of that filthy rubbish. What a joke! Last time, it was because of that pot of soup that I lost control in the office and got taken advantage of by that old scoundrel. If I drink it again today, who knows what other outrageous tricks he'll come up with. Hey, you little rascal, you don't appreciate my kindness. Chen Mo looked hurt. I'm doing this for your own good. Just then, Su Yunru, dressed in casual clothes, came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of sliced fruit. Hearing their conversation, her gentle eyes immediately lit up with curiosity. Nourishing soup? Uncle E, is it that delicious soup from a couple of days ago? Su Yunru still vividly remembered Chen Mo's cooking skills and praised them highly. That's right, Yunru. Chen Mo immediately found an ally and smiled at Su Yunru. Your sister is working too hard, and I was thinking of giving her some nourishment, but she doesn't appreciate it. Sister, don't listen to his nonsense. You can't drink too much of that soup. Su Wanqing was anxious, afraid that her naive sister would also be deceived by this old rogue. Why can't I drink more? Su Yunru blinked her innocent big eyes. Su Wanqing was speechless. She couldn't very well tell her sister that drinking too much of that soup would make her feel hot all over and that she would need to find a man to balance her yin and yang, could she? She could only blush and stammer, Anyway, I can't drink too much. It'll make me feel hot. Will it make me feel hot? Su Yunru tilted her head, a hint of anticipation on her face. I need to perk myself up. I have plans with my fans tonight to do a live stream of a paranormal adventure in an abandoned village in the suburbs, and I'm worried about not having enough energy. Uncle E, could you make me a bowl? Upon hearing that her sister was going to a deserted village to do some dangerous live stream, Su Wanqing's heart immediately jumped. Sis. That place is too dangerous. You're not allowed to go. Oh, it's alright, Wanqing, Su Yunru comforted her with a smile. I've already made plans with my fans, and I'll be going with some friends, so everything will be fine. It's just that the live stream is quite long, and I'm worried I might not be able to handle it. She held Su Wanqing's hand and said coquettishly, Good sister, just ask Uncle Lee to make me a bowl, just one bowl, to cheer me up. Su Wanqing looked at her sister's expectant eyes, then at the old rogue next to her with a look of schadenfreude, and was caught in a dilemma. She knew that if she disagreed today, her sister would definitely be unhappy. But if I agree, what if my sister also drinks too much like I did? The consequences would be unimaginable. In the end, she gave in. Fine, okay. She gritted her teeth and laid down 3 rules for Chen Mo and her sister. I can make it, but it has to be agreed that each person can only have 1 bowl. Not a single extra drop. After dinner, Su Yunru drank a bowl of invigorating soup, and sure enough, she felt full of energy and began to enthusiastically prepare the equipment she would use for the evening's livestream. Su Wanqing became increasingly uneasy the more she thought about it. A deserted village, night, supernatural adventure, these words combined sound dangerous no matter how you look at them. She pulled Chen Mo aside and lowered her voice, almost pleading, Chen Mo, I'm still worried about my sister. Could you go with her tonight and protect her? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo pretended to frown, feigning difficulty. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? He shook his head. My job is to be your personal bodyguard and protect only you. Protecting your sister goes beyond the scope of our agreement. That would cost extra. You. Su Wanqing was furious. This old rogue was taking advantage of her misfortune again. But for her sister's safety, she had no choice but to endure it. Okay. We'll settle this separately. You tell me, how much do you want? Chen Mo smiled and shook his head, then held up a finger and waved it in front of her. He leaned close to Su Wanqing's ear and whispered in an ambiguous, aggressive tone, I don't want money. Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad feeling. He continued, I need you to agree to one condition. If you agree, I won't hesitate to protect your sister, even if it means going through fire and water. What conditions? Su Wanqing's voice was a little dry. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Chen Mo's mouth, his eyes seeming to want to devour her alive. It's very simple. I'll help you with this, but next time we talk, the location, the posture, and even what clothes to wear will all be up to me. His gaze swept meaningfully over Su Wanqing's office lady uniform and her long, beautiful legs encased in black stockings. Su Wanqing's face flushed red instantly, as if it were burning. That old scoundrel. His mind is utterly wicked. She wanted to refuse, but the thought of the danger her sister might face that night made it impossible for her to be so heartless. Ultimately, shame and worry tore at her heart. She closed her eyes, as if giving up all resistance, and made a trembling promise in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet incredibly clear. I promise you. Next time we can play whatever you want, then, it's up to you. Chapter 37? What? The Dragon King is here too? Okay. It's a deal. Having received Su Wanqing's exhilarating promise, Chen Mo was completely satisfied and felt full of energy. Protecting my sister-in-law is a piece of cake. He immediately put on the demeanor of a kind, honest, and hard-working housekeeper, and helped Su Yunru pack up the live streaming equipment. As night fell, a black van pulled up in front of the villa. Su Yunru changed into a set of outdoor sportswear that was easy to move in, which made her look even more slender and full of energy. After saying goodbye to her sister, she got into the car with Chen Mo. The car drove towards the outskirts of Jiangsheng, and the lights outside the window became increasingly sparse until they were completely swallowed up by the boundless darkness. About an hour later, the car stopped at the end of a bumpy dirt road. Row, over here. As soon as the car door opened, a young man dressed in an expensive windbreaker, looking quite respectable but with a hint of frivolity in his eyes, came up to greet us eagerly, carrying a professional video camera. He was Zheng Pang, a wealthy young man from Beijing and Su Yunru's #1 devoted fan. This paranormal adventure livestream was all planned by him, with the aim of having an intimate alone time in the wild with his goddess, Su Yunru. Young Master Zhang, thank you for your hard work, Su Yunru said politely with a smile. It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to serve you, Row. Zheng Peng smiled so wide his mouth almost reached his ears. However, when he saw Chen Mo getting out of the car behind Su Yunru, the smile on his face instantly froze. Row, who is this? He pointed at Chen Mo, his eyes filled with vigilance and displeasure. He'd been planning this opportunity to be alone with her for so long, and now this unexpected obstacle had suddenly appeared? And he's such an eyesore, a third wheel. Oh, this is Uncle E, my family's butler. My sister was worried about me, so she asked him to come along and protect me, Su Yunru explained. Butler? Zheng Peng looked Chen Mo up and down, and his disdain deepened as he saw Chen Mo's rustic attire. Who can a grumpy old man protect? What if he gets so scared by a ghost that he wets his pants and then needs a goddess to take care of him? He was extremely unhappy, but he couldn't show it in front of Su Yunru, so he could only give a forced smile and a greeting. Chen Mo didn't bother with him, he was just a typical sycophantic extra, not worth his time. He was surveying his surroundings. This was a desolate wilderness, and not far away was the legendary abandoned village, dark and gloomy, like a giant beast crouching in the darkness, exuding an ominous aura. Just then, another blinding headlight shone from not far away. A rugged, military green off-road vehicle, emitting a deep roar, executed a beautiful drift and came to a smooth stop beside them. The car door opened, and a tall, handsome man with a resolute and confident air stepped out of the car. Upon seeing this man, Zheng Peng's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Meanwhile, in Chen Mo's mind, the system's notification sound rang out precisely on time. Warning! High-intensity aura reaction. The Chosen One has appeared. The person who arrived was none other than Xiao Fan, the Chosen One who had returned as the King of Soldiers. Xiao Fan didn't even glance at Zheng Peng. His gaze fell directly on Su Yunru, his deep eyes filled with undisguised concern. Yunru, why did you come to such a dangerous place? I heard from Wanqing that you were coming to do a live broadcast, and I was worried, so I came here to check on you. His tone was so natural that it was as if he were Su Yunru's protector. Xiao Fan? What brings you here? Su Yunru was also somewhat surprised to see him. Of course I'm coming. What if something happens in this desolate wilderness? Xiao Fan said righteously, while glancing at the rich young master Zheng Peng next to him with a provocative look. When two rivals meet, they are filled with intense hatred. A strong smell of gunpowder instantly filled the air. Not to be outdone, Zhang Peng puffed out his chest and said sarcastically, "Oh, isn't this Mr. Xiao? With my professional team handling Ro's livestream, there's no need for you, an outsider, to bother, right?" "A professional team?" Xiao Fan scoffed, pointing to Zhang Peng's delicate arm. "With your slender frame, you wouldn't be able to protect Yun Ro. A gust of wind could blow you away. If there's real danger, you'd probably be the first one to hide behind Yun Ro." "You!" Zhang Peng was sore-spotted and his face turned red with anger. Chen Mo watched with great interest. "Good heavens, we haven't even entered the village yet, and a wonderful two dragons playing with a pearl show has already begun." He cleared his throat and decided to add some more spice to the play. He walked between the two who were still arguing, put on the appearance of a mature and prudent elder, and said to Su Yunru, "Since young Master Zhang and Mr. Xiao are here to help, then naturally there is strength in numbers. I think we should leave the safety issue to the strong and healthy Mr. Xiao." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan immediately puffed out his chest and a smug smile appeared on his face. Chen Mo patted Zhang Peng on the shoulder again and said earnestly, "Young Master Zhang, you're clearly someone who's going to do big things. You're rich and capable. This time, our live stream, the equipment, the logistics, and if we encounter any problems that need to be solved with money will all depend on you. Don't you agree?" Zhang Peng chuckled upon hearing this. This old man knows how to talk. "That's right, that guy surnamed Xiao is just a poor soldier. I can't beat him in a fight, but when it comes to spending money, he's not even worthy of carrying my shoes." In just a few words, Chen Mo clearly defined the division of labor between the two. One would be a free bodyguard, and the other would be a mobile sucker's wallet. He had already planned it all out. Tonight, he would not only watch the show, but also make these two dragons contribute money and effort to his grand scheme of picking up girls. Chapter 38. Is this rare enough? Yi Bo is right. After being flattered by Chen Mo, the rich young master Zhang Peng instantly found his place and a sense of superiority. He glanced disdainfully at Xiao Fan's cheap casual clothes, which cost no more than 500 yuan in total, took out a black bank card from his pocket, twirled it between his fingers, and then handed it to Chen Mo. "Uncle Yi, please take this. There's 2 million in here, the password is 6/8. Tonight, if you need to spend any money, feel free to swipe. If it's not enough, I'll transfer more. Don't be shy about asking Ro for it." His arrogant and wealthy demeanor was deliberately meant to annoy Xiao Fan. The meaning is clear: what's the use of being a poor soldier if you can't fight? That's what you rely on to survive in the world. Chen Mo didn't stand on ceremony, smiling as he accepted the black card and put it in his pocket, saying insincerely, "Oh, young Master Zhang, you're too kind, too kind." But he was secretly overjoyed. "Good lad, you're really smart. This mobile ATM is much more useful than that good-for-nothing Wang Tianyu." Xiao Fan frowned as he watched this scene, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. In his view, these rich kids who try to seduce others with money are the lowest of the low. A real man relies on strength and responsibility. He walked to Su Yunru's side and said softly, "Yunru, don't pay attention to him. I'm here, I won't let you get hurt." Su Yunru gave both of them polite smiles. She was simple-minded and did not notice the undercurrents between them. Once the four were ready, they began to walk deeper into the deserted village. Zhang Peng carried the heavy camera at the front, with Su Yunru following behind him, waving to the camera and the fans in the live stream. Xiao Fan, like a loyal knight, followed closely on Su Yunru's other side, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Chen Mo strolled leisurely at the back of the line, like an old man taking a walk, admiring Su Yunru's slender figure swaying slightly from her exercise, while plotting how to squeeze more money out of these two suckers. He found an opportunity to quietly fall a few steps behind and walk alongside Xiao Fan, who was also somewhat annoyed by Zhang Peng's teasing. "Mr. Xiao, your skills are extraordinary. You're clearly a dragon among men," Chen Mo said, offering a compliment. Xiao Fan still had some respect for this old steward of the Su family and said modestly, "Uncle Yi, you flatter me. I've only practiced farming for a few years. Alas, even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman." Chen Mo sighed and said in a worldly tone, "I can see that Mr. Zhao's feelings for my Yunru are genuine. It's just a pity, these days, sincerity is not as appealing as gold and silver." He glanced meaningfully at Zhang Peng, who was walking ahead. Xiao Fan's face darkened. He knew exactly what Chen Mo was referring to. "Uncle Yi, please feel free to speak your mind." Chen Mo leaned close to his ear, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "Mr. Xiao, to be honest, our Yunru is the kindest-hearted girl, and she's most easily swayed by gentle persuasion than by force. That young Master Zhang, although rich, is too flamboyant, and Yunru doesn't really like him. You, on the other hand, are steady and reliable, exactly her type. As long as you put in a little effort, send some thoughtful little gifts, and I put in a good word for you, this matter will be settled in 8 or 9 out of 10, right? Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Although he was very confident in himself, having the help of Su Yunru's own people would naturally make things much easier. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Yi, he said gratefully. It's just that I've been living abroad for many years and I'm really not good at giving gifts to girls. I don't know what Yunru likes. Well, Chen Mo stroked his chin, pretending to be profound, and said, our Yunru doesn't like those vulgar things like gold and silver jewelry. What she likes are rare treasures with connotation, heritage, and stories. A rare treasure? Xiao Fan frowned. Although he wasn't extremely wealthy, he had accumulated considerable wealth over the years while carrying out missions abroad, so buying 1 or 2 treasures wouldn't be a problem. But where can one find rare treasures in this desolate wilderness? Seeing the troubled look on his face, Chen Mo chuckled inwardly. The fish had taken the bait. He found another opportunity to slip away and strike up a conversation with Zhang Pang, who was panting heavily from exhaustion. Young Master Zhang, you are young and promising, and you have great stamina. That's right, Zhang Pang said proudly, wiping his sweat. But young Master Zhang, strength and money alone aren't enough to win over our Yunru. Chen Mo began his rambling, mystical explanation again. Oh? What insightful opinion do you have, Uncle Yi? Zhang Peng immediately became interested. Chen Mo repeated the rare treasure theory he had just told Xiao Fan, but with the protagonists reversed. That guy surnamed Xiao, although he was a poor soldier, I heard that a few years ago he was abroad and by chance obtained an incredible treasure. If he were to take it out, no matter how much money you throw at him, it probably wouldn't be as good as his sincere heart. Upon hearing this, Zhang Peng immediately became anxious. What treasure? He has treasures, but I don't? My Zhang family's collection could open a museum. As if to prove his strength and to make a good impression on Chen Mo, his future father-in-law's confidant, he took out something wrapped tightly in yellow cloth from his backpack. He proudly presented the item to Chen Mo, lowering his voice as he said, Uncle Yi, take a look. This is my grandfather's favorite, a cloisonné enamel snuff bottle from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. I secretly took it from home, intending to give it to Ro when I had the chance. This thing would be worth at least $1 million at an auction. Isn't this a rare treasure? Chen Mo stared wide-eyed at the exquisitely crafted snuff bottle. Goodness, this simp is a real gem. He carries around $1 million antiques with him all the time. He calmly took the snuff bottle, weighed it in his hand, and then, with a thinking-of-you expression, said to Zhang Pang, young Master Zhang, this gift is nice. However, the timing of giving a gift is more important than the gift itself. If you take it out now, it will seem too deliberate and opportunistic. How about? This old man, keep it for you for now. When the crucial moment comes, I'll hint for you to take it out, and that will be the final word. Then, what will that Xiao fellow have to compete with you with? Upon hearing this, Zhang Peng felt that what the old man said made perfect sense. Brilliant! Uncle Yi, you are truly brilliant. He was so impressed that he willingly handed over the $1 million snuff bottle to Chen Mo. Chen Mo carefully tucked the snuff bottle into his pocket, his heart already bursting with joy. This is just an appetizer. Once we get into the village, there will be plenty of opportunities to make these 2 chosen ones bleed. Chapter 39. There's something behind you. As night deepened, the group finally reached the entrance of the deserted village. A crooked stone tablet stands by the roadside, the inscriptions on it blurred and illegible, only the 2 characters Suolong can be vaguely discerned. The village was deathly silent, without a single light. Only a few dilapidated mud brick houses stood out, their silhouettes like skeletons under the pale moonlight, casting menacing shadows. The evening breeze blew, swirling up the fallen leaves on the ground, making a rustling sound. It also whistled through the dilapidated doors and windows, as if countless wronged souls were crying. The eerie and terrifying atmosphere made Zhang Pang and Su Yunru shiver involuntarily. So exciting, Zhang Pang said, but his hands, which were holding the camera, were trembling slightly. Ro, are you ready? I'm going to start a live stream. Su Yunru took a deep breath and nodded at him. Zhang Peng turned on the live streaming equipment, and soon, a large number of fans flooded into Su Yunru's live stream room. Wow! Goddess Ro is going all out today. She actually came to explore a deserted village. This place looks scary. Ro, be careful. That simp Zhang Xiao is carrying a camera again, it's hilarious. As Su Yunru watched the scrolling comments on the screen, her tense mood eased considerably. Holding up a selfie stick with a fill light, she began to describe the environment and legends of the place in her gentle and melodious voice. Good evening, everyone. We've arrived at the legendary Locked Dragon Village. It's said that a terrible plague struck here long ago, wiping out the entire village. Since then, it's become a deserted area, frequently experiencing paranormal events that defy scientific explanation. As she walked, she introduced the place, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense and eerie under her influence. Xiao Fan and Chen Mo followed her on either side, cautiously observing their surroundings. Xiao Fan, being a former soldier, naturally didn't believe in any ghosts or monsters. He was more worried about whether there were any fugitives or wild animals hiding here. Chen Mo, on the other hand, was simply there to watch the show. Having lived for 80 years, he had seen all sorts of storms and was completely unfazed by this eerie atmosphere. Led by Su Yunru, the atmosphere in the livestream gradually reached its climax. The number of online viewers quickly surpassed 500,000. Fans showered the screen with gifts while engaging in a frenzied discussion in the live chat. Su Yunru walked into an old house that looked relatively well preserved. The house was covered in dust and cobwebs, and in the center was a red coffin covered in a thick layer of dust. Wow! A coffin. High energy warning. Ro, quickly open it and see. Is there a zombie inside? Don't talk nonsense, you're scaring my goddess. Su Yunru was also startled by the coffin, and her face turned pale, but for the sake of the live broadcast, she mustered her courage and slowly approached the coffin. She lowered her voice and said to the camera in a tense and suspenseful tone, "Babies, we found a very strange coffin. It's right in the middle of the room. What do you think, should I open it and take a look?" Just as she was interacting with her fans and the atmosphere reached its peak. Suddenly, without warning, the live stream chat exploded with messages. The screen was filled with a dense barrage of comments, almost completely obscuring Su Yunru's face. Ro. Behind you. Behind you. Holy crap. What is that? Run. Ro. There's something behind you. Was that a special effect? It scared me to death. A dark shadow. Su Yunru was focused on the camera and didn't see the comments immediately. Zheng Peng, still carrying the camera, spotted the frantic warning on the screen. Following the prompts in the live chat, he abruptly turned the camera to look behind Su Yunru. Through the camera's night vision lens, he could clearly see that less than 2 meters behind Su Yunru, a tall, dark humanoid figure had silently appeared. The dark figure stood there stiffly, motionless, appearing incredibly eerie and terrifying in the pale moonlight. A ghost. Zheng Peng's mental defenses collapsed instantly. He let out a scream that could pierce the night sky, like a pig being slaughtered. He threw down the camera in his hand and scrambled out the door. Su Yunru was startled by his scream and instinctively turned her head. When she saw the tall, dark figure standing close behind her, like a mountain, her mind went blank. Fear, like an icy tide, instantly engulfed her. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Something seemed to be blocking her throat, preventing her from even screaming. She could only watch helplessly as the dark figure slowly raised its hand. Just when Su Yunru thought she was going to die here today, she closed her eyes in fear and waited for death to come. Suddenly, the dark figure began to speak in human language, cursing and swearing in an extremely impatient tone with a heavy local accent. What's all the noise about? It's the middle of the night, can't a person get any sleep? What organization are you from? What are you doing in our village? Chapter 40, 20-odd against 3? This is a disaster. That rough, dialectal curse was like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking everyone present. Su Yunru suddenly opened her eyes and realized that the so-called shadow in front of her was not a ghost at all, but a living person. This was a man nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a muscular build like a bear. He wore a tattered camouflage uniform, had a full beard, fierce eyes, and carried a rusty axe in his hand. He didn't look like a kind person at all. It was a false alarm. But then, even greater doubts and vigilance welled up in my mind. You're human? Zheng Peng, who was hiding outside the door with a camera, poked half his head out and asked tremblingly. Nonsense. Am I not human, or a ghost? The burly man spat impatiently, pointed his axe at them, and said viciously, "This is our village's territory, outsiders are not welcome." Get out of here now. Or don't blame me for being impolite. Villagers? Xiao Fan frowned, stepped forward, shielded Su Yunru behind him, and sharply scrutinized the burly man. Brother, as far as we know, this village has been abandoned for a long time due to a plague decades ago, and no one lives here anymore. It seems a bit far-fetched that you claim to be a villager here. Xiao Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a sense of scrutiny and pressure unique to soldiers. The burly man's eyes flickered, then he stiffened his neck and said forcefully, "Who said no one lives here? We are the descendants of survivors of that plague. We've always lived here and don't want to have any contact with the outside world. You city folks, get out of here. Don't bother us." He spoke with great conviction, but Xiao Fan keenly spotted the flaws in his words. Xiao Fan's gaze fell on the thing the burly man had tucked into his waistband. It was a machete that had been polished to a shine, with anti-slip strips wrapped around the handle. A descendant of survivors? Xiao Fan sneered, pointing to the knife at his waist, and pointed out incisively, "I've never seen any law-abiding villager carry such a controlled item on their person. Besides, although your accent is local, when you were cursing just now, you subconsciously said fuck, and that pronunciation is typical of the northwestern accent. I think you're not villagers at all, but a gang of thugs who commit crimes and are hiding here, right?" His identity was exposed on the spot. The burly man's face instantly turned ferocious. He knew that this matter could no longer be resolved peacefully. "Damn it! Now that you've seen through me, none of you will leave here alive today," he roared, no longer bothering to pretend, and suddenly drew the gleaming machete from his waist, slashing fiercely at Su Yunru, who was closest to him. This strike was swift and ruthless, carrying a ferocious aura that seemed intent on splitting a person in two. Su Yunru was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she didn't have time to react at all. In the blink of an eye, an old but exceptionally strong figure, like a bolt of lightning, instantly blocked her path. It's Chen Mo. He actually used his back to meet the sharp machete head-on. Put. The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh was exceptionally clear and jarring in the deathly still night. A line of blood shot out from Chen Mo's back. The machete pierced deep into his flesh. Bo. Su Yunru let out a shrill scream, watching helplessly as blood stained Chen Mo's back. She was almost paralyzed with fear. A surge of indescribable emotion and guilt welled up within her. This seemingly carefree and irreverent old man, in the most dangerous moment, would unhesitatingly use his own body to protect her. The burly man was taken aback when his attack missed and was blocked by an old man. Then, he became enraged, drew his blood-stained knife, and prepared to swing it again, intending to kill Chen Mo and Su Yunru together. Court death. Xiao Fan, who was standing to the side, finally realized what was happening. He roared, his body moving like a dragon, and with a swift and powerful sidekick, he slammed into the strong man's chest. Bang! The burly man, weighing over 200 pounds, was sent flying backwards with a scream, as if hit by a truck, crashing heavily to the ground. Even the old coffin was shattered into pieces. However, this is not the end. The burly man fell to the ground, pulled a signal flare from his pocket, and suddenly detonated it. Call out. A blinding red flame shot into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the lights of flashlights suddenly shone from the dilapidated mud houses around. Big brother! Kill them! A series of noisy shouts and curses rang out, and then, suddenly, more than 20 vicious thugs armed with steel pipes, machetes, and axes rushed out of those dilapidated houses. They completely surrounded Chen Mo and his three companions. Every face on everyone's head was filled with a bloodthirsty glint. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Peng's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. Su Yunru's face turned ashen, and she held tightly to Chen Mo, who was bleeding profusely from behind, her body trembling violently with fear. It's over. This time I'm really doomed. More than 20 desperate thugs faced off against a seriously injured old man, a weak woman who couldn't even kill a chicken, and Xiao Fan, who, although skilled in combat, was no match for the many opponents. This was a massacre with no chance of winning. Uncle Yi, you take Yunru and go first. I'll cover the rear. Xiao Fan shielded Su Yunru behind him, facing the dark mass of thugs without the slightest fear on his face. On the contrary, his fighting spirit was high. Chen Mo leaned against Su Yunru's soft embrace, feeling the burning pain in his back, but inwardly he was cursing, "Damn it, I miscalculated, I overdid it, and this hit really hard." Taking advantage of the moment when Xiao Fan was wreaking havoc and drawing all the thugs' fire like a tiger among sheep, he grabbed the still-dazed Su Yunru and said urgently in a low voice, "Girl, don't stand there. Come with me. There's an opening here." He grabbed Su Yunru's hand and escaped through a weak gap in the encirclement like lightning. The two wandered through the deserted village, the shouts and screams behind them gradually fading into the distance. Finally, Chun Mo pulled her along and hid in a dilapidated woodshed that looked fairly sturdy. Bo. Your injury. How is your injury? As soon as she entered the room, Su Yunru could no longer hold back. Looking at Chen Mo's back, which was completely soaked in blood, with a terrifying wound that was more than 10 centimeters long and deep enough to expose the bone, tears streamed down her face like beads from a broken string. She was frantic and tried desperately to stop the bleeding. In her desperation, she even tore off the innermost layer of her sports bra and pressed it onto Chen Mo's wound. Uncle E, hang in there. I'll go find someone to save you right away. Chen Mo grabbed her hand. He leaned against the wall, his face pale and his breathing weak, looking as if he might die at any moment. It's too late, he said, feigning weakness. I feel, my blood is almost gone, I can't go on. No. You'll be all right. Su Yunru cried, tears streaming down her face, holding his hand and choking back sobs. Uncle E, tell me, how can I save you? I'm willing to pay any price to save you. Chen Mo had been waiting for her to say those words. A barely perceptible glint flashed in his eyes, and he spoke haltingly in an extremely troubled and weak tone. There is a way, it's not that there isn't one. My Chen family has an ancestral healing technique, but this technique is extremely domineering. When activated, it requires the primordial energy of a pure woman as an aid in order to stimulate blood and qi, regenerate broken bones, and restore injuries. Chapter 41. Are you willing to pay the price to save me? Bo. Your injury. How is your injury? The woodshed was dimly lit, filled with the smell of hay and dust. Su Yunru could no longer care about ladylike restraint. She knelt on the ground, tightly embracing the old body that had shielded her from the knife. Tears streamed down her face like broken beads, falling onto Chen Mo's old, blood-soaked undershirt. She wasn't unfamiliar with blood, but she had never seen such a horrifying wound. The rusty machete had left a gash over 10 centimeters long on Chen Mo's back, the flesh torn open, deep enough to expose the bone, and blood was still gushing out like a faucet that couldn't be turned off. Her close-fitting tank top, which had been torn off to use as a bandage, was instantly stained a glaring dark red. Uncle E, hold on. You must hold on. I'll go find someone to save you right away. Su Yunru cried, tears streaming down her face, frantically trying to stand up and rush out for help. Her mind was blank. All she knew was that this old man, who had been seriously injured saving her, absolutely could not be harmed. Chen Mo grabbed her hand. His hand was cold, yet unusually strong. He leaned against the cold earthen wall, his face as pale as a sheet of paper, his lips colorless from blood loss, and his breathing so weak it seemed as if he might stop breathing at any moment. Anyone who saw him would think he had one foot in the grave. Of course, he was just faking it. The injury on his back was indeed very painful, burning like the burn he received from molten iron in the workshop years ago. But for his now modified body, this injury was far from fatal. Moreover, he had just unlocked the Pangzhou health preservation formula, and given time, not only would this minor skin injury be healed, but even broken bones could slowly grow back. But is now the time to give him time? Of course not. This is a golden opportunity. A perfect chance to win over this gentle and kind sister-in-law. He looked at Su Yunru's pretty face, which was filled with anxiety, guilt, and heartache, and chuckled inwardly. But he spoke with difficulty in a weak, feeble voice, as if he might die at any moment. It's too late, girl, don't waste your energy. I feel, my blood is almost gone. I'm afraid this old man is going to die. His last words were delivered with such sincerity and skill that they were enough to move even the Oscar judges. No, you'll be all right. Su Yunru's defenses crumbled completely at his words. She gripped Chen Mo's cold hand, crying even harder, her whole body trembling violently. Uncle E, tell me, how can I save you? I'll do anything to save you. I'm willing to pay any price. It's here. Chen Mo had been waiting for her to say those words. A barely perceptible glint flashed in his eyes, but outwardly, he maintained his frail, dying appearance. He coughed violently twice, as if using all his strength, before saying haltingly, there is a way, it's not that there isn't, it's just that this way is too unfair to you. I'm not wronged. As long as I can save you, I won't feel wronged at all. Su Yunru said urgently, as if she was afraid that he would breathe his last in the next second. Sigh. Chen Mo sighed deeply, a complex expression of extreme difficulty and reluctance on his face. Our Chen family has an ancestral healing technique called the Heaven and Earth Life Sustaining Technique. This technique is incredibly powerful. When activated, it can stimulate one's own blood and energy, forcibly repairing wounds and regenerating broken bones. Su Yunru's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had seen a glimmer of light in endless darkness. Then use it quickly. Uncle E, use it quickly. Chen Mo shook his head, his eyes growing even dimmer, his voice weaker and weaker. It's no use. I've lost too much blood, my chi and blood are both depleted. I don't have enough strength to activate my cultivation technique anymore. He watched as Su Yunru's flame of hope was extinguished by his own hand, and then, just as she was about to despair, he changed the subject and threw out the carefully prepared bait. Unless there is external help. He struggled to lift his eyelids, looked at Su Yunru's pretty face with tears streaming down her face, and spoke in an almost whispered voice the healing method that was enough to shatter her worldview. Chapter 42. Let's begin. Primordial Yin Qi? Communication through words? Su Yunru froze upon hearing those words. Although she was naive, she wasn't an ignorant fool. She instantly understood the meaning behind those words. An indescribable heat suddenly surged from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, instantly turning her tear-streaked face as red as a hot iron. She subconsciously let go of Chen Mo's hand, shrank back, and looked at Chen Mo with eyes full of shock, shyness, and a hint of instinctive resistance. Let her kiss an old man she's only known for a few days. And it's the most intimate kind of contact? This is unacceptable. Although she is a popular food blogger and has seen a lot of the world, she is an extremely traditional and conservative girl at heart. Let alone doing such things, even holding hands with a man makes her heart race. Chen Mo took in all her reactions and chuckled inwardly, knowing that she was still a little short of the mark. He immediately used his trump card, a strategic retreat. He suddenly pushed Su Yunru away, his face showing a resolute expression of righteous indignation and unyielding spirit. His voice also rose a few decibels, still weak, but full of undeniable determination. No. Absolutely not. He gasped for breath, as if using the last of his life force. Yunru, you're a good girl, pure and innocent. How could I, Chen Mo, ruin your purity just to save my own life? I'd rather bleed to death here than let you suffer the slightest injustice. You should leave now. Don't worry about me. Go find your sister and have her take you away from this place of trouble. As he spoke, he struggled to stand up, seemingly trying to push Su Yunru out the door. However, the movement was too forceful, aggravating the wound on his back. He hissed in pain and his face paled even more. His performance of sacrificing himself for righteousness completely shattered the last line of defense in Su Yunru's heart. Looking at the old man who had been seriously injured while saving her, yet was now willing to die rather than burden her, she was filled with indescribable emotion, guilt, and respect. What a noble and great person he was. I was actually hesitating just now, still thinking about my girlish shyness. How selfish and ungrateful I was. No. Uncle E. I won't leave. Su Yunru's tears welled up again. She rushed over and hugged Chen Mo again, crying and shouting, "It's my fault for getting you hurt. If I can't save you, I won't live either. I'll die here with you. You silly girl." Chen Mo weakly stroked her hair, but his heart was already bursting with joy. The fish have taken the bait. Su Yunru raised her tear-reddened face, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Looking at Chen Mo, she said, word by word, "Uncle E, don't say any more. I'm willing to do anything to save you." After saying that, as if she had made up her mind, she closed her eyes, slightly pouted her pink lips, and prepared to lean towards Chen Mo's mouth. At that moment, Chen Mo suddenly pushed her away. "Girl, you've misunderstood." He shook his head, a pure smile on his face. "This is healing, a sacred medical procedure, not what you think." Seeing that Su Yunru still looked confused, he kindly explained, "My technique focuses on the flow of qi. All you need to do is use your mouth to transfer a breath of original and true qi to me. It doesn't need to go too deep." This suggestion made Su Yunru feel much less pressured. Although equally shameful, this explanation of only transferring air, not going deep, was undoubtedly easier for her to accept than the method she had just imagined. Is this really all there is to it?" she asked, still somewhat uncertain. Absolutely true. Chen Mo patted his chest, his face full of conviction. I, Chen Mo, never lie in my life. After receiving Chen Mo's repeated assurances, Su Yunru finally let her guard down completely. Looking at Chen Mo's face, which was pale from blood loss, she had no choice but to save him. She took a deep breath, as if she had made the most important decision of her life. Then, she lowered her eyes shyly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and under Chen Mo's guidance, she slowly and clumsily squatted down. The woodshed was dimly lit, creating an atmosphere that was both ambiguous and alluring. Su Yunru's cheeks were so red they looked like they could bleed. She closed her eyes, not daring to look, and could only rely on her senses and Chen Mo's kind guidance to begin her first chi transfer healing in her life. Uncle Lee. Her voice was barely audible, filled with shyness and helplessness. I'm not very good at it. You can give me some pointers. After an unknown amount of time, the treatment session, filled with an atmosphere of academic discussion, finally came to an end. Chen Mo felt an unprecedented sense of comfort that instantly spread from a certain part of his body throughout his entire limbs. The Yipeng Zhu health preservation formula within his body operated automatically, rapidly absorbing and transforming the pure primordialine qi into streams of powerful life energy that surged toward the wound on his back. A miracle has happened. His horrific, deep, bleeding wound, which exposed bone, stopped bleeding and scabbed over at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although there was still some pain, it no longer affected his mobility at all. And as expected, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully intercepted the favorability and trust of Su Yunru, the potential confidant of the Chosen One Xiao Fan. Successfully plundered 150 points of the Chosen One's luck. Rewards being processed. Reward 1, lifespan increased by 7 days. Current remaining lifespan, 36 days. Reward 2, unlock new skill Hua Family Mysterious Steps Master Level. The Hua Family's Mysterious Steps. Chen Mo was overjoyed. This was the legendary top-tier lightness skill footwork. Almost the instant the reward was distributed, countless techniques for the Misty Step, including footwork points, and power generation, flooded his mind like a tidal wave, merging with his body's instincts. He felt that he could move like a weightless feather, drifting and swaying in the wind, as if he only needed to touch the ground with his toes. Just as he was basking in the joy of acquiring his new skill, before he could even properly comfort his sister-in-law who was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. Bang! The already dilapidated wooden door of the woodshed was kicked open from the outside. 5 thugs wielding gleaming machetes blocked the doorway, their faces contorted with rage and their eyes filled with hostility. Hey bro, there's a pair of adulterers hiding here. Chapter 43 10 seconds, 5 people taken care of, this old man is a ghost. Brother, look, there's a pair of adulterers hiding here. The leader of the thugs, who had a scar on his face, saw Chen Mo and Su Yunru in the woodshed, their clothes disheveled and the atmosphere clearly off, and immediately a lewd smile appeared on his face. He pointed his machete at Su Yunru, who was almost fainting from embarrassment, and whistled to his brothers behind him, this chick is really hot. Even more attractive than the stars on TV. Brothers, we didn't make a wasted trip today. Hee, you're right, bro. Play first, then kill. This old man is an eyesore, let's just chop him up with a knife. The thug's foul language was like poison knives, stabbing deeply into Su Yunru's heart. She had just endured that extremely humiliating healing experience, and now she was facing a life or death crisis. She was completely terrified, her body trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind, her face as pale as paper. She instinctively hid behind Chen Mo, clutching his clothes tightly, as if this old man she had just saved was her only support. However, Chen Mo's reaction completely surprised everyone. Facing 5 vicious thugs wielding sharp blades, he showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he calmly stood up and casually picked up 2 hardwood table legs, about the thickness of an arm and of suitable length, from the nearby pile of firewood. He held one in each hand, weighed them in his hands, and they made a dull bang sound. Then, he shielded Su Yunru behind him, took a step forward, and struck an extremely flamboyant pose. He crossed his left hand over a table leg in front of his chest, pointed his right hand at the ground, and wore a mysterious smile as he slowly said, "A few petty thieves, ignorant of their own limitations. Fine, today I'll show you what's what." He cleared his throat, and his voice suddenly rose, full of energy, showing no trace of the weak, lifeless appearance he had just displayed. I am Chen Mo, a grandmaster of Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi and the 72nd generation successor of the Hua family's lost track step. I advise you young people to think twice, lay down your weapons, and turn back before it's too late. Otherwise, don't blame my iron palms for being merciless. His words were spoken with force and conviction, exuding the air of a seasoned master. However, after hearing this, the 5 thugs were stunned for a moment, and then burst into deafening laughter. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Is this old man scared out of his wits? A Tai Chi master? A successor of the lost track step? Does he think this is a martial arts movie? Master Ma's apprentice has come here? Old man, do you still know the lightning 5-strike whip? Stop wasting your breath on him. Boss, I'll go first and chop that old man's head off in one stroke to use as a chamber pot. One of the most hot-tempered thugs yelled and swung his machete fiercely at Chen Mo's head. The blade flashed a chilling white light in the dim moonlight, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that seemed to cleave the air. Ah! Su Yunru closed her eyes in fright and let out a desperate scream. It's over. Yi Bo has just recovered from his injuries. How could he possibly defeat these desperate criminals? However, the expected horrific scene of flesh and blood being torn apart in Chen Mo's screams did not occur. Instead, there was a crisp snap sound, followed by a heart-wrenching, inhuman wail. Ah, my hand! Su Yunru suddenly opened her eyes and was completely stunned by the scene before her. The thug who swung his knife didn't hit Chen Mo. Instead, Chen Mo used a table leg in his hand to easily deflect and parry it. Immediately afterwards, Chen Mo's figure, like a weightless ghost, approached the thug's side in an instant at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. The other table leg in his hand struck the thug's wrist with pinpoint accuracy, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole. Snap! The wrist snapped instantly. The thug's machete flew out of his hand, and he clutched his arm, which was twisted at an odd angle, rolling on the ground and howling in pain. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. So fast that the other 4 thugs didn't even see what was going on. Damn it! Let's all attack. Kill him. With a roar, the scarred-faced leader led his remaining 3 henchmen in a simultaneous attack on Chen Mo from 4 directions. 4 gleaming machetes wove an impenetrable web of death within the cramped woodshed. Su Yunru's heart jumped into her throat instantly. However, what happened next completely overturned her worldview. Amidst the flashing swords and clashing blades, Chen Mo's body moved like a butterfly flitting among flowers and trees, or a ghostly phantom drifting through the night. His feet moved with an incredibly mysterious and dazzling footwork. Each step seemed casual, yet he always managed to evade all fatal attacks with minimal cost and at the most unbelievable angles. The Hua family's mysterious steps. This is the amazing skill I just acquired. Bang! Chen Mo dodged a knife, and with lightning speed, slammed the table leg in his hand into one of the thug's knees. The thug screamed and immediately fell to his knees. Bang! He spun around and swung the table leg back, smashing it heavily onto the back of another thug's head. The thug's eyes rolled back, and without even a groan, he passed out. Less than 10 seconds. 4 of the 5 ruthless thugs who were so aggressive just moments ago have now fallen. A wrist was broken, and the person was groaning on the ground. One person had a shattered kneecap and was clutching their leg, screaming in agony. One of his heads was smashed open, and he was unconscious. There was another one who had been kicked in the abdomen by Chen Mo and was kneeling on the ground, vomiting bile like a shrimp. In the entire woodshed, only the scarred man remained, frozen in place, still in the posture of swinging his knife, his whole body trembling like a leaf. He looked at the old man who was holding 2 table legs, completely unharmed, and whose breathing was not even disordered. The fierceness and ferocity on his face had been completely replaced by endless fear. This isn't even human. This is clearly an old ghost who crawled out of hell. Chapter 44. Could he be a cultivator of immortality? A monster. Scarface's psychological defenses were completely shattered by Chen Mo's godlike methods. Having spent so many years in the underworld, having killed people and seen blood, he considered himself a ruthless character. But he never dreamed he would run into such a formidable opponent today. No, this wasn't just a formidable opponent, it was an insurmountable mountain. An ordinary table leg, in his hands, is more terrifying than swords. That elusive movement, that precise and ruthless attack, this is a power that no ordinary person could possess. Could he be one of those legendary cultivators who can use magic? Once the thought took hold, it could no longer be contained. The scarred man's eyes were filled with an extreme fear of the unknown, supernatural forces. He had lost all will to fight. With a strange cry, he threw the machete in his hand to the ground with a clang and turned to run out of the woodshed. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he felt a tightness in the back of his collar, and his whole body was lifted up by a tremendous force. It's Chen Mo. Chen Mo lifted the burly man, weighing over 180 pounds, into the air with one hand as if he were a chick, a playful smile on his face. Why are you running? I haven't even used my Tai Chi push hands yet. Want to play with this old man a little longer? No, no, no. Immortal, have mercy. Great Immortal, have mercy. The scarred man was terrified, his crotch instantly becoming wet and filled with a foul stench. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Please, just let me go. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the woodshed. Bang! Before the scarred man could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He was thrown backward as if he had been hit by a speeding car, crashing heavily against the wall and immediately losing consciousness. A tall, upright figure appeared at the door of the woodshed. The newcomer was none other than Xiao Fan, the chosen one, who had just dealt with most of the thugs outside, covered in blood and exuding a murderous aura. He kicked the scarred-faced gangster away, and only after seeing the thugs lying on the ground in the woodshed, as well as Su Yunru and Chen Mo who were unharmed, did he breathe a sigh of relief. Yunru! Are you all right? Xiao Fan walked quickly to Su Yunru, looking her up and down with concern in his eyes. I'm fine. Su Yunru was still a little shaken. She shook her head and subconsciously glanced at Chen Mo beside her. Xiao Fan also noticed Chen Mo. When he saw Chen Mo's back, which was stained with blood, a hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. Uncle E, you're injured? You've really gone through a lot. In his view, it must have been that he had held off most of the enemies outside, while Ibo had risked his life to protect Su Yunru and defeat the last few who had escaped, thus injuring himself in the process. Chen Mo waved his hand, adopting an air of superiority that minor injuries are nothing to worry about. It's nothing, just a little flesh wound. Soon, the sound of police sirens came from down the mountain. It must have been that coward Zhang Peng who ran down the mountain to call the police. The investigators arrived quickly and apprehended the gang of thugs who had been operating in the area for years and had committed numerous robberies and assaults. After a brief on-site inquiry and statement-taking, it was already dawn. The terrifying night is finally over. On the way back, Su Yunru sat in the car, but her eyes kept sneaking glances at the old man next to her who was resting with his eyes closed. The shock she felt lingered for a long time. First, he miraculously healed the knife wound on his back using that shameful method, and then, like a peerless master in a martial arts novel, he defeated 5 knife-wielding thugs with just a few punches and kicks. Who exactly is this Ibo? Is he really just an ordinary retired fitter? Could he really be a reclusive cultivator living in the city? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Her feelings for Chen Mo gradually evolved from initial gratitude and guilt into a more complex emotion: admiration, curiosity, and a hint of a young girl's awe of a strong person that she herself was unaware of. The car returned to Yunding Mountain Villa. Xiao Fan, worried, came along too. Seeing that Su Yunru wasn't in a good mood, he stepped forward and said softly with concern, "Yunru, you don't look well. Were you frightened last night? I know some medicine I can take a look at you." No. No need, I'm fine. Su Yunru blushed at his concern and subconsciously took a step back. Just as Xiao Fan was about to say something more, his gaze suddenly froze. He stared intently at Su Yunru's delicate, pretty face, or more precisely, at the corners of her mouth. At the corner of her mouth, it seemed. Xiao Fan's brows furrowed unconsciously. He instinctively reached out to remove the hair from her mouth. "Yunru, the corner of your mouth." Su Yunru was startled by his action and subconsciously touched the corner of her mouth. When her fingertips touched that hair, her brain went boom, as if 100,000 thunderbolts exploded at the same time. She instantly recalled the scene from a few hours earlier, in that dimly lit woodshed, when she was squatting on the ground, tending to Chen Mo's wounds. Shame. Utter shame. An indescribable heat shot from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head, instantly turning her pretty face as red as if it were about to bleed. She wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground right now. This is socially unacceptable. This is a scene of massive social death. Is there something on my face? She frantically wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, her voice trembling violently with guilt, not daring to even look at Xiao Fan. Chapter 45. Girl, does your promise of doing whatever I want still stand? No. It's nothing, maybe I misread it. Seeing Su Yunru's panicked and desperate appearance, Xiao Fan's doubts deepened. He clearly saw a grayish-white curly short hair. How could it disappear with just a wipe? And wasn't her reaction a bit too much? Even if there was a hair stuck to her face, it didn't warrant such embarrassment and indignation, her face turning as red as a monkey's bottom. Girls' minds are truly hard to understand. Although Xiao Fan had many doubts, he remained a gentleman and did not press the matter further. He simply assumed that Su Yunru was overly frightened the previous night and was somewhat emotionally sensitive. Su Yunru was so embarrassed she felt like she was about to explode. She felt Xiao Fan and Chen Mo's gazes on her like searchlights, leaving her nowhere to hide. She couldn't stay any longer, so she made up an excuse that she wasn't feeling well and ran back to her room as if fleeing, throwing herself heavily onto the bed and pulling the covers over her head. "Oh no, I'm so embarrassed." The atmosphere in the living room became somewhat awkward. Just then, the villa's door was pushed open again. Zheng Ping, the rich young master who was the first to be terrified in the deserted village and who accidentally fell into a roadside ditch while running away, had now changed into clean clothes, but still couldn't hide his disheveled appearance and gloomy face as he walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Xiao Fan standing in the living room, but Su Yunru was nowhere to be seen. "You, surnamed Xiao. You dare to come here?" Zheng Ping was furious the moment he saw Xiao Fan. In his opinion, if this Xiao hadn't insisted on coming along, none of that mess would have happened. He saw Su Yunru blushing in front of Xiao Fan, and became even more jealous, thinking that Xiao Fan had done something to the goddess while he was away. "Where's Ro Ro? What have you done to Ro Ro?" He pointed at Xiao Fan's nose, questioning him with a fierce but weak tone. Xiao Fan glanced at him, his eyes filled with contempt, and didn't bother to talk to him at all. Seeing that another good showdown between love rivals was about to unfold, Chen Mo, who had been watching from the sidelines, decided to add fuel to the fire. He walked over to Zheng Ping, sighed deeply, and patted him on the shoulder with a regretful tone that said, "I have high hopes for you, but you're not quite up to par. Young Master Zhang, I'm not trying to criticize you, but how could you let us down at such a crucial moment?" He shook his head, looking heartbroken. Look at Mr. Xiao, he was calm and collected in the face of danger, turning the tide and single-handedly fighting off more than 20 thugs. That heroic rescue was far more effective than any amount of jewelry you could give him. Didn't you see? The way Yunru looked at Mr. Xiao just now, her eyes were full of affection, like little stars. I reckon if this old man hadn't been standing there like a third wheel, they would already be, sigh. Chen Mo's embellished and distorted description instantly ignited Zheng Peng's powder keg. Damn it! You surnamed Xiao, how dare you touch my woman? Zheng Peng's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't care about manners anymore and pointed at Xiao Fan, cursing, "You stinking soldier, you don't know what's good for you, do you? You believe I can make you unable to stay in Jiangcheng with just one phone call? I'm ready anytime." Xiao Fan coldly uttered 4 words, and the killing intent honed from mountains of corpses and seas of blood was instantly released, forcing Zheng Peng to retreat repeatedly, unable to utter a single word. Chen Mo was overjoyed to see this scene of the snipe and the clam fighting. Fight on, fight on. The fiercer you fight, the more I, this old man, can reap the benefits. He had already planned it out. Once these two suckers were both exhausted from fighting, he would step in as an elder to mediate. Then, he could squeeze as much money out of them as he wanted. The farce ended with Zheng Peng slinking away in disgrace. That evening, after finishing her work at the company, Su Wanqing returned to the villa. She heard from her sister about the entire thrilling ordeal of the previous night. When she heard that Chen Mo had actually used his back to withstand the thug's knife in order to save his sister, her heart clenched for no reason. Although she knew that the old rogue had abnormal physical abilities and would definitely not die, his reckless actions still stirred a strange feeling in her heart. She went to Chen Mo's room and saw him shirtless, applying medicine to the wound on his back. Although the wound had scabbed over, it still looked gruesome. "Are you all right?" she asked almost unconsciously, her voice carrying a hint of concern that she herself was unaware of. "I won't die," Chen Mo said without turning his head. Su Wanqing was silent for a moment before she mustered up her courage and said, "Thank you for saving my sister today." Simply saying thank you isn't enough. Chen Mo turned his head, a signature mischievous grin spreading across his face. "I've exceeded expectations, this is extra service. Shouldn't we get the payment we agreed on?" His gaze lingered unabashedly on Su Wanqing's curvaceous body, which was encased in a business suit. Su Wanqing blushed as she recalled the shameful promise of "whatever makes you happy." She gritted her teeth, knowing she couldn't avoid it. I understand." She lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Mo's aggressive gaze, her voice barely audible. Wait a few days, after the Su family banquet is over, I will keep my promise." Chapter 46. My sister's gaze towards me is strange. The next morning, the atmosphere in the restaurant of the Cloud Peak Villa was somewhat subtle. Su Yunru woke up late for the first time ever. When she came downstairs, there were faint dark circles under her eyes, clearly indicating that she hadn't slept well the night before. She dreamt all night of that dim woodshed, the old man who was seriously injured while saving her, and that breath transfer healing that made her feel ashamed and indignant, yet she could not forget it. When she saw Chen Mo sitting at the dining table, drinking soy milk and eating fried dough sticks, her cheeks involuntarily flushed red. Like a startled deer, her eyes darted away, and she didn't dare to say another word to him. "Sis, what's wrong with you today? Your face is so red, do you have a fever?" Su Wanqing came downstairs and asked curiously when she saw her sister looking so absent-minded. No. No. Su Yunru panicked even more when her sister asked her. She picked up the milk, lowered her head and drank a few mouthfuls to cover up her guilty conscience. Su Wanqing looked at her sister suspiciously, then at the old rogue next to her who was winking and grinning wickedly. She had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Something must have happened between these two that I don't know about. Especially the older sister, the way she looked at Chen Mo, besides gratitude, seemed to also have a bit of the shyness of a young girl in love. The moment this thought popped into her head, Su Wanqing was startled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My sister is so innocent and kind, how could she possibly be with an 80-year-old geezer? She dared not think any further, feeling only a surge of unease. After breakfast, Chen Mo changed into his expensive butler suit as usual and followed Su Wanqing to the company like a shadow. Su Wanqing was driving a red Ferrari sports car today, and the roar of the engine seemed to reflect her current agitated mood. As soon as the car came to a stop in front of the Yuanqing Group building, a familiar yet annoying figure immediately came up to greet them. It was that persistent sycophant, Wang Tianyu. Wang Tianyu was dressed in a white suit today, his hair was slicked back, he was holding an antique-looking sandalwood box, and he had what he thought was his most charming smile on his face. "Wanqing, you're here." He ran over eagerly, opened the car door, and even tried to gentlemanly help Su Wanqing out of the car. Su Wanqing ignored him completely, got out of the car on her own, and asked coldly, "What are you doing here again?" Wanqing, look." Wang Tianyu opened the box in his hand as if presenting a treasure. Inside the box, a layer of golden silk was laid out, and on the silk lay a jade bracelet, its surface a vibrant green with excellent translucency. The bracelet had a warm, smooth texture and even color, gleaming softly in the sunlight. It was clearly no ordinary piece. "This is a top-quality mutton fat jade bracelet that I bought from a collector for 8 million. Wanqing, come, let me help you put it on. Only your wrist is worthy of this bracelet." Wang Tianyu said, picking up the bracelet and wanting to put it on Su Wanqing's wrist himself. Su Wanqing frowned, immediately took a step back to avoid his hand, and said impatiently, "Wang Tianyu, how many times have I told you not to send me these things anymore? Our relationship is just a business collaboration." "Hey, Wanqing, don't be so formal." Wang Tianyu wasn't angry at being rejected, and still had that same playful smile. Chen Mo, who was following behind, was almost bursting with laughter as he watched the scene. This Wang Tianyu is truly a top-notch talent. He's been pursuing Su Wanqing for so long, spending at least 80 million if not 100 million, but he hasn't even held her hand yet. Then think about myself, I not only took advantage of Su Wanqing from head to toe, but also her gentle and beautiful older sister, Comparing yourself to others is truly infuriating. Chen Mo silently marveled to himself, to go to such lengths as to be a simp is truly astounding. If this were in their time, their factory colleagues would have told this story as a joke for a year. He now looks at Wang Tianyu with a hint of pity in his eyes. This kid's green hat is probably piled higher than Mount Everest, and he's completely oblivious, happily coming to feed kills and equipment every day. What a kind person. Chen Mo decided that he would treat this mobile equipment depot and ATM better from now on. At the very least, he couldn't let him discover the truth. He had to keep him happily being a lapdog. Chapter 47. Isn't this an opportunity delivered to our doorstep? Wanqing, don't be angry. This is just a token of my appreciation. Seeing that Su Wanqing was unmoved, Wang Tianyu could only reluctantly take back the bracelet. But his visit today wasn't just about giving a gift. He then took out a beautifully crafted gold embossed invitation from his pocket and handed it to Su Wanqing. "Wanqing, the day after tomorrow evening, your grandfather's 70th birthday banquet will be held at the Tinglan Pavilion Hotel, the most prestigious hotel in Jiangcheng. This is the invitation. At that time, I will formally propose to Grandpa Su and announce our engagement in front of all the members of the Su clan and the elites of Jiangcheng." Wang Tianyu spoke with a smug look on his face, as if he could already see the glorious scene of winning the beauty's heart and becoming the Su family's son-in-law. Su Wanqing's brows furrowed even more. She felt a deep-seated disgust for this business marriage. But it was an arrangement made by her family, and she couldn't openly rebel until she had complete control of the group. She coldly accepted the invitation, said nothing, and turned to walk into the company building. Looking at her aloof and elegant figure, Wang Tianyu felt not frustrated at all, but rather even more itchy and restless. As expected of the woman I've set my sights on, she's got such a strong personality. He turned around and saw Chen Mo following behind him. He immediately put on a humble expression, quickly stepped forward, grabbed Chen Mo's arm, and pulled him to a corner. Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi. My dear uncle. You have to help me. Wang Tianyu lowered his voice, a fawning smile on his face, almost kneeling down to Chen Mo. Young Master Wang, what are you doing? Let's talk this out, Chen Mo said, feigning surprise. Uncle Yi, I'm really at my wit's end. Wang Tianyu cried and began to pour out his troubles to Chen Mo, his love guru. I've put so much effort into pursuing Wanqing and given her so many gifts, but she's still so cold to me. You're her old friend, you know her best, please give me some advice, how can I win her heart? Chen Mo chuckled inwardly at his servile, sycophantic behavior, but maintained a serious, elder-like demeanor on his face. He patted Wang Tianyu on the shoulder and said in a serious tone, Young Master Wang, you just didn't use the right method. Didn't you use the right method? Wang Tianyu asked humbly. Right. Chen Mo nodded and began his serious nonsense. Do you think our Wanqing is the kind of vulgar woman who likes gold and silver jewelry? You're wrong. Does she lack money? No. In her eyes, giving her these things is no different from giving her a pile of scrap metal. Wang Tianyu nodded repeatedly, feeling that what the old man said made perfect sense. Then, what should I give as a gift? Chen Mo leaned close to his ear, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, if you're going to give a gift, it has to be a gift of sincerity. It has to be something unique, something that reflects your feelings, or even something you made yourself. You made it by hand? Wang Tianyu was stunned. That's right. Chen Mo continued to persuade her, think about it, you, the eldest son of the prestigious Wang family, are willing to cook for her, or carve a wooden puppet by hand, or even write a love poem for her. What does this represent? It represents your sincerity. This is more touching to her heart than giving her 10 million or 100 million worth of jewelry. Wang Tianyu suddenly understood. That's right. How could I not have thought of that? Wanqing lacks nothing, except a man who is willing to set aside his pride for her. Uncle Yi. You are truly my mentor in life. Wang Tianyu excitedly grasped Chen Mo's hand, tears streaming down his face. Your words have been a revelation. I understand now. I'll go back and learn to cook. Learn to sculpt. Learn to write poetry. Chen Mo was laughing so hard he was practically cramping up, seeing his incredibly energetic expression. This kid really has a talent for being a simp. To express his heartfelt gratitude, Wang Tianyu took out a completely black card with intricate patterns drawn in gold thread from his wallet and shoved it into Chen Mo's hand. Uncle Yi. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. This is the supreme black gold card of Tinglan Pavilion. There are no more than 5 in the entire Jiangcheng. All purchases at Tinglan Pavilion are free. Please take it, consider it my gift to you. Chen Mo pretended to decline a couple of times, but finally reluctantly accepted it. Wang Tianyu then remembered something and said enthusiastically, by the way, Uncle Yi, please come to the Su family banquet the day after tomorrow. You are Wanqing's elder, and also my elder, so you must come and keep an eye on things for me. Chen Mo wasn't really interested in this kind of lavish banquet and was about to decline. Just then, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding! New special location detected, Su Family Banquet Hall Tinglan Pavilion. Engaging in deep conversations at this location may trigger special rewards, with a chance to obtain rare skills or items. Chen Mo's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately changed his mind, and gave Wang Tianyu a kind smile. Since young Master Wang is so enthusiastic, then this old man will not refuse. I will definitely be there to cheer you on. Chapter 48. What? You're here. 2 days later, night fell and the city lights came on. The Tinglan Pavilion, the most luxurious 7-star hotel in Jiangcheng, has been booked by the entire Su family tonight for the 70th birthday banquet of Su Genoa, the patriarch of the Su family. Luxury cars lined the hotel entrance. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Maybachs were as common as cabbages on the roadside. Almost all of Zhongqing's prominent figures and dignitaries were present. As the most dazzling pearl among the younger generation of the Su family, and also the designated protagonist for tonight, Su Wanqing naturally attended in her finest attire. She wore a custom-made silver starry evening gown by a top French designer, its skirt adorned with countless tiny diamonds that sparkled under the lights, making it seem as if she were wearing the entire Milky Way. Her exquisite makeup added a touch of nobility and aloofness to her already stunning face. The moment she appeared, she immediately became the focus of the entire venue, attracting everyone's attention. However, her mood at this moment was not as glamorous as it appeared on the surface. She took Chen Mo's arm, a request she made specifically to handle the situation. Chen Mo was also dressed impeccably today, in a sharp black tuxedo, his hair neatly combed. Although his face was full of wrinkles, his composed demeanor truly gave him the air of a head butler from an old-fashioned family. "Humph, I didn't expect you to look so convincing dressed like this." Su Wanqing looked at the newly dressed old rogue beside her, feeling somewhat complicated. She had assumed that since Chen Mo didn't have an invitation, he would be turned away at the door, and she could then watch him make a fool of himself. To everyone's surprise, the old man pulled out the Tinglan Pavilion Supreme Black Gold card that Wang Tianyu had given him. The hotel manager almost knelt down on the spot when she saw the card, and personally led them in through the VIP channel without any hindrance. The treatment he received was even better than that of the eldest daughter of the Su family. "What? Are you captivated by my charm again?" Chen Mo lowered his head and breathed hot air into her ear. Su Wanqing blushed and stomped on his foot hard. The banquet hall was packed with guests, who were clinking glasses and exchanging toasts. After dealing with the guests who came to chat, Su Wanqing found a secluded corner, held a glass of champagne, and wore a worried expression on her face. "What's wrong, girl? It's such a nice day, why are you looking so gloomy?" Chen Mo brought over a plate of snacks. "It's all because of the birthday gift," Su Wanqing sighed, lowering her voice. "My cousin, Su Wenba, although he suffered a major setback a couple of days ago, he's gone all out to please Grandpa this time. I heard he spent 100 million to buy a genuine Tang Bohu painting, pine trees and mountain paths, from overseas as a birthday gift. My gift, while also valuable, seems too ordinary compared to his. Grandpa loves antiques and calligraphy, and I'm afraid he'll outshine me and it will affect the succession." Chen Mo was delighted upon hearing this. "Comparing gift giving? That'll put me wide awake. It's no big deal." He curled his lip, looking disdainful. "It's just a lousy painting, why is it making you so worried?" He then remembered that he seemed to have promised her in the office earlier that he would help her with the birthday gift issue. "Wait here." He gave Su Wanqing a mysterious smile, then made an excuse to go to the restroom and turned to walk into the hotel's lounge area. He found a secluded spot and immediately connected with the system in his mind. "System, let me see if there are any decent paintings, calligraphy, or antiques in the store." Ding! The system shop has been opened for the host. A virtual shelf filled with a dazzling array of goods appeared in Chen Mo's mind. Item name: Preface to the Poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion, a replica of Wang Shiji's original work. Item effect: this calligraphy scroll is a perfect replica of the brushwork and spirit of Wang Shiji, the sage of calligraphy, at his peak. It contains profound truths and can prolong life for ordinary people, while martial artists can comprehend the Tao. Its artistic and historical value far surpasses any authentic masterpiece passed down through generations. Exchange price: 10 days of lifespan. Good heavens! Wang Shiji's preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion. Although it's a replica, it's a product of the system, so it's bound to be a masterpiece. And it even comes with a longevity-enhancing effect. If this were taken out, let alone Tang Bohu, even if you dug Picasso out of his grave, he'd have to step aside. Exchange. Chen Mo said without hesitation. 10 days of life in exchange for a chance to completely control Su Wanqing, and incidentally help her consolidate her position as heir. This deal is a steal. Soon, an ancient scroll appeared out of thin air in his hand. He took the scroll, returned to the banquet hall, found Su Wanqing, who was still worried, and stuffed the scroll into her hand. "Here, take this. I guarantee that when your grandfather sees it, he'll immediately announce that the entire Su family will be passed on to you." Su Wanqing opened the scroll with a puzzled look, and after just one glance, she was struck dumb as if by lightning. That familiar brushstroke, that elegant charm. Although she wasn't a professional appraiser, she had been exposed to it since childhood, so she still had that kind of eye for it. This is actually the legendary, long-lost authentic work of the sage of calligraphy, the preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion? Her mind went blank. She was so excited she couldn't even speak. Seeing her naive and unsophisticated appearance, Chunamo grinned and moved closer, beginning his attempt to extort money from her. Girl, I've prepared your birthday gift too. You promised me 3 chances for in-depth conversations back in the office. Now, isn't it time to keep your word? Su Wanqing snapped out of her daze, looking at his malicious face, feeling both ashamed and angry. You're doing it again. This is Grandpa's birthday banquet, don't do anything reckless. I don't care, you owe me anyway. Chen Mo started to act shamelessly. Just as the two were arguing and haggling, Chen Mo's gaze suddenly fell on a room not far away with a sign that read Actor's Dressing Room. Because the banquet featured a celebrity performance, a dressing room had been specially prepared. At this moment, that room was completely empty. A bold and exciting idea popped into his mind again. He pulled Su Wanqing's soft waist into his arms and whispered in her ear in a devilishly seductive tone. I remember, you still owe me a whatever I want payment for protecting your sister last time. How about we go in now and make it up to you? He gestured with his chin towards the empty dressing room. Su Wanqing followed his gaze and instantly understood what he meant. Her eyes widened suddenly. What? You're here. Chapter 49 is right here. Do you dare? Are you crazy? This is a public area of the hotel. People could come here at any time. Su Wanqing's voice was extremely low due to extreme shock and shame, yet it was filled with violent trembling. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of her chest, and a rush of heat shot to her head, making her feel dizzy. The experience in the company restroom had already felt like the most thrilling and outrageous thing she'd ever done. But now, this old scoundrel actually wanted to, in the dressing room at her grandfather's birthday banquet. This is absolutely insane. It's insane. Although there's no one here right now, the banquet hall outside is bustling with people. The celebrities and their assistants who came to perform could return at any moment. What if they're spotted? She dared not think any further. The mere possibility made her so ashamed she wanted to die on the spot. What? You don't dare anymore? Chen Mo's hand around her slender waist didn't loosen, instead, it tightened even more. He could clearly feel the stiffness and trembling of the delicate body in his arms. He brought his lips close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe, sending shivers down her spine. Girl, don't forget, this calligraphy in your hand is priceless. I'm using it to exchange for your do-as-I-please service. No matter how you look at it, you've made a profit. He began to use both soft and hard tactics, patiently persuading and guiding. Besides, think about it carefully, isn't this kind of place even more exciting than the last time in the restroom? His voice was full of seductive charm. Su Wanqing's body suddenly went limp. She had to admit that the old rogue's words, as if possessed by magic, precisely struck a chord deep within her heart, in a forbidden zone she herself had never explored, a place yearning for excitement and rebellion. Since meeting him, her life has completely deviated from its original course. Those crazy and outrageous things that she used to scoff at have brought her an unprecedented pleasure mixed with fear and humiliation through repeated forced attempts. Her reason was screaming frantically, reject him. Push him away. But her body, under Chen Mo's aggressive aura and provocative words, became softer and hotter. I. She bit her lower lip so hard it almost bled, her mind in turmoil. Seeing that she was still hesitating, Chen Mo decided to add fuel to the fire. If you don't agree, that's fine too. He released his hand with feigned magnanimity. Then I'll take this calligraphy back. When your cousin brings Tang Boa's painting on stage later, you can watch closely from below. I think the position of heir is in jeopardy. His move, which cut off Su Wanqing's last psychological defense, completely shattered her previous line of defense. She cannot lose. She absolutely cannot lose to Su Wenba. And she absolutely cannot lose her position as heir. After a long while, she seemed to give up all resistance, closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled violently with humiliation and tension. She squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Okay. I promise you. Before Chen Mo's smile could even bloom, she suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with a final stubbornness and a hint of bargaining. But I have 3 conditions. Oh? Chen Mo became interested. Tell me about it. First, Su Wanqing held up a slender finger, her voice trembling slightly with nervousness. The noise absolutely cannot be too loud. We can't let anyone outside here. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. Second. If you hear footsteps approaching outside, you must stop immediately and separate. Sure, Chen Mo readily agreed. Third. Su Wanqing's cheeks were already as red as ripe apples, and her voice lowered as she said this. It must be done quickly. It can't take more than 10 minutes. Deal. Chen Mo agreed immediately, and before she could change her mind, he grabbed her hand and slipped into the room with the sign that read Actor's Dressing Room, then gently locked the door from the inside. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall not far away, Wang Tianyu, who had been fooled by Chen Mo and Su Wanqing, was holding a glass of red wine and boasting to several rich young men surrounding him. See that? Tinglan Pavilion. The most prestigious place in Jiangcheng. Let me tell you, even the owners here have to call me young Master Wang. The gift I prepared for my fiancé Su Wanqing's grandfather's birthday celebration later is a treasure that will shock the entire audience. He talked on and on about the splendor of Tinglan Pavilion, flaunting his wealth and connections, completely unaware that his noble and aloof goddess fiancé and the old steward he considered his confidant had long since disappeared. He had no idea that in that small dressing room less than 20 meters away from him, a spectacle that would shatter his worldview was unfolding. Chapter 50, Favorability Rating 30. The system shop is finally open. 10 minutes later, the door to the dressing room opened silently, just a crack. Like a cunning old fox, Chen Mo peeked out, looked around to make sure no one was in the corridor, and then waved inside. Su Wanqing straightened her slightly wrinkled starry evening gown, leaned against the wall, and walked out from inside, her legs feeling weak. Her pretty face still had a lingering, captivating flush, and her clear, cool eyes were veiled with a misty, watery look, which made Chen Mo's heart burn with desire once again. He felt increasingly vigorous with each battle. This Peng Zhu's health preservation formula was truly a wonderful thing. Not only did he not feel tired, but he also had even more energy. He felt satisfied as he experienced the changes in his body, and the system's notification sound arrived in his mind as expected. Ding! Completed an in-depth exchange at a special location banquet dressing room, triggering a special reward. Successfully plundered 200 points of the chosen one's luck. Rewards being processed. Reward 1, lifespan increased by 10 days. Current remaining lifespan, 46 days. Reward 2, target Su Wanqing affection plus 5. Current affection, 30. Her feelings for you have evolved from simple submission to a morbid dependence and infatuation that she herself cannot explain. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with target Su Wanqing has reached 30 points. The system shop is now officially unlocked. The system shop beginner is now open. Host's current lifespan, 46 days. You can open the shop at any time with your mind to exchange for various magical items, skills, and elixirs. It's here. It's finally here. Chen Mo was overjoyed. He had been waiting for the system store for far too long. He suppressed the urge to immediately open the online store to find out more, and supported the still weak need. IC CEO beside him. How was it, little girl? I wasn't lying to you, was I? Wasn't it exciting? He teased in a low voice. Shut up. Su Wanqing was both embarrassed and angry. She pinched his soft waist hard, but the force was like a coquettish pout, weak and without any threat. The two had just stepped out of the dressing room when they bumped into Wang Tianyu, who was carrying 2 glasses of red wine and looking for them everywhere. Wanqing. Uncle E. Where have you been? I've been looking for you for ages. Wang Tianyu complained as soon as he saw the two of them. His gaze then fell on Su Wanqing's still flushed face and her somewhat strange behavior. Wanqing, why is your face so red? And why are you walking with a limp? Are you feeling unwell? A hint of doubt flashed in Wang Tianyu's eyes. Su Wanqing was startled and instinctively tried to break free from Chen Mo's support. Chen Mo reacted quickly, pulling Su Wanqing even tighter and immediately putting on an anxious and concerned expression. He then began his impromptu performance in front of Wang Tianyu. Oh dear. Young Master Wang, you finally arrived. Quick. Give me a hand, he said urgently. Wanqing, she seems to have caught a cold and has a fever. Just now she suddenly felt dizzy and weak in the legs, her whole body was burning up, and she couldn't even stand up. As he spoke, he solemnly reached out and touched Su Wanqing's burning forehead. And I just heard her say that she seems to be, having her period today, and her stomach is hurting terribly. I saw that she was in a lot of pain, so I helped her to the restroom over there to rest for a while. Cold and fever? Period started? Upon hearing this, Wang Tianyu suddenly realized what was going on. Oh, I see. No wonder her face was so red and her walking posture was so strange. Girls have those few days every month when they're not feeling well and their bodies are weak. It's understandable. It's understandable. His doubts vanished instantly, replaced by a deep sense of heartache and pity. Oh dear. Wanqing, why didn't you say so sooner? He quickly moved closer, saying with a solicitous expression, wait here, I'll go to the kitchen right away and have them make you a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea. This stuff is the most effective. Looking at Su Wanqing's weak appearance, where she needed support to stand, especially with her legs slightly clenched as if she were enduring great pain, his heart was filled with overwhelming tenderness. Oh dear, I never imagined that a cold combined with that would get this bad. I can barely walk. It breaks my heart. He murmured with heartache as he busied himself preparing hot water and ginger tea, completely unaware that the green hat on his head had been reinforced once again. His heartfelt concern almost made Chen Mo, who was standing next to him, laugh out loud. Chapter 51 I must get this girl. Wanqing, your grandfather's birthday banquet is about to begin. Where is the birthday gift you prepared? Quickly take it out and show it to your grandfather. In the imperial hall on the top floor of Tinglan Pavilion, Su Wanqing's uncle, Su Wenba's father Su Jinming, was greeting guests with a radiant smile. When he saw Su Wanqing and Chen Mo walk out of the rest area, he immediately called out loudly. His voice was loud and clear, deliberately meant for everyone to hear, clearly intended to intimidate Su Wanqing. He had already learned from his son that Su Wenba had prepared an authentic Tang Bohu painting worth over 100 million yuan, and he wanted everyone to see who was the most filial and capable descendant of the Su family. Su Wanqing straightened her dress, her face regaining its aloof and haughty expression. She took Chen Mo's arm and gracefully walked towards the main table. At the main table sat the core members of the Su family. Leading the group was an elderly man dressed in a dark red tang suit, with a lean face, sharp eyes, and an imposing presence. He was Su Genoa, the head of the Su family. At this moment, sitting next to Su Genoa was a flamboyant woman dressed in a voluptuous manner, with a figure so voluptuous that her red tight-fitting dress seemed about to burst. She wore elaborate makeup, her red lips like fire, and her eyes sparkled with allure. She was Su Yuyan, another granddaughter of the Su family and Su Wanqing's cousin. Chen Mo's gaze fell on her, and he secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. These Su sisters truly each had their own unique charm. One was as cold as ice, the other as gentle as water, and the one before him was like a burning flame, brimming with deadly allure. Yuyan, I heard that Xiao Fan, that good-for-nothing, has recently returned to the country? Su Jinming asked, frowning as he looked at his daughter, his tone filled with undisguised disgust. Su Yuyan was touching up her lipstick with a small mirror when she heard the name Xiao Fan. Her face immediately showed disdain. She slammed the mirror shut and sneered, Dad, why are you bringing up that good-for-nothing? It's bad luck. If Grandpa hadn't forced me to marry him 3 years ago to bring him good luck, I would have kicked him out long ago. She paused, then raised her voice, filled with sarcasm and reality. So what if he's back now? He's just a poor soldier, penniless and powerless, not even worthy to lick my shoes. I've already had my lawyer prepare the divorce papers. If he dares to come later, I'll throw the papers in his face in front of everyone. A wealthy woman nearby immediately stepped forward and said ingratiatingly, That's right. Our Yuyan is now the one that the eldest son of the Luo family has taken a liking to. The Luo family is a near first-class family in Jiangchen, second only to the 4 great families. They are 1,000,000 times better than that good-for-nothing Xiao Fan. That's right. Once Yuyan marries into the Luo family, our Su family will be a powerful alliance, and our position in Jiangcheng will be even more secure. The Su family members chatted amongst themselves, completely disregarding the yet-to-arrive grandson-in-law, and the topic quickly shifted to how to force Xiao Fan to divorce his wife so that Su Yuyan could remarry the eldest son of the Luo family in a grand and dignified manner. Chen Mo sat to the side, munching on sunflower seeds and listening to this dramatic tale of family feuds, inwardly praising the expert's knowledge. This plot is so classic. It's practically a carbon copy of the third-rate novels he used to read at the factory's bookstore when he was young. While watching the show, he idly opened the system with his mind, wanting to see what kind of person this Su Yuyan really was. Character scanning in progress. Scan complete. Target, Xin Yaorao Su Yuyan. Identity, a member of a collateral branch of the Su family, the ex-wife of the chosen one Xiao Fan, a scheming gold digger. Status, mixed fortune, but still a virgin. Value assessment, high value target for plundering luck. Upon seeing the words virgin body, Chen Mo almost spat out the sunflower seed shells in his mouth. Good heavens! This girl looks so alluring, yet she's still a virgin? It seems that Xiao Fan, the chosen one, is quite the gentleman. He hasn't touched her in 3 years of marriage. Just as he was feeling sentimental, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Target with special constitution detected, Xin Yaorao. This target possesses both husband-supporting and husband-harming destiny. Mission issued, conquer the Dragon King's ex-wife. Task description, engaging in in-depth communication with them allows you to plunder their mixed fortune and transform it into pure aura of great fortune. Mission reward, due to the target's special constitution, regular interaction will grant double lifespan 10 days. Interacting in special locations will trigger an even greater effect, stacking up to 4 times 20 days. Quadruple rewards. 20 days of lifespan at once. Chen Mo's breathing instantly became rapid. The way he looked at Su Yuyan had completely changed. This wasn't some gold digger, she was clearly a walking, talking, super longevity elixir that could lay golden eggs. This woman must be won over. At all costs. His mind was racing with calculations as he plotted how to approach the seemingly formidable femme fatale when suddenly the MC's loud announcement echoed throughout the banquet hall. Mr. Xiao Fan, you've arrived. Chapter 52. Don't underestimate a young man's potential? Xiao Fan is here? He actually dared to come? Look. This is going to be interesting. As soon as the MC announced the news, the entire banquet hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned to the entrance, their gazes filled with schadenfreude and anticipation of a good show. A tall, handsome young man walked slowly through the doorway, under the watchful eyes of a group of elegantly dressed guests. He was dressed in simple black casual wear, which was out of place in the luxurious environment around him, but the iron-blooded aura he had honed in the crucible of countless battles, and his sharp, hawk-like eyes, gave him a powerful presence that could not be underestimated. The person who arrived was none other than Xiao Fan, the chosen one whom the Su family despised as a waste. Chen Mo sat in the corner, slowly cracking sunflower seeds while observing the Dragon King with great interest. Not bad. That aura, that gaze, it's a whole level stronger than when I ran into him at the mall a couple of days ago. Looks like he came with a script today. Xiao Fan. You piece of trash, how dare you show your face here? Su Yuyan was the first to stand up. She crossed her arms and looked down at Xiao Fan, her alluring face filled with contempt and disdain. She took a document from her assistant, threw it at Xiao Fan's feet, and said in a sharp, sarcastic voice, "This is the divorce agreement. I've already signed it. You sign it now, take your things, and get out of the Su family. From now on, I, Su Yuyan, have nothing to do with a good-for-nothing like you." Xiao Fan looked at the divorce agreement that had been stepped on, then at his nominal wife in front of him. Her handsome face was expressionless, but her eyes grew colder. He recalled 3 years ago when his family fell into poverty, he was chased and seriously injured, and it was the old man of the Su family who saved him. In order to bring him good luck, the old man forced his granddaughter Su Yuyan to marry him. For the past 3 years, although he was the grandson-in-law of the Su family, he had lived a life worse than a dog. Su Yuyan had humiliated him in every way, mocking and ridiculing him, and had never even let him touch her. Now, he has returned as the Dragon King, his medical skills perfected. He intended to bestow immense wealth upon the Su family to repay their life-saving grace from years ago. But unexpectedly, what awaited him was such a merciless humiliation. So be it. Xiao Fan's heart turned completely cold. He bent down, picked up the divorce agreement, and without even looking at it, pulled a pen from his jacket pocket and signed his name in a flamboyant manner. Then, he threw the agreement back into Su Yuyan's arms, his gaze sweeping over the faces of all the Su family members present. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling undertone. Very well. I, Xiao Fan, will remember this humiliation. He slowly raised his head, his sharp eyes flashing with the flames of revenge. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a young man's potential. I hope your Su family will not regret today's decision in the future. Puff. In the corner, Chen Mo, who was drinking tea, almost spat out his tea. Classic. Absolutely a classic. The dialogue, the plot, the atmosphere, it's practically the standard template from those third-rate novels he read when he was young. He could even guess what was going to happen next. Some fool would definitely jump out and provoke him, only to be slapped in the face by the Dragon King, who would then reveal his awesome identity or amazing background and leave gracefully, leaving behind a bunch of idiots who regretted their actions. Just as expected. Regret? Would our Su family regret it? Wang Tianyu was the first to jump out. He had long disliked Xiao Fan, and now was the perfect opportunity to kick him while he was down. He pointed at Xiao Fan's nose and laughed arrogantly. "You're just a poor soldier. What are you pretending to be? Men. Break this arrogant piece of trash's legs and throw him out." As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguards he brought, along with the thugs accompanying the eldest son of the Luo family, grinned maliciously and surrounded Xiao Fan. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds as fists struck flesh and the crisp sound of bones breaking. Before anyone could see what was happening, the 7 or 8 menacing thugs were all foaming at the mouth and convulsing on the ground. Xiao Fan remained standing in the same spot, not even a single wrinkle appeared on his clothes. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Who else? Xiao Fan's voice was as cold as a knife. Rebellion! Rebellion! How dare you make a move on the Su family's territory? The eldest son of the Luo family was terrified, but still shouted defiantly, "You just wait. I'll call 6th Master over right now." 6th Master is the king of Jiangqing's underworld. One word from him and you'll be dead without a burial place. As he spoke, he shakily pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Less than 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man dressed in black training clothes, with bulging temples and a powerful aura, stormed in with a large group of black-clad subordinates. He is none other than 6th Master, the local tyrant of Jiangqing's underworld. 6th Master. It's him. It's this kid who doesn't respect you. When the eldest son of the Luo family saw his savior arrive, he immediately pointed at Xiao Fan and complained as if he had found his pillar of support. However, what happened next made everyone's eyes nearly pop out. The arrogant 6th Master's anger instantly turned into extreme fear and fawning the moment he saw Xiao Fan. He rushed forward in one stride, but not towards Xiao Fan, but towards the young master of the Luo family. Smack! A resounding slap landed hard on the face of the eldest son of the Luo family. "You fucking blind man! Do you even know who this is?" 6th Master pointed at Xiao Fan, his voice trembling violently with fear. "This is the Lord of the Dragon King Palace. He's my superior. You dare offend him? Do you want us all to be buried with you?" After saying that, he kicked the eldest son of the Luo family in the back of the knee, forcing him to kneel down in front of Xiao Fan. "Hurry up and kowtow to the Dragon King and apologize." The entire venue fell into a deathly silence once again. The Dragon King's Palace Master? What kind of identity is that? It sounds incredibly powerful. The members of the Su family were completely dumbfounded. Su Yuyan, in particular, looked at the man she had once regarded as a piece of trash, who now made the underground emperor of Jiangcheng tremble, and a wave of indescribable regret welled up in her heart. Having finished showing off, Xiao Fan snorted coldly, too lazy to bother with these ants anymore. He took out an exquisite velvet box from his pocket and opened it. Inside the box lay a necklace made of 99 pigeon blood rubies, with the central stone being a priceless gem the size of a pigeon egg, named Heart of the Red Sea. This is the Heart of the Red Sea. The necklace that sold for a record-breaking 130 million at Sotheby's auction last year. A knowledgeable guest exclaimed on the spot. Everyone's eyes turned fervent. Su Yuyan's breathing quickened. She knew that this necklace was a gift from Xiao Fan. If only she hadn't been so heartless just now. However, Xiao Fan only glanced at her indifferently, as if he were looking at a stranger. He walked straight up to Su Wanqing, holding the necklace worth over 100 million yuan. Amidst the shocked gazes of the entire audience, he handed the Heart of the Red Sea bracelet to Su Wanqing, his voice gentle yet full of provocation. "Wanqing, this necklace is for you. Only you are worthy of its beauty." He did this to humiliate the Su family in front of everyone. In the corner, Chen Mo cracked open the last sunflower seed with a crack, and clapped his hands with satisfaction as he watched this dramatic and unpredictable annual spectacle. Classic, absolutely classic. This script is really well written. Chapter 53. How about I give you a massage? I cannot accept it. Faced with the Heart of the Red Sea worth over 100 million yuan offered by Xiao Fan, Su Wanqing didn't even hesitate for a moment before coldly refusing it. Her voice wasn't loud, but it sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet banquet hall. Xiao Fan's smile froze for a moment, somewhat puzzled. "Why? Wanqing, this is just a small token of my appreciation." Your kindness should be given to someone who needs it more. Su Wanqing's gaze swept over her cousin Su Yuyan, who was pale and whose lips were almost bleeding from being bitten. Besides, I, Su Wanqing, will strive for what I want myself. I don't need anyone's charity. After saying that, she ignored Xiao Fan's bewildered expression, took Chen Mo's arm, and left the banquet hall amidst the complicated gazes of everyone present. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce on the way back to the villa, the atmosphere inside was somewhat somber. Su Wanqing leaned back in the back seat, rubbing her throbbing temples. Clearly, today's farce had left her exhausted. She turned her head and looked at Chen Mo, who was resting with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Her curiosity could no longer be suppressed. From the start of the family banquet to the Dragon King's slap in the face, and finally to the unpleasant ending, this old man remained remarkably calm throughout. He sat quietly in the corner, cracking sunflower seeds and drinking tea, as if watching a movie that had nothing to do with him. That composure and calmness were unlike anything an ordinary retired fitter could possess. Who exactly are you? Su Wanqing finally asked the question that had been lingering in her heart for a long time. You seem completely unsurprised by everything that happened today. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, looked at her inquisitive gaze, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Want to know? He leaned closer and whispered in her ear, it's not impossible. Once we've had our deep conversations 100 times, I'll tell you my true identity. You. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed red instantly, both embarrassed and angry. You're dreaming. I don't want to do it with you 100 times. She was so angry that she reached out to pinch Chen Mo, but Chen Mo laughed and dodged. The two of them started playfully fighting in the cramped back seat. Su Wanqing was wearing an evening gown, which already made it difficult for her to move around. With his commotion, her high heels tipped, and she lost her balance, falling into Chen Mo's arms. Watch out! The driver was startled and instinctively jerked the steering wheel. Squeak! The Rolls-Royce left a glaring S-shaped trail on the road, narrowly avoiding an oncoming truck and almost causing a serious accident. It was already late at night when we got back to the villa. Su Wanqing was still shaken and too tired to argue with Chen Mo anymore, so she changed her clothes and went back to her room to rest. Chen Mo sat alone in the living room, opened the system store, and studied the dazzling array of products with great interest. Basic recovery pill, priced at 10 days of lifespan. Instantly heals all non-fatal internal and external injuries. The tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing pill, priced at 30 days of lifespan. It can cleanse the marrow and improve physical constitution, enhancing cultivation aptitude. The 1,000-faced mask, priced for 20 days of use. Allows for arbitrary changes to appearance and body shape, lasting 24 hours. There are many good things, but they are too expensive. Looking at his remaining 46 days of life, Chen Mo felt like he was still penniless. Just as he was figuring out how to make money faster, Su Yunru, dressed in a pink tight-fitting yoga outfit, came downstairs. She must have just finished yoga, as there were still fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Her tight-fitting yoga clothes perfectly accentuated her mature, voluptuous, and undeniably sexy figure. Chen Mo stared wide-eyed. This figure is even better than her icy sisters. Su Yunru walked into the living room, poured herself a glass of water, and then leaned back on the sofa. While wiping away sweat with a towel, she gently patted her shoulders, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, and a hint of pain on her face. Chen Mo immediately understood the trick. Su Yunru has a great figure, especially the amazing burden on her chest, which causes her to hunch her back for many years. As a result, the muscles in her shoulders and neck are in a state of tension for a long time and are prone to soreness. The opportunity has arrived. Chen Mo immediately dropped his lecherous expression and put on a kind and gentle demeanor, like a kind elder caring for a younger generation, and walked over with a cup of hot tea. Yunru, are you still awake so late? Uncle E. Su Yunru smiled gently when she saw him. I just finished yoga and I'm a little tired. Let me rest for a bit. I noticed you've been rubbing your shoulders. Are your shoulders uncomfortable? Chen Mo asked with concern. Yes, Su Yunru said with some distress, it's an old problem. It's probably because I'm always standing in one position for a long time while live streaming cooking. My shoulders are always sore and swollen, which is really uncomfortable. After listening, Chen Mo smiled confidently. He put down his teacup, rubbed his hands together, and said in a confident tone, I know this very well. Back in the day, I was a fitter in the factory, working with my head down every day, which left me with a lot of health problems. Later, I learned some massage techniques from an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor in the factory, specifically to treat these issues. Looking at Su Yunro's face, which was full of curiosity, he continued, "How about I give you a massage? I guarantee it will make you feel really comfortable, and it'll cure your ailment." Chapter 54 My Sister's First Time, a mixture of sourness, numbness, and pleasure. Massage? Su Yunru hesitated for a moment when she heard Chen Mo's suggestion. She was raised with strict discipline, and she felt uncomfortable with anything, including a massage from a man or even the slightest physical contact with a man. What's more, the other party was an old housekeeper whom they had only known for a few days. Although this Uncle Yi looked kind and gentle, and even risked his life to save her in the deserted village, it was still somewhat inappropriate for a lone man and woman to be alone in a room late at night and to have such physical contact. Chen Mo saw her concerns and immediately put on a righteous and compassionate doctor's demeanor, smiling as he said, "Yunru, don't overthink it. I'm already quite old, with my neck almost buried. What bad intentions could I possibly have?" He pointed to his white hair and said self-deprecatingly, "Besides, I'm just a rough man. The techniques I learned are legitimate ways to improve blood circulation and relieve muscle tension, unlike the fancy massages you're thinking of. If you trust this old man, let me try. If you don't, just pretend I didn't say anything." His words were frank and open, giving Su Yunru a way out while also using his advanced age to dispel her wariness. Looking at his wrinkled, seemingly honest and kind face, and recalling his heroic act of risking his life to save her, Su Yunru's initial wariness and shyness gradually dissipated. "Yes, Yi Bo is so old, and he is also my savior. How could I possibly have such filthy thoughts about him?" Moreover, her shoulder was really sore. The soreness made her restless. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Yi." In the end, Su Yunru blushed and agreed in a barely audible whisper. "All right. Just lie down on the sofa." Chen Mo was secretly delighted, but his face remained expressionless. Su Yunru did as she was told, and somewhat shyly lay down on the large leather sofa. Her pink yoga outfit was already tight-fitting, and when she lay down like that, it perfectly showcased her breathtaking S-shaped curves to Chen Mo. That pert, peach-shaped bottom, that slender waist that could be encircled with one hand, and that magnificent chest that was made even more impressive by lying down. Chen Mo's mouth went dry as he watched, and he cursed demon in his heart, almost losing control of his muscular arm. He took a deep breath, forced himself to look away from where he shouldn't be looking, concentrated, and began his professional massage. He extended his calloused yet remarkably steady and powerful hands and gently placed them on Su Yunru's smooth and rounded shoulders. The skin is smooth and warm to the touch, with an amazing feel. "Yunru, I'm about to start. It might be a little sore, so bear with it." After saying that, he stopped wasting words and used his thumbs to accurately locate the Jianjing and Fengqi acupoints on Su Yunru's shoulders and neck, and then pressed down with great force. An indescribable sensation, a mixture of sourness, numbness, and swelling, like an electric current, instantly spread throughout the body from the area being pressed. Su Yunru's body trembled violently, and a soft, seductive moan escaped her throat uncontrollably. The voice was soft and melodious, carrying a hint of pain and a hint of pleasure, making Chen Mo's heart flutter. "How was it? Was the force all right?" Chen Mo asked knowingly. It's all right, it's just a bit too sour." Su Yunru buried her face in the pillow and said in a muffled voice, her cheeks already so red they looked like they were about to bleed. "It's sour, that's right. This is called qi rushing to the lesion. It means that this area is severely blocked, and I'm helping you to unblock your meridians." Chen Mo said nonsense with a straight face, but his hands didn't stop moving at all. His hands, which had been dealing with precision parts for years, now seemed to have transformed into the most accurate medical instruments. Push, grasp, press, rub, knead, pinch. He executed various professional techniques with effortless grace. His strength was sometimes fierce, like a heavy hammer striking a drum, penetrating straight to the bone. At other times it was gentle, like a spring breeze caressing the face, soothing the nerves. Su Yunru felt like a lump of dough being kneaded repeatedly. From the initial unbearable soreness to the later exhilarating soreness, and finally, she felt as if she were floating on a cloud. Every muscle and every pore on her body relaxed, and she felt so comfortable that she couldn't help but groan. She felt that her chronic neck and shoulder problems, which had plagued her for many years, had been completely eradicated in just over 10 minutes of massage. "Uncle Yi, your technique is amazing. It's 100 times better than the most expensive physiotherapy masters outside." Su Yunru exclaimed sincerely, her voice filled with admiration. It's just a family heirloom, nothing to brag about." Chen Mo smiled modestly, but in his heart he was already planning how to proceed. He stopped what he was doing, cleared his throat, and said in an even more enigmatic tone, Yunru, your neck and shoulder problems are just the surface. The root cause is still inside your body. Inside the body? Su Yunro raised her head in confusion. Yes. Chen Mo nodded and continued to deceive. I see that you have deficiency of both qi and blood, and a cold uterus and weak constitution. This is the root cause of your fatigue and sore neck and shoulders. Just massaging your shoulders is only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Then, what should we do? Su Yunru immediately became nervous when she heard that it concerned her health. Chen Mo had been waiting for her to say those words. He looked somewhat troubled, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, there is a way, though. In my family's traditional massage techniques, there is a special method specifically for women's health maintenance and regulating their blood and qi. However, this method is rather unique. What's so special about it? Su Yunru pressed. Chen Mo's gaze swept meaningfully over her body, which was completely covered by yoga clothes, before he leaned close to her ear, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, this technique requires direct contact with certain acupoints on your abdomen and waist to transfer my internal energy into your body to help you regulate your body. Moreover, to ensure the effectiveness of the internal energy transmission, it's best if there are no clothes in between. Chapter 55 My sister's favorability has reached the target. Can't there be clothing in the way? Upon hearing this, Su Yunru's pretty face, which had just relaxed in comfort, instantly turned bright red again. Her mind went blank with a buzz. What does this mean? Make her take off her clothes in front of a man, and then. This is unacceptable. Her first thought was to refuse. This has completely crossed the line that she can accept. No. Absolutely not. She sat up abruptly from the sofa, instinctively covering her chest with her hands, looking at Chen Mo with a wary expression. Her gentle eyes were filled with shame, indignation, and resistance. Chen Mo chuckled inwardly at her startled, deer-like appearance, but immediately put on a sincere expression that said, I'm doing this for your own good. Yunru, don't get agitated or misunderstand. He waved his hand and explained seriously, I'm doing this for your health. You're still young, so you might not feel it yet. But as you get older, this cold uterus and weak constitution will cause you a lot of trouble. At best, you'll have cold hands and feet and persistent menstrual cramps at worst, it might even affect your future fertility. His words, though partly true and partly false, precisely hit the nail on the head regarding the issues that all women care about most and fear most. Sure enough, when Su Yunru heard the words affects fertility, her expression changed visibly, and a hint of worry and fear appeared in her eyes. Chen Mo pressed his advantage, continuing his strategy of feigning retreat. Of course, I know this request is indeed a bit unreasonable. If you really don't want to, then forget it. Just pretend I never mentioned it. At worst, I'll give you more shoulder massages in the future. Although it won't cure the root cause, it can at least relieve the symptoms. After he finished speaking, he sighed deeply, shook his head, and looked regretful, as if saying, this is hopeless and my good intentions have been wasted. He then turned to leave. His feigned indifference completely threw Su Yunru into a state of confusion. On one hand, there are the principles and bottom lines that I have upheld for more than 20 years. On the other hand, there's the matter of one's physical health, which is related to one's future happiness, and the kindness of the master in front of them who saved one's life and possesses amazing massage skills. Looking at Chen Mo's somewhat lonely and aged back, she felt a strong sense of guilt. Yi Bo was only trying to help me, how could I be so ungrateful and let his good intentions go to waste? Besides, he's so old. In his eyes, I'm probably just like a granddaughter, right? Am I overthinking things? Am I being too lewd? Thinking about this, her heart began to waver violently. For youthful beauty, for future health, take a gamble. Uncle E. Uncle E, please wait a moment. Just as Chen Mo was about to step out of the living room, Su Yunru's voice, barely audible yet trembling and resolute, rang out from behind him. Chen Mo stopped and turned around, a hint of surprise on his face. What's wrong, little girl? Su Yunru's pretty face was so red it looked like it could bleed. She lowered her head, not daring to look Chen Mo in the eye, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, and with all her might, she managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. I'm willing to give it a try. After saying that, she felt all the strength drain from her body. Chen Mo was overjoyed, but on the surface, he remained as calm and composed as a wise man. He nodded and said in as calm a tone as possible, okay. Then, get ready. He very gentlemanly turned around, his back to Su Yunru, giving her enough privacy space. Looking at his broad back, Su Yunru felt a little more at ease. She took a deep breath, as if making the most important decision of her life. Then, with trembling hands, she reached out and unzipped her pink yoga outfit. The sound of clothes slipping off was exceptionally clear in the quiet living room. With her eyes closed, Su Yunru laid her flawless, jade-like body on the soft sofa. A cool evening breeze blew in from the window, making her break out in goosebumps. She felt her heart pounding so fast it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. After a long silence, she spoke in a trembling voice, barely audible and filled with endless shyness. You can begin now. A special massage session, filled with an atmosphere of academic discussion, slowly unfolded in an ambiguous yet enchanting ambience. After a long while, Su Yunru was too ashamed to face anyone. She grabbed her clothes and ran back to her room as if fleeing. She threw herself heavily onto the bed, pulled the covers over her head, and felt her cheeks burning hot enough to fry an egg. She savored the wonderful sensation that had just occurred, a mixture of sourness, numbness, itchiness, and comfort, filling her heart with both girlish shyness and a faint, indescribable anticipation. She felt that her feelings for the mysterious Bo were rapidly slipping away in a direction she couldn't control. In the living room, Chen Mo, who had just expended a lot of his internal energy, was now full of energy and looking radiant. The system notification sounded in his mind as expected. Ding! The host's charm has been successfully displayed once again by special massage to please the carrier of Qi. Target Su Yunru affection +5. Current affection, 30. Her feelings for you have evolved from simple gratitude to a complex mix of admiration, dependence, and curiosity. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with target Su Yunru has reached 30 points. System shop access unlocked. Rewards being processed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a brand new skill, Master of Metaphysics Grandmaster level. Skill description: the host has mastered all esoteric arts, including the I Ching, Feng Shui, divination, face reading, and bone analysis. A Master of Metaphysics. Chen Mo felt a surge of joy. This skill is so useful. It will make it even easier to pretend to be a master or a mysterious figure in the future. Almost the instant the reward was distributed, countless profound knowledge about yin and yang, the 5 elements, the heavenly stems and earthly branches, and the Chiman Duanjia flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. He felt that he could now determine a person's life or death and predict their future with just one glance. Just then, Su Wanqing, who had just finished showering and was wearing a silk bathrobe, came downstairs. She saw Chen Mo sitting alone in the living room with a strange smile on his face, and couldn't help but frown. What are you grinning about here all by yourself? Chen Mo raised his head and looked at her. With the blessing of mastery of metaphysics, the world he sees is completely different. He could clearly see that above Su Wanqing's head, besides the purple halo that represented her status and fortune, there was a dazzling red star shining brightly in her marital palace position, and it had a faint connection with his own fortune. This is a sign of good fortune and romance. Moreover, this peach blossom is a perfect match for myself. Chen Mo chuckled and looked at Su Wanqing, saying in a half-joking, half-serious tone, "Girl, I just did a fortune-telling for you. Guess what? You can tell fortunes?" Su Wanqing asked incredulously. Of course. Chen Mo twirled his fingers, striking a pose like a fortune-teller. I've calculated that you're currently very lucky in love, with your romantic prospects looking incredibly promising. And your Mr. Right is both far away and right under your nose. Chapter 56. You're wearing red underwear. Is the red phoenix star in motion? Is it a stroke of good fortune in love? Su Wanqing was taken aback when she heard Chen Mo's rambling words. Then she scoffed and her face was full of disbelief. Stop talking nonsense. When did you, an old fitter, become a fortune-teller? She picked up her water glass and took a sip, completely ignoring Chen Mo's words. In her mind, this was just another new trick the old rogue had come up with, designed to harass her. Chen Mo didn't argue with her, but just smiled mysteriously, already having made up his mind. This mastery of metaphysics skill is practically a tailor-made tool for showing off. There will be plenty of opportunities to broaden this girl's horizons in the future. The next morning, Chen Mo was in the yard, using his level 8 fitter skills to prune a precious Podocarpus macrophyllus. He managed to prune the pine tree into a precision part with sharp edges and corners. Just then, Zheng Pang, the rich young master, arrived at the villa in his flashy Lamborghini. He came today to talk to Su Yunru about the content of the next live stream. Although the deserted village adventure became a hit, it also gave Zhang Peng quite a fright, and he didn't want to experience that again. In the living room, Su Yunru and Zhang Peng sat on the sofa, looking at a pile of project proposals with furrowed brows. Live streaming is becoming increasingly competitive without novel content. It's impossible to attract viewers. Ro, how about we go live and challenge the world's spiciest spicy chicken noodles next time? Zhang Peng suggested. No, it's too bad for my stomach. Su Yunru immediately shook her head. So, live streaming skydiving? Too dangerous. The two discussed it for a long time, but couldn't come up with a solution. Just when they were at their wits' end, Chen Mo, who had finished pruning the potted plants, slowly walked in with a cup of tea in his hand. He glanced at the two men with worried expressions and said with a smile, "It's nothing, why are you so worried?" Upon seeing Chen Mo, Zhang Peng recalled his embarrassing performance in the deserted village last night, feeling somewhat ashamed. He said irritably, "Uncle Lee, this is a matter for us young people. What do you, an old man, know?" His current impression of Chen Mo was simply that of a skilled old butler, nothing more. Although I don't understand your fancy live streams, but Chen Mo put down his teacup and a mysterious smile appeared on his face, I understand fortune. He walked between the two of them, plopped down, and said in a commanding tone, "You don't need to think about it anymore. Today, your fortune and popularity are all in the Northwest. As long as you start a live stream now and follow me to the Northwest, I guarantee that today's live stream will be 10 times more popular than your last deserted village adventure." Fortune telling? Zhang Peng chuckled upon hearing this, his face revealing undisguised mockery. Uncle Lee, what era are we living in? You still believe in this? It's all feudal superstition, a bunch of fraudulent nonsense. Believe it or not, Chen Mo said calmly, without getting angry. Su Yunru, however, believed Chen Mo's words without a doubt. She tugged at Zhang Peng's sleeve and whispered, "Young Master Zhang, Uncle Lee, he's really amazing." Zhang Peng refused to believe it deep down, he was a spoiled brat who didn't believe in ghosts or gods. Looking at Chen Mo's charlatan-like appearance, he felt a surge of displeasure and decided to expose this old swindler's tricks in front of the goddess. He stood up, pointed at Chen Mo, and said loudly, "Fine. Old man, since you're so good at calculations, let's make a bet. We'll follow you today. If you can really figure out something that makes my live stream go viral, I'll eat this professional camera worth 300,000 right here and now. On the contrary, if you can't calculate accurately and try to make it mysterious, then you should stay away from Ro from now on. Don't try to fool her with these feudal superstitions." His words were spoken with conviction, and he believed they were full of a sense of justice. After listening, Chen Mo just smiled, his eyes looking at a monkey jumping around. "No need to eat the camera, I'm afraid you'll have indigestion." He waved his hand, then picked up his teacup, gently blew on the steam, and said slowly, "Since you don't believe me, I'll tell your fortune first and open your eyes." He raised his eyelids, looked Zhang Peng up and down a few times, then calculated with his fingers and slowly spoke. "Your name is Zhang Peng, you were born in the year of the rooster, and you are 24 years old this year, which is your birth year, right?" Zhang Peng's heart skipped a beat, but he still stubbornly said, What's the big deal? My information can be found online. Don't rush me." Chen Mo smiled and continued, "You wore bright red underwear today to bring good luck, right?" Zhang Peng's face turned pale instantly. How did he know?" "This was something my mom had told me to wear this morning before I left the house, she insisted I wear it." "Only heaven and earth know, only I know, only my mom knows, not even Su Yunru knows." You're talking nonsense," he retorted, his voice weak and strained. Chen Mo ignored him completely and continued speaking on his own. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was like a heavy hammer blow, striking Zhang Peng's heart hard. "Your family is in the real estate business, but since the second half of last year, we've had cash flow problems. Several of our projects have been halted. Your dad has been so worried about bank loans lately that his hair has turned mostly white. You may seem successful on the surface, but your dad has cut your allowance by more than half every month. The Lamborghini you drive is an old model that you bought 3 years ago. The 2 million black card you gave me last night to save face in front of Yunro actually only has less than 200,000 in credit. Also, when you came back from the deserted village last night, you didn't go straight home. Instead, you went to the Golden Splendor Club in the city center and met up with 2 blonde Russian girls. You didn't leave until 3 a.m. Am I right or wrong?" With each sentence Chen Mo spoke, Zhang Peng's face paled a little more. When Chen Mo mentioned the last two sentences, Golden Splendor Club and Blonde Girl, Zhang Peng's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down before Chen Mo on the spot. He felt like a completely transparent person in front of this old man, stripped naked, with no secrets left to him. These were his most private, most shameful secrets. How did this old man know them? Could he really read minds? Fear gripped his heart instantly. He dared not doubt or disrespect Chen Mo any longer. He rushed at Chen Mo, grabbed his leg, and pleaded in a tearful voice. Master E. Immortal E. I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness. Please. Please stop talking. Chapter 57 The Old Immortal will take you flying. Master. Immortal. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Zheng Peng clung to Chen Mo's leg, crying his eyes out, completely unlike the arrogant and domineering rich young master he had been moments before. The look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Mo had changed from disdain and contempt to extreme fear and awe. This is no ordinary old butler, he's clearly a living, breathing immortal who lives a carefree life. Su Yunru, standing to the side, was also dumbfounded. Although she knew Yi Bo was very capable, she never expected him to be this capable. With just a few glances, he could figure out Zhang Peng's background perfectly, even knowing what color underwear he wore. This is just too unbelievable. Her gaze toward Chen Mo shifted from gratitude and curiosity to growing admiration and adoration. Alright, you're a grown man, crying like this, what kind of behavior is this? Chen Mo pulled Zhang Peng off his lap with a look of disgust. Master, please forgive me this time. Please don't tell Ro what I just said. Zhang Peng pleaded pitifully. If Su Yunru finds out that he secretly goes to clubs to find prostitutes, he can forget about ever winning over his goddess again. Don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped. Chen Mo waved his hand, then changed the subject, revealing a kind and friendly smile. But, if I'm going to keep your secret, shouldn't you show some sincerity in return? Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Zhang Peng nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. He now treats Chen Mo's words as sacred decrees, daring not to disobey in the slightest. He quickly pulled a checkbook from his pocket, scribbled down a string of numbers, and respectfully handed it over with both hands. Master, here is 1 million. Consider it my humble offering as a token of my respect for your hospitality. Please accept it. Chen Mo glanced at the 1 million check, his heart leaping with joy, but he feigned reluctance, saying, Oh, no. We cultivators regard money as dirt. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Peng panicked and said in a tearful voice, Master, if you don't accept it, it means you won't forgive me. I will kneel here forever today. As he spoke, he actually knelt down with a plop. Alright, I'll take it, okay? Chen Mo reluctantly put the check into his pocket. Having secured Zhang Peng as his mobile wallet, Chen Mo cleared his throat and steered the conversation back to the livestream. So? Do you believe me now? Are you still going to the northwest? Go! We must go. Wherever you point, Master, I will go. Zhang Peng now obeyed Chen Mo's every word and dared not have the slightest doubt. He quickly set up the live streaming equipment, and Su Yunru also adjusted her emotions, showing a sweet smile to the camera. As soon as the live stream started, a large number of fans flooded in. Many fans had followed the show since last night's deserted village adventure, and the moment they saw Chen Mo, the live chat exploded. Wow! It's that amazing Yi Bo from last night. What new program do you have today? Is Uncle E not fighting today, but instead fortune-telling? Su Yunru smiled and explained to the camera, Babies, today we've invited Uncle E, oh no, Master E, to lead us in a unique live fortune-telling session. The master says that as long as you follow him, you'll witness a miracle today. Immediately afterwards, Chen Mo moved closer to the camera. He cleared his throat, looking at the scrolling comments on the screen, and slowly began to speak in a confident tone. Dear friends in the live stream, I, an old man, am going to make a bold claim here today. Today, I will show you 3 major events that will save 3 lives. I'll make a bet with you guys. If all 3 things I say come true, I hope the top 10 big spenders on our live stream's donation leaderboard can pool their money to give Yunru 10 million in gifts, just to support this old man. How about that? The moment these words were spoken, the entire live stream room erupted in excitement. Damn! This old man is way too arrogant. 3 major events, 3 lives lost? You think bragging is free? Although I know Master E is very good at fighting, isn't the idea of fortune-telling and saving people too mysterious? I bet 5 cents that this old man will definitely crash and burn today. Don't talk nonsense. I believe in Master E. Master, go for it. The live stream chat was divided into 2 completely different camps, arguing endlessly. Although Chenmo's extraordinary skills last night made many people think he was no ordinary person, the idea of saving lives through fortune-telling sounded like a complete fantasy. Most people were just there to watch the show and wait to see him make a fool of himself. Chenmo ignored these doubts and simply smiled mysteriously at the camera. Then, he pointed to the northwest direction outside the villa and said to Zhang Peng and Su Yunru, "Let's go, our first stop is the bus stop up ahead." Chapter 58 Where's my knife? Bus stop? Zhang Peng, carrying the camera, looked somewhat bewildered. He had thought that this mastery would take them to some remote mountain temple or a place with auspicious feng shui, but he never expected that the first stop would be such an ordinary place. "Master, are you sure a miracle will happen here?" he asked uncertainly. "The secret lies where people gather." Chenmo uttered these 8 words with feigned profundity, then said no more and strode toward the bus stop. Su Yunru and Zhang Peng exchanged a glance. Although they were puzzled, they could only hurry up and follow. The camera in the livestream followed their footsteps, focusing on that ordinary bus stop. It was rush hour, and the platform was crowded with men and women waiting for their trains to get to work. The place was bustling with people. Damn, isn't this the number 9 bus stop right downstairs from my house? What kind of miracle could happen? Is the master just showing us how crowded the bus is? That's so boring. Let's go, let's go. I knew that old man was a fraud. The live stream chat was filled with pessimistic comments. However, Chenmo remained unmoved. He led the 2 to an inconspicuous corner, then held up a finger to the camera and said mysteriously, "Please be patient, everyone. The first thing is about to happen." After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, looking as if he had everything under control. Time passed by, second by second. Buses came and went, and people came and went at the platform, but nothing strange happened. The viewers in the live stream gradually lost patience. What's going on? It's been 10 minutes and nothing's happened. Is the master asleep? I told you he was a liar. Young Master Zhang, make him eat your camera. Zhang Peng looked at the motionless platform and the screen full of mockery in the live broadcast room, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Master, please don't let me down. Just when everyone thought it was all a farce, something unexpected happened. Zhang Peng's camera inadvertently swept across the crowd and keenly captured a suspicious scene. In the crowded throng, a thin, shifty-eyed man was seen silently picking up a young girl's wallet from her backpack with just 2 fingers. His movements were extremely skillful. He was clearly a repeat offender. Holy crap! There's a thief. Look! That girl in the yellow dress. Her wallet has been stolen. The live stream chat exploded instantly. However, before Su Yunru could even speak to remind him, a righteous young man in a white t-shirt, who looked like he had just graduated from university, had already noticed what was happening. Stop thief! The righteous young man shouted angrily and grabbed the thief's wrist. You fucking want to die. How dare you meddle in my business? The thief was caught on the spot, but instead of panicking, his face instantly turned ferocious. He suddenly pulled his other hand out of his pocket, and a flash of cold light appeared as a sharp switchblade appeared in his hand. Without a second thought, he stabbed the righteous young man hard in the heart. Ah! Murder! The people on the platform gasped in shock at what they saw and retreated in fear, lest they be caught in the crossfire. The live stream was filled with screams. Everyone watched as the gleaming knife was about to pierce the body of the brave young man. A vibrant life is about to perish in full view of everyone. At the critical moment, a black afterimage, like a ghost, flashed past the camera without warning. Quick! It's almost at its limit. As they approached, even Zhang Peng's high-speed camera could only capture a blurry shadow. Before anyone could react to what had happened, the arrogant thief, who had been so brazen just moments before, was frozen in place, still in the stabbing position. But the switchblade in his hand had vanished. Ha! The thief was stunned. He looked down at his empty hands, then at the unharmed young man in front of him, his face filled with bewilderment and disbelief. Where's my knife? He asked the question instinctively. The knife is right here. A lazy voice came from behind him. The thief turned around abruptly and saw that the white-haired old man who had been standing in the corner just moments before had silently appeared behind him. His two fingers deftly held the switchblade that should have been his, twirling it nimbly between his fingertips as if he were playing with an insignificant toy. The entire platform was deathly silent. Everyone was looking at Chun Mo as if he were a monster. They couldn't even see how the old man did it. Chapter 59. Is this something the old man can do? My knife, how did it end up in your hands? The thief was completely stunned. He felt his worldview had been shaken like never before. He had been traveling the world for many years, relying on his lightning-fast thievery and knife-drawing skills, and had never failed. But today, he didn't even see the other person's movements clearly before the knife in his hand disappeared? Is this old man a ghost? Not only him, but the entire bus stop, including the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, fell into a deathly silence. Holy crap! What just happened? Am I seeing things? Teleportation? This must be teleportation. It definitely is. Young Master Zhang. Quick! Slow down. Slow down the footage tenfold. I want to see how this old sage managed to do that. Zheng Peng was also stunned by the supernatural scene before him. He frantically operated the camera, slowing down the less than 1 second clip. After being slowed down 20 times, all the viewers in the livestream finally saw the breathtaking scene. Just as the thief drew his knife and was about to stab the righteous young man, Chen Mo, who was standing outside the crowd, made a move. His body seemed to defy the laws of physics, launching instantly at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to perceive. His feet moved with a dazzling and mysterious footwork, moving like a fish through the crowded throng. He didn't touch anyone, but left a trail of afterimages. The Hua family's mysterious steps. In just a fraction of a second, he had already appeared beside the thief like a ghost. His hand moved with lightning speed, striking first even after the blade had struck. Just before the tip of the knife was about to touch the young man's clothes, two fingers, like iron clamps, precisely clamped the rapidly moving blade. Then, with a slight flick of the wrist. With a deft flick of his wrist, the switchblade was transferred from the astonished thief's hand to his fingertips without him noticing. The entire process was fluid and seamless, executed in one go. It was filled with an indescribable aesthetic of violence. Holy crap! Is this the speed and reaction time that humans can achieve? That movement. That technique. Is this an 80-year-old man? I'd believe it if you told me he was a martial arts master. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the livestream. Master, please accept me as your disciple. After a brief silence, the livestream chat exploded with a frenzy of comments. Gifts and tips flooded the screen like a burst dam. While everyone was still reeling from the shock, the thief whose knife had been taken from him not only didn't back down, but instead became enraged. Damn it! This is tough. Brothers, let's charge. Kill this old bastard. He roared, and two more accomplices wielding watermelon knives suddenly rushed out from the crowd. This was actually a gang crime. Those two accomplices were clearly ruthless and desperate criminals. Without saying a word, they brandished their gleaming watermelon knives and slashed at Chen Mo's head and neck from the left and right. Ah! Master, watch out. Get out of the way. Another gasp rang out in the livestream. However, facing two watermelon knives powerful enough to split rocks, Chun Mo showed no fear whatsoever. He didn't even bother using the switchblade in his hand, simply tossing it aside. Then, he moved. Young man, you must uphold martial ethics. He muttered that classic Master Ma quote to himself, and his elusive footwork started again. His figure flashed by like a ghost between the two watermelon knives. While dodging the attack, he had already closed in on the thug on the left. Stand close, lean against, squeeze, lean on. The essence of Bajiquan was fully displayed at this moment. He didn't make any unnecessary movements, he simply leaned his shoulder lightly against the thug's chest. Bang! A muffled thud. The burly man, weighing 170 or 180 pounds, didn't even have time to scream before he was hit by a speeding train. His feet left the ground, and he flew backward, spitting out blood. He crashed to the ground like a tattered sack and immediately lost consciousness. Meanwhile, on the other side, the thug's knife on the right was already inches away. Without turning his head, Chun Mo delivered a powerful backhand elbow strike, hitting the assailant's wrist joint with pinpoint accuracy. Snap! A crisp, chilling sound of bones breaking. The thug's watermelon knife flew out of his hand, and he clutched his arm, which was twisted at a bizarre angle, letting out a pig-like scream. Less than 3 seconds. Two vicious thugs wielding watermelon knives, one seriously injured and unconscious, the other with a broken arm. The whole process was clean, efficient, and even had a touch of freehand elegance. Chen Mo stopped his stance, patted off the non-existent dust on his body, then turned around and gave the original thief, who was completely terrified, a kind smile. Now, can we have a proper talk? Chapter 60. Your forehead is dark, a bloody disaster is coming. What should we talk about? The thief looked at his two accomplices lying on the ground, one unconscious and the other clutching his severed hand and wailing, and then at the white-haired old man in front of him who was smiling like a friendly old man next door. His legs went weak, and he knelt down on the ground with a thud. His psychological defenses have completely collapsed. This is no old man at all, he's clearly a devil in human skin. Trembling, he pulled all the stolen wallets and cell phones from his pocket, held them above his head, and cried out, "Grandpa! Divine Grandpa! I was wrong. I'll give them all back to you. Please spare my life." The police arrived at the scene quickly. With the combined witnesses of enthusiastic citizens and live stream cameras, this gang of thieves was apprehended in one fell swoop. The righteous young man who had acted bravely also expressed his deepest gratitude to Chen Mo. The first thing came true perfectly. Chen Mo's reputation in the live stream room instantly reached an unprecedented peak. An old immortal. He really is an old immortal. Such skill. Such poise. I'm bowing down in awe. Master, do you still accept apprentices? I'm willing to pay any tuition fee. Where's the top-ranked guy? What happened to the promised 10 million? Hurry up and arrange it. The live stream attracted over 3 million viewers, with Zhang Peng's phone nearly crashing due to the constant stream of gifts and tips. Zhang Peng now looks at Chen Mo with the same adoration he would show his own father. He carried a camera and followed behind Chen Mo, his face full of flattery and admiration. "Master, you are truly amazing. Where do we go next?" Chen Mo calculated with his fingers and still pointed to the northwest direction. "Don't rush, the second important thing is just ahead." The group continued walking in the northwest direction. After walking through several streets, they arrived at a luxurious villa area that looked like it belonged to the very wealthy and powerful. Every villa here is designed like a small palace, and the cars parked in front of it, even the cheapest ones, are Porsche-level luxury cars. "Master, what could possibly be going on here?" Zhang Peng asked, puzzled. Chen Mo did not answer him, but his gaze swept back and forth across the villa area, as if searching for something. Soon, his gaze settled on the entrance of one of the villas. A middle-aged woman dressed in jewels, looking like a wealthy lady, was walking back with a teddy bear dog. Without saying a word, Chen Mo went straight to meet him. "Madam, please wait a moment." The wealthy woman was humming a tune and in a good mood when she was stopped by a rustic old man, and her face immediately showed displeasure. "What are you doing? Who are you? Are you begging here?" She looked Chen Mo up and down, her tone full of disdain. Chen Mo wasn't angry. He simply stared at her face in an extremely serious tone and slowly said, "Madam, I see you have a full forehead and a square jaw, a face that indicates great wealth and nobility. It's just a pity." He shook his head and let out a long sigh. "What a pity. You old charlatan, stop talking nonsense." The rich woman felt uneasy under his gaze, but she didn't hold back her words. Chen Mo's expression grew increasingly solemn. "Unfortunately, your forehead is dark and your head is surrounded by malevolent energy. This is a very bad omen." He pointed a finger at the rich woman and said, word by word, "Today, you are destined for bloodshed. I advise you, whatever you do, do not go back to that house behind you today, do not step inside even once. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." His words were spoken with absolute certainty and were filled with unquestionable authority. The viewers in the live stream also held their breath. Holy crap! Here we go again. The master is making prophecies again. Are they going all out this time? Directly cursing someone to suffer bloodshed? This rich woman doesn't look like someone to mess with. Will the master get beaten up? As expected, the rich woman exploded the moment she heard Chen Mo's words. "You old bastard! You're cursing me to die?" She trembled with rage, pointing at Chen Mo's nose and cursing, "I think you're a fraud. A charlatan. Trying to swindle my money, are you? Let me tell you, no way." She took out her latest iPhone from her Hermes bag and was about to dial the police. "I'm calling the police right now. I'll accuse you of extortion. Let's see if you dare spread these rumors here when the police arrive." Su Yunru and Zhang Peng panicked when they saw the commotion and wanted to go up and try to calm things down. Chen Mo waved his hand at them, signaling them to calm down. He looked at the wealthy woman who was about to make a phone call, his face showing no sign of panic. He simply shook his head slightly and said softly in a compassionate tone, "Alas, good advice is useless against a damned devil. That's all I have to say. You'd better take care of yourself." The rich woman ignored his advice and kept swearing while tapping on her phone screen. "Hello? Is this 110? I need to report a crime. There's an old swindler here." However, she hadn't finished speaking. Just as she took out her phone, ready to report the incident, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! A deafening roar came from behind her without warning. The earth seemed to tremble violently. The rich woman instinctively turned around, and then she saw a scene that she would never forget, a scene that felt like the end of the world. Behind her, a 3-story luxury villa worth hundreds of millions and decorated in a lavish gold style, it seemed to have been instantly crushed by an invisible giant hand. The steel bars are twisted, and the wall is cracking. The entire building collapsed amidst a cloud of smoke and flying debris. In just a few seconds, a magnificent palace was reduced to a devastated ruin. Chapter 61, I tested it, and it really came true. Boom! The earth shook violently. That magnificent European-style villa, in front of everyone, looked like a model made of cookies, instantly falling apart. The billowing dust, mixed with gravel, swept through the entire courtyard like a raging beast. In the live stream, millions of viewers fell silent at that moment. The live chat stopped. The gift has disappeared. The entire screen fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's mind seemed to go blank from the earth-shattering noise. Time seemed to have been paused. A good 10 seconds or so passed. The rich woman who had just been cursing and about to call the police turned her head stiffly, inch by inch, like a duck whose neck had been grabbed. Her pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints due to extreme fear. Her mouth was open unconsciously, so wide that a fist could almost fit inside. Her face still held the anger and harshness of the previous second, but now it was completely covered by a layer of deathly paleness. What did she see? Her home is gone. The palace that she spent hundreds of millions of yuan, hired top international designers, and spent 3 years building, which she regarded as a symbol of her status, has just been turned into a graveyard of bricks and rubble before her very eyes. Amidst the ruins, the crystal chandelier she had just been showing off, which had been flown in from Italy, was smashed to pieces. Her favorite leather sofa, worth millions, was cut in half by a broken steel bar. A gust of wind blew by, stirring up clouds of dust. The wealthy woman could clearly see that her bedroom on the second floor, where she slept every day, was now being crushed under a precast concrete slab weighing several tons. If only I hadn't been stopped by that old man. If only I had listened to him and hadn't taken that extra step. If only I had already stepped through the door. A terrifying thought, so terrifying it made her blood almost freeze, suddenly shot up to the top of her head. Ah! A shrill scream, so piercing it was inhuman, burst from the rich woman's throat. Her eyes rolled back, her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud. Immediately afterwards, the shock that had been building up in the live broadcast room erupted like a volcanic eruption. Holy shit! Holy shit! It collapsed. It really collapsed. Holy crap! The villa really collapsed. What's going on? Was it an earthquake? But wait. Why did only that building collapse? My goodness. What did that old fortune teller say? He said this rich woman's forehead was dark, indicating a bloody disaster was coming, and she absolutely shouldn't go home. Holy crap. It really came true. This isn't fortune telling anymore. This is a prophecy. It's an oracle. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a thing could exist. Help! I feel like my worldview is being brutally ripped apart. Who on earth is this old man? The live stream's popularity skyrocketed, soaring from 3 million to 5 million, 6 million, and 7 million in just half a minute. The server even experienced a brief lag due to the massive influx of traffic. Zheng Peng's hands, which were holding the camera, were trembling violently. He looked at the shocking ruins before him, then at the white-haired old man beside him who had remained calm and collected throughout, as if he had known everything all along. His lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. Immortal. He's a living god. Today, he's actually doing a live stream with a living deity. Su Yunru also covered her mouth tightly with her hand, her gentle eyes filled with unbelievable shock and fervent worship. She now realized that Chen Mo's seemingly absurd healing methods were not scams at all. That was a truly unparalleled master who enlightened and saved me in a way that ordinary people could not understand. Just then, the wealthy woman who had collapsed to the ground finally recovered a little from her extreme fear. She scrambled and crawled towards Chen Mo on her knees. God! Immortal Grandpa! My savior! The rich woman's face was streaked with tears and snot, her makeup ruined, and she looked utterly disheveled, a far cry from her earlier arrogance. She rushed up to Chen Mo and slammed her head on the ground with a loud thud. She stomped on the hard cement floor and left bloody marks in an instant. Grandpa Immortal! I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness. I can't say anything nice. I shouldn't have insulted you. I shouldn't have doubted you. As she kowtowed, she slapped herself repeatedly with astonishing force, swelling her face in just a few blows. You saved my life. You are my second parents. Please don't hold a grudge against a blind fool like me. Chen Mo was secretly delighted to see her like this, but his face wore a compassionate and unfathomable expression. He sighed softly and shook his head. Alas, the way of heaven is constant, and life and death are preordained. You were able to escape this calamity because it was not your time to die. The rich woman couldn't understand any of this. All she knew was that this old hermit had pulled her back from the brink of death. She frantically pulled a checkbook and a pen from her dusty Hermes bag, knelt down, and scribbled down a string of numbers. Then, she held the check up with both hands and respectfully presented it to Chen Mo, her voice trembling violently with excitement and lingering fear. Grandpa Immortal. This is 5 million. I know that in the eyes of a master like you, this amount of money is no different from waste paper. But, this is just a small token of my appreciation. It's a gift to you. Please accept it. Otherwise, I'll never have peace of mind for the rest of my life. Chapter 62 Trust in Science. 5 million? Chen Mo glanced at the check the rich woman handed him, without even lifting his eyelids. He turned around with his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and slowly spoke in a tone that suggested he had seen through the world and was indifferent to fame and fortune. We cultivators live on wind and dew, and are not concerned with worldly affairs. What use do we have for these material possessions? You should take it back. The way he spoke was so refined and elegant, so dignified. The tens of millions of viewers in the live stream listened with utmost respect. Look! Look what a true master looks like. To regard money as dirt. That's the true mark of a master. Wah, compared to the master, I feel like I'm just a vulgar mortal. If I were the top spender, I'd give the master 100 million right now. No. 1 billion. Looking at Chen Mo's lonely and aloof figure, Su Yunru's admiration for him surged like a mighty river. Only Zhang Peng, carrying the camera, had a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He recalled Chen Mo's reluctant expression and the lightning-fast hand movements when he accepted the $1 million check. Master, oh master, your acting skills are so good, it's a waste that you don't win an Oscar for Best Actor. When the rich woman saw that Chen Mo wouldn't accept the money, she immediately became anxious. In her view, if such a powerful and influential person didn't even accept her gift of thanks, it meant that he was still angry with her. If a living deity holds a grudge against you, how can you expect to have a good life in the future? Grandpa Immortal. Please don't do this. If you don't accept it, it means you won't forgive me. The rich woman knelt down again with a plop, clinging to Chen Mo's leg and refusing to let go, crying her heart out. If you don't accept it, I'll die right here in front of you today. Oh dear, what are you doing? Get up, get up. Chen Mo looked embarrassed and pretended to decline. The two argued for a long time, one firmly refused to accept it, while the other insisted on giving it to them. Finally, Chen Mo seemed to have no other choice and let out a long sigh. Very well, very well. Since you are so insistent, then this old man will donate this money to the children in the mountains on your behalf. As he spoke, he reluctantly carefully folded the 5 million check and put it into his inner pocket. When the rich woman saw that he had accepted the money, she immediately stopped crying and smiled, thanking him profusely. She then took out a gold-rimmed business card from her bag and respectfully handed it over. Master, this is my business card. My name is Wang Meifan, and my husband runs a chain of supermarkets. If you ever need anything in the future, just give me this call. I, Wang Meifan, will go through fire and water for you without batting an eye. Chen Mo glanced at the business card, then casually handed it to Zhang Peng next to him, gesturing for him to keep it safe. Having sorted everything out, Chen Mo returned to the front of the live stream camera. At this moment, the live stream chat was completely filled with comments like "Old Immortal is awesome." The special effects of various sports cars, rockets, and carnival gifts never stopped. However, what Chen Mo said next surprised everyone. He cleared his throat, faced the camera, and said in a serious and earnest tone, "Dear viewers in the live stream, what just happened was just a coincidence. This villa collapsed because of its unstable foundation and shoddy construction, posing a serious safety hazard. This is a building quality issue, and everyone should take this as a warning. As for what I said, it was just a reasonable speculation based on some natural phenomena and life experience." He paused, then his voice suddenly rose, brimming with positive energy. "Therefore, I hope everyone will believe in science and not engage in feudal superstition. We should look at the world with a scientific perspective." Puff. In the live stream, tens of millions of viewers almost collectively coughed up blood at the same time. Holy crap! Master, what are you saying? Believe in science? Can science explain your unpredictable movements and accurate predictions just now? I don't believe you. You old geezer, you're a wicked bastard. Master, please stop showing off. You shattered the worldview I just built up. Brother Mo is a real tough guy, ruthless and doesn't talk much. He shows off and then runs away, and even advises you to be scientific." The atmosphere in the livestream reached a new high point amidst a flurry of cheerful banter. Su Yunru couldn't help but laugh when she saw Chen Mo's serious nonsense expression. She felt that this Uncle E in front of her not only possessed extraordinary abilities, but also had such an interesting soul. Her heart, without her even realizing it, had fallen even deeper. Ding! Target Su Yunru favorability +3. Current favorability, 33. Her admiration and curiosity for you are gradually evolving into a kind of infatuation that she herself is unaware of. Chen Mo felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing the system notification. He waved his hand, signaling for the live stream to continue. "Alright, the excitement's over, let's continue." He calculated again with his fingers and pointed to the northwest direction once more. "Let's go. The last important matter, the last life, is waiting for us ahead." Zhang Peng and Su Yunru now trusted him completely, and without saying a word, they immediately followed. The group continued their journey under the watchful eyes of tens of millions of viewers in the live stream. They walked through the villa area and for about half an hour more, until they arrived at a secluded mountain road. This road is winding and twisting, with steep mountain walls on one side and a bottomless cliff on the other. Chen Mo stopped at a sharp bend that locals called the place where even ghosts tread. He pointed to the bend in the road, faced the camera, and slowly said, "The third thing is right here. Within 10 minutes, there will be a terrible car accident here. And the third person we need to save is in that car that's about to crash. Chapter 63. Don't rush, we can make it up later." What? A car accident is happening here? Zhang Peng, carrying the camera, looked at the almost 90-degree sharp turn in front of him and his heart skipped a beat. This notorious bend, known as the Devil's Nightmare, is a notorious accident hotspot in Jiangcheng. Every year, countless cars plunge off the cliff here due to excessive speed, resulting in fatalities. Master, are you sure? Zhang Peng's voice trembled slightly. If the previous thieves and villa collapses were still within the realm of understanding, then predicting a car accident directly is simply divine intervention. The viewers in the live stream held their breath, their eyes wide open, afraid of missing any detail. Holy crap! They're going all out. They've practically predicted a car accident. Master, you must be joking. If this were true, it would be terrifying. I believe in the Master. If the Master says it exists, then it must exist. I'm ready to record this. Today, we are all witnesses to a miracle." Chen Mo didn't say anything more. He simply found a large rock with a wide view, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest. Su Yunru and Zhang Peng stood nervously to the side, not daring to breathe. Time passed, second by second. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. The mountain road was deserted, without a single soul in sight. Just as the viewers in the live stream were starting to get impatient again, the roar of a car engine came from afar, growing louder as it approached from the foot of the mountain. It's here! Everyone's heart was in their throat. Soon, a tour bus full of passengers came into view. The bus driver was clearly an experienced driver. He started slowing down a long way from the bend, and then steadily and safely drove through the Devil's Nightmare bend, disappearing at the end of the mountain road. That's it? Did the master make a mistake? It's not this car? The live stream was filled with confusion. Zheng Peng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and was about to ask Chen Mo a question. Just then. Squeak! A screeching, teeth-grinding sound of tires screeching against the ground suddenly came from the other end of the bend. Immediately afterwards. Bang! A deafening metallic clang rang out. A black Audi A6 and a white BMW 5 Series were vying for the right-of-way on a bend, neither willing to give way, which ultimately resulted in them being unable to avoid each other and collided violently from behind. The front of the Audi was severely deformed from the impact, with the hood sticking up high in billowing black smoke. The BMW's trunk was dented in the impact, and the rear windshield was shattered into countless pieces, resembling a spider web. Car accident. There really was a car accident. At this moment, the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room went completely crazy. Holy crap! That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Master is awesome. What did I tell you? Master's predictions are never wrong. From this day forward, I am Master Yi's most loyal follower. Quick! Go save them. Without the audience reminding him, Chen Mo was the first to rush over. Su Yunro and Zhang Peng also realized what was happening and quickly followed. Inside the BMW that had been rear-ended, the middle-aged man in the driver's seat, though dazed and confused by the deployed airbags, appeared to be unharmed. But when he turned around to look at the back seat, he let out a heart-wrenching cry. Dad! Dad! What's wrong? Don't scare me! In the back seat, an elderly man with gray hair, who looked to be over 70 years old, was sitting motionless with his eyes closed, his face ashen, his lips purple, and his chest not rising or falling at all. Quick! Call an ambulance! It looks like he's having a heart attack. Some of the onlookers exclaimed in surprise. The son, who was driving, was terrified. He shakily pulled out his phone, his hands shaking so much that he couldn't even dial the right number. In the live stream, some viewers with medical knowledge immediately recognized the seriousness of the problem. It's over. This is an acute myocardial infarction. Judging from his condition, his heartbeat and breathing have stopped. For this kind of disease, the golden rescue time is only 4 minutes. This place is so remote, by the time the ambulance arrives, it will be too late. Sigh, a life is gone just like that. Looking at the elderly man in the car, whose fate was unknown, and his son who had broken down in tears, Su Yunru, with her kind heart, was filled with pity. She turned her head sharply to look at Chen Mo beside her, her eyes filled with pleading and hope. Uncle Yi, you must have a way, right? Please save him. Looking at her tearful appearance, Chen Mo wore an extremely troubled expression. He sighed deeply and shook his head. Girl, it's not that I don't want to save him. It's just that this person's lifespan has come to an end. If I were to force my way in and use the ancestral golden needles to defy fate and change his destiny, I would be punished by heaven and shorten my own lifespan. He held up 3 fingers and said in an extremely sorrowful tone, saving his life will cost me at least 3 years of my own lifespan. What? 3 years less lifespan? Upon hearing this, Su Yunru's delicate body trembled violently, and her face instantly turned deathly pale. She knew what the word lifespan meant to a master like Chen Mo. To make her sacrifice her savior for a complete stranger, causing him to pay such a heavy price. She can't do it. Then we won't save him. Uncle Yi, we can't let you. Before she could finish speaking, Chen Mo suddenly interrupted her. On Chen Mo's face was a complex expression of extreme difficulty and a hint of reluctance. He hesitated for a long time, then, as if making up his mind, leaned close to Su Yunru's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Actually, this lost lifespan isn't entirely irrecoverable. Su Yunru's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? How do I make it up? Chen Mo's gaze swept over her incredibly full chest, outlined by her yoga clothes, and her flat stomach, with a meaningful look. Then, in a devilishly seductive tone, he continued to whisper. However, I need you to make an even greater sacrifice than last time. He whispered the so-called remedy in Su Yunru's ear. Upon hearing this, Su Yunru's stunningly beautiful face flushed crimson from her cheeks all the way to the roots of her neck. Her eyes widened suddenly, her gentle gaze filled with shyness, shock, and a hint of panic. In a voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz, trembling violently, she asked incredulously. You mean, as long as I help you like I did last time, I can make it up to you? Chapter 64 Golden Needles Save Lives. Chen Mo looked at Su Yunru's pretty face, which was so red it was almost bleeding, and nodded mysteriously. Then he shook his head. Last time, I just helped you clear your meridians and used verbal therapy to transfer some yang energy to you, so it was relatively simple. But this time is different. Chen Mo's expression became extremely serious and professional. This time, I am going to defy fate and change my destiny, which will cost me my own lifespan. To make up for it, I must carry out a deeper level of yin-yang harmony. As he spoke, he solemnly stretched out his hand and gestured several locations on Su Yunru's abdomen and lower abdomen. You need to let the purest original yin energy in your body merge with my original yang energy through these key chi gates. Only in this way can we achieve the highest state of perfect harmony and mutual complement of yin and yang. Su Yunru's mind went blank with a buzz. She may be naive, but she's not stupid. She instantly understood what Chen Mo meant by gesturing to those locations in the phrase "in perfect harmony." Isn't that something only couples can do? An indescribable heat and shame, like a volcanic eruption, shot from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. Let her do the most intimate thing with an old man she's only known for a few days? This is unacceptable. No. This is absolutely not allowed. At this moment, Su Yunru's psychological defenses were completely shattered. She retreated repeatedly, waving her little hands like a rattle drum, her gentle eyes already brimming with tears of shame and indignation. Seeing her intense reaction, Chen Mo chuckled inwardly, knowing that the timing was just a little bit off. He immediately used his trump card as strategic retreat. He suddenly turned around, his face revealing a righteous and resolute expression, as if he were willing to sacrifice his life for justice, and his voice became extremely sorrowful. So be it. He let out a long sigh, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. A doctor's heart is like a parent's. I, Chen Mo, have dedicated my life to spiritual practice. How could I stand by and watch someone die? 3 years of lifespan are gone, so be it. If I can save a life, it's my small contribution to the world. Yunru, don't feel guilty. This is my own choice, and it has nothing to do with you. You are a good girl, pure and innocent, and I absolutely cannot ruin your purity for my own selfish reasons. His words were so passionate and inspiring, so full of righteous indignation. After saying that, he ignored Su Yunru, who was completely stunned, and strode towards the BMW that had been involved in the accident. His back was desolate, full of the tragic grandeur of "the wind is howling, the Yi river is cold, the hero goes forth and never returns." Su Yunru was stunned as she watched Chen Mo's resolute back. Her mind was thrown into chaos by Chen Mo's declaration of sacrificing oneself for righteousness. What a noble and great person he was. I'd rather shorten my lifespan by 3 years than suffer the slightest injustice. And yet, I was still hesitating, still thinking about my girlish modesty and shyness. I was so selfish and ungrateful. Guilt, emotion, respect, admiration. A flood of complex emotions overwhelmed her reason in an instant. No. Bo. No. Su Yunru could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. She chased after him abruptly, grabbed Chen Mo from behind and hugged him tightly around the waist, crying out. I'm willing. Uncle E. I'm willing to do anything. As long as it can save people, as long as it can restore your lifespan, I'll do anything. The fish have taken the bait. Chen Mo was overjoyed. He turned around, gently stroked her hair, and put on a pure and kind smile. Silly girl, you've misunderstood again. He shook his head, a look on his face saying, see how much I care about you? This is a sacred yin-yang harmony, a medical procedure, not what you think. It doesn't need to go that far. Seeing that Su Yunru still looked confused, he kindly offered a compromise. Actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be close contact. All you need to do is take off your clothes like last time, and then use your extremely yang and strong, no, it's the extremely yin and soft breast on your chest to assist me in circulating my internal energy when I apply the acupuncture. That should be able to barely achieve 70-80% of the effect. Although this suggestion was still extremely shameful, it undoubtedly reduced the pressure on Su Yunru compared to the worst-case scenario. She bit her lip, her pretty face as red as the sunset, struggling with her inner turmoil for a long time. Finally, under Chen Mo's "If I don't go to hell, who will?" gaze, she still gave a soft in a barely audible voice. Having received the promise, Chen Mo no longer hesitated. He took out an old-fashioned wooden box from his pocket. This wooden box contains the Hua Tua golden needles that he just exchanged from the system shop, using 10 days of his lifespan. He opened the wooden box, and there lay 9 golden acupuncture needles of varying lengths, as thin as cow hair, resting quietly on the red silk, gleaming with a mysterious luster in the sunlight. Get out of the way. Chen Mo pushed through the crowd and arrived at the BMW. The car owner, seeing him, clung to him like a lifeline, crying and pleading, "Master, please, save my father. Don't worry, with me here, your dad won't die." Chen Mo's voice was full of powerful confidence. He had everyone lift the old man out of the car and lay him flat on the ground. Then, under the watchful eyes of tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room and everyone on site, filled with doubt and curiosity, he picked up the longest gold needle. A flick of the wrist. The golden needle transformed into a golden stream of light. Puff! With unparalleled precision, the needle pierced the Shanzhong acupoint on the old man's chest. Fast. Accurate. Steady. This move made several knowledgeable traditional Chinese medicine practitioners present gasp in astonishment. Then, the second stitch, the third stitch, the fourth stitch. Chen Mo's hands were so fast that afterimages appeared. The 9 golden needles in his hands seemed to come alive, forming a mysterious 9 palaces life-sustaining array around the old man's heart. When the last gold needle pierced the Baihui acupoint on the top of the old man's head, Chen Mo pointed his fingers like a sword and roared. Rise! He used his internal energy to activate the 9 golden needles. A miracle happened. The ends of the 9 golden needles began to vibrate rapidly at a frequency visible to the naked eye. Streams of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, invisible to the naked eye yet truly present, were drawn by the golden needles and surged wildly into the old man's body, repairing his heart that had stopped beating. Everyone was completely stunned by this incredible scene. However, at that very moment, puff! The old man, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly shuddered and spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Immediately, his entire aura vanished completely. His head lolled to the side, and he fell completely still. With trembling hands, the car owner checked the old man's breath. That's all. He then checked the old man's pulse. It stopped. Dad! A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the entire valley. The car owner held the elderly man's gradually cooling body and broke down in tears. The live stream was filled with sighs. Sigh, did it fail again? The master did his best, but unfortunately, if the king of hell wants you dead at midnight, who dares to keep you alive until dawn? What a pity, it was just a little short. Just when everyone thought that Chen Mo had ultimately failed to create a miracle, the old man who had been declared dead suddenly twitched his eyelids. Then, to everyone's astonishment, as if they had seen a ghost, he slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 65 The Richest Man in Southern Province. Cough, cough, cough. The old man opened his eyes, coughed violently a few times, and spat out a mouthful of blood that had been accumulating in his chest. His originally ashen face visibly regained its rosy hue. He looked around blankly, then at his son who was holding him and crying. His voice was weak, but strong. Tian, why are you crying? I'm not dead yet, am I? Dad? The middle-aged man named Li Tian suddenly raised his head and stared at his father, who had come back to life, and froze. With trembling hands, he touched the old man's face and then his neck. Warm. It's hot. Dad. You're really alive. You didn't die. After realizing what was happening, Li Tian erupted in earth-shattering joy. He hugged his father, crying and laughing like a 300-pound child. After a full half-minute of deathly silence, the entire mountain road erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. He's alive. He's really alive. My God. A miracle. I actually witnessed a miracle today. This isn't medicine. This is magic. This is a miracle. The live stream chat exploded. Tens of millions of viewers expressed their overwhelming shock and excitement at the same time through bullet comments and gifts. Old Immortal. Please accept my bow. From this day forward, Master Yi will be my only faith. Where's the top spender? Where is he? 10 million. Hurry up and start gifting. Today, even if it's 100 million, let alone 10 million, I think it's worth it. My mom asked me why I wore out 3 keyboards kneeling down. Because I was kowtowing to an old deity. Chen Mo looked at the frenzied scene before him and simply smiled calmly. He stepped forward, removed the 9 gold needles from the old man's body one by one, and then put them back into the wooden box. He patted Li Zhitian on the shoulder and said calmly, "All right, he's fine now. But he's getting on in years, and he just had a brush with death, so it's best if he goes to the hospital for a full checkup." Soon, the ambulance that had been called earlier arrived with sirens blaring. The medical staff jumped out of the car and were completely dumbfounded when they saw the lively old man in front of them and the wrecked BMW next to him. After a brief examination, they were even more shocked to find that the elderly man, who had just experienced an acute myocardial infarction, now had more stable and healthier vital signs than a normal person. This is simply a miracle in the history of medicine. After settling his father in, Li Zhitian quickly walked up to Chen Mo. Without saying a word, he knelt down before Chen Mo with a plop. The owner of a listed company with a net worth of over 100 million yuan, at this moment, was like the most devout believer, kowtowing 3 times heavily to Chen Mo. "Master! I, Li Zhitian, will never forget your great kindness." He raised his head, his eyes brimming with tears of emotion. "My father's life was given to me by you. From this day forward, you will be the most honored benefactor of our Li family. If you ever need anything, our entire Li family will go through fire and water for you." Chen Mo reached out and helped him up, still with that superior air. It was nothing to mention. Li Zhitian dared not be negligent in the slightest. He took out a pure gold business card from the pocket of his expensive suit and respectfully handed it to Chen Mo with both hands. "Master, this is my personal business card. I know you are a recluse who dislikes worldly things. But our Li family must repay this kindness. In the future, if you have the time, please do visit the Li family in the southern province so that we can fulfill our duty as hosts." Fearing that Chen Mo wouldn't accept it, he added, "This is not only my idea, but also my father's." Seeing his resolute attitude, Chen Mo did not refuse any further. He handed his business card to Su Yunru, who was standing next to him. Su Yunru subconsciously took it, but when her gaze fell on the few gold embossed characters on the pure gold business card, her small hand holding the card trembled violently. The business card prominently displayed Li Zhitian, chairman of the Li Group in Southern Province. Below, there is a powerful and vigorous traditional Chinese character. Su Yunru's breathing stopped instantly. The Li family of Nan Province. That's a top-tier wealthy family that dominates the entire Southern Province, with assets worth hundreds of billions and influence reaching the heavens. The old man who was rescued was none other than Li Genua, the former head of the Li family, a legendary figure who dominated the business world and was known as the King of Southern Province. And this Li Zhitian is the 4th son of the Li family and the current head of the Li Group. The person Chen Mo saved was actually the father of the richest man in the Southern Province. The weight of this kindness is as heavy as Mount Tai. Su Yunru's heart pounded wildly from the immense shock. The way she looked at Chen Mo was beyond words. It was pure adoration. It was a kind of awe, like looking up to a deity. Chen Mo felt a surge of joy as he looked at her naive and unworldly demeanor. Hijack. Another incredible opportunity has been snatched away by myself. In the original storyline, the old man of the Li family was supposed to be saved by Xiao Fan, the chosen one, with his extraordinary medical skills, thus gaining the full support of the Li family and becoming his biggest backer in the future when he fights against powerful enemies and slaps them in the face. But now, this immense wealth and this vast network of connections have all become Chen Mo's possession. Without making a sound, he took the heavy, pure gold business card from Su Yunru's hand and put it in his pocket. Then, he turned to Su Yunru and gave her a meaningful smile. That look in his eyes seemed to say, "Girl, I've taken care of 3 major matters and 3 lives. Now, isn't it your turn to fulfill your promise?" Su Yunru instantly understood the meaning in his eyes. Her pretty face flushed bright red in an instant. She recalled the embarrassing treatment plan she had agreed to Chen Mo in her haste, and her heart pounded like a deer, almost leaping out of her throat. Under the gaze of tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, she nodded shyly and timidly. Then, she took Chen Mo's hand, blushing, and whispered, "Uncle Li, it's windy here, let's go to the grove over there and rest for a while." She pointed to a quiet, deserted grove of trees not far away. Meanwhile, Zheng Pang, who was carrying the camera, was spitting as he boasted to the millions of viewers in the live stream about what he had seen and heard that day while following the old immortal. His face, flushed with excitement, was filled with pride and a sense of accomplishment. He was completely unaware that the male lead he had been boasting about and the female lead in the livestream had already held hands and quietly slipped into the nearby grove filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. On the live chat, countless sharp-eyed viewers have already spotted the blind spot. Ha! I have a feeling that Goddess Ro and Mastery secretly slipped away? Holy crap! It's true. There's no one in the shot anymore. Young Master Zhang. Stop bragging. Your house is collapsing. Look behind you. A grove of trees? A lone man and woman? I smell a hint of gossip. Could it be that the master is going to give Goddess Ro some private lessons and teach her martial arts techniques? Chapter 66. That's where you're wrong. Uncle E, it's windy over here, let's go to the grove over there and rest for a while. Su Yunru's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet it was like a feather, precisely striking Chen Mo's heartstrings. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, her face flushed and her expression shy and timid, he felt a surge of heat in his heart. Grove of trees. This word is truly inspired. Okay, I'll do as you say. Chen Mo's face still held that compassionate and patriotic demeanor, but in his heart he was already planning what position to use to transfer the yang energy later, so that the effect would be better. The two walked into the quiet woods, one after the other. Zheng Peng was still boasting in front of the camera, completely unaware that his dream girl had already followed an old man into the grove that symbolized primitiveness and impulsiveness. The chat room was already in an uproar. Holy crap! Young Master Zhang, stop babbling. Your goddess eloped with the old immortal. A grove of trees? In broad daylight? Is this content I can only pay to view? Passing on power. It must be passing on power. You filthy mortals, the master is going to give Goddess Ro special instruction, passing on the supreme mental techniques. In the woods, sunlight filters through layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it the fresh scent of earth and grass, and a refreshing coolness. Su Yunru leaned against a thick birch tree trunk, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her heart pounding like a drum. Chen Mo stood with his hands behind his back, looking at her frightened deer-like appearance, and slowly spoke, his voice carrying a reassuring calmness. Yunru, don't be nervous. What we are about to do is the sacred method of harmonizing yin and yang, which aims to make up for the 3 years of lifespan I lost while saving people. This method emphasizes the unity of mind and spirit, and the connection between body and soul. The purer and freer your mind is from distractions, the better the effect of restoring my lifespan will be, and the greater the benefits you will receive. As Su Yunru listened to his earnest science explanation, her shyness and nervousness indeed dissipated considerably. Yes, this is saving lives, it's a sacred healing process, I can't let my mind wander. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and raised her head. Her gentle eyes were filled with shimmering water, trust, and resolve. Uncle E, I understand. You may begin. Chen Mo nodded and stepped forward. He didn't act immediately, but instead stretched out his large, calloused hands, steady as a rock, and gently placed them on Su Yunru's head. A gentle yet pure internal energy slowly flowed in. Close your eyes, relax your body, feel the wind around you, feel the ground beneath your feet, feel my existence. His voice seemed to possess a certain magic. Su Yunru obediently closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly with nervousness. She felt as if she were in a warm ocean, and all her fatigue and anxiety gradually melted away under the warmth. Chen Mo watched as she got into the zone before he began his treatment. Instead of hastily undressing her, he acted like a true massage master, starting from her neck and moving down her spine. His fingers sometimes skimmed the water like a dragonfly, light and agile at other times they moved like a tiger descending a mountain, powerful and penetrating. Su Yunru's body trembled slightly uncontrollably under his kneading. It was a wonderful sensation that mixed sourness, numbness, itchiness, pain, and pleasure, making her unable to help but let out suppressed, soft moans from deep in her throat, like a kitten's whimper. That place is not suitable. So comfortable. Chen Mo didn't speak again. Only the rustling of leaves and Su Yunru's intermittent, faint, and hazy sobs filled the forest. He was like a top-level, 8th grade fitter, handling a most delicate work of art. He knows every single part inside and out. He knew every inch of the structure by heart. He knew exactly how much force to use to make the artwork resonate in the most beautiful way. I don't know how much time passed. As the last high-pitched and satisfied moan dissipated in the wind, everything finally returned to peace. Chen Mo felt an incomparably pure primordialine energy flowing into his body through his fingertips, rapidly merging with his depleted original yang energy, and then transforming into a warm current that flowed throughout his limbs and bones. He felt as if his parched body had been thoroughly nourished by a spring rain. Not only were the 3 years of lifespan lost instantly recovered, but there was even a slight improvement. Ding! Successfully achieved deep yin-yang harmony with the carrier of qi, Su Yunru. Successfully plundered 200 points of the chosen one's luck. Rewards being processed. Reward 1, lifespan increased by 20 days. Current remaining lifespan, 63 days. Reward 2, target Su Yunru's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 43. She now regards you as the most important, special, and trustworthy man in her life. Her feelings for you have evolved into a distorted love mixed with worship, adoration, and morbid dependence. Chen Mo withdrew his hand with satisfaction. Then look at Su Yunru leaning against the tree trunk. Her eyes were closed, the flush on her pretty face had not yet faded, but there was a satisfied and sweet smile on her lips. She was as soft as a pool of spring water, as if she didn't even have the strength to stand up. Chen Mo helped her sit down on the rock and rested for a long time. Su Yunru slowly opened her eyes, her gentle eyes now veiled with a layer of watery mist, and her gaze towards Chen Mo was filled with boundless tenderness and dependence. Bo-I. As soon as she opened her mouth, she felt her voice become extremely hoarse. Chen Mo smiled and helped her up. All right, your lifespan has been made up. We should go back now, otherwise the Zhang family brat will go crazy with worry. The two straightened their somewhat disheveled clothes and walked out of the grove. Sure enough, as soon as they came out, they saw Zhang Peng carrying a camera, looking around like a headless fly, sweating profusely as he searched for them. Row. Master E. Where did you go? You scared me to death. As soon as Zhang Peng saw the two of them, he rushed over, his face full of worry. His gaze then fell on Su Yunru's flushed face, her slightly disheveled clothes, and her strange posture, which made her unsteady and required Chen Mo's support. Zhang Peng's brows furrowed immediately, and a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Row, why is your face so red? And your lips seem a little swollen. Also, why do you seem unsteady on your feet? Are you feeling unwell? Su Yunru was startled and instinctively tried to break free from Chen Mo. Chen Mo reacted quickly, pulling Su Yunru even tighter, his face immediately displaying an expression of both heartache and helplessness. He then let out a long sigh at Zhang Peng. Sigh. Young Master Zhang, this is where you're wrong. Is it wrong? Zhang Peng looked completely bewildered. Of course it's your fault. Chen Mo's tone carried a hint of reproach from an elder. You've been so focused on the live stream, haven't you noticed that Yunru hasn't looked well all day? She's having her period. Her stomach is hurting terribly. She almost fainted from the pain just now, so I helped her to find a secluded spot in the woods to relieve herself and rest. As Chen Mo spoke, he also gave Su Yunru a wink. Su Yunru was incredibly intelligent and immediately understood what he meant. She immediately put on a pained expression, clutching her lower abdomen with her small hands, her brows furrowed, her body slightly hunched, and her legs unconsciously pressed together, gently rubbing against each other. She looked exactly like a pitiful, weak woman suffering from menstrual cramps. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Peng suddenly realized what was going on. It turns out she's having her period. No wonder her face was so red and her walking posture was so strange. No wonder the master said he was wrong. He didn't even notice that the goddess was unwell. He deserves to die. His doubts vanished instantly, replaced by a deep sense of heartache and self-reproach. Oh dear. Row. Look at my pig brain. He slapped himself hard across the face, then quickly moved closer, speaking with a fawning expression. Wait here, I have hot water in my car. And some hand warmers that my mom specially prepared for me. I'll go get them for you right away. Looking at Su Yunru's weak appearance, where she needed Chen Mo's support to stand, especially with her legs slightly clenched as if she were enduring great pain, his heart was filled with overwhelming tenderness. Oh, it's all my fault. I didn't take good care of you. While he was grumbling with heartache, he busied himself rummaging through the car, looking for hot water, brown sugar, and hand warmers, completely unaware that he had once again perfectly played the role of a wingman. He had no idea that the source of the goddess's unbearable pain was, at this moment, a kind expression on his face, supporting the goddess he had been longing for, enjoying his meticulous service. Chapter 67. The two sisters with their own thoughts. Row, drink some hot water to warm yourself up. Ro, this heat pack will make you feel much more comfortable if you put it on your tummy. Ro, would you like something to eat? I'll go buy you something right now. On the way back, Zheng Peng acted like the most considerate and thoughtful warm man, taking meticulous care of Su Yunru, who was not feeling well. Chen Mo sat comfortably in the back seat, closing his eyes to rest and enjoying the service of Zheng Peng, his free driver. Occasionally, he would open his eyes to admire Su Yunru's shy yet charming appearance, which made him feel extremely comfortable. The live stream was a huge success, and the 10 million yuan bet had already been exceeded thanks to Chen Mo's 3 earth-shattering miracles. The top 10 spenders on the live streaming platform went crazy, pooling together nearly 30 million yuan worth of gifts, propelling Su Yunru to the top of the platform's streamer income rankings and creating an unprecedented legend in the live streaming industry. The name Master E has become a viral sensation across the internet. His various video clips garnered over 100 million views in just a few hours. White-haired immortal performing rituals online, martial arts master punching ruthless bandits, the end of science as metaphysics, exaggerated headlines of all kinds are emerging one after another. Chen Mo has gone from an unknown old housekeeper to a mysterious living deity adored by the entire internet. It was already evening when we returned to the villa. Zheng Peng reluctantly saw Su Yunru off, repeatedly telling her to rest well and that he would come to see her again tomorrow. As soon as Su Yunru entered the room, she said to Su Wanqing, who was waiting in the living room, "Sister, I'm a little tired, I'm going upstairs first," and then rushed into her room as if she were escaping. Immediately afterwards, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Su Wanqing watched her younger sister's retreating figure and her pretty face, which still had an abnormal flush even after she entered the room. A deep sense of doubt flashed in her cool eyes. She turned her head and looked at Chen Mo, who was slowly changing his shoes and walking in, her voice carrying a hint of scrutiny. What happened to her? What exactly happened during today's live stream? Although Su Wanqing didn't watch the live stream, she received a report from her subordinates and learned about the earth-shattering things Chen Mo had done outside that day. What about punching thugs, predicting villa collapse, and coming back from the dead? These things sounded like a fantasy, and she simply couldn't believe them. The person giving the report made a solemn vow, and the overwhelming amount of videos online couldn't be faked. This made her view of Chen Mo, this old rogue, even more complex and mysterious. It's nothing, just an outdoor live stream. I was running around all day and sweating a lot, so it's normal to take a shower when I get back. Chen Mo lied with an open expression, then picked up the teapot on the table, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it all in one gulp. He looked at Su Wanqing's stunningly beautiful face, which was filled with suspicion, chuckled, leaned closer, and whispered in her ear. What's wrong, little girl? Haven't seen me all day and you've missed me? How about we take a shower, and then, have a more in-depth discussion about life? You, shameless. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed red instantly, feeling both ashamed and angry. She glared at him fiercely, then turned and walked upstairs, her heart pounding like a rabbit's. She found herself becoming increasingly vulnerable to the old rogue's advances. There was even a faint, inexplicable sense of anticipation in my heart. The moment the thought crossed her mind, she abruptly cut it off. Impossible. How could I, Su Wanqing, possibly have feelings for an old and wicked rogue? Night. The two sisters lay on Su Wanqing's large Simmons bed, whispering secrets to each other. After washing up, Su Yunru was wearing a pink silk nightgown, and her body exuded a fresh fragrance after her bath. She looked radiant, with fair and rosy skin, like a flower that had been thoroughly nourished, exuding amazing charm. Sis, you have no idea how amazing Uncle E was today. Once Su Yunru started talking, she became Chen Mo's #1 fangirl, vividly recounting everything that had happened during the day to Su Wanqing. Her tone was filled with undisguised admiration and adoration. His skills are even better than those of kung fu stars in movies. He took down 3 thugs with knives in no time. And what's more, he actually predicted that the villa would collapse. It was just a matter of seconds. If Mrs. Wang had taken another step forward, she would have been buried alive. It's incredible. The most amazing thing is that he actually brought an elderly man with heart disease who had already passed away back to life. I saw it with my own eyes. Those 9 golden needles seemed to glow on their own. It was simply divine intervention. Su Wanqing listened quietly. Although she still found it unbelievable, seeing her sister's fanatical expression of admiration, she didn't say anything more. By the way, sister, Su Yunru suddenly asked curiously, where did you find such a master as Ebo? What did he do before? How does he have so many amazing abilities? Su Wanqing was taken aback by the question. In an instant, the chaotic night when she first met Chen Mo flashed through her mind. That dilapidated tenement building, that cold iron bed, that shameless old man who kept saying saving people while groping me. Embarrassing images flooded my mind uncontrollably. Su Wanqing's cheeks instantly flushed with a beautiful blush. I met him by chance. She stammered and spoke vaguely, not daring to look her sister in the eye. Oh, Su Yunru nodded thoughtfully, and looking at her sister's unusually shy appearance, a strange thought suddenly popped into her mind. My sister, she wouldn't have, too. However, she quickly rejected this idea herself. My sister is so aloof, how could that be? It's late at night. Su Wanqing lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. In her mind, one moment she saw the Master Yi who was as omnipotent as her sister described him, and the next she saw the old swindler who had been a complete scoundrel to her and was evil to the core. These two completely different images constantly intertwined and overlapped, arousing in her an unprecedented curiosity about Chen Mo. What kind of person is he? In the next room, Su Yunro also suffered from insomnia. She closed her eyes, and involuntarily, the scenes from the grove during the day replayed in her mind. That treatment process that made her feel ashamed and indignant, yet also gave her an unprecedented and ultimate pleasure. She could clearly recall the rough touch of Chen Mo's calloused hands as they caressed every inch of her skin. She could recall the warm breath he exhaled and the tingling sensation on her ear. Ah! Su Yunru was so embarrassed that she covered her head with the blanket and rolled around on the bed, feeling her body getting hot again. She realized that she seemed to be starting to like that feeling. I prefer the mysterious Ebo who gives me that feeling. Chapter 68 The Simp is back. What? That bastard Su Wenba spent 100 million to buy back a painting of Tang Bohu's pine trees and mountain path from overseas? The next day, when Su Wanqing heard her assistant's report in her office, her usually cool and aloof face instantly turned frosty. There are less than 2 days left until my grandfather Su Zhenhua's 70th birthday. This birthday banquet was not just a family gathering, but also a crucial battleground for determining the next successor of the group. Whoever wins the old man's favor at the birthday banquet will have an absolute advantage in the competition for succession. Su Wanqing also prepared a valuable antique jade piece for this birthday banquet, but compared with Su Wenba's genuine Tang Bohua work worth over 100 million yuan, it instantly paled in comparison. She knew that her grandfather loved antiques and calligraphy and paintings most in his life, so Su Wenba's words were a perfect example of flattery. That bastard! Su Wanqing angrily slammed the documents in her hand onto the table. She can't lose. She especially couldn't lose to Su Wenba, that despicable scoundrel who had always coveted her position. But where can one find a birthday gift more precious than Tang Bohu's original work in such a short time? Just as she was feeling frustrated and at her wits' end, the image of that old rogue inexplicably appeared in her mind. That omnipotent Master Yi who always creates miracles. Although he was extremely unwilling, it seemed that only he could help him solve this problem. Su Wanqing took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and dialed Chen Mo's number. Hello, it's me. On the other end of the phone came Chen Mo's lazy voice. I'm asking you, you promised me in the office that you would help me prepare a birthday gift for my grandfather, how are you doing? Su Wanqing's tone was still that cold, commanding one. A birthday gift? Chen Mo was stunned for a moment on the other end of the phone, then slapped his forehead. Then he remembered that there really was such a thing. I've been so busy having deep conversations with my 2 girls lately that I forgot about this. Ahem, of course I'm ready, Chen Mo said without batting an eye. It's no big deal, leave it to me. You wait here, I'll bring it over to you right away. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo immediately connected with the system in his mind. System, let me see if there are any calligraphy, paintings, or antiques in the store that can hold their own. Something even better than Tang Bohu. Ding! The system shop is searching for you. Search complete. We have selected the most suitable items for you. Item name, self-written official appointment letter authentic work by Yen Jinqing. Item effect, this is a masterpiece of Yen Jinqing's calligraphy, imbued with righteous spirit, possessing the power to ward off evil and calm the mind. Its historical and artistic value makes it a national treasure, far surpassing that of the likes of Tang Bohu. Exchange price, 5 days of lifespan. Yen Jinqing. Good heavens! This is a calligrapher who is on par with Wang Shiji. And it's an authentic piece. Exchange. Chen Mo said without hesitation. 5 days of life in exchange for a chance to make Su Wanqing completely submit, it's worth it. With a flash of light, an ancient scroll appeared out of thin air in his hand. He took the scroll and went to Su Wanqing's office. Here, take it. He casually tossed the scroll onto Su Wanqing's desk, looking completely nonchalant. I guarantee that when your grandfather sees this, he'll immediately announce that he'll leave all his assets to you. Su Wanqing looked at him suspiciously and opened the scroll. On the ancient Xian paper, the brushstrokes flowed like dragons and snakes, powerful and elegant, each character exuding a majestic, upright, and incorruptible spirit. Although she is not a professional appraiser, she has developed this kind of insight from growing up in the field. These characters are written so well. It was better than any calligraphy she had ever seen. Only Yan Jinqing? The autobiographical memorial? Su Wanqing frowned. Wasn't the original of this lost long ago? All the ones circulating in the market are Song Dynasty imitations. Where did you get this imitation? She simply didn't believe it was genuine. In her opinion, this old rogue had at most spent some money to get a decent forgery, hoping to fool her. A fake? Chen Mo curled his lip, his face full of disdain. Girl, you're insulting my character, and even more so, my professional skills. Let me tell you, this is the real thing. Just as the two were arguing about the authenticity of the calligraphy, there was a knock on the office door. Wang Tianyu walked in carrying an exquisite brocade box, his face beaming with smiles. Wanqing, I heard you're worried about what to give Grandpa Su for his birthday, so I brought you a helping gift. He opened the brocade box triumphantly, and inside was another ancient scroll. Ta-da! Zhao Mingfu, the great calligrapher of the Yuan dynasty, wrote his own copy of the self-written official appointment in the style of Yan Jinqing. I spent over 10 million to acquire this from a collector. Although it's a forgery, it's a masterpiece among forgeries. It would be an absolute status symbol to give it as a birthday gift. Wang Tianyu was still immersed in his self-satisfaction and completely failed to notice the way Su Wanqing and Chen Mo were looking at him, as if he were a fool. Just then, the office door was pushed open once again. A tall, sharp-eyed young man with a powerful aura walked in. The person who arrived was none other than the chosen one of destiny, Xiao Fan. He didn't even glance at Wang Tianyu. His gaze fell directly on Su Wanqing, a gentle smile playing on his handsome face. Wanqing, it's been a long time. Chapter 69. I'm super, genuine work. Xiao Fan? What brings you here? When Su Wanqing saw Xiao Fan appear, her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her voice carried a hint of aloofness. Although Xiao Fan made a strong comeback at the birthday banquet last time and slapped everyone in the face, his behavior of publicly humiliating the Su family at the end still made Su Wanqing feel very uncomfortable. Hey, you surnamed Xiao. What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. When rivals meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. As soon as Wang Tianyu saw Xiao Fan, he immediately bristled, like a rooster whose territory had been invaded, and started cursing at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan merely glanced at him indifferently, his gaze as if he were looking at a noisy ant, filled with contempt. What does it have to do with you that I'm here to see Wanqing? You! Wang Tianyu was so angry at his gaze that he almost vomited blood. Let me tell you, Wanqing is my fiancé. Stop trying to eat swan meat like a toad. Fiancé? Xiao Fan scoffed, turning his gaze to Su Wanqing. Wanqing, when did you agree to marry this kind of trash? Seeing that the two were about to start arguing in the office, Su Wanqing finally spoke up impatiently. Shut up, all of you. Her cool voice instantly silenced the entire office. Xiao Fan, what exactly do you want? Xiao Fan then dropped his aggressive demeanor and took out a long, rectangular brocade box from his pocket. Wanqing, I know Grandpa Su's birthday banquet is coming soon. I have prepared a birthday gift especially for you. He opened the brocade box and slowly unfurled the scroll inside. A rich scent of ink and the aroma of time wafted towards me. This is an authentic calligraphy work by Su Dongpa, the great literary figure of the Song dynasty, titled Ode to the Spring Scenery of Dongting Lake. Xiao Fan's voice was full of confidence. He believes that no elderly person who loves calligraphy and painting can resist the temptation of Su Dongpa's authentic works. An authentic work by Su Dongpa? Wang Tianyu was the first to shout, his face full of disbelief and mockery. You're bragging. Every single one of Su Dongpa's authentic works is a national treasure. You think you can just have one like that? I bet you're absolutely lying. He was now determined to go against Xiao Fan, so he immediately took out his phone and made a call. Hello? Master Fong? This is Xiao Wang. Yes, I have a piece of calligraphy here, and I would like to ask you to come over and take a look. Less than 20 minutes. An elderly man with gray hair, wearing reading glasses, and exuding an air of refinement entered the office, greeted by Wang Tianyu. The visitor was none other than Feng Huayan, the most authoritative and renowned antique appraiser in the entire Dongling city and even the entire Jiangnan region, known as Master Feng. Master Feng, please take a look. This kid claims this is an authentic work by Su Dongpa. Please expose his lie. Wang Tianyu pointed at Xiao Fan's calligraphy and painting and said impatiently, as if he could already see Xiao Fan being humiliated in public and losing face. Master Feng simply smiled upon hearing this and did not take it seriously. Su Dongpa's original calligraphy is so precious, how could it possibly appear here so casually? With the intention of guiding the younger generation, he picked up a magnifying glass and brought it close to the painting Dongting Spring Ode to Color. However, I only glanced at it. Master Feng's smile froze. He adjusted his glasses and leaned closer. His breathing began to quicken. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably. The brushstrokes, this ink, this spirit. Master Feng's lips trembled, and he stood there frozen as if struck by lightning. After a long while, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiao Fan with the eyes of someone looking at a monster, his voice trembling violently with extreme excitement. An authentic work. This is real. This is actually an authentic work by Su Dongpa. And it's such a well-preserved masterpiece. Priceless. Priceless. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. The smile on Wang Tianyu's face froze instantly, then quickly collapsed, looking even uglier than if he had eaten shit. He never dreamed that the helper he had invited would turn around and slap him in the face. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Wanqing's eyes. She never expected that Xiao Fan would actually be able to produce such a valuable treasure. Chen Mo, who had been watching the show from the corner, curled his lip in disapproval. Su Dongpa? It's all right. Just when Wang Tianyu wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground, Su Wanqing suddenly spoke. She took the calligraphy piece by Yan Jinqing that Chen Mo had given her and presented it to Master Feng. Master Feng, since you are here, could you please take a look at this painting for me? She didn't have high hopes, she just wanted to see what the quality of the fake Chen Mo had acquired was, and also to judge his sincerity. Master Feng had just finished appraising a masterpiece and was in a good mood, so he accepted it with a smile. Oh? It's also a copy of the self-written official appointment? I've seen at least 80 or 100 copies of this calligraphy. Let me see how well this copy is done. As he spoke, he casually unfurled the scroll. However, when his gaze fell upon those magnificent and imposing characters, his movements stopped. The smile on his face vanished. His hand holding the magnifying glass trembled even more violently than before. His eyes were wide open, bigger than copper bells. A hoarse, bellows-like sound came from his throat. No. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He seemed to have seen the most incredible thing in the world, and his whole being went into a state of frenzy. He would lean closer to smell the ink, and then gently touch the texture of the paper. Finally, he took 2 steps back and then collapsed to the ground with a thud. To everyone's astonishment, this highly respected expert in appraising antiques pointed at the calligraphy and burst into tears like a child. My God! My God! In my lifetime, I can actually see the original copy of the self-written official appointment with my own eyes. He roared to the sky, his voice filled with boundless shock and ecstasy. The brushstrokes, the ink, the spirit, and the vintage feel of the paper. There's no mistake. Absolutely no mistake. This is an authentic work. It's an authentic work by Yan Jinqing. Chapter 70. How about we leave it here? Yan Jinqing, an authentic work? When Master Feng's hoarse yet fanatical roar echoed throughout the office, time seemed to stand still at that moment. Wang Tianyu's face, which was already darker than the bottom of a pot, instantly turned ashen white, devoid of any color. He felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, and he completely lost the ability to think. The fact that Su Dongpa's original calligraphy was already something he considered a fantasy. Now, another authentic work by Yan Jinqing has suddenly appeared? Moreover, it is the legendary autobiographical memorial that was said to have been lost long ago and is hailed as the #1 calligraphy of Yan Jinqing? Is this a movie shoot? Xiao Fan's smugness and confidence froze completely. Looking at the calligraphy scroll that Master Fong revered as a deity, and feeling the overwhelming righteous spirit emanating from it far more powerful and majestic than his own calligraphy scroll by Su Dompa, a tremendous wave surged within him. Impossible. How could there possibly be anyone in this world with a more profound destiny than myself? Where did this woman get such a national treasure? Su Wanqing, the owner of the calligraphy and painting, was completely stunned at this moment. Her mind went blank. She just stared blankly at the scroll she had just thought was a high-quality replica, completely unable to believe her ears. Authentic? That old rogue casually tossed me something that turned out to be a national treasure of immeasurable value? Who exactly is he? In the office, the calmest person was actually Chen Mo. He simply walked over to Master Fong, who was so excited he was almost fainting, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a nonchalant tone, "Old Fong, don't get agitated, don't get agitated. It's just a piece of calligraphy, is it really that big of a deal? It's not good for your health." Master Fong came to his senses and saw Chen Mo. It was as if he had seen his own father. He grabbed Chen Mo's hand and burst into tears. "It's you! This calligraphy is yours?" "I guess so," Chen Mo said ambiguously. "Master! You are the real master!" Master Fong exclaimed excitedly, his words tumbling out incoherently. "Such a national treasure, and you treated it so casually. Alas! My life, Fong Huayan, has been wasted." A birthday gift controversy came to an end in a way that no one expected. Although Xiao Fan's authentic work by Su Dompa is precious, it is ultimately inferior to Yan Jinxing's autobiographical memorial. He gave Su Wanqing a deep look, then glanced meaningfully at the unremarkable white-haired old man in the corner, and finally said nothing, turning away with a gloomy expression. Wang Tianyu didn't dare utter another word and slunk away in disgrace. Su Wanqing finally managed to get away with it by giving a vague excuse. "I asked a friend overseas to help me, and I spent a lot of money. I thought it was a fake, but I ended up getting a bargain." But she knew that this matter was not that simple. While dealing with the still agitated Master Fong, she couldn't help but glance at the instigator who was leisurely sipping tea on the sofa. Chen Mo felt her gaze, looked up at her, and gave her a smug smile. Then, he stretched out his hand and made a 3 gesture towards Su Wanqing. That look in his eyes seemed to say, "Girl, I've taken care of the birthday gift for you. Don't forget the 3 in-depth conversations you promised me." Su Wanqing's pretty face instantly became so hot it could fry an egg. That bastard. What kind of time is this to be thinking about such filthy things? She glared at Chen Mo, both embarrassed and angry, but a strange feeling welled up inside her that she couldn't explain. Afterwards, to show his sincerity, Wang Tianyu offered to personally drive Su Wanqing to the best framing shop in Dongdaling City to give this national treasure level self-written official appointment the best framing. Su Wanqing wanted to refuse, but Chen Mo readily agreed and insisted on going with her, claiming it was to protect the national treasures. In the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, the atmosphere was somewhat eerie. Wang Tianyu sat in the passenger seat, still feeling annoyed and frustrated by what had happened that day. Su Wanqing held the brocade box containing the original artwork, gazing out the window at the rapidly receding street scene, her mind heavy with worries. Chen Mo leaned against the other side, his eyes closed, as if he were dozing. Soon, the car stopped in front of a framing shop called Guyanzhai. "Wanqing, Uncle Li, wait for me in the car. The owner of this shop is an old friend of my dad's. I'll go down and say hello, and ask them to use the best materials to get it framed for us today as an emergency." To save face, Wang Tianyu spoke ingratiatingly, then pushed open the car door and quickly got in. The car door closed. The spacious and luxurious carriage was instantly left with only Chen Mo and Su Wanqing. In the enclosed space, the atmosphere became ambiguous and dangerous. Su Wanqing could even clearly hear her own uncontrollable heartbeat. She subconsciously shifted her body towards the other side of the car door. However, the next second, a familiar, aggressive masculine sense suddenly approached. Chen Mo had opened his eyes at some point and pressed himself against him. He braced one hand on the seat next to Su Wanqing, trapping her between himself and the car door. "Girl!" Chen Mo's lips were almost touching Su Wanqing's sensitive earlobe. His warm breath made her tremble and raise goosebumps. "I kept my word about the birthday gift. It's way more impressive than your cousin's, isn't it? You promised me 3 times. His voice was extremely low, filled with a devilish allure. Su Wanqing felt her body begin to feel weak and hot again. She bit her lip, turned her head away, and dared not look into his eyes, which seemed to devour everything. Her voice trembled violently with nervousness. What do you want to do? Wang Tianyu, he'll be back soon. Come back? Chen Mo scoffed. That kid, he won't come back unless he brags to his old friend for half an hour. His large, slightly calloused hand began to wander restlessly over Su Wanqing's haute couture business suit, precisely outlining her breathtaking curves. I've done the calculations, and there's enough time. A malicious smile appeared on Chen Mo's face. He brought his lips close to Su Wanqing's ear and whispered in a seductive tone that only the two of them could hear. How about we do it right here? Chapter 71. How about we do it right here first? How about we do it right here? Chen Mo's seductive tone, like the whispers of a devil, brushed against Su Wanqing's sensitive earlobe, drilling into her heart and stirring up a wave of trembling. Su Wanqing's body stiffened abruptly. She felt her blood freeze for a moment, then surged to her limbs with even greater frenzy, giving her skin a beautiful pink hue. Where is this place? It's in Wang Tianyu's car. It's the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The man who considered himself his own possession was right there in the framing shop a few meters away, spitting as he boasted. And this old scoundrel actually wanted to do that kind of thing to me here? This is insane. He's absolutely insane. You bastard. Let me go. Su Wanqing's rationality finally prevailed over her momentary panic. She was both ashamed and angry, and reached out to push Chen Mo away. But the moment her hand touched Chen Mo's chest, which was as solid as an iron wall, she felt all her strength drain away. Her resistance was weak and feeble, more like flirting. Instead of loosening his grip, Chen Mo held her even tighter. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, separated only by a thin layer of clothing. Su Wanqing could even clearly feel the scorching heat emanating from him, like a furnace, and the domineering, irresistible power. Girl, you must keep your word. Chen Mo's large hand lightly pinched her stunningly curvaceous waist and hips, which were encased in a business suit, eliciting a suppressed gasp from Su Wanqing. I've solved a huge problem for you, made you look good in front of your grandfather, and may even have secured your position as heir. His voice carried a hint of amusement. Now, is there a problem with me collecting my rightful reward? Is this payment? You're being a scoundrel. Su Wanqing gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. How can this be called being a hooligan? This is called in-depth communication, a sacred ritual to enhance our mutual understanding. Chen Mo was talking nonsense with a straight face, but his fingers had already found the edge of her skirt and gently hooked it upwards. The cool air instantly touched her warm and delicate thigh skin, causing Su Wanqing's body to tremble uncontrollably. Think about it, isn't the risk of being discovered by your idiot fiancé in a place like this 100 times more thrilling than in the office? Chen Mo lowered his voice even further, carrying a deadly allure. Don't you want to experience the thrill of flirting with danger? It's an extreme kind of excitement that you'd never experience normally. Stimulate. This word, like an electric current, struck precisely the string of rebellion deep within Su Wanqing's heart, a string that had been suppressed for over 20 years. From childhood to adulthood, she was the perfect goddess in the eyes of others. Cold, noble, self-disciplined, elegant. Her life was like a precisely programmed machine, allowing no deviation whatsoever. However, ever since she met this old rogue, her seemingly impregnable world has been torn open one crack after another. She experienced unprecedented shame and anger, and also unprecedented, unrestrained pleasure. Wang Tianyu could return at any time. Outside the car window, passers-by may walk by at any time. In this extremely unsafe environment, they did the most private and shameful things. Just thinking about it made Su Wanqing feel her legs go weak, and a strange heat surged uncontrollably from her lower abdomen, flowing throughout her body. Her breathing began to become rapid and hot. Her clear, cold eyes were now veiled with a watery mist, filled with struggle, confusion, and a hint of expectation that even she herself was unwilling to admit. Don't say any more. She turned her head away, not daring to look into Chen Mo's eyes, which seemed capable of devouring everything. Looking at her alluring yet coy demeanor, Chen Mo knew that he had completely melted the defenses of this icy snow lotus. He stopped talking nonsense. That large hand, slightly calloused, began to climb upwards with an undeniable force. A muffled groan, barely audible, escaped Su Wanqing's throat. She bit her lower lip hard to keep the embarrassing sound from escaping. She felt like a small boat in a raging storm, being arbitrarily controlled by this experienced captain, completely powerless to resist. 3 rules were agreed upon. Just as Chen Mo was about to take the final step, Su Wanqing's hoarse voice, carrying a trace of her last bit of stubbornness, rang out. First, keep things quiet. Second, a swift and decisive victory. Third, stop immediately as soon as Wang Tianyu returns. Okay, whatever you say. Chen Mo smiled and agreed, but in his heart he was thinking, whether the commotion gets too big or not will be out of your hands. He lowered his head and accurately found those two soft lips that were trembling slightly with nervousness, silencing all her unfinished words. The spacious Rolls-Royce began to sway rhythmically and slightly. I don't know how much time passed. When the last suppressed moan dissipated into the air filled with ambiguity, Su Wanqing slumped weakly in her seat like a dehydrated fish. Her expensive haute couture suit was now in a disheveled state, and the captivating blush on her face lingered for a long time. Bastard, scoundrel. She gasped for breath, and with her eyes, which had regained a sliver of clarity, she glared fiercely at Chen Mo. Chen Mo, however, looked completely satisfied. He even savored the feast he had just enjoyed, much like a gourmet. It tastes good, and it has a more mature flavor than last time. You! Su Wanqing was so angry she wanted to hit someone, but she didn't even have the strength to raise her hand. Just then, Wang Tianyu's smug voice could be heard from the entrance of the framing shop. Boss, don't worry. Money is no problem. Give me the best. My dad and your general manager Li. I'm back. Su Wanqing's heart jumped into her throat instantly. She frantically began to tidy her disheveled clothes and hair, her mind racing with panic. Chen Mo remained calm and composed. He slowly smoothed out her skirt, then took a few tissues from the tissue box in the car, wiped his hands, and then wiped away the non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth. After doing all this, he casually tossed the tissue next to Su Wanqing's seat. Squeak! The car door was opened. Wang Tianyu's face, adorned with a fawning smile, peeked in. Wanqing, it's done. The boss promised to frame it for us today. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Su Wanqing's face, and then his brows furrowed. Wanqing, why is your face so red? And your lips seem a little swollen? Do you have a fever? As he spoke, he reached out to touch Su Wanqing's forehead. I'm fine. Su Wanqing, like a startled rabbit, suddenly shrank back and dodged his hand. At that very moment, Wang Tianyu's gaze fell on the tissue next to her seat. He didn't think much of it, assuming it was for Su Wanqing's cold and runny nose, and even thoughtfully bent down to pick it up and throw it away for her. Wanqing, don't move, I'll help you throw it. Need not. Su Wanqing's scream was even louder than when she was under Chen Mo. She acted with lightning speed, snatching the wad of tissue paper from Wang Tianyu's hand before he could touch it. Then, she quickly rolled down the car window and threw it out. After doing all this, she leaned back in her seat, panting heavily, her heart pounding wildly. The entire carriage fell into a deathly silence. Wang Tianyu remained bent over, his face filled with astonishment and confusion. Looking at Su Wanqing's still shaken and almost out of control state, and then at the crumpled paper drifting away in the wind outside the window, for the first time, a deep sense of doubt flashed through his usually not-so-bright mind. Wanqing, you. He looked at Su Wanqing, opened his mouth, and his voice carried a hint of scrutiny that was barely perceptible. What is on that wad of tissue paper? Why, are you so nervous? Chapter 72. This old bastard, he's really bad. Wang Tianyu's scrutinizing question was like a needle, piercing Su Wanqing's already tense nerves. Her heart skipped a beat and almost jumped out of her throat. Her pretty face, which had just lost some of its flush, instantly turned bright red again, half from embarrassment and half from panic. What's on that wad of tissue? That piece of evidence was the most direct and shameful evidence of her and this old rogue's debauchery in this car. How was she supposed to answer that? Su Wanqing's mind went blank. She stammered, unable to utter a single word. She could only send a distress signal to Chen Mo beside her with her panicked eyes. Chen Mo mentally gave Wang Tianyu, that sycophant, a thumbs up. Not bad, at least he's not a complete idiot, he's even starting to have doubts. However, with such low intelligence, you think you can find something to use against Chen Mo? You're still too green. Chen Mo cleared his throat, his face immediately adopting the stern expression of an elder, and looked at Wang Tianyu, speaking with displeasure. Xiao Wang, what's wrong with you? Wanqing's face is so red, she's obviously not feeling well. Instead of caring, you're asking her all sorts of questions like you're interrogating a criminal. Is this how a fiancé should act? His words were a powerful statement, immediately labeling Wang Tianyu as someone who doesn't know how to care for others. Wang Tianyu was taken aback by his reprimand, and his momentum immediately weakened by 3 points. I didn't mean that, I was just curious. What are you curious about? Chen Mo's eyes widened. Is it something a grown man like you can just be curious about when it comes to a girl's affairs? That piece of paper just now showed Wanqing's nosebleed. She's been working too hard and under too much pressure lately, which has caused her to get a fever. As Chen Mo spoke, he also gave Su Wanqing a wink. Su Wanqing was incredibly clever and realized what was going on instantly. She immediately lowered her head, revealing a weak and aggrieved look, and just the right moment, rubbed her nose with her hand, her voice also carrying a slight nasal tone. I'm fine, I'm just a little tired lately, and I might have a bit of a sore throat. Looking at her pitiful appearance and recalling his own aggressive questioning, Wang Tianyu's doubts vanished instantly, replaced by deep guilt and self-reproach. Yes, Wanqing has been overwhelmed with work lately because of the company's affairs, and she's even had a nosebleed from exhaustion. And yet I'm still doubting her. I'm such a jerk. Wanqing, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I'm such a bastard. Wang Tianyu slapped himself hard across the face, then quickly rummaged through the car's storage compartment, pulled out a bottle of imported mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and eagerly handed it over. Quick, drink some water to cool down. It's all my fault for not taking good care of you. A crisis that could have ruined Su Wanqing's reputation was easily resolved by Chen Mo. Su Wanqing took the water glass, lowered her head and sipped it slowly. Out of the corner of her eye, she secretly glanced at Chen Mo, who was sitting upright with an righteous look on his face. She felt a mix of emotions. That old bastard, he's really bad. But I have to admit, having him by my side gives me a sense of security that he can easily handle any trouble I encounter, and that feeling is truly addictive. The car restarted, and the rest of the journey was silent. Back at the villa entrance, Su Wanqing practically fled from the car. Perhaps the aggressive driving during the day had exhausted him, or perhaps his legs felt weak from the excitement. When she got out of the car, her high heels slipped, and she fell face first to the ground. Careful! Chen Mo reacted quickly, grabbing her soft, boneless waist and pulling her steadily into his arms. The familiar masculine scent and that domineering possessiveness enveloped Su Wanqing once again. Her body went limp again, uncontrollably. This scene was witnessed by Su Yunru, who came out of the villa to greet them. Sister? Uncle E? You? Looking at the intimate posture of the two, especially her sister's abnormally red face and her weak and powerless appearance, almost hanging on Chen Mo, a complex and inscrutable light flashed in Su Yunru's gentle eyes. Ahem. Chen Mo immediately let go of her hand and explained in a serious tone, Yunru, don't misunderstand. Your sister saw a cockroach on the road just now and her legs went weak with fright. I was just supporting her. Su Yunru. She looked at her usually aloof and icy CEO sister who wouldn't even blink at the sight of a bomb, then at Chen Mo's sincere face that seemed to say, I'm telling the truth. In the end, she said nothing, just sighed softly, and turned to walk into the villa. Her intuition told her that things were not that simple. After seeing everyone off, Chen Mo finally returned to his room. He closed the door and, without hesitation, communicated with the system in his mind. As expected, the system notification sound arrived right on time. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully engaged in deep communication with the luck carrier Su Wanqing in a special scenario, your rival's vehicle. Special scenario reward triggered. Rewards doubled this time. Rewards being processed. Reward 1, lifespan increased by 20 days. Current remaining lifespan, 83 days. Reward 2, target Su Wanqing affection plus 10. Current affection, 25. Her feelings for you have evolved from a simple transactional relationship to a complex mix of hatred, dependence, curiosity, and shame. She hates your shamelessness, yet cannot resist the stimulation and pleasure you bring her. Reward 3, unlock a new skill, Heavenly Eye Beginner. Clairvoyance. Chen Mo felt a surge of joy. Skill name, Celestial Eye Beginner. Skill effect, the host can see through all illusions and obscurities. Whether it's walls, clothing, or flesh, they will all be meaningless in your eyes. You will gain insight into the fundamental structure of all things. Note, basic Heavenly Eye technique, effective range 100 meters, duration 10 minutes, cooldown time 1 hour. Good heavens! Isn't this just X-ray vision? Chen Mo was so excited he almost jumped out of bed. This skill is practically tailor-made for him. He immediately thought of the two sisters, each with their own unique charm, yet equally vibrant and captivating. His gaze passed through the wall and landed in the direction of the living room. Soo Yunru was wearing a loose-fitting nightgown, leaning back on the sofa, eating potato chips and watching a boring idol drama. Chen Mo had a sudden thought. Activate your heavenly eye. In an instant, the world he saw had completely changed. The walls, the sofa, the nightgown, everything became like a transparent veil. Soo Yunru's mature, voluptuous, and incredibly sexy figure, which was hidden by her loose nightgown, was presented to him without reservation and completely. That breathtaking arc. That flat, toned belly. Those long, shapely thighs. Even that mysterious place, slightly deformed by the sitting posture, like a ripe peach. Everything was displayed in the finest detail, so clear it was outrageous. Chen Mo felt his breath stop at that moment. A surge of scalding heat suddenly erupted from his dantian and rushed straight to the top of his head. He subconsciously raised his hand and touched his nose. It's sticky. It's a nosebleed. My nose is bleeding again. He hurriedly and frantically searched for tissues to wipe himself. Just then, squeak! His room door was suddenly pushed open. Su Wanqing's aloof and stunningly beautiful face appeared at the doorway. She had just finished showering and was wearing only a silk bathrobe. Her wet hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her whole body exuded an alluring moisture. She originally intended to come here to settle accounts with that bastard Chen Mo. But as soon as she entered, she saw Chen Mo standing there, one hand covering his nose, bright red blood flowing continuously from between his fingers. Su Wanqing's pupils suddenly contracted. Her gaze, almost unconsciously, fell on Chen Mo's blood-stained right hand and his slightly erect lower body. An absurd and shameful thought instantly popped into her mind. That old scoundrel, could he have slept alone in his room, thinking about all those filthy things he did during the day, and got his nose bleeding from thinking about it? What are you doing here? Su Wanqing pointed at Chen Mo, her cool and beautiful face instantly filled with shame, indignation and doubt, her voice trembling violently. Your nose is bleeding again? Chapter 73. Your nose, why is it bleeding again? Your nose is bleeding again? Su Wanqing's question, filled with shame, indignation, and suspicion, made Chen Mo, who was in a flustered state, freeze in his tracks. He looked at the icy CEO in the doorway, dressed in a bathrobe, with a flushed face and sharp, piercing eyes, and thought to himself, oh no. This girl must have misunderstood something. However, this misunderstanding seems quite interesting. Chen Mo rolled his eyes and decided to stop wiping. He deliberately feigned weakness, as if his body had been completely drained, leaned against the wall, and let out a long sigh. Sigh, it's all because of you. His voice was hoarse and filled with melancholy. You? Su Wanqing was amused by his attempt to shift the blame. What did I do? What's wrong with you? Chen Mo raised his bloodless hand and pointed at Su Wanqing. Do you know that you are like a top-grade magnet, and I am like a piece of iron that can't control itself? As soon as I get close to you, the blood and qi in my body surge up uncontrollably, like boiling water in a pot. His words were so sincere and so blunt. Su Wanqing's face flushed bright red, almost red enough to bleed. She'd seen shameless people before, but never anyone this shameless. To describe one's sordid thoughts in such a refined and noble way. You shut up. She stomped her foot in embarrassment and turned to run away. But inside, it felt like I'd been scratched by a cat's claw, itchy and tingly. That old bastard never says anything serious, but every single word he utters somehow manages to precisely touch her most sensitive nerve. Over the next few days, the atmosphere in the villa became somewhat strange. The two sisters, Su Wanqing and Su Yunru, both underwent a complete 180-degree turn in their attitude towards Chen Mo. Su Wanqing was no longer the cold and aloof person she once was. Although her gaze towards Chen Mo was still unfriendly, there was now a complex emotion deep within her eyes that was hard to describe. Occasionally, she would even blush deeply because of a casual teasing remark from Chen Mo. Su Yunru became even more clingy. She always made excuses, intentionally or unintentionally, to get closer to Chen Mo. Today I'll ask about the way to maintain health, tomorrow I'll discuss massage techniques. Look at Chen Mo's eyes, they're so gentle they're almost tender, full of a little girl's worship and dependence on her fairy grandfather. Chen Mo was enjoying himself immensely, reveling in the bliss of having two women by his side, and living a very comfortable life. That morning, Chen Mo was lying on a rocking chair in the yard, his eyes closed, using his heavenly eye to appreciate Su Yunru practicing yoga in the yoga room on the second floor. He was thinking about what excuse he should use tonight to have another deep yin-yang harmony with Yunru. His phone rang. It was Zheng Peng calling. "Hey, Master. Are you free tonight?" The voice on the other end of the phone was full of flattery and ingratiation. "A friend of mine has acquired a batch of top-quality antiques that have returned from overseas and is planning a small private auction at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. I hear there are quite a few good items. Would you be interested in coming and taking a look?" Upon hearing the word auction, Chen Mo knew that there was going to be some excitement to watch. He had plenty of time left in his life and was bored out of his mind, so he immediately agreed. Zheng Peng thanked him profusely, but before hanging up, he couldn't resist asking indirectly, then, "Master, is Ro going?" "How would I know if she's going or not?" "Go ask her yourself." Chen Mo hung up the phone immediately, his perception of Zheng Peng as a free lapdog becoming increasingly clear. Evening at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Chen Mo, dressed in an ordinary Zhongshan suit, followed Su Yunru, who was dressed in a flamboyant manner, and Zheng Peng, who was dressed in a suit and looked very respectable, into the magnificent auction hall. As soon as he entered, Chen Mo felt a familiar yet unpleasant aura. He looked up and, sure enough, it was true. In a corner of the venue, Xiao Fan, the chosen one, was holding a glass of red wine, surrounded by a group of business celebrities and wealthy heiresses, with his signature calm and composed smile that suggested he was in control of everything. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Xiao Fan had obviously seen them too. His gaze lingered on Su Yunru's stunning figure for a moment before landing on Chen Mo, a barely perceptible hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The incident where he was humiliated by Yin Jinqing's authentic calligraphy in Su Wenqing's office was a great disgrace to him. He had investigated the old man's background, but the information he found was that he was just an ordinary retired fitter. This made him feel even more strongly that this old man was unfathomable and the biggest obstacle to his unification of Jiangcheng and marriage to the Su sisters. "Ro, you're here too." Xiao Fan walked over with a gentle smile on his face, completely ignoring Chen Mo and Zheng Peng beside him. "Mr. Xiao, it's been a long time." Su Yunru nodded politely, her attitude neither warm nor cold. "Xiao Fan. What are you doing here? Ro doesn't welcome you." Zheng Peng, the protector of the flower, immediately jumped out and stood in front of Su Yunru. "Do you have the right to interrupt me when I'm talking to Ro? Xiao Fan's eyes instantly turned icy cold. A war without gunfire is about to break out. Just then, the auction began. The first item up for auction is a large famille rose and gilded plate from the Yongjing period of the Qing dynasty, with a starting price of 800,000. 1 million. In order to impress Su Yunru, Zheng Peng raised his sign without thinking. 1,500,000. Xiao Fan's voice followed closely behind, full of provocation. 2 million. 3 million. 5 million. Two men, like two fighting roosters, started bidding wildly over a completely unrelated plate, neither willing to give in. Su Yunru watched from the side, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, her face filled with displeasure and embarrassment. She disliked this kind of ostentatious competition. Just as she was about to speak up to stop him, Chen Mo, who was sitting next to her, suddenly leaned in and whispered in her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Girl, watch this. Today, I'll show you what it means to be a free simp, the best one. After he finished speaking, he cleared his throat and addressed the two men, who were already in a frenzy and had driven the price up to 8 million, in a nonchalant tone. "Ahem, this plate looks pretty good. It should be quite handy for me to use to hold peanuts." His words, though not loud, clearly reached the ears of Zheng Peng and Xiao Fan. The two men paused simultaneously as they held up their placards. The same thought flashed through their minds instantly: what's the point of pleasing the goddess? The key is to please the father-in-law, who can decide the goddess's fate. 10 million. Zheng Peng reacted the fastest, raising the price to an outrageous level. He turned his head and gave Chen Mo an extremely fawning smile. "Uncle Li. If you like this plate, I'll take a picture of it and give it to you." Xiao Fan's face darkened. He hadn't expected that Zheng Peng would grasp the essence so quickly. Of course, he wasn't going to back down. The ensuing auction turned into a complete farce. An antique tapestry that looks a bit old. "Chen Mo, this blanket is nice. Take it back and use it as a pad for my rocking chair, it shouldn't be uncomfortable." Zheng Peng and Xiao Fan immediately engaged in a fierce bidding war, and in the end, Xiao Fan won the bid for 13 million and respectfully presented it to Chen Mo. A valuable jade artifact that looks to be of good quality. Chen Mo, this jade feels quite smooth to the touch. It should be very effective as a gua sha tool. Zheng Peng and Xiao Fan got into another fight, and in the end, Zheng Peng won the bid for the astronomical price of 20 million yuan and handed it over with both hands. Chen Mo was overjoyed to reap the benefits, receiving so many gifts that his hands were sore from holding them, and his face was beaming with joy. Su Yunru watched from the side as the two prodigies squandered their fortunes to curry favor with Chen Mo, and then looked at Chen Mo's shameless face, which was like he was getting a good deal but still acting innocent. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. She found herself growing to like this wicked old man more and more. Just as Chen Mo was enjoying the ultimate pleasure of being licked, the auctioneer on stage introduced the next item for auction. It was a piece of Hetian jade that looked ordinary, even somewhat ugly, with a lot of mud on it. Obviously it had just been fished out of the river not long ago. Distinguished guests, the next item for auction is somewhat special. Just as the auctioneer was making his introduction, a system notification suddenly and sharply rang out in Chen Mo's mind without warning. Warning! High energy reaction ahead. A powerful remnant of a vengeful spirit has been detected sealed inside this item. Contact with this item carries a very high probability of being corrupted by resentment and plagued by misfortune. Please stay away immediately. Chapter 74. It's all because the weather is too dry. Warning! Please move away immediately. The system's sharp warning made Chen Mo, who was immersed in the pleasure of receiving gifts, suddenly jump in surprise. A vengeful spirit or a lingering soul? His gaze instantly sharpened, fixed intently on the seemingly insignificant piece of jade on the auction stage. With the blessing of mastery of metaphysics, he could clearly feel a faint, chilling aura emanating from the jade stone, sending shivers down his spine. This thing is extremely ominous. On stage, Zheng Peng and Xiao Fan, these two sycophants, were clearly unaware of the impending danger. When they saw Chen Mo's expression turn serious, they assumed that this master had taken a fancy to some treasure again. 20 million. In order to seize the initiative, Zheng Peng didn't even listen to the auctioneer's reserve price and directly quoted a high price. Then he turned to Chen Mo and gave him a fawning smile that said, "You know what I mean. Uncle E, this jade looks incredibly spiritual. It's definitely a treasure. I'll take a picture of it and have it made into a personal pendant for you. I guarantee it will bring you good fortune and ward off evil." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Fan's magnetic voice rang out. 30 million. He also looked at Chen Mo, his eyes full of confidence. Although he couldn't discern anything special about the jade, he trusted his intuition. Anything that catches the eye of this mysterious old man is definitely not simple. More importantly, he can't lose to that good-for-nothing Zheng Peng. Chen Mo was at his wit's end, seeing that a new simp war was about to break out. We let you lick it, and you've actually become addicted to it? This thing is a hot potato. Whoever touches it is doomed. Shut up, all of you. Chen Mo gave a low shout, his voice not loud, but full of unquestionable authority. Zheng Peng and Xiao Fan froze simultaneously, looking at him in confusion. Chen Mo stood up, walked between the two, lowered his voice, and said in a deliberately profound tone, "You two know nothing. This piece of jade appears warm and smooth, but it actually harbors malevolent energy. What's tainted on it isn't dirt, but the aura of death brought from an ancient tomb. If anyone takes a picture of it, within 3 days, at best their family will be in turmoil, at worst they will suffer bloodshed." His words were spoken with great seriousness and were full of metaphysical flavor. Zheng Peng was stunned and quickly put down the number plate in his hand, nodding repeatedly. "So that's how it is. Thank you for your guidance, master. Thank you for your guidance, master." Xiao Fan's brows furrowed tightly. Although he also felt that this piece of jade was extraordinary, he believed even more that fortune favors the bold. He always felt that this piece of jade had some kind of mysterious connection with him, and that he would definitely regret missing it in the future. Just as he was about to say something more, the intermission of the auction began. Chen Mo, too lazy to pay any more attention to this scheming chosen one, pulled Su Yunru along and walked to the buffet counter in the rest area. "Girl, take whatever you want to eat, someone's paying today." Chen Mo pointed to Zheng Peng, who was staring at them expectantly not far away, with a completely matter-of-fact expression. Su Yunru was amused by his shameless appearance, rolled her eyes at him, and exuded charm. Today she wore a moon-white off-shoulder evening gown that perfectly accentuated her mature and voluptuous figure. Her long, slender neck was as elegant as a swan's. Her delicate collarbone gleamed with a captivating luster under the crystal chandelier. Especially the breathtakingly white expanse of her chest that rose and fell slightly with her breath. Chen Mo was so engrossed in reading that his mouth went dry and his mind wandered. He felt his blood and qi surging uncontrollably again. No, I need to find an opportunity to harmonize the yin and yang with Yunru again as soon as possible. With these thoughts in mind, the sinister heavenly eye was activated once again without anyone noticing. In an instant, that gorgeous evening gown vanished like water. A mature, delicate body, as if carved from ivory, so perfect that it had no flaws, was presented to his eyes without any concealment. The grandeur of the mountains, the slenderness of the waist, the abundance of the plains. All of this together creates a picture that could drive any man mad. Chen Mo felt his brain go blank with a buzz. He subconsciously swallowed. Uncle E, what's wrong? Su Yunru noticed his unusual behavior and asked him curiously. Nothing. Chen Mo quickly looked away, inwardly cursing himself for being so spineless. How old are you? You're still acting like a young boy. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt a warm liquid slowly flowing out of his nasal cavity. Broken. He couldn't control it again and his nose started bleeding. A drop of bright red blood landed precisely on the cuff of his white Zhongshan suit, spreading out in a striking little red flower. Oh no! Uncle E! Your nose is bleeding again. Su Yunru's exclamation instantly attracted the attention of everyone around her. Zheng Pang and Xiao Fan rushed over immediately, their faces full of concern. Master! What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Uncle E, are you alright? Chen Mo was so embarrassed he wanted to disappear into the ground. How shameful. How embarrassing. If word got out that he watched a pornographic film until his nose bled in front of 2 female leads and 2 rivals, would he still be able to maintain his reputation as a living god? He quickly pulled out a tissue, awkwardly stuffed it into his nose, and while wiping the blood from his sleeve, stubbornly explained. It's nothing, it's nothing. It's all because the hotel's air conditioning was on too high. The weather was too dry, so I got a bit of a sore throat. It's normal, it's normal. Su Yunru, however, did not believe it. Looking at Chen Mo's slightly pale face and the nosebleed that wouldn't stop, she was filled with worry. She held Chen Mo's arm, her eyes filled with heartache, and said, Uncle E, you must have lost too much of your lifespan to save people, and your body hasn't recovered yet. I think this auction is pretty boring. Why don't we go back and rest first? Her words made Zheng Pang, who was standing next to her, very anxious. He had finally created this opportunity to be alone with his goddess. If he went back early, wouldn't all the tens of millions he spent tonight have been wasted? Absolutely not. Zheng Peng's eyes darted around, and he immediately came up with an idea. He pointed to the other end of the hall and said excitedly, Ro, don't rush off. I heard the inner hall of this auction is much more fun than the outside. That place specializes in jade gambling. I heard that a batch of top-quality rough stones from Myanmar arrived today, and the chance of cutting out imperial jadeite from them is extremely high. That's what you call real excitement. Let's go over there and take a look. I guarantee it'll be much more interesting than looking at all these bottles and jars here. Jade gambling? Sure enough, a hint of curiosity flashed in Su Yunru's gentle eyes. Girls are always powerless against things like opening blind boxes, full of unknowns and surprises. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was overjoyed. It's like someone just brought you a pillow when you're about to fall asleep. He was just worried about not finding an excuse to steal Xiao Fan's next opportunity. He immediately nodded weakly and said, All right, let's go take a look. Let's go somewhere else and get some fresh air. The group, in a grand procession, headed towards the inner hall, which was filled with noise and an atmosphere of wealth. As soon as he stepped into the inner hall, Chen Mo's eyes, now equipped with heavenly eyes, began scanning the crowded people at lightning speed, like the most precise radar. Soon, his gaze locked onto a person, and then he suddenly stopped. He was an elderly man in his 60s, wearing a tang suit and with gray hair. He stood alone in a corner, facing a huge rough stone, his brow furrowed in worry. In Chen Mo's sky-eye vision, the old man was enveloped in a thick, tangible black mist that was clearly visible to the naked eye. That's death energy. It signifies impending doom and an imminent death. However, what made Chen Mo's heart pound was, within that dense black death aura, a faint yet incredibly vibrant pink thread of fortune stubbornly entwined itself. That's good luck in love. And the other end of that pink thread of peach blossom luck was connected precisely to his own body. Chapter 75 must be intercepted. Good luck in love. Moreover, this romantic encounter involves a benefactor who is shrouded in deathly aura and is about to face great calamity. Chen Mo's heart began to pound uncontrollably. The system notification sounded in his mind at just the right time. Ding! Major opportunity detected. Target: Tang Jin, the uncrowned king of the underworld in Southern Province, controlling more than half of the jade business in Southern Province. Current status: suffering from a terminal illness, nearing the end of his life, and currently worried about finding the legendary life-extending jade. Related event: the Chosen One, Xiaofan, will discover Imperial Green Jade through gambling on raw stones and uncover the faint spiritual energy within it, thus attracting Tang Jin's attention. Xiaofan will use this opportunity to extend Tang Jin's life, thereby gaining Tang Jin's full support in seizing control of the underground forces in Southern Province. Host's mission: intercept. You must intercept. Task reward? Related to the degree of interception. The Underground Emperor of Southern Province. Another incredibly powerful figure. Moreover, he was in the same territory as Li Jitian, the richest man in the Southern Province and the owner of his pure gold business card. If he could take down both the black and white dragons at the same time, wouldn't the entire Southern Province become Chen Mo's backyard? The most important thing is, Tang Jin is also involved in his romantic relationships. This shows that by intercepting him, one can not only gain immense power and wealth, but also incidentally solve one's own personal problems. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Chen Mo looked at Tang Jin, who was not far away and was already shrouded in deathly aura but was unaware of it, and his eyes became extremely fervent. He was determined to eat this piece of fatty meat that was offered to him. Even Jesus couldn't stop him. I said it. However, before that, we must first get rid of these 2 annoying light bulbs. His gaze fell on Zhang Pang, who was enthusiastically commenting on each stone, and on Xiaofan, who, though outwardly calm, had a sharp glint in his eyes. The jade gambling hall was bustling with noise, filled with the smell of money and desire. Countless raw stones of varying sizes and shapes are randomly placed on the ground, waiting for their destined owners. The ear-piercing screeching sound of the cutting machine could be heard from time to time. Immediately following was a burst of screams, some of which were either ecstatic or wailing. It's gone up. It's gone up. It's gone up a lot. It's an icy jadeite with floating patterns. I'm rich. It's all gone, completely gone, not even a single green thread left, my 5 million. 1 cut to heaven, 1 cut to hell. That's the allure of jade gambling. This was the first time Su Yunru had ever seen such a scene, and her gentle eyes were filled with curiosity and wonder. She tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve, like a little girl, and asked excitedly, Uncle E, is it really possible to find tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, of jadeite here? Certainly. Chen Mo smiled, then turned to look at Zhang Pang and Xiaofan, a meaningful smile on his face. But what's the point of just watching others drive? He paused, his voice carrying just the right amount of provocation. A real man can't just be good at spending money. Luck and discernment are the most important things. He was clearly saying this to Zhang Pang and Xiaofan. You too, didn't you both want to make a good impression on Yunru? Chen Mo pointed to the hundreds and thousands of rough stones in front of him and said in a tone of authority. The opportunity is right in front of you. Today, each of you will choose a stone. Whoever can cut out the best jade and make it into jewelry for Yunru will be considered slightly better than the other. As the elder, I will also look at him with more respect in the future. His words were so fair and just. But in reality, it precisely struck at the 2 men's damn competitive pride. Especially that line, a little bit better than the other one, it's absolutely devastating. Zhang Peng was the first to jump up. He was a spoiled brat who liked to compete, and Chen Mo's provocation made him lose his temper on the spot. Good. Master. Let's do it this way. He patted his chest and said with great pride. Today, I'll show some people what real luck is. Row, you wait, I'll definitely get you the most beautiful piece of Imperial Green Jade. After saying that, he strode confidently into the sea of stones and began searching for his stone of destiny like a headless fly. Although Xiaofan was not as impulsive as Zhang Pang, his pride was stronger than anyone else's. As the chosen one, he has absolute confidence. He believed that no one in this jade gambling market was luckier than him. He also wanted to take this opportunity to completely crush Zhang Pang, this clown, in front of Su Yunru. Okay, I'll bet with you. Xiaofan glanced coldly at Zhang Peng's retreating figure, a disdainful smile curving his lips. Then, he strode into the raw stone area. However, unlike Zhang Pang, he didn't look around randomly. Instead, he closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something in a mysterious way. Soon, the two largest light bulbs disappeared into the crowd. The world is quiet now. A fox-like smile appeared on Chen Mo's face. Done. He turned his head, took Su Yunru's soft, boneless hand, and slowly walked towards Tang Jin, who was alone in the corner, lost in thought. Yunru, let's not join in their fun. Come on, I'll take you over there. I feel like our luck lies over there. As he spoke, he deliberately used his heavenly eye to scan Su Yunru's curvaceous figure. Yes, I'm wearing lace today. Pink. So moisturizing. Su Yunru blushed as he held her hand and gazed at her with such intensity, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She obediently followed behind him. The two of them inadvertently arrived at the huge raw stone where Tang Jin was. Tang Jin was looking at the king of stones that he had bought for 100 million yuan, sighing deeply. He has consulted countless experts, all of whom say that this stone is a sure thing, and 9 out of 10 bets will fail. But he always felt that there was something he wanted in that stone. Just as he was feeling troubled, he suddenly heard a girl's clear, surprised cry from beside him. Ah! Tang Jin turned his head instinctively. A girl dressed in a moon-white evening gown, stunningly beautiful, suddenly tripped over something, cried out in surprise, lost her balance, and fell straight in her direction. Tang Jin was startled and instinctively reached out to help. But he didn't have time to react. An even more unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as the girl fell, Tang Jin felt a heart-wrenching pain in his chest. Everything went black. His body, which had been weakened by years of drinking and womanizing and was also plagued by a terminal illness, could no longer hold on. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. And the girl who fell, Su Yunru, coincidentally, bumped into his falling arms. Bang! A muffled thud. To everyone's astonishment, the underground emperor of the southern province and the woman Chen Mo had his eye on became entangled in an extremely ambiguous and bizarre way, and both of them fell down in front of the huge stone king. Chapter 76. I didn't mean to. Ah! A crisp cry of surprise, accompanied by a muffled thud as the body lost control, rang out sharply in the noisy Jade gambling hall. Su Yunru, who was standing next to Chen Mo just a second ago, now fell to the ground in an extremely disheveled manner, along with an elderly man with gray hair. The chaos lasted only a few seconds. The old man's bodyguard reacted quickly, rushing over to help his boss up while keeping a wary eye on Su Yunru and Chen Mo, who were also being helped up. Mr. Tang, are you all right? The elderly man, referred to as Mr. Tang, waved his hand. Although his face was a little pale, he seemed to be fine. He glanced at Su Yunru, who was equally shaken, and then at the stone king beside him that was bothering him. He simply frowned and then hurriedly left with his men. A conflict that was on the verge of erupting ended abruptly and in a very unpleasant way. Chen Mo watched Tang Jin's departing figure and the increasingly dense black death aura emanating from him, and secretly felt a pang of regret. That incident was a carefully planned accident on his part. He wanted to take advantage of Su Yunru's fall, then pretend to be a miracle doctor to help her, and naturally make contact with her. Unexpectedly, Tang Jin's body was even stronger than he had imagined, and he did not fall ill on the spot. The opportunity was missed. Ibo, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Su Yunru's pretty face turned pale, thinking that she had caused trouble, and her voice was trembling with tears. She only felt something trip her up, and then her body flew out uncontrollably. It's okay, it's not your fault. Chen Mo patted her hand reassuringly, but his gaze fell on Xiao Fan, the chosen one, who was watching them with a gloating expression not far away. That was definitely not an accident. The gambling hall was bustling with people, but the floor was spotless. How could Su Yunru, who was wearing flat evening shoes, have fallen for no reason? The only explanation is that Xiao Fan, that bastard, used some unknown means to trip him up in secret. He didn't want to come into contact with Tang Jin. You little rascal, you dare to play dirty tricks on me. Chen Mo sneered inwardly. Since you don't want me to be comfortable, then I'm even more determined to seize your opportunity. It's too noisy here, it's bad luck. Chen Mo pulled Su Yunru along and turned to leave. Let's go over there and see if we can change our luck. He pointed to the other side of the hall, to a relatively quiet but clearly more upscale area. That was the booth for top-quality raw stones, and the onlookers were all important figures of extraordinary status. Zheng Peng and Xiao Fan followed, still looking ready to spend lavishly on their goddess at any moment. As soon as Chen Mo entered that area, his gaze was drawn to a master who was selecting raw stones. The master was about 50 years old, with a goatee, wearing a tang suit, and several jade thumb rings on his hands. He was holding a powerful flashlight and carefully shining it on a rough stone priced at 8 million. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing, clearly someone who had long held a high position. "Master Han, what do you think of this piece of jade?" the middle-aged man asked politely. The man with the goatee, known as Master Han, stroked his beard, a confident expression on his face. "President Feng, please rest assured. This piece of jade has a tight outer skin, even sand grains, a python-like band around the waist, and faint pine flower patterns. It's definitely a good piece. I'm certain that it contains high-grade ice. It might even be glass type." His words were spoken with absolute certainty, brimming with the confidence of an expert. Those around him nodded in agreement, expressing their admiration for Master Han's discerning eye. As expected of the #1 expert in jade gambling in Jiangnan, Master Han's eye is truly sharp. Yes, at last year's jade gambling convention, Master Han cut a stone and made a profit of 100 million yuan, making him famous throughout Jiangnan. However, just when everyone was full of anticipation for this stone, a discordant sound rose and fell, faintly echoing. "Well." A long sigh, filled with pity and regret, sounded particularly clear in the quiet exhibition area. The crowd looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man with white hair, dressed in an ordinary Zhongshan suit, standing outside the crowd, shaking his head with regret on his face. It was Chen Mo. Master Han frowned slightly, but didn't think much of it, assuming it was just some ignorant layman trying to make things mysterious. He turned to Chairman Feng beside him and said, "Chairman Feng, we can take this piece." "Okay, then." Chairman Feng was just about to nod. "Well." Another sigh, longer and more regretful than before, rang out once more. This time, Master Han's expression turned rather unpleasant. He glared at Chen Mo fiercely, then suppressed his displeasure and pointed the flashlight at another rough stone next to him, priced at 12 million. "Chairman Feng, this one is also good. It's a typical Mashisha mining area, with a very strong sense of sand removal, so the water content is definitely high." He had barely finished speaking. "Well." A third sigh followed. This time, the sigh even carried a hint of heartache and disappointment at the lack of progress. Things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. Master Han's anger flared up instantly. He suddenly turned around and slammed the powerful flashlight in his hand heavily onto the rock with a smack. He pointed at Chen Mo's nose, his eyes wide with anger, almost spitting fire. "Old man. Why the hell are you sighing for no reason? I'm here picking out stones, and you're just standing there sighing and complaining. What's the meaning of that? Are you deliberately trying to cause trouble?" Chapter 77, Let's Get Interactive, Brothers, saw a precipitous drop in readership. Master Han's roar was like a thunderclap from a clear sky, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the entire exhibition area. Countless gazes focused on Chen Mo, the culprit. Being publicly berated by a highly respected jade gambling master in the Jiangnan region would probably terrify anyone. However, there was no trace of panic on Chen Mo's face. He looked at Master Han, who was so angry he was puffing out his beard and glaring at him, but instead showed an expression of utter innocence, even a little grievance. "Master, what you're saying is a bit unreasonable." Chen Mo shrugged and said slowly. "I'm standing here watching you choose stones. You choose yours, I'll sigh. What's it to you?" "You." Master Han was so choked by his self-righteous answer that he almost couldn't catch his breath. "You're talking nonsense. You're clearly just causing trouble on purpose." Master Han was so angry that his face turned red. "Every time I choose a piece, you sigh, making me anxious. What are you if not causing trouble?" "Oh? Is that so?" Chen Mo seemed to just realize what was happening. He scratched his head, a look of sudden understanding on his face. That might really be a coincidence. Then, in a compassionate tone, he looked at Master Han and sighed deeply once again. "Well, the main thing is that I'm a kind-hearted person and I can't stand seeing others suffer losses. Who told you to have such poor taste? Every time you're so accurate, you can pick out the worst stone from a pile of stones." I felt sorry for the boss next to you. How much money must he be losing? So I couldn't help but sigh. What did you say?" Chen Mo's words, though spoken casually, were like a resounding slap across Master Han's face. "To say he has poor judgment? Is it true that he only picks up waste rock?" This is an utter disgrace for a jade gambling master who makes a living by his eyesight and is already famous throughout Jiangnan. Master Han is furious. You ignorant old fool. Do you even know what jade gambling is? You're just spouting nonsense here. He pointed at the rough stone he had just chosen, priced at 8 million, and roared, spitting as he spoke. Let me tell you. I, Han, have been playing with stones my whole life. I've handled more jadeite than you've eaten rice. The stones I've chosen have never been wrong. Do you dare to make a bet with me? He was so enraged that he no longer cared about maintaining his composure as a master. All he wanted was to publicly humiliate this ignorant old man. What are we betting on? Chen Mo asked with great interest. Let's bet on this stone. Master Han pointed at the stone, his voice trembling violently with anger. I bet it'll yield high-quality ice. Didn't you say it was a worthless rock? Okay. Let's cut it open and see. If you manage to cut it out, you'll slap yourself 100 times in front of everyone. Then kneel down and kowtow to me to admit your mistake. If I can't cut it out, I admit defeat. I'll slap myself 100 times. That's a pretty ruthless bet. Slap him 100 times, and he'll lose all face. How will he ever be able to stay in the underworld again? Everyone thought that Chen Mo definitely wouldn't dare to accept the offer. Su Yunru was also anxious. She quickly tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve and whispered, Uncle Yi, don't gamble with him. Let's go. Although she believed Chen Mo was omnipotent, the world of jade gambling was too murky. It relied entirely on luck and experience, and what if she lost? However, Chen Mo acted as if he hadn't heard. He looked at Master Han and smiled. 100 times? That's too few, it's boring. He held up one finger and slowly shook it. If you're going to gamble, gamble big. The stakes are multiplied tenfold. 1,000 bets. Furthermore, whoever loses will give all the stones that have been unearthed here today to the other. Do you dare? Hiss. A collective gasp filled the hall. Everyone was looking at Chen Mo as if he were crazy. This old man has really gone mad. 1,000 slaps. That's not just slapping in the face, that's smashing your face to pieces. And we have to throw away all the stones that were unearthed today? This bet is at least in the hundreds of millions. Master Han was also stunned by Chen Mo's crazy energy. But then he thought again. He had been famous for many years and was very experienced, while the other party was just an ordinary-looking old man. Why should he bet with him? He's definitely bluffing, trying to scare me off. Thinking this through, Master Han steeled his resolve, gritted his teeth, and roared, Fine. Let's bet. Who's afraid of who? Today, I'll show you, you old codger, what it means to be arrogant and domineering. The bet is set. Everyone crowded around, ready to watch this epic gamble. Su Yunru was so anxious she was about to cry. Uncle Yi, you really know how to gamble on stones? Chen Mo turned his head and looked at her touching appearance, which was on the verge of tears, and gave her a reassuring smile. He said casually, Jade gambling? I know a little bit about it. I was just at the library a couple of days ago, flipping through a few pages of books on this subject. Puff. Those around him nearly coughed up blood upon hearing this. After reading just a few pages of a book, you dare to gamble your life and fortune with the top healer in Jiangnan? This old man is either crazy or a complete idiot. Zheng Peng also looked worried. He felt that the master had gone a bit too far today, and if he messed up, it would be hard to clean up the mess. Only Xiao Fan stood at the back of the crowd, a cold smile playing on his lips. In his view, this old man who was oblivious to his own mortality was doomed to die today. Soon, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the professional stonecutter lifted the huge rough stone onto the cutting machine. Bass. A screeching sound rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. Everyone's heart was in their throat. With the first cut, I steadily made my way down the line drawn by Master Han. With a snap, a thick piece of stone was cut off. The stonecutter quickly used a water hose to spray the scalding hot cut surface. The next second. It's green! It's green! A wildly joyful cry erupted from the crowd. On the cut surface that had been washed by water, a vibrant and dazzling green, so green it seemed to drip with water, instantly caught everyone's eye. Moreover, the green color is crystal clear and has excellent luster, clearly indicating that it is a very high-quality icy jadeite. It's gone up. It's gone up a lot. My God. This area is huge. It's worth at least 30 million. Master Han is awesome. Master Han is mighty. The scene instantly erupted in cheers. Everyone looked at Chen Mo with the same eyes they had for a dead man. Master Han was extremely pleased with himself. He laughed loudly, his face flushed with excitement, filled with arrogance and disdain. Old man. Did you see that? That's real power. Now, what do you have to say? Get ready, stick your face out. Su Yunru's face turned deathly pale instantly. Looking at that blinding green, she felt like the sky was about to fall. It's over, it's really over. Just when everyone thought Chen Mo was doomed to lose. Chen Mo's face, however, still wore that calm and composed smile. He even nodded to the stone-cutting master and said with a smile, "Master, don't stop. Keep cutting. This is nothing. P.S. Guys, give me some motivation. If this keeps up, I'm about to run out of writing." Chapter 78, showing off a little skill. Continue cutting? Master Han's maniacal laughter suddenly froze. He looked at Chen Mo as if he were a fool and sneered, "Old man, you're about to die, and you're still being stubborn? Such a large expanse of vibrant green, with such abundant water, it's already swollen. If we cut any further, will we be able to create any patterns?" Those around him shook their heads, feeling that Chen Mo was making a last-ditch effort. "Yes, let's stop while we're ahead. If we keep cutting and accidentally damage the flesh inside, we'll lose a lot of money. This old man, if he can't accept defeat, he should just say so. Why bother?" Chen Mo completely ignored their comments. He simply looked at the stone-cutting master and spoke again in a low voice. "Master, please, cut me in half again." The stone-cutting master hesitated for a moment, glancing at Master Han. Master Han snorted coldly and waved his hand. "Cut it. Cut it for him. I'd like to see what other tricks he can pull. Today, I'll make him admit defeat wholeheartedly." Having received permission, the stonecutter no longer hesitated. He restarted the machine, aimed it at the rough stone that had revealed a tempting patch of green, and cut it in half from the middle. Base. The ear-piercing cutting sound rang out again. All eyes were fixed on the rapidly spinning cutting disc. What will be the outcome this time? Is it the continued extension of green that doubles the value of this stone? Still. Snap. With a crisp sound, the huge raw stone was split in two. The stonecutter quickly used a water hose to rinse the cut surface again. The mist dissipated. When the scene on the cut surface is clearly presented to everyone, the entire Jade gambling hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open, like copper bells. Its mouth was open unconsciously, so wide that it could almost fit an egg inside. What did they see? On the cut surface that had been divided in two, everything was grayish-white. Apart from the edges, there is still about a finger's thickness of the previously cut-out piece of bright green. Inside the stone was nothing but the cheapest, grayish-white dog poop. It's green on the skin. It is the most deceptive and despair-inducing type of jade gambling, skin-reliant green. That 30 million yuan icy green jadeite actually only had a thin layer. It looked like a green sticker, carefully affixed to the surface of this piece of waste rock. How is this possible? The smugness and arrogance on Master Han's face froze completely in that instant. He was as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His wide-open eyes were filled with disbelief, horror, and fear. He doesn't believe it. He absolutely refused to believe it. Having dominated the jade gambling industry for decades and hailed as the #1 expert in Jiangnan, how could I possibly be mistaken? And it's so ridiculously wrong. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Master Han rushed forward as if he had gone mad, shoving the stone-cutting master aside. He grabbed the hose and frantically rinsed the two cut surfaces, as if trying to wash away the gray-white expanse that filled him with despair. However, no matter how hard he tried, that grayish-white area remained grayish-white. That thin layer of green seemed to be mercilessly mocking his ignorance and stupidity. It's collapsed, it really has collapsed. My God, this plot twist is so exciting. Damn it. 8 million worth of material, and it only cost a few tens of thousands in labor costs. We've lost everything. That old gentleman, he was right. He actually figured it out. A burst of incredible exclamations erupted from the crowd. All eyes were once again focused on Chen Mo. This time, their eyes were no longer filled with mockery and contempt, but with awe, shock, and fervor. Su Yunru's heart, which had sunk to the bottom, was suddenly soared to the clouds by a tremendous surge of joy. She gazed at Chen Mo with eyes full of adoration and love. My Yi-Bo is indeed omnipotent. Now, what else do you have to say? Chen Mo walked up to Master Han, who was completely distraught, and asked indifferently. Master Han trembled and suddenly raised his head. He looked at Chen Mo's calm face, a final flash of madness in his eyes. I don't believe it. I still don't believe it. Unless you can also find a good piece of jade. If you're so capable, go pick one yourself. If you can turn it green, I, Han, will kneel down before you right now. He was trying to provoke Chen Mo into making a move. Whenever Chen Mo makes a move, there will always be times when he fails. If he loses just once, I can regain all the face I lost today. However, he miscalculated. Chen Mo looked at his sore loser face and just smiled disdainfully. As you wish. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the waste area piled up like a mountain. There, piles of stones were leftovers or, judging from their appearance, were practically impossible to find any green. Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Chen Mo activated his heavenly eye. In an instant, the world before his eyes changed once again. Those stones that looked dull and gray to outsiders presented a completely different scene in his eyes. Yes, the interior is deathly silent and devoid of any luster. Some emitted a faint white light. Some of them were radiating a dazzling light that even startled him. A confident smile appeared on Chen Mo's lips. He didn't use any tools, and he didn't even glance at them. He simply walked over as if he were taking a stroll in his own backyard, and then pointed casually. This one. It was a black and ugly stone that looked like horse manure, and it was the least favored black jade stone among rough stones. The crowd erupted in uproar. No way? You chose this one? This thing can actually produce green? He's gone mad. This old man is absolutely insane. However, Chen Mo remained unmoved and pointed to another stone next to him, which was covered in cracks and looked like it could break at any moment. And this one too. Finally, his finger landed on a piece of blind spot jade, only the size of a basketball, with a smooth surface like a pebble and no other characteristics of a gambling stone. These 3 pieces will do. Chen Mo clapped his hands, looking completely nonchalant. Cut them all together. Everyone in the know at the scene was practically bursting with laughter. These 3 pieces are 100% worthless stones no matter which angle you look at them from. Forget about getting any green, if you can even get a little bit of water from the cut, that's considered a blessing from your ancestors. When Master Han saw the 3 stones Chen Mo had chosen, a trace of color instantly returned to his pale face. He could almost see Chen Mo collapse, kneeling before him, weeping bitterly. Okay. Cut it. Cut it as fast as you can. He shouted impatiently at the stone-cutting master. The stone-cutting master also thought the old man was joking, but he still did as he was told and put the least favored black jade stone onto the cutting machine. 1 slash. Water pipe flushing. The moment the cross-section is revealed. Boom. The entire hall seemed to have been hit by a bombshell. In that instant, everyone's mind went completely blank. On the dark and ugly cut surface, there was a rich, emerald green color that was so intense it seemed impossible to dissolve, radiating a regal, domineering, and mysterious luster. Dragon. Dragon stone seed? A seasoned player with extensive experience roared out in a trembling voice. It's a dragon stone, a rare and elusive species. The entire audience went absolutely wild. However, this is only the beginning. Before everyone could recover from the shock of the dragon stone seed, the second piece, that piece of waste rock covered in cracks, was cut open. On the cut surface, there was a pure, flawless, crystal clear scene, like 10,000 years of ice, which made everyone's breath catch in their throats. Pure ice jade. Pure ice jade without a single impurity. If we say that the dragon stone is the emperor, that pure ice jade is like a fairy who doesn't eat the food of mortals. The combined value of these 2 pieces of jade is an astronomical figure that cannot be estimated. The atmosphere at the scene had reached its peak of fervor. Everyone looked at Chen Mo with the eyes of someone looking up to a god. Chen Mo simply gestured to the stone-cutting master. Cut the 3rd piece. All eyes were focused on the small piece of blindfold material that was only the size of a basketball. The first 2 pieces are already legendary top-quality items. Can this last piece still create a miracle? Start the cutting machine again. Everyone held their breath. when that stone was carefully split in half. There was no glaring green light. It also lacks the crystalline clarity of ice. The cut surface is transparent. It's like the purest, most perfect crystal. However, right at the center of that transparent crystal, a wisp of green, about the size of a thumb, was floating quietly. That green was so pure, so rich, so domineering. It seemed to have a life of its own, absorbing all the light around it. Against that backdrop of green, the whole world seemed to lose its color. Time stood still at that moment. Space itself seemed to freeze at that moment. A full half-minute passed. The veteran player, who was almost fainting from excitement, finally mustered all his strength and let out the most hysterical shout of his life. Glassy, glassy, Imperial Green. It's the legendary, glass-type Imperial Green Jadeite. Boom! The crowd completely rioted. Everyone went crazy and rushed toward the rock, eager to witness this legendary miracle with their own eyes. Chen Mo, the instigator, simply stood with his hands behind his back, a nonchalant smile on his face. He turned his head and looked at Master Han, who was completely dumbfounded and collapsed on the ground like a lump of mud. Master Han's crotch was wet. This so-called #1 healer in Jiangnan was actually scared to death. His lips trembled as he looked at Chen Mo, his eyes filled with endless fear and despair. You're not human, you're a ghost, you're a god. He was no longer as arrogant as before, and scrambled to escape this nightmare place that he would never forget. But he had only climbed 2 steps. A tall, imposing figure with an extraordinary bearing stood in front of him. The person who arrived was none other than Feng Qian, the president of the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce, who had witnessed everything from beginning to end. Feng Qian didn't even glance at the muddy puddle on the ground. He walked straight up to Chen Mo, his face filled with unprecedented admiration and excitement. Without saying a word, he bowed deeply to Chen Mo. Chapter 79 Intercepting Connections. Feng Qian's deep 90-degree bow instantly silenced the already noisy hall. Everyone stared in utter shock at what they were seeing. That's Feng Qian. He is a pillar of the business community in the entire Jiangnan region. He is the president of the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce, whose every stomp of his foot can make the entire Jiangnan business community tremble. In terms of wealth and status, he belongs to the very top tier of the pyramid. At this moment, he actually bowed so deeply to a white-haired old man wearing an ordinary Zhongshan suit? Who exactly is this old man? Feng Qian, however, paid no attention to the gazes of those around him. He straightened up and looked at Chen Mo, his face, which exuded an air of authority without anger, filled with heartfelt respect and admiration. Sir, your skill is divine. I, Feng, am utterly impressed. His voice was loud and sincere, full of respect for the throne. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, I would hardly believe that such unfathomable and extraordinary abilities as yours exist in this world. Chen Mo simply smiled faintly, maintaining his air of superiority. A trivial skill, not worth mentioning. No. This is by no means a trivial skill. Feng Qian's attitude became increasingly respectful. He glanced at Su Yunru behind Chen Mo, who had been standing quietly the whole time, but whose beautiful eyes were filled with admiration and love. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This young lady looks familiar. Oh. I remember now. Feng Qian slapped his forehead, a delighted smile spreading across his face. You must be Su Yunru, the second young lady of the Su family? My daughter, Feng Baobao, is your best friend. I've seen your picture before. He pointed at Su Yunru, then looked at Chen Mo, and tentatively asked, then this old gentleman, could he be? Su Yunru never expected to run into her best friend's father here. She quickly and politely replied, Hello, Uncle Feng, I am Su Yunru. This is Uncle Yi, an elder in our family. Yi Bo? Feng Qian silently repeated the address in his mind, then smiled even more enthusiastically at Chen Mo. With this relationship established, the distance between the two parties was instantly shortened. So it turns out the flood washed away the Dragon King Temple, we're all one family. Feng Qian burst into laughter, and he held Chen Mo's hand affectionately. Brother Yi. Since you are Ro's elder, then you are also my elder, Feng Qian's elder. From now on, please don't call me Chairman Feng anymore, just call me Little Feng. His words nearly made the eyes of the wealthy businessmen and celebrities around him pop out. Would the president of the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce call you Little Feng? That's giving them way too much face. Chen Mo chuckled inwardly, knowing that he had successfully snatched this connection today. In the original storyline, it was at this jade gambling event that Xiao Fan cut out the dragon stone, which attracted Feng Qian's attention. He then represented the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce to participate in a higher-level jade gambling event, becoming famous overnight and completely controlling the jade industry in Jiangnan. But now, this immense wealth and this vast network of connections have all become Chen Mo's possession. Looking at the chosen one in the distance, whose face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water, Chen Mo felt incredibly pleased. You think you can mess with me? You're still too green. Next, it's time to fulfill the bet. Master Han, who was so frightened that he wet himself, didn't dare to utter a single word under Feng Qian's pressure. Trembling, he transferred all the tens of millions of yuan worth of items he had just won to Chen Mo. As for the 1,000 slaps, Chen Mo mercifully forgave him. After all, there's no point in smashing his face. The most satisfying thing is to destroy someone's spirit. From today onwards, this #1 healer of Jiangnan has been completely removed from the medical profession. Having settled everything, Feng Qian once again extended a warm invitation. Brothery, there will be an Asian-level jade gambling conference in Hong Kong Island in half a month. At that time, top jade gamblers from all over Asia will gather together. That will be a true battle of titans. He looked at Chen Mo, his eyes filled with expectation and sincerity. On behalf of the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce, I would like to formally invite you to represent us in this conference. As for the compensation, don't worry. Feng Qian held up one finger. Appearance fee, 10 million. Furthermore, all the rough stones you see at the conference will be purchased with funds from our Chamber of Commerce. All the jadeite that is extracted from them, regardless of its value, will belong to you personally. Our Chamber of Commerce will not charge a single penny. Hiss. The condition offered by Feng Qian drove everyone present completely crazy. This is no longer just generous. This is like a windfall. They're practically forcing money into your pocket. This means that Chen Mo only needs to go to the site, move his finger, and point to a few stones to obtain hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars in wealth out of thin air. Is there anything more exhilarating than this in the world? Chen Mo knew that Feng Qian was trying to curry favor with him and was also making an investment. Of course he wouldn't refuse. Alright, since Chairman Feng is so hospitable, then this old man will accept it without hesitation. Chen Mo smiled and agreed. That's great. That's great. Feng Qian was so excited that his face was flushed. He could almost see the glorious scene of the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce's flag flying all over the Asian jade industry under the leadership of Chen Mo, this divine being. Brother E. Tonight it's my treat. We'll drink until we drop. I'll have the hotel prepare the most luxurious banquet right away. Feng Qian pulled Chen Mo along, heading towards the hotel's private room. Su Yunru followed behind, her heart filled with joy. Today, her Yi-Bo has once again created a miracle. The love and admiration in her heart had become so intense that it was beyond measure. However, just as everyone was immersed in this joy and excitement, an unexpected change occurred. Feng Qian, who was walking at the front, suddenly swayed violently without warning. His steps became unsteady. President Feng? What's wrong? His assistant quickly helped him up. Feng Qian's face instantly lost all color, turning ashen. Veins bulged on his forehead, and large beads of cold sweat streamed down his face. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only a hoarse, bellows-like sound came from his throat. Immediately afterwards, his eyes rolled back suddenly, and he spat out a mouthful of white foam. His whole body felt like a noodle with its bones removed. His legs gave way, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Bang! A muffled thud. This business tycoon, who was just moments before full of vigor and ready to make great strides, now lay on the ground like a dead dog, convulsing and unconscious. President! Uncle Feng! The scene instantly descended into complete chaos. Only Chen Mo stood still, his face showing no surprise whatsoever. His gaze fell on Feng Qian's face, which was beginning to darken. A knowing glint flashed in his deep eyes. They've arrived. What was bound to happen has finally happened. The Black Death aura that clung to him had come true. Chapter 80 needs to be taken a step further. Quick! Call an ambulance. Bring the chairman's medicine. Quickly! Feng Qian's bodyguards and assistants were instantly thrown into disarray. They were in a flurry of activity. Some were making phone calls, some were searching for medicine bottles, and some were even trying to use the folk remedy of pinching the philtrum for first aid. However, all of this was in vain. Feng Qian lay on the cold floor, his body convulsing less and less. His breathing became increasingly weak. That already ashen face now took on an ominous bluish-black hue. It looks like he's about to die. Uncle Feng! Uncle Feng, wake up! Su Yunru rushed over. Seeing her best friend's father on the verge of death in front of her, the kind-hearted girl was so anxious that tears streamed down her face. She shook Feng Qian's body desperately, but he didn't react at all. Despair instantly enveloped her heart. Just then, she suddenly remembered something. As if grasping at the last straw, she turned around abruptly and rushed to Chen Mo's side. She knelt down before Chen Mo with a plop. She gripped Chen Mo's hand tightly, her eyes, already red and swollen from crying, filled with pleading and hope. Uncle Yi. Please. Please save Uncle Feng. Don't you know medicine? You can even bring people back to life. You must have a way, right? Please. She cried as she kowtowed to Chen Mo, her fair and smooth forehead quickly leaving a red mark on the hard marble floor. Chen Mo looked at her tearful, pitiful appearance and felt a secret pleasure in his heart, but his face immediately changed to an extremely difficult and sorrowful expression. He let out a long, long sigh. Then, he reached out and helped Su Yunru up. Girl, get up first. His voice was incredibly heavy. It's not that I don't want to save them. However, Chairman Feng is not suffering from an ordinary illness, but from an extremely insidious and vicious black magic. That black energy has already invaded his internal organs and is frantically devouring his life force. Chen Mo pointed to the swirling black mist on Feng Qian's body, a mist that only he could see. There is only one way to save him. What method? Su Yunru's eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked eagerly. Use my ancestral poison drawing golden needle. Chen Mo's expression turned extremely serious. This acupuncture technique can draw out all the deadly poisons and evil energy from his body. But he abruptly changed the subject, his face becoming unusually solemn. These highly toxic substances must have an outlet. And the one who administers the acupuncture is the only way out. In other words, if I want to save him, I must transfer all the deadly poison from his body to my own. What? Upon hearing this, Su Yunru's delicate body trembled violently, and her already pale face turned ashen white in an instant. To draw all the deadly poison into oneself? Then Yi Bo, wouldn't he die? No. Absolutely not. Without even thinking, Su Yunru shook her head vigorously. Uncle Yi, you can't do this. You've already sacrificed your lifespan to save others, I can't let you risk your life for me, for Uncle Feng. She was forced to kill her savior and the man she had secretly fallen for in order to save her best friend's father. She can't do it. Then we won't try to save him. We'll wait for the ambulance. Su Yunru's voice was trembling violently. Seeing her intense reaction, Chen Mo knew that the time was almost right. He once again used his trump card, a strategic retreat. On his face was a complex expression that was both extremely difficult and resolute. Silly girl, doctors have the hearts of parents. How could I stand by and watch someone die? I'm just an old man, I'll live one day at a time. If I can exchange my remaining life for Chairman Feng's life, then it's worth it. His words were so righteous and awe-inspiring, so selfless and courageous. After saying that, he pushed Su Yunru aside and made a move to step forward and administer acupuncture. No. Yi Bo. No. At this moment, Su Yunru's psychological defenses were completely shattered. Guilt, emotion, admiration, reluctance to part. A flood of complex emotions overwhelmed her reason in an instant. She suddenly grabbed Chen Mo from behind and hugged him tightly around the waist, crying out. Yi Bo. There must be another way. There must be. She suddenly remembered Chen Mo's miraculous health-preserving exercises. By the way, Uncle Yi, that cultivation method. Isn't it supposed to harmonize yin and yang and replenish yang energy? Once you draw the poison to yourself, I'll help you detoxify using that method, okay? She spoke as if she were talking to herself, or as if she were begging for Chen Mo's approval. Chen Mo turned around, looked at her beautiful face streaked with tears, and sighed heavily once again. Sigh, girl, you're thinking too simply. This poison is no ordinary matter. It's 100 times, 1,000 times more serious than the last time it shortened my lifespan. The previous superficial treatment that only helped to unblock your meridians is no longer completely insufficient. His voice was extremely low, filled with a kind of devilish allure. There is only one way to completely eradicate this insidious poison that has invaded my bone marrow and saved my life. Then, that is, we must go further. Chen Mo's gaze became incredibly pure and incredibly professional. He looked at Su Yunro and spoke each word clearly. We must engage in genuine, unreserved yin-yang union, but completely merge the most primordial and purest original yin qi within your body with the primordial yang qi within my body, to achieve the highest realm of perfect harmony and unity of spirit and flesh. Only in this way can the deadly poison in my body be completely purified. Su Yunru's mind went blank with a buzz. She stood there blankly, her beautiful face drained of color. The true union of yin and yang? A perfect blend? That's a girl's most precious thing. Should we hand it over to an old man we've only known for less than half a month? Although she was filled with admiration and love for him. But this is too fast. She was experiencing an extremely intense internal struggle. On one side is the life of her best friend's father, and on the other is the life of her benefactor. On the other side was the bottom line that he had held on to for over 20 years. Seeing her internal struggle, Chen Mo knew that one last spark was needed. He shoved Su Yunru away abruptly, his face once again displaying that tragic expression of the wind howls, the Yi river is cold, the hero departs, never to return. So be it. So be it. Yunru, don't be troubled. This is my own choice, and it has nothing to do with you. I can't ruin your reputation just to save my own life. Just pretend I never mentioned this. After saying that, he resolutely walked towards Feng Qian, who was already on the verge of death. His back view was desolate yet resolute. No. As Su Yunru watched Chen Mo's selfless figure disappear into the distance, the last thread in her heart snapped completely. Tears welled up in my eyes again. What a noble and great person he was. I'd rather die than suffer the slightest injustice. And yet, I was still hesitating. Still clinging to my ridiculous sense of self-restraint. I was so selfish. I was such a terrible person. I do. Bo. I do. Su Yunru suddenly chased after him and hugged Chen Mo tightly around the waist from behind again. She pressed her face tightly against Chen Mo's broad and warm back, and cried out with all her might. I'm willing to do anything. Her voice trembled violently with excitement, yet it was filled with an unprecedented firmness. As long as it can save lives. As long as it can save your life. She raised her face, which was streaked with tears yet breathtakingly beautiful, and looked at Chen Mo with teary eyes. I promise you. Once you've healed Uncle Feng, I'll follow you. Chapter 81. Tonight at midnight, wait for me in the room. I'm willing. Uncle E. I'm willing. As long as it can save people. As long as it can save your life. I'm willing to do anything. Su Yunru's voice, tinged with tears yet incredibly resolute, echoed clearly in the noisy gambling hall. She clung tightly to Chen Mo from behind, as if letting go would cause the man before her to vanish into thin air. Chen Mo felt incredibly relieved. Good girl, I haven't spoiled you for nothing. This charging for love was a stroke of genius. He could clearly feel the system notifications in his mind going off like crazy because he had stolen the chosen one's moment of glory. But right now, he had to play his part perfectly. He turned around and looked at the gentle beauty who was now completely under his control, her face still bearing that righteous and awe-inspiring tragic expression, her voice hoarse, filled with emotion and unbearable pity. Silly girl, why are you doing this to yourself? He weakly raised his hand, wanting to wipe away Su Yunru's tears, but as if powerless, his hand swayed in mid-air before falling limply to his side. This superb acting of a hero in his twilight years sacrificing himself for love moved Zheng Peng beside him and the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room to tears. What, Master E, you are truly a god. You were willing to sacrifice yourself to save a complete stranger. Goddess Ro Ro is a woman of deep feeling. This affection is so great. This is true love. I can't help it, even I, a grown man, cried. This plot is more touching than any idol drama I've ever watched. Only Xiao Fan, standing at the back of the crowd, watched this scene with his brows furrowed tightly into a deep frown. Something's not right, something's really not right. This old man remained remarkably calm and composed throughout. Even a true master wouldn't be so composed in a life or death situation unless it was all an act. A thought that shocked even himself suddenly flashed through Xiao Fan's mind. This old man, from the very beginning, his target was Su Yunru. He did everything to gain Su Yunru's sympathy and trust, and his ultimate goal was to possess her. Thinking of this, a cold killing intent flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. No! We absolutely cannot let him succeed. Yunro is so innocent and kind, how can she be defiled by this hypocritical old swindler? Xiao Fan was just about to step forward and expose Chen Mo's scheme. Chen Mo, however, seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, giving him no chance whatsoever. He gave Su Yunru an incredibly weak yet incredibly gratified smile. All right, good girl. Since you are so filial, no, so loving, then this old man will risk my life and defy fate one more time. After saying that, he ignored everyone and strode over to Feng Qian, who was on the verge of death. Get out of the way. Chen Mo gave a low shout, his voice not loud, but filled with undeniable authority. The flustered bodyguards and assistants seemed to be frozen in place, instinctively making way for him. Chen Mo took out the ancient wooden box containing Hua Tuo's golden needles from his pocket once again. He opened the wooden box, revealing 9 gold needles that gleamed with a mysterious and unsettling luster under the light. Yunru, come here. Chen Mo beckoned to Su Yunru. Su Yunru quickly wiped away her tears and walked over, her face filled with tension and worry. Wait a moment, I need to expend a lot of energy and spirit when I perform acupuncture. Chen Mo's voice was very low, full of professional seriousness. He had to put on a good show in front of Xiao Fan, a medical expert. I just forcibly used the poison drawing golden needle technique, and I'm already exhausted. Now, if I want to use the even more mentally taxing 9 revolutions rejuvenation again, I need external assistance. He looked at Su Yunru, his eyes becoming incredibly pure and incredibly professional. You stand behind me and place your hands on my Mingmen acupoint on the back of my head. Remember, keep your mind clear and gently transfer your qi to me to help me calm my mind. He was obviously talking nonsense. With his current internal strength, saving an ordinary person under a curse would be effortless. He was doing this purely to gain an advantage, and incidentally, to pave the way for the in-depth treatment later, and to make his actions seem more reasonable in the eyes of Xiao Fan, a professional. Okay. Su Yunru had no idea about his ulterior motives. She just thought it was a necessary procedure for saving people and agreed without thinking. She went around behind Chen Mo and, imitating the way martial arts masters pass on their skills in TV dramas, stretched out her soft, jade-like hands and gently placed them on Chen Mo's broad back through his thin Zhongshan suit. It was burning hot to the touch. The strong muscles and steady heartbeat made her blush, but a sense of security she had never felt before welled up inside her. Chen Mo felt the 2 incredibly soft mounds on his back, and the uniquely warm and smooth touch of a young girl, and felt a surge of pleasure. Good girl, so moist. This interest was well worth it. He took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, and picked up the longest gold needle. Watch closely, this acupuncture technique is called 9 revolutions to rejuvenate the soul, guiding the poison back to its origin. He muttered incantations, but his hands moved with lightning speed. The first needle was inserted into the Yintang acupoint between Feng Qian's eyebrows. The second needle was inserted into the Shanzhong acupoint on his chest. The third needle was inserted into the Qihai acupoint in his dantian. In his hands, the 9 golden needles seemed to transform into 9 golden dragons, forming an extremely profound array around the 9 major acupoints on Feng Qian's body. When the last golden needle fell, Chen Mo pointed his fingers like a sword and roared. Lead! His internal energy surged wildly into the 9 golden needles like a flood bursting its banks. A miracle has happened again. Then, the ends of the 9 golden needles began to vibrate rapidly again. Visible streams of cold, malevolent energy, resembling black smoke, were forcibly extracted from Feng Qian's body along the 9 golden needles. The black mist swirled and condensed in the air, emitting a terrifying hissing sound, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Finally, as if finding an outlet, the black mist suddenly plunged into Chen Mo's body. Chen Mo's body trembled violently. His face, at a speed visible to the naked eye, rapidly changed from rosy to pale, and finally turned into a terrifying bluish black. Puff! A mouthful of black, poisonous blood gushed out of his mouth. His aura instantly weakened, and his body swayed precariously, as if he might collapse at any moment. Uncle E. Su Yunru, who was behind him, was so frightened that she turned pale and quickly helped him up. As the poisoned blood was drawn out, Feng Qian, lying on the ground, miraculously regained his rosy complexion, which had been bluish-black. His breathing, which had been weak, became steady and strong. He was about to wake up. Go quickly. Chen Mo leaned against Su Yunru's soft embrace, speaking in a weak, broken voice. This poison is too potent, it has already invaded my heart meridian. I must go back immediately, set up the 7-star life-sustaining altar, and then, before midnight, perform the final treatment with you, otherwise even a god couldn't save you. His words were sincere and heartfelt, filled with a sense of urgency and crisis. Su Yunru dared not have the slightest doubt or hesitation. Now, she had only one thought in her mind: save him. She had to save him. At any cost. She ignored the shocked and grateful gazes behind her, and she also ignored Xiao Fan, whose face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. With her frail shoulders supporting Chen Mo's heavy body, she used all her strength to move step by step, with great difficulty, towards the hotel exit. Her back view was filled with the tragic grandeur and resolute determination of sacrificing oneself for love. Chen Mo leaned against Su Yunru's chest, inhaling her refreshing fragrance and feeling her amazing softness. His heart was filled with joy. Girl, don't rush. Tonight, there's plenty of time for you to properly repay me. P.S. Writing a book is not easy for a young woman, so please don't mind the incorrect settings in the text. It's my fault. As long as you enjoy reading it, that's all that matters. Chapter 82. My man, you dare touch him? Master E. Please wait. Just as Chen Mo, supported by Su Yunru, was about to leave the gambling stone hall, a hurried shout came from behind. It was Feng Qian, the president of the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce, who had just escaped death and been saved by Chen Mo using the poison-guiding golden needle. He had already sat up with the help of his family. Although he was still a little weak, his spirits were exceptionally high, and his face was rosy. There was no trace of his previous sickness. Looking at Chen Mo, who was severely poisoned, with a bluish-black face and looked like he could die at any moment, he was filled with endless gratitude and guilt. Brother E. You did this to save me. Feng Qian's eyes were red. He struggled to stand up and kowtow to Chen Mo to express his gratitude, but his family members held him down tightly. Someone! Quick! Get me the checks! Feng Qian shouted at his assistant. Soon, a signed check for 10 million yuan in cash and several black gold cards representing top-tier consumer venues in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions were respectfully handed to Su Yunru. Sister-in-law. Oh no, young lady. Feng Qian's assistant looked at Su Yunru with utmost respect. This is a small token of our chairman's appreciation. Please accept it. Furthermore, our chairman has said that from today onwards, Master E will be the most honored guest of our Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Throughout the entire Jiangxia region, if there is any need, just say the word, and the entire Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce will go through fire and water without hesitation. Su Yunru had no time to care about anything else. Her mind was entirely focused on Chen Mo's safety. She simply nodded haphazardly, accepted the heavy gift, and wanted to leave with Chen Mo as soon as possible. Li Jitian, the richest man in the province, also walked over quickly with his resurrected father. Master E. Why did you do this? Li Jitian was deeply moved by Chen Mo's selfless act. Without saying a word, he presented him with a check for 20 million and a pure gold token representing the Li family's highest-ranking guest. Master! I know you are a reclusive sage who disdains such worldly things. But our Li family must repay this kindness. From now on, as long as you hold this token, you can mobilize all the resources of our Li family throughout the entire southern province. Faced with this snowflake-like thank-you gift, Chen Mo merely waved his hand weakly, indicating to Su Yunru to accept it for him, his face still bearing that air of superiority who regarded money as dirt. He was putting on a show to the very end. Just as Chen Mo was about to walk out of the hall, preparing to go back and enjoy the final treatment he had obtained through sacrificing himself for righteousness, a cold, questioning voice rang out from behind him. Wait a moment. Everyone turned around and saw Xiao Fan, the chosen one, slowly walking out from the crowd. His face showed no gratitude or admiration, but rather a doctor's disdain for quack charlatans. This old gentleman. Xiao Fan's gaze, like two sharp scalpels, fell on Chen Mo, as if trying to see through him from the inside out. I admit, your medical skills are indeed quite remarkable. But... Xiao Fan's tone suddenly changed, his voice rising abruptly, filled with the righteous spirit of a doctor's benevolence. Your poison-drawing method of drawing the patient's toxins into yourself is a completely unorthodox and foolish approach that will harm the enemy 1,000 while damaging yourself 800 times. Not only does it cause great harm to the practitioner, but it also fails to eradicate the toxins from the patient's body, leading to endless troubles. He walked up to Chen Mo, looked down at the weak old man, and spoke in an unquestionable tone. True medical skills emphasize strengthening the body's foundation and treating according to the specific symptoms, not the sensationalist tricks of yours. His words were powerful and resounding, radiating an aura of science and justice. The guests who had just been completely convinced of Chen Mo's abilities now showed expressions of doubt after hearing his story. Yes, this Mr. Xiao seemed to know medicine. What he said seemed to make some sense. Could it be that this Master Yi was really just a charlatan with some unorthodox skills? Seeing the wavering looks in everyone's eyes, Xiao Fan's smile deepened. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted to expose this old swindler's true colors in front of everyone. Then, he would use his miraculous Dragon King medical skill to completely eradicate the remaining poison in Feng Qian's body and neutralize the poison that Chen Mo had transferred to him. In this way, he could not only gain favors from both Feng Qian and the Li family, but also demonstrate his superior strength to Su Yunru, far surpassing that old swindler. Then, wouldn't he be able to pluck this gentle, understanding flower at will? A perfect plan. Xiao Fan looked at Chen Mo with a victor's smile on his face. Sir, your condition is very dangerous. Why don't you let me take a look at you? As he spoke, he reached out, intending to take Chen Mo's pulse and forcibly examine his injuries. This move is ruthless and vicious, cutting off the old man's lifeline. As soon as he touches Chen Mo's pulse, he will immediately find that the old man's pulse is steady and full of energy, showing no signs of poisoning whatsoever. At that time, all the lies will be exposed. Just as Xiao Fan's hand was about to touch Chen Mo's wrist, Chen Mo began to calculate in his mind which move he should use to both conceal his strength and inflict a heavy loss on this reckless brat. However, at that very moment, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It's Su Yunru. This usually gentle and delicate woman from Jiangnan, who would blush even when speaking loudly, was now like a mother lion protecting her cubs, spreading her arms wide and standing firmly in front of Chen Mo. Her eyes were brimming with angry tears. Her stunningly beautiful face was filled with determination and fearlessness. Looking at the chosen one who had once given her a sliver of goodwill but now seemed utterly despicable, she mustered all her strength and roared out. You're not allowed to touch him. Her voice trembled violently with excitement, yet it was filled with an undeniable firmness. You wicked person. Yi Bo became like this to save someone. Instead of being grateful, you're making sarcastic remarks and kicking him when he's down. Do you have any conscience at all? She looked at Xiao Fan with a protective gaze, her eyes cold and full of hostility. You dare touch my man? Boom! The words "my man" resounded like a thunderclap from the heavens. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at Su Yunru and the old man behind her who was weakly panting, as if they were looking at an alien. Xiao Fan's smile froze completely. He felt as if his heart had been branded with a red-hot iron. An indescribable sense of humiliation, anger, and jealousy, like venomous snakes, gnawed at his heart. My man? This woman, whom he had long coveted and considered his own, actually said in front of everyone that this old, ugly, and decrepit man was her man? How is this possible? He felt as if, in an instant, the top of his head had turned into a vast green grassland, like the Hulenberg grassland. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, the instigator, leaned against Su Yunru's soft back, feeling the amazing curves that rose and fell slightly due to anger, and his heart was already overjoyed. Good job, girl. Well done. This charging for love was a stroke of genius. He could even clearly hear the system's frantic notification sound in his mind, as it had stolen the chosen one's moment of glory. Chapter 83. You old rogue, what did you do to my sister? Xiao Fan's face was extremely pale. He felt like a clown, being repeatedly humiliated in public by this old man and the woman he had bewitched. He wanted to explode, to expose the old swindler's true colors on the spot. But he couldn't. Su Yunru's resolute stance of charging for love had completely blocked all his paths. If he continued to pester her, he would only appear more despicable and unreasonable. In everyone's eyes, he was a petty, jealous person who couldn't stand seeing others do well. Good, very good. Xiao Fan squeezed out these 3 words through gritted teeth. He glanced deeply at Su Yunru, who was hiding behind Chen Mo and glaring at him like she was an enemy, and then at the old man leaning against her, weakly panting heavily, but with a barely perceptible smug smile on his lips. He knew that he had lost again today. He had lost miserably. He didn't say another word, but abruptly flung his hand, turned around, and strode away without looking back, amidst the complex gazes of everyone. His retreating figure was filled with desolation and endless resentment. It was already late at night when we returned to the villa at Cloud Peak Resort. Su Yunru's care for Chen Mo was absolutely meticulous. She carefully helped Chen Mo to the sofa in the living room, let him lie down, and thoughtfully placed 2 soft cushions behind him. Then, she served tea and water, and even went to the kitchen herself, busily preparing her best love-filled nourishing soup for Chen Mo. The way she looked at Chen Mo had completely changed. It was no longer the simple admiration and curiosity of before. Instead, it was filled with an intense, overwhelming love, heartache, and a kind of resolute determination, as if she had entrusted everything to this man. She had made up her mind. Tonight, at midnight, she would use her most precious possession to save this great man who was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of all living beings. All of this was witnessed by Su Wanqing, who had just returned from handling official business at the company, exhausted from her journey. Su Wanqing watched her older sister, who was like a dutiful wife, fawning over the old rogue, offering him comfort and serving him tea and water. Watching my sister look at that old rogue, her shy and timid expression, her eyes sparkling with the tender feelings of a young girl in love. Alarm bells rang loudly in Su Wanqing's mind. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. The way my sister looks at Chen Mo is exactly the same as how a young girl in love would look at someone else. It's not just simple admiration anymore. Thinking back to what I saw a few days ago in my car, an ambiguous scene of someone embracing each other around the waist. Thinking back to those days when my sister would inexplicably blush and drift off into a daze. A thought that sent chills down her spine suddenly popped into her mind. Could it be that this shameless old rogue really did something to his innocent and kind sister? Su Wanqing felt as if her blood was about to freeze. She strode over and pulled Su Yunru, who was feeding Chen Mo soup, behind her. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks, she stared intently at Chen Mo on the sofa, who was pretending to drink soup weakly. Her cold eyes were filled with scrutiny and chill. Chen Mo. Explain yourself. Her voice was as cold as ice. What exactly did you do to my sister today? Chen Mo was taken aback by her sudden question. He put down his soup bowl, wiped his mouth, and put on an utterly innocent expression. What could I do to her? Your sister saved my life today. He pointed to his chest and said weakly, I was poisoned while trying to save someone. If it weren't for Yunru being there and using her qi to keep me alive, I would have died long ago. You're talking nonsense. Su Wanqing didn't believe his lies at all. Her gaze, like the most precise scanner, swept back and forth across her sister Su Yunru, trying to find some clues. Sudden. Her gaze froze. She stared intently at Su Yunru's long, slender, snow-white neck. Near her collarbone, in a spot hidden by her hair, was a coin-sized, ambiguous, purplish-red mark. Although it was faint, it was still clearly visible under the bright lights of the villa. Su Wanqing knew exactly what it was. Because on her body, in those more private places, there are also many identical marks of battle. Boom! Su Wanqing's brain felt as if it had been detonated by an atomic bomb. She felt her entire world collapse in that instant. He actually did something to his pure and innocent older sister. Moreover, judging from these marks, they were clearly made today. An indescribable anger, betrayal, and intense jealousy that she herself couldn't explain, erupted wildly from the depths of her heart like a volcano. Chen Mo. She turned her head sharply, and her once clear and cold eyes were now bloodshot, like a female leopard that had been completely enraged. She pointed at Chen Mo on the sofa, her voice trembling violently with extreme anger, almost squeezing out each word through clenched teeth. You, beast. You shameless bastard. I kill you. Chapter 84. It's midnight, please come into the room. I kill you. Su Wanqing's scream, filled with boundless rage and despair, sounded particularly shrill in the empty villa hall. Like a thoroughly enraged mother leopard, she lunged at Chen Mo on the sofa, baring her fangs and claws. She wanted to tear this man to pieces. This shameless beast who had defiled her and was now defiled her beloved older sister. However, she hadn't yet pounced on Chen Mo. An unexpected figure suddenly appeared in front of her. It's Su Yunru. Sister. What are you doing? Su Yunru spread her arms wide, tightly protecting Chen Mo behind her. For the first time, her gentle face showed a stern and displeased expression towards her sister. Are you crazy? Ebo's poison in his life hangs by a thread. How could you lay a hand on him? He's been poisoned? Su Wanqing laughed in anger. She pointed at Chen Mo, then at the ambiguous red mark on her sister's neck, her voice trembling violently with rage. Sister! Wake up! You've been deceived by him. He's no good person at all. He's a complete old rogue. An old liar. You're talking nonsense. Su Yunru was also alarmed when she heard her sister speak of Chen Mo like that. In her heart, Chen Mo was now a godlike figure, her savior, and the man she secretly loved. She absolutely would not allow anyone, including her dearest sister, to slander him like this. Ebo isn't a fraud. He is a good person. He is a great hero who sacrificed himself to save others. Su Yunru's eyes reddened as she looked at her sister and said, word by word. Sister, I know you don't like him. But please respect him. And don't insult him. This was the first time in Su Yunru's life that she had spoken to her younger sister in such a forceful tone. Su Wanqing was completely stunned. She looked at her sister, who was arguing with her for the sake of an outsider, and felt utterly unfamiliar with her. It's only been a few days? What kind of spell has this old rogue cast on my sister? How could she be so devoted to protecting him? The two sisters were locked in a tense standoff in the living room, arguing over a man. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Chen Mo leaned back on the sofa, panting heavily as he weakly watched the annual drama of sisters turning against each other for my sake unfold in his mind. Awesome! That's so awesome! Time passed quickly, and the European-style wall clock soon pointed to 11 p.m. Su Wanqing calmed down as well. She knew that forcing the issue wouldn't work. Her sister was clearly brainwashed by that old bastard. She had to find a way to prevent them from taking their interaction any further tonight. So she changed her strategy. She stepped forward, took Su Yunru's hand, and showed a worried look on her face. Sister, I'm sorry, I was too excited just now. I'm just worried about you. I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone tonight. I'll sleep with you, okay? She wanted to use this method to stay in her sister's room and prevent that old scoundrel from taking advantage of her. Su Yunru was simple-minded and had no idea what her younger sister was thinking. She assumed that her sister was still scared from what happened during the day, so she nodded and agreed. It was 11:50 p.m. In Su Yunru's room, the two sisters lay on the same bed, each lost in their own thoughts, neither able to sleep. Su Wanqing pricked up her ears, listening warily to the sounds outside the door, silently praying that the old bastard wouldn't come. Su Yunru kept glancing at the wall clock and touching her burning cheeks, feeling both nervous and expectant. It's almost midnight. Just as Su Wanqing's eyelids began to droop and her consciousness gradually blurred. Thump, thump, thump. 3 soft, yet incredibly clear knocks suddenly rang out in the quiet night. Su Wanqing's body trembled violently, and she instantly regained her senses. He's here. He still came. Immediately afterwards, Chen Mo's hoarse and extremely weak voice came from outside the door, as if he was speaking with the last bit of strength in his life. Yun Yunru, little girl. It's midnight, time has arrived. If we don't get the final treatment soon, I'm afraid I won't make it through the night. The voice, filled with despair and helplessness, struck Su Yunru's heart like a heavy hammer. Uncle Yi! Su Yunru exclaimed in surprise. Without thinking, she jumped out of bed and went to open the door. Sister! You can't go. Su Wanqing acted swiftly, grabbing her wrist tightly. He's lying to you. Don't fall for it. Let go of me. Su Yunru cried out in distress, trying to shake off her sister's hand, her eyes already brimming with tears. I forbid you to go. Su Wanqing's attitude was extremely firm. She absolutely could not stand by and watch her sister jump into this fire pit. The two sisters started pulling and tugging at each other right there in the room. Outside the door, Chen Mo was still using his best actor-level acting skills to relentlessly urge him to death. Cough, 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 I can't go on, my heart is starting to fail. Hearing Chen Mo's increasingly weak screams, Su Yunru's heart was breaking. Looking at her younger sister who was stubbornly blocking her from saving people, the deep sisterly affection in her heart was completely replaced by another, stronger emotion at this moment. Su Wanqing! Get out of my way! An unprecedented determination and coldness flashed in Su Yunru's eyes. With all her might, she pushed her younger sister away. Then, without looking back, she rushed to the door and locked Su Wanqing inside the room. After doing all this, she suddenly flung open the door. Outside the door, Chen Mo was leaning weakly against the wall, his face ashen, looking as if he might die at any moment. Seeing his miserable state, Su Yunru could no longer hold back her tears, which welled up in her eyes. She rushed forward, grabbed Chen Mo's cold hand, and pulled him into her room. With a bang, the door was slammed shut again and locked from the inside. Su Yunru took Chen Mo's hand and led him to her bedside, which exuded a faint fragrance. She lifted her face, which was already streaked with tears but still breathtakingly beautiful, and looked at the man before her who was hanging by a thread. She said shyly, yet with unwavering determination, word by word, "Uncle Lee, I'm ready." Chapter 85 unlocks a new ability. This is a huge win. I'm ready. Su Yunru's voice, though as soft as a mosquito's buzz, exploded in Chen Mo's ears like a thunderclap. Looking at the gentle beauty before him, her face flushed, her eyes filled with tears, yet brimming with a resolute expression of sacrificing herself for love, his primal desire to conquer reached its peak in that instant. It's done. Tonight, this most tender and understanding flower will bloom fully in my hands. Chen Mo was overjoyed inside. But on the surface, he still maintained that life hanging by a thread and extremely weak appearance. He struggled to raise his hand and gently stroke Su Yunru's soft, long hair, his voice hoarse, filled with emotion and reluctance. Silly girl, you've really thought this through? Once you start, there's no turning back. You will regret this in the future. His words, seemingly meant to dissuade people from giving up, were actually a final psychological offensive. As expected, Su Yunru shook her head vigorously after hearing this. Her eyes, washed by tears, were clear and resolute, as if she had seen through life and death, and all worldly matters. I have no regrets. She looked at Chen Mo and spoke clearly, word by word. Being able to exchange my innocence for your life, Uncle Lee, is the most correct and worthwhile thing I, Su Yunru, have ever done in my life. After saying that, she seemed to be trying to prove her determination. She took the initiative and stretched out her slightly trembling arms to wrap around Chen Mo's neck. Then, standing on tiptoe, she awkwardly pressed her two warm and soft lips onto Chen Mo's wrinkled mouth. Boom! Chen Mo felt his brain completely explode in that instant. An unprecedented, wondrous scent, a blend of girlish shyness and mature woman's fragrance, instantly filled his entire mouth and his entire soul. He could no longer pretend. Nor did he need to pretend anymore. His arms, which were originally weak and powerless, suddenly burst forth with astonishing power at this moment. He swept her up in his arms, lifting her soft, fragrant body around the waist, and with a powerful turn, pressed her heavily onto the bed filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Girl, you asked for this. A terrifying desire churned in Chen Mo's eyes, and his voice became incredibly hoarse and rough. Tonight, let this old man give you a proper treatment. He stopped with any more words or foreplay. His large, calloused yet incredibly skillful hands, with an irresistible force, began to roam freely across this flawless work of art, exploring and igniting flame after flame. Tear. A crisp tearing sound rang out. Su Yunru's expensive silk nightgown ripped open. Large swathes of snow-white, delicate skin were exposed to the air, gleaming with an alluring, almost sinister glow under the dim yellow light. Ah! Su Yunru let out a short exclamation. She felt like a lamb to the slaughter, stripped bare of all pretense by a hungry wolf that had broken into the sheepfold. She wanted to resist, to struggle. But under Chen Momo's domineering yet skillful treatment, her body quickly softened into a puddle of water, leaving her without a shred of strength. She could only watch helplessly as she sank deeper and deeper into depravity, falling into that boundless abyss of desire, filled with both extreme pain and extreme pleasure. I don't know how much time passed. The moon outside the window, too, shyly hid behind the clouds. The storm of ambiguity that had filled the room finally began to subside. Chen Mo lay on the bed, completely satisfied, savoring the ultimate feast that had just taken place, a true sublimation of spirit and flesh. He felt that the Pangzu nourishing life formula within his body had reached a new level after absorbing Su Yunru's incredibly pure primordialine qi. He felt no fatigue whatsoever, on the contrary, his energy was several times greater than before. He even felt that his 80-year-old body had been revitalized with a vibrant life force he had only possessed in his 20s. Beside him, the delicate flower that had just weathered the storm was now curled up in his arms like a docile kitten, fast asleep. Her exquisite face still bore traces of wet tears, yet a satisfied and sweet smile graced her lips. Just then, in Chen Mo's mind, the system's notification sound arrived as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed your first true spiritual physical union with the vessel of your destiny, Su Yunru. Successfully plundered a large amount of the chosen one's fortune. Rewards being processed. Reward 1, lifespan increased by 40 days. Current remaining lifespan, 123 days. Reward 2, target Su Yunru's favorability plus 27. Current favorability, 60 completely devoted. She has already regarded you as the only one in her life, and her love for you is deeply ingrained and irrevocably strong. Reward 3, unlock a brand new special ability Luck Transfer. Ability name, Luck Transfer. Ability effect, the host can consume a portion of their own lifespan to temporarily transfer a wisp of good luck or bad luck to any target. The duration and intensity of the effect are proportional to the lifespan consumed. Note, this ability is a top-tier divine skill that kills without shedding blood and harms without leaving a trace. Please use it with caution. Luck Grafting. Shenmo's eyes lit up instantly. This ability is simply too cunning and shameless. He has already begun to plan how to use this new ability to properly take care of his lovely enemies. He was basking in the joy of gaining new abilities. Bang! 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 A loud banging on the door, and Su Wanqing's angry and worried roar came from outside. Chen Mo! You bastard! Open the door! What have you done to my sister? If you don't open the door, I'll call the police. Chapter 86. The sisters confront each other. Your sister did it willingly. Outside the door, Su Wanqing's pounding and screaming grew increasingly shrill, almost tearing the roof off the entire villa. In Shenmo's arms, Su Yunru, who had just fallen asleep, was startled awake. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and, upon hearing her sister's heart-wrenching cries, a trace of guilt and worry appeared on her pretty face. Uncle Yi, my sister, she seems really angry. Su Yunru's voice still carried a hint of lazy huskiness, sounding alluring to the bone. Chen Mo lowered his head and gently kissed her smooth forehead, then said with a smile, "Ignore her, let her make a fuss. He's in a great mood right now." But Su Yunru was still a little worried. What if my sister does something rash? It's good that she's angry. Chen Mo smiled nonchalantly. Once she calms down and comes in to see that you're not only unharmed but also radiant and even more beautiful than before, she'll know how miraculous my treatment is. His words weren't just empty boasting. Under the influence of the Peng Zhu's nourishing life formula, the yin-yang harmony between the two not only prolonged Shenmo's life but also greatly benefited Su Yunru's health. The pure yang energy nourished her internal organs, cleansing her marrow and purifying her body, making her radiate an astonishing charm from the inside out. Listening to Chen Mo's confident words and looking into his deep eyes, Su Yunru's worries gradually dissipated. She now trusted this man completely. Whatever he said was law. She took the initiative and offered her a kiss again, and the room quickly returned to its enchanting spring atmosphere. The next morning, when Chen Mo, looking refreshed, walked out of the room with Su Yunru, who was radiant and exuded an amazing femininity, Su Wanqing, who had been waiting at the door all night without sleep and whose eyes were bloodshot, completely broke down. She looked at her sister, whose once gentle face now possessed a captivating charm and allure that only came from being thoroughly satisfied by a man. Looking at the scattered, ambiguous red marks on her snow-white neck. Look at the loving and dependent look in her eyes when she looks at that old rogue. Su Wanqing felt as if her heart had been stabbed through by a knife. It's over. Everything is over. The sister he cherished most and wanted to protect most was ultimately dragged down to hell by this demon. Chen Mo. Su Wanqing didn't question her sister, she just stared intently at the man who looked smug, as if he were showing off his spoils. Her voice was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. Let's talk. In the villa's back garden, the morning sun shone brightly, birds sang, and flowers bloomed, but the atmosphere was as cold as an icebox. After the two sisters left, Su Wanqing and Chen Mo stood facing each other. Why? Su Wanqing looked at him, her usually cold eyes revealing vulnerability and confusion for the first time. You already have me, so why, did you still try to harm my sister? That's not quite right of you. Chen Mo took out a cigarette, lit it, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. What do you mean I would lay a hand on her? He shrugged, a completely innocent expression on his face. She did it willingly to save me. I couldn't just stand by and watch a beautiful young woman die for me, could I? Besides, he changed the subject, a signature smirk spreading across his face. It was your sister who initiated it. Besides, her taste is much better than this ice cube that hasn't been fully warmed up yet. You. Su Wanqing trembled with rage at his utterly shameless words, yet she was powerless to refute them. She knew this old rogue was telling the truth. It was her sister, herself, who had walked step by step into this man's carefully woven trap. Just when Su Wanqing felt utterly hopeless, and felt that her life had been completely controlled by this man and turned into darkness. The doorbell rang at the villa. The butler let in Feng Qian, the president of the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce. He was in high spirits and looked radiant today, showing no trace of the half-dead look he had just had a couple of days ago. Feng Qian came here today specifically to express his gratitude. He brought not only a cash check for a 10 million appearance fee, but also an official invitation to the Hong Kong Island Jade Gambling Conference with the 4 large characters Jiangnan Divine Eye printed on it. He also brought news that surprised even Chen Mo. Brother E. Feng Qian's attitude was extremely respectful. Just last night, the news of your amazing skills at the Jade Gambling Conference has already spread throughout the entire Asian Jade Gambling Circle. The Southeast Asian gambling king, Kaiba, is extremely dissatisfied after hearing about your exploits. He has publicly challenged you, Jiangnan Divine Eye, through the media. Feng Qian's face showed a mixture of solemnity and excitement. He specifically requested to compete against you at this Hong Kong Island Jadeite Gambling Convention. Moreover, he even said that what you're doing is just a common trick used by Chinese swindlers, and it's not respectable. He wants to expose your scam in front of the whole world.